Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Saiyan Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Hacker Deku Was Scary Vigilante. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. For the one of a nail, that's what the entity type into the search bar. Her deep blue form brightened as she bounced from heel to toe and back again. The white screen with a loading bar slowly filling. Midoriya couldn't help but ask, what does that mean? The being turned toward their audience. The title, you mean? Green Bean nodded. Well, it comes from an old poem, I think. The entity known as Clouds, who is responsible for recording this series of stories, chose it to show how the smallest decision can change a great many things. I don't believe I've heard this particular poem. Nedzu addresses Headcase. Would you kindly share it with us? But of course, the light takes a few breaths to calm themselves. For want of a nail, the shoe was lost. For want of a shoe, the horse was lost. For want of a horse, the rider was lost. For want of a rider, the message was lost. For want of a message, the battle was lost. For want of a battle, the kingdom was lost. And all for the want of a horseshoe nail. Momo politely stated, in essence, we will be watching multiple worlds that start at the same point, but become very different, like the butterfly effect. Yes, however, I would remind you that this starting event isn't likely to be the only difference, simply the one with possibly the biggest impact. Young Headcase, may I ask what the starting part of these stories might be? All Might in his skeleton form said, quite nicely I might add. Oh, why your first meeting with young Midoriya is the catalyst for these stories. All Might's eyes widened with worry at that, as they should. Aizawa stands to be sure he has everyone's attention. Exactly how many worlds is this Clouds person recording for us to see? There are currently, as we begin watching, 4 stories in the For Want of a Nail series. The plan is to cycle through the stories in one chapter. She did air quotes at that, at a time, switching between the stories until we catch up to where Clouds has recorded so far. Does that answer your question? Yes, it does. Aizawa deadpans. Yo, think you could give us a sweet summary of the stories we'll be seeing? Yeah, dig. Present Mike, always the performer. Unfortunately, a summary might spoil some big reveals, so I'm afraid not. Izuku kindly raises his hand. Headcase gestures to let him speak. Is there a way to differentiate the different worlds, like their titles, or maybe an alias? The main character air quotes via cinnamon roll is adorable uses, so we can compare the worlds or something. Wonderful idea, Midoriya. These stories follow you. What the hell happened to put the nerd at the center of everything? Bakugo shouts, interrupting a now slightly miffed being of light. The silence drags on as Headcase simply uses her disappointed face to stare the literal atomic blonde down. Eventually, Kirishima and the rest of the Baka squad get him to sit so their surprisingly patient host can continue. As I was saying, in each of these stories you end up with a different code name. In the first, you become Deku just like your world. In the second, you choose the name Mastermind. In the third, you are given the name Viridian. In the fourth, you take the name Cheat Code. Is there any reason you said each of those in a different way? Todoroki, the resident conspiracy theorist, always asked the most interesting questions. Headcase barely suppresses a smirk as the Deku squad tries to convince him that not everything has a hidden meaning. There comes a ding from the screen, drawing everyone's attention as it lit up with chapter select atop and a list falling below it, in a language it is assumed only the entity can read. The light being asks, is everyone settled and ready to begin? A multitude of affirmations are returned to her, so she turns to the screen, selects the first tab that fell to show a larger list, and chose the very first of those. The screen changed, showing a grayscale title card. Now playing, Deku, I think he's some pro. Hope and heartbreak. A murmur cuts through the theater. I love All Might, why would I be so upset? Izuku pounders aloud. What did you do to problem child? Aizawa leans toward the towering blonde. How am I supposed to know what another me did? All Might counters. Aizawa huffs and turns back toward the screen. You can't be a hero. Not without a quirk. Be realistic. Izuku went to bed crying for his broken dream. Does this mean the golden boy of Wano was born quirkless in this world? How awful that must be, can you imagine? Minama began to gloat. Midoriya started to get nervous. Why yeah, can't I image that? The green bean stared pointedly at the screen. Will they figure it out? He couldn't help but think. His room looked empty without all his All Might merch. It wasn't that Izuku hated All Might now, it's just that every time he looked at the smiling hero, all he could think was, you can't be a hero. Just because Izuku was finally coming to terms with that fact didn't mean he needed it playing on a loop in his head every time he's at home. He still had a few posters up from some of his other favorite heroes, but he'd changed his sheets to a plain black set that he'd found collecting dust in the linen closet, paired with a gold pillowcase. It wasn't official merchandise, but it reminded Izuku of Eraserhead anyway. He knew who you were. Midnight was certainly surprised. That's right, the first day of school he did call me Eraserhead before I could introduce myself. And you've never brought this up before because, honestly, she nods. I forgot. Really, many teachers echo the sentiment. You really can't keep yourself from helping others, Todoroki says, to which Ida adds an admirable trait for any hero in training. Unless I make things worse or bother someone. Oh, please Deku, you're the most helpful person I've ever met. Bakugo is probably the only person that could get annoyed with you. Uraraka comes in. Thank you, Izuku whispers. Trust the nerd to think those stalkers' notebooks could ever be useful. Bakugo grumbled. Come on, Bakubro. Madabro has always been smart, of course he'll be useful, Kirishima corrects. Dude, what's your problem with him anyway? Zero adds. None of your damn business. Easy bro, we're just curious. Kaminari replies. New message. 12,579. Thank you for the analysis. It was eye-opening to see my strengths and weaknesses from an outside perspective, not to mention the ideas for improvement. Don't you usually hate analysts? Ms. Joke pops in. Typically, Aizawa responds curtly, eyeing her warily. I didn't realize you were here. Heck if I know why. But this is prime cuddle time, don't you think? A dry no is all she gets before laughing loudly. Meanwhile, he thanked me. Izuku seems dumbstruck at the thought. How long have you been doing your analysis? Sue asks. I started when I was 4. No one does anything for more than 10 years and is bad at it. The rest of the Deca squad add their agreements. Geez, Bakugo, I knew you were an ass, but that's some bully shit. Kaminari spoke up. Relax, Kimibro. It's not like this is our world. Kirishima defends, wondering why Bakugo is suddenly so quiet. The sludge incident. Present Mike wonders, wasn't there a sludge villain Bakugo was attacked by? Yes, Aizawa replies, and this puts his relationship with the problem child in a whole new perspective. Highly illogical without a way to verify identity. You were saying, Midnight teases as Aizawa pointlessly ignores her, when he saw a blinking notification in the bottom left corner of his screen. New message, 12,579. Do you analyze villains? The screen returns to the chapter select screen as the different groups discuss what they saw. Does the little listener analyze in our world? Present Mike asks the group. He does carry that beat-up notebook with him everywhere. Midnight points out. There's a number on the front, but I can't remember which. Aizawa admits. 13 All Might chimes in. I believe the other 12 are filled to the brim, though I haven't seen them. I gather young Midoriya was ridiculed for what's in them, so I never pushed and would ask that you do the same. A shame really, I would have liked to see them. Nenzu admits. Well, if you're lucky, this little viewing party will make him eager to share. Hawks butts in. I just want to know why we're here. Mirko huffs. We're top pro heroes will obviously be part of the story. Endeavor grumbles. Everyone readily agrees. He asked for help. Izuku seems blown away. From me. Of course, Deku, you're really smart and always help us strategize. She's right, Midoriya, Kiro. Even if your plans are a little crazy. I agree. Ida adds, you truly embody UA. S plus ultra attitude. You guys. Izuku chokes out through happy tears. The screen switches stories as Headcase loads the first chapter. Everyone ready. Everybody settles and looks at the screen. Alright then. Now playing. Mastermind. Strategist for hire. Temptation. This version seems rather bitter, doesn't he? Ida posits. Wouldn't you if the number 1 hero himself shattered your dreams? Ochako snaps. It was just an observation, Uraraka. He didn't mean anything by it. Midoriya defends. And he's not wrong. Todoroki adds. Oh, this is going to be good. Dabai grins, rubbing his hands together. Don't get too excited. Twice spoke. This is going to be epic. As if Golden Boy really would. Shigaraki barks. But the light cutie said there are worlds where he's one of the baddies. So maybe this is one of them. Toga exclaimed. The villain boys returned to the screen with great interest. He had found the post on one of the more underground hero forums, the kind that often included posts about vigilantes and villains alongside the heroes. Izuku didn't necessarily want to be on it, but he was holding onto a hope that if he just continued doing the things he enjoyed before everything went to shit, then he might eventually start feeling a spark of something besides anger. The post itself hadn't been that long, just one question. Why her 0Es 301? Completely hypothetically. How would one go about killing Mount Lady? Is he gonna answer it? Ashido asks, as if the nerd would ever go against any hero. Bakugo huffed. I don't know, man, he seems kinda bitter. Come on, Cerebro. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Kirishima defended. A simple post like that shouldn't have changed his life. Izuku should have just ignored it. Or maybe told the police, especially after he read through the user's old post and discovered that, even if they weren't a villain, they were a villain sympathizer. He should have not given it a second thought and turned to more reputable forums to try and dig himself out of his growing depression. Instead, he did none of that. Oh no, Deku, please no. Uraraka begs. I would never. Midoriya gasps, please. It's all right, Midoriya. That isn't you, not really. Todoroki comforts. Indeed, Headcase asked us not to hold the actions of another world against those of our own, which I assume includes the person taking said action. Ada observes. You aren't doing this, he is. Sue states clearly. I am no longer excited to be here. Mount Lady speaks up. Most can't help but agree. When we return, remind me to make some counter strategies for these plans, Nezu says to the group. A little over an hour after walking into the internet cafe, Izuku signed out of the account he'd made, M4 their Moan and D404, and walked out the front door feeling oddly relieved. Izuku Midoriya tried to like heroes. It didn't work. A dog with a bone net one. I wonder if we could. Dabai begins. Don't bother. Shigaraki snaps. Golden boy over there is sickeningly heroic. Meanwhile, so he chose the name Mastermind. Todoroki observes. Todoroki no. Midoriya whines. Todoroki yes. The stoic boy deadpans as the rest of the Deku squad hold back their laughter. That's rather concerning. Midnight murmurs. That's an understatement. Aizawa grumbles back. Geez Bakugo, would you really be that much worse if Midoriya was quirkless in our world? Kaminari asks. Just shut up and watch the screen. Bakugo dodges. Izuku was just tugging his shirt down to hide the bandages as he left the bathroom when he heard his mother gasp and drop a pan in the next room. He ran in to find her staring open-mouthed at the TV. The news anchor standing on what was normally a busy street, the shot backlit by flashing police sirens. As of yet, police have few leads on the identity of the attacker, only saying that he might have some sort of stealth quirk considering how quickly he was able to disappear in the aftermath of Mount Lady's death this afternoon. A vigil for the fallen hero will be held. Quit murmurs spread through the theater, mourning the fall of one of the kindest people most had ever met, though the villains are very excited about what's to come. Isn't that terrible, Izuku? She was such a new hero too. Who would do something like this? His mother turned back into the kitchen, trying to distract herself by preparing dinner. Izuku simply stared at the TV in shock, not really seeing anything. The poster had been serious after all. He had actually done it. This meant that he, Izuku Midoriya, a hero fanboy, was now an accessory to a hero's murder. Izuku started to hyperventilate only to be violently knocked out of his upcoming panic attack by another thought. Mount Lady was dead. That meant that he, a quirkless Deku, had beaten a hero. An unfamiliar warm feeling welled up in his chest and he fought down a smile. He wondered if this made him a bad person. He knew it did. The screen returns to the chapter select menu as the different groups discuss what they just saw. Don't get excited. Shigaraki warns one accessory to murder charge doesn't make someone a hardcore villain, but there's a chance. Twice counters no way in hell. I wonder when the other me gets to meet him. Toga cheers. Settle down and maybe we'll find out. Dabai complains. While I'm quite happy that this is not what we have to face, I feel it only right to remind you all of the statistics surrounding the quirkless. The principle begins. You see, while the world itself is maybe 20% quirkless here in Japan, the poor pros become trapped with their teaching coworkers in one of Nezu's infamous lectures. I can't believe any version of me would do something like that, Izuku says softly, as though he's disappointed in himself. Well, you don't know what it's like to be quirkless, so that changes things, right? Uraraka remarks. Right, Midoriya exclaims a little too quickly, which his friends choose to let go. As the theater settles and everyone turns back to the screen, the entity begins the next chapter. Now playing, Viridian, the Green Guide. Technicalities. The different groups try to decipher the meaning behind All Might's thoughts, turning to the blonde sitting in the theater to be met with how am I supposed to know what another me is thinking? So everyone turns back to the screen. You're just a quirkless failure that wouldn't even cut it as a rent-a-cop Deku. Kaken screamed. You didn't help me. You did nothing. I don't owe you anything. You got that? Izuku nodded fearfully as Kaken stalked off. He was right. Izuku really hadn't done anything except get in the way. But at least he'd tried. It had been weirdly exhilarating. That one moment of risking his life for someone else before giving up on his dreams forever. Problem child, are you an adrenaline junkie? Aizawa calls out. I honestly don't know, sensei. Wonderful Aizawa grumbles. It would explain some things. Mike points out. I think he knows that. Midnight whispers. Damn Bakugo. It's like you're getting progressively worse in each world. Zero comments as the others agree. Whatever, idiots. Bakugo huffs. Oh, the poor thing. Uraraka whispers. I hope he doesn't do anything rash. Todoroki insists. To be fair, that's kind of Midoriya's mo. Hero, I hate to be negative, but Midoriya can be rather impulsive. Ida reluctantly agrees. Sorry, Izuku says softly, which the squad insists is part of his charm. So he smiles softly. That's a decent backup plan. Midnight remarks. You wouldn't even cut it as a rent-a-cop. No, it would probably be best to do some research when he got home. There had to be other people out there that realized they couldn't be heroes, right? Maybe he could do some digging online and find out what careers they went into. So much for the backup plan. Midnight grumbles. Indeed, though the instinct to research when uncertain is the mark of an intelligent individual. Nezu pipes up. He walked into the apartment and was immediately almost knocked off his feet as his mom ran to hug him. Oh, Izuku, baby. I was so worried. What were you thinking? I guess I wasn't. Izuku chuckled. Sorry, Mom. After finally convincing his crying mother that he was, in fact, alive and well, he took a shower and then sat down with his laptop to look into alternate careers. The question now was what to type into the search engine. That can be difficult to decide. Ada comments, what to do when you can't be a hero. The search algorithm must be designed to search for any word in the entered phrase because the top results were all interview clips from various pro heroes giving the anyone can be a hero speech. Lies. Halfway down the page, however, Izuku finally saw a result that looked halfway like what he was actually searching for. Mood Kaminari adds, and what exactly do you research, dunce face? Bakugo snaps, do you really want to know? Fuck no, then don't ask. It took a while for Kirishima to calm Bakugo down after that. He clicked on the link and it took him to a thread on one of the hero forums. A user a few years ago had asked, I just took the exams for several different hero courses and didn't get in. Being a hero was all I ever wanted to do, so what should I do now that it isn't an option? Well, Izuku hadn't quite gotten to the point of actually taking the UA entrance exam, but the rest applied pretty well. He scrolled through the various answers. A lot of them just offered condolences and told the asker to talk to the career counselor at their school. Izuku didn't think that'd help him much though, considering that when he'd met with his school counselor last year, the woman had told him to consider being a garbage man. Not that that wasn't a completely valid career, but he knew she only suggested it because he was quirkless. What a bitch, Jiru calls out. That language is unbecoming of. Ida begins. Excuse me. Headcase speaks up. While normally you would be right to correct your classmate's choice of speech, I, as the entity who rules this space, allow a reasonable amount of swearing. Still, I would like to thank you for being so considerate. Very well, I'll try to remember that. Izuku wanted a job where he could actually help people. A few people suggested being a doctor, but Izuku didn't think he was smart enough for that. His classmates were always telling him that he was a stupid Deku. After all, a policeman might be a good option, but then again, Kachin was probably right. If he didn't have what it took to be a hero, why would he have what it took to be a cop? He was just about to close the browser and go to bed when a comment with a large thread caught his eye. Well, if you didn't get into the hero course, you can always be a vigilante. Problem child, please, just no. Aizawa gripes. Most of the replies to that were exactly what Izuku suspected they'd be, basically bullying the commentator for suggesting something so obviously illegal. Izuku shouldn't even be thinking about this. He was in enough trouble for running into the situation earlier, but wait. Wasn't that vigilantism too? They probably let him off easy because he's a kid and it was obviously the first time he'd done something like that. But that thrill of almost dying to save someone else. Izuku opened another tab. It wouldn't hurt to do some more research on vigilantes, right? The more he learned, the more he'd understand that this was a completely stupid idea that he absolutely should not do. It was obviously stupidly dangerous and had a very good chance of killing him, right? Maybe he'll talk himself out of it. Achako says hopefully. I should hope so. Vigilantism is a terrible crime to commit, Ada informs, to which both Midoriya and Todoroki give him a look. He promptly turns back the screen. Poor thing thinks so little of himself. Who could possibly say that someone who tells you to kill yourself deserves to be a hero? Midnight wonders aloud. Many can't help but wonder the same. Then, around midnight, Izuku read a research paper about a group a few years ago called the Naruhata Vigilantes. It was by a college student who apparently hadn't gone on to do any more serious research, but it did give a decent overview of vigilantism in general and how illegal heroes were seen by the general population. According to the Japanese government, vigilantism is defined as using one's quirk in an unauthorized act of heroism. The vigilantes of Naruhata definitely fit the bill, but do people see them as evil, like the government proclaims, or as good? Izuku read the first sentence a total of 5 times before looking up the actual law. At least according to the government, quirkless people couldn't technically be vigilantes. Wait, he couldn't be a vigilante. Is that a thing? No one's quite sure who asked as everyone turns toward the teachers and pros. Allow me to check. Tsukachi pulls out his phone and pulls up the laws relating to vigilantes. Everyone holds their breath. As it turns out, that is correct. A murmur rolls through the room as everyone turns back toward the screen. The screen fades to the chapter menu. Why aren't I surprised with young Midoriya taking the path of a vigilante? All Might speaks up. Because he seems to live for saving others. We are quite lucky to get to teach someone so driven. Nezu chirps. Can't wait to see what's coming up. That's Amplifier putting in her 2 cents. That's the 3rd chapter one we've seen. 1 more to go. Aizawa reminds. If there a reason you two have Ida a look when he condemned vigilantism, Kiro. Oh, nothing. Todoroki says as Midoriya spits out don't worry about it. The girls eye them warily but ultimately decide not to push. As the theater settles and everyone turns to the screen, the next chapter loads. Now playing. Cheat Code, Support Strategist. The Death of a Dream. So now we get to see what would happen if he chose, not just to accept All Might's words, but to process them properly as well. Hound Dog growls. Because you've dedicated your life to that. Uraraka shouts at the screen. Those AI ain't some damn fireworks. Bakugo shouts. Is this the slime thing again? Kaminari asks. Fucking obviously. Bakugo snaps. Humor found in darkness is often its only reprieve. Takoyami rumbles. Many can't help but chuckle at the image on the screen. However, Aizawa asks aloud, does his mother support his heroic's career? To which the teachers and pros begin to argue. I can answer that. All Might speaks up. While she readily admits she would prefer young Midoriya choose a safer path, she makes great effort to calm her worries for his sake. He's actually processing very well so far. Hound Dog insists. He crushes your dream and still you worship him. Shigaraki gripes at the screen. I'm home, he called out as he walked toward the kitchen. He should put the notebook in a plastic bag before putting it in the freezer so it didn't get anything gross on the food. His thoughts were interrupted by his mom running at him so fast that she slid across the kitchen floor and almost knocked him down with the force of her hug. Oh Izuku, I was so worried about you. That's odd. Midoriya says I usually get home late. Really, problem child. How could she possibly know that? Aizawa grumbles. Mom was still talking, rambling in her worry. I saw about Katsuki on the news and I know that you take that route home sometimes. And I couldn't see you and you weren't answering your phone and I was just imagining what would have happened if the villain had grabbed you instead because Katsuki was barely fighting him off with his explosions. Izuku went cold. What? What happened to Kakin? Mom froze. Why, you didn't know? Oh, the slime incident again. Midnight wonders aloud. Indeed, Nenzu chirps it would seem this event has a commonality between these stories. Izuku shook his head frantically and stared at her with wide eyes. Mom pressed her lips together in worry, then led him into the living room and unmuted the TV. There was a young reporter on the screen, backlit against a few still burning fires as backdraft and a few other heroes lingered in the background. The sludge villain seemed to be intent on suffocating his victim. Thankfully, the heroes on the scene were able to keep the others in the area safe until the arrival of All Might, who defeated the villain and saved the hostage, as expected of the number one hero. The sludge villain has now been taken into custody by police, while the hostage and several bystanders were taken to the hospital for various injuries. They had to take him to the hospital. Izuku fretted. Is he going to be okay? Deku, you're too nice. Uraraka insists. What do you mean? The other you is showing concern for his bully. Todoroki begins and we have no doubt you'd do the same. It's not a bad thing, Kiro. Indeed, an admirable trait in a hero in training. Thanks, guys. Izuku beams. Thankfully, Mom nodded quickly. Mitsuki said he won't even have to stay the night. The only reason they took him at all was because he apparently passed out for a minute or two before All Might got to him. But he's going to be okay. Izuku sighed in relief. He wasn't sure what he'd do if Kakin had been hurt or died. It would have been his fault for distracting All Might and making him use up all his time. And Izuku wasn't sure if he'd be able to deal with that, especially since the description of the villain sounded like the one All Might had saved Izuku from, which meant that Izuku distracting him probably allowed the villain to escape. It was a good thing he'd already held the funeral for his dream because there was no way he was capable of being a hero if he let villains escape like that. But Kakin was okay. All Might saved him. Don't be relieved your damn bully is okay. Be happy karma came for his ass. Dabai comments. What a sweetheart. Midnight squeals. We are lucky to have met him, aren't we? All Might smiles softly. The other teachers can't help but agree. Many murmurs consider this Midoriya being attacked first and what that means for the story as a whole. Why didn't I think of that? Backdraft complains. Well, when you put it like that, Mount Lady says slightly embarrassed. Doesn't UA offer refresher courses? Kamui asks aloud. I'll make preparations for a strategy course when we return. Nedzu replies I expect you each to attend. They all quickly agree. Eventually, Mom confiscated his notebook and forced him to go to bed, but Izuku's head still kept him awake for another hour going through all the possibilities of how that fight could have gone differently. Finally, his thoughts slowed down enough for him to slowly drift off to sleep with one last coherent thought. Is there a way to help heroes work smarter? The screen returns to the chapter select as everyone talks about the stories so far, comparing, predicting, and voicing concerns. As the room settles, the screen begins to load. Now playing. Deku, I think he's some pro. Deku, Chatfic, Ashido and Kaminari cheer. 58,726. So, does anyone know who our mystery analyst actually is? Guess that's why I'm here. This joke chimes. 87,657. Does anyone know who any of us are? We're called underground heroes for a reason. And me, Mr. Brave adds. 58,726. Point taken. 72,598. It is a valid question though. He came out of nowhere. How do we know he's not a villain giving us false information in order to defeat us? It looks like Mirai features in this story. All Might observes. 58,726. How do you know it's a he? 12,579. So far, all the information he's given me has been accurate and no villains have known information about me that they shouldn't. Besides, if he was a villain, I think we would have already been targeted, considering he could have easily beaten any one of us using the information in the analyses he sent us. As strange as the situation is, I think he really is trustworthy, but only time will tell. That's high praise from you, Sho, Mike mentions. Meanwhile, my notes can't be that good. Izuku mumbles. In one of these worlds you basically planned an assassination, Todoroki insists. And it was very successful, I guess. Midoriya grumbles. 58,726. It's possible he's a pro who's new on the scene. They think I'm a pro. Izuku exclaims. 87,657. With that level of analysis, more likely he's some veteran deigning to impart his infinite wisdom on the younger generation. He's had an account on this site for years, I checked, but he's never posted before now. They think you're a veteran pro. Uraraka infuses. 58,726. Maybe it's Netsu. Probably the first place I checked. Aizawa mentions. 12,579. No, I already asked him if he was behind it. I'm leaning more toward a retired pro. You know yourself so well. Midnight teases. 72,598. What are we even supposed to call him? If he's a hero, what's his codename? 87,657. Yeah, typing out mystery analyst every time is gonna get old real quick. 12,579. Well, there's only one logical way to find out. How's that? Mike asks. I don't know, maybe ask him. Aizawa deadpans. Aside from the dodging of bullies, it's a wonderful schedule. Netsu compliments. For someone to feel that way, the bullying would need to be severe and consistent. Hound Dog comments. Izuku shook his head and opened his inbox to find a new message from Eraserhead. New message. 12,579. By the way, what's your codename? When you want information, it's best to be direct. Aizawa insists. Kachon's voice echoed in Izuku's mind. Useless. Worthless. Deku. DAKU. Private chat. 12,579. His name is Deku. A screen fades. Why didn't you tell me it was that bad? Uraraka exclaims. If I had known. Uraraka, please calm down. Izuku raises his voice to be heard. You changed the meaning of that name, and for that, I'll always be grateful. Do you mean that problem child? Aizawa calls down. Yes, sensei. He replies, my friends have taken something I've hated and turned it into something I can't see myself without. Is that the only reason you chose that name? Midnight adds. No, he answers, but I rather not say the other reasons yet. Alright then. As everyone settles once again, the next chapter begins to load. Now playing. Mastermind. Strategist for hire. Hope for the future. So much for one accessory to murder, huh? Dusty. Dabai snarks. Just because he's going to the account doesn't mean he'll do it again. Shigaraki warns. Han, you've been unusually quiet. You doing alright? Midnight addresses Mount Lady. I don't know. I mean, she begins. Everyone remains quiet to give her time. I'm dead. In that world at least. I don't know how to feel. Yeah, Kamui adds, even though we don't always get along, I consider us friends. It's only natural. Hound Dog informs any death can be traumatic, much less your own. The others are quick to offer words of comfort and understanding. You know, each of us could find ourselves in her situation if this story goes the way we think it will. Aizawa warns. At that, the group becomes slightly more solemn. He's getting into it. Toga cheers. Don't hold your breath. Shigaraki denies it. A few snorts of unknown origin echo throughout the room. He clicked on the little envelope at the top of the screen, seeing a notification for 4 new messages. He opened the oldest one first, the only one from the original Mount Lady poster. New message from Wire0Es301. Thanks for the plan. I couldn't have done it without you. Well, I couldn't have gotten away with it at least. I know your reasons for helping are your own. Mine are too. But just know that if you ever need anything, I've got your back. He's already had a success, Tsukachi states. Hopefully we'll catch him quickly. The group as a whole is quick to agree. Is validation all it takes? Izuku wonders sadly. Well, he doesn't have us to tell him how great he is. Uraraka reminds. I'm not that great. He denies it. You're kind, determined, studious. Guys. Izuku whines, embarrassed by the attention, but the Deku squad just keeps going. The thought made Izuku nauseous again. Just how desperate was he for attention if a compliment from a villain was enough to send him over the moon? He really was as pathetic as Kaken was always saying, wasn't he? Izuku shook his head in an attempt to yank himself out of a self-pity spiral. If he let that get going, he might be there for hours, and he really didn't want to stay logged in on his villain account longer than necessary. It was then that he noticed the thank you note had a postscript. P.S. I hope you don't mind that I told a few friends about your account. None of them are cops, so don't worry about any snitches. Oh great, Aizawa says recommendations. A quiet chant of do it, do it, do it can be heard from the villains section. Hey kid, are you okay? Izuku jumped when the teenager who had been running the counter put a hand on his shoulder. He hadn't even realized he'd been hyperventilating until that moment. He nodded, willing the worker to just go away. But apparently he wasn't that great of an actor because the worker just stood there looking concerned. Izuku took a few deep breaths, both to calm himself down and to convince the worker he'd be fine. When he felt he'd staved off the panic attack, he met the worker's eyes. "Thank you for your concern. I think I'll actually be heading home now." The worker nodded and walked back to the counter as Izuku signed out without reading the other messages. "Let's hope he leaves it at that." Mike prays. "This is depressing." Kaminari complains. "Way to state the obvious." Jiru snarks. "Bad, Izuku." He shook his head. As great as that compliment felt, it was still coming from a villain, a murderer, and murder was wrong. Izuku reminded himself that this was a world he didn't want to be caught up in, and he didn't want to associate with murderers, despite the fact that they seemed to be the only ones that didn't see him as a waste of space. Murder is wrong. Izuku didn't want to be a villain. He just had to keep reminding himself of that. He doesn't sound convinced. Midnight points out. Take note, students. Nezu addresses the room. Villains are rarely ever born, but usually created. The students took a moment to digest this lesson. Izuku kept his head down as he walked to his seat at the back of the classroom, mentally willing himself to become invisible. Kaken had been quiet for a few days, which normally meant that an explosion was coming. He was so concerned with not meeting Kaken's eye that he didn't notice the foot sticking out in the aisle until he was already going down. As it was, he knocked his chin hard on one of the desks and just barely avoided biting his tongue as the class roared with laughter. "Midoriya," the teacher called out. Izuku felt his hope rise. Was the teacher actually going to step in and put an end to the bull? He had to have seen that guy trip him, right? "If you're quite finished being a disruption, I am ready to begin the lesson." What kind of sorry excuse of a teacher is that? Aizawa barks. "Midoriya." Nezu calls out. "Yes, Principal Nezu. What is the name of your middle school?" "Aldera, sir." "Thank you." Nezu chirps with a gleam in his eye, causing the other teachers to shiver. He's really not going to the nurse. Shiro asks, "Hey Bekubro, was your school really like that?" Kirishima turns to the blonde. "Those extras didn't give a shit about anything." Bakugo states. "Did?" Kaminari hesitates. "Did you ever have to deal with that?" As if I'd ever be that much of a klutz. The Baka squad isn't sure how to take that. "So, everyone, I know that everyone has already decided what high school they want to go to and that most of you are headed for heroics. However, due to the highly competitive nature of that field, we're obligated to dedicate time to a career planning workshop to make sure you know about other career paths that could be available to you. Take one of these worksheets and pass the rest back. You'll have the whole period to work on them, so just raise your hand if you have any questions. Try to keep in mind your quirks, skills, and talents when weighing your options." Most of the students started to move around as soon as they received their worksheets, going to sit by their friends, and the noise level gradually increased as everyone started upside conversation. Izuku turned his attention to the paper and started trying to think of careers that didn't involve heroics. After all, if even All Might didn't think it was possible. "Oi, Deku, why can't he just leave other you alone?" Uraraka whines. "That's just how he is." Izuku relents. Izuku tensed at Kaken's tone. "What now?" So, he could tell by the smirk on Kaken's face that whatever he was about to say wasn't going to be pretty, but doubted he could do any worse than the suicide baiting that had become almost common since the sludge villain incident. "Teach said we were supposed to pick careers based on our quirks, skills, and talents, but you don't have any of those, so what can you even do? A quirkless Deku like you is so useless you'll be lucky to be hired to take out the trash." The lackeys surrounding him laughed and Kaken looked at Deku with a self-satisfied smile as if he had just told the greatest joke of all time. But then again, Izuku thought bitterly, everything Kaken does is the greatest. A murmur of discontent rolls through the theater. Izuku tried to ignore the jibe and just do his worksheet, but Kaken's words, unfortunately, got him thinking and he pulled out his phone to Google jobs for quirkless people. The results loaded slowly, thanks to the school's cheap internet, but they were no less shocking when they finally appeared. Quirkless unemployment, an epidemic. Quirkless discrimination, fact, fiction, and glass ceilings. Quirkless unemployment, statistics. Izuku skimmed through the articles, frantically at first, then with more and more numbness as the hour went by. Of all the quirkless people who lived to adulthood, which was only about half since suicide rates were so high, almost 80% were unemployed. Of the lucky 20% that managed to find jobs, almost all were making minimum wage, and the exceptions were mostly older professionals who had been hired and promoted back when quirklessness was more common. If someone had asked Izuku that morning what would be more harmful, a throwaway insult in homeroom or the beating that Kaken gave him after school, he would have said the beating, hands down. In actuality, though, he barely felt the explosions and hardly remembered patching his wounds after. He's learning the hard way just how cruel the world really is. Dabai mumbles. "Why do I get the feeling he's going to be sorely disappointed?" Midnight asks. Maybe because you've been paying attention for once. Aizawa deadpans. Hey, damn, that explosion kid is a great asshole. Dabai comments, which is why he'd make a great villain. Shigaraki states, we already tried to recruit him and failed. Twice reminds let's try again. Right, don't go down that road. Uraraka calls out. No, Izuku wouldn't become just another statistic. And he wouldn't let himself become a villain either. But what should he do? You're awfully quiet tonight, sweetie. Izuku was startled out of his thoughts. His mother was looking at him with concern and pity in her eyes, practically begging him to tell her what was wrong, but what could he tell her? He smiled as an idea occurred to him. I want to try and get a job, he blurted out. A few students shout out encouragement towards the screen, hoping, praying he finds one. Mom's eyes widened slightly at first, but then her face relaxed with relief. She'd probably thought it was something a whole lot worse. I think that's wonderful, sweetie. What brought this on? She smiled. We had a career day at school and I thought it would be helpful to get some experience to help me decide. Izuku lied easily, and wow, wasn't that concerning? It is. Aizawa deadpans. Your mom seems very nice, Kiro. Yeah, she's the best. Midoriya admits softly. The screen fades and the theater remains silent until Ashido remarks, well, that was ominous, followed by a chorus of agreements in the vein of no shits and you don't says. As the room settles, the screen begins to play the next chapter. Now playing, Viridian, the Green Guide. First day of the rest of my life. When Izuku arrived at school the next day, his classmates had already heard both about Kaken's invitation to jump off a roof and Izuku's idiotic run-in with the sludge villain, and they had apparently decided that the two must be related. Hey loser, there are easier ways to kill yourself. He was just being an attention hog. Can you imagine wanting to die on live TV? Those little shits. Uraraka blurts out. As much as dislike your choice of language, I have to agree. Ada intones. Thank goodness that didn't happen in this world. Izuku mumbles. What was that? Todoroki asks. The whole squad turns to Midoriya. Oh, nothing. Izuku exclaims, at least nothing you need to worry about. If you say so, Kiro. That's what you're worried about. Dabai questions loudly. Oh, the poor bean. Midnight says. Bean? Aizawa questions. Green bean. Midnight informs as though that explains anything. It sounds like he's making plans. Ashido whispers. He better fucking not. Bakugo barks. Easy bro. Zero comforts, that's a different world. It's not like you actually told him to kill himself. Right, Bakugo says quietly. Obviously, I didn't. Bakugo's qualities as a leader could have been disastrous. Hound Dog comments. And they will be, Aizawa adds for the villains. Revelry in the dark. Takoyami whispers. I'd have to agree. Shoji replies. How uncouth. Momo says harassing someone for something they can't control. Animals, all of them. Seriously, what's wrong with people? Hagakure blurts out. Problem child. Don't get yourself hurt on night one. Aizawa bristles. Gotta love loopholes. No one is sure who said that. You're going out to pick fights with villains and you're worried about catching a cold. Ajaru asks the screen. Ah yes, Shigaraki snarks copyrights and all that. Aoyama pipes up, matching one's outfit to their natural coloration is tree magnific. There was a costume store next door to the department store he'd bought the hoodie at, so he decided he'd walk around and see what he could find to hide his identity. After looking at probably way too many different kinds of masks, he groaned in frustration. The simplest option would be to choose a simple domino mask. But one good punch and it'd be flying off his face, not to mention that it might slide around and impair his field of vision, which wouldn't be safe at all. He was about to leave when he walked past a display of different goggles. That might be useful if someone tried to throw dirt in his eyes or something, right? The only problem was that he'd be going out at night. The goggles would need to be tinted to hide his face, but then they'd darken his field of vision. Izuku frowned, then noticed a sticker on one of the brands. Quirk enhanced. Won't color your vision. That would work. Him getting things that could be found anywhere is going to make him hard to track. Tsukachi informs. And the problem child isn't even doing it on purpose. Aizawa gripes, it's just convenient. Izuku tried on a pair and sure enough, even though he should be seeing everything in hot pink, the world looked completely normal. He shook his head a few times to see if they were secure. Alright, so the goggles weren't just going to fall off like a mask would. But did he really want them in pink? He ended up getting the goggles in dark green to match the hoodie and his hair. It was much simpler to have everything match rather than try to worry about accent colors and everything. And it's not like Izuku actually cared about what his vigilante alter ego looked like. He just wanted to help people. If he were going to be an actual hero, stuff like looks would be really important, but he didn't think he even deserved to look like a hero. So, Izuku really didn't need his vigilante outfit to be anything special. He just needed it to be practical. Another thing to make him hard to track. Midnight adds. DAMNIT nerd. Bakugo shouts at the screen, pay attention to what you're doing. Hey kid, are you actually gonna buy that, or are you just gonna stand there? Sorry. Izuku put the goggles down on the counter and the guy scanned them. Nice goggles, kid. You making a cosplay? Planning out his vigilante outfit was kinda like making a cosplay, right? Why yep. Wow Deku, your rocket tease is so convincing. Izuku responds by glowing bright red. The cashier nodded. Cool. That's where most of our sales come from, you know. But, by the way, if you're going for Hawks, we do have yellow goggles in the same brand. No thank you. It's, for something else. The guy shrugged. Gotta admit, I don't know all the heroes, but good luck with your cosplay. Hope it turns out okay. Izuku nodded. Thank you. Have a nice day. That cashier was such a cutie. Toga exclaims, I wonder how much better he'd be covered in blood. When we get back home you can figure that out. Dabai smirks. He's right, he's not smart. Todoroki deadpans. I know. Midoriya whispers. The squad goes to comfort Izuku and admonish Todoroki, who quickly but evenly says you're brilliant, making the others beam. All might. Aizawa turns to the blonde. Yes, Aizawa. As the person that knows Midoriya best, Aizawa begins. Would he ever ask for help from anyone? Small Might thinks for a moment. I don't think he would. They stay quiet for a while. Perhaps a few sessions with Hound Dog will help with that. I'll add him to my schedule. Hound Dog interrupts. Wait until we get home to approach him about it. This really isn't the place. Both readily agree. So if it wasn't the villain attack and it wasn't the bullying, what was she so worried about? You're quiet tonight, Izuku, Mom said finally. Is everything okay? Oh, so she was worried because he wasn't talking. That made sense. But he couldn't tell her about the vigilante thing. She'd be so worried. Yeah, Mom, all good. He smiled. It was just a long day at school, so I'm pretty tired. Mom frowned. Those teachers aren't overworking you, are they? No, they're just trying to get us ready for high school and you know how much work that takes. Oh, well that's a relief. Mom smiled. So, have you given any more thought to what high school you want to go to? I know you've had your heart set on UA. Can you be a hero? Not without a quirk. Izuku gave a strained smile. I am not really sure anymore. Don't get me wrong, UA is a great school, it's just, I'm not sure it's realistic. No, Madabro, you could have made it. Inko got a look on her face that was halfway between relief and pity, like she wasn't sure how she was supposed to feel. Izuku could relate. He finished his food and stood to take his dishes to the sink. Thank you for the food, Mom. I think I'm going to go to bed early tonight. Okay, baby. Inko stood to give him a hug. Just know that I'll support you, whatever you decide. Okay. Izuku smiled for real this time. That means a lot, Mom. I love you. I love you too, baby. Dawa, that's so wholesome. Ashido exclaims. I know, right? Kaminari adds. Mama Midoriya, Momdoriya, Mamadoriya. Kirishima ponders. Mamadoriya Siro suggests. That's it. She's so sweet. Would you idiots shut up? In a sec, Bakubro. Izuku woke up to his alarm at 1 a.m. and quickly silenced his phone. Mom was a deep sleeper, but that still didn't mean he could be as loud as he wanted without waking her up. He used the light from his phone and rifled through his closet until he found the hoodie and mask he'd just bought, then quickly pulled on an old pair of black jeans that had gotten ripped when Kakin pushed him down the stairs last month and a black long-sleeved shirt. He put on the hoodie, but held the goggles in his hand for a long moment before finally just stuffing them in the hoodie pocket, even though he was technically going out as a vigilante. He wasn't actually planning on stopping any crimes tonight. Sure, Izuku's neighborhood wasn't the best, but there are always heroes patrolling during the day, so there shouldn't be too much crime at night either, right? Even if there was, Izuku didn't actually have to get involved. He just wanted to go out and figure out what the streets were like at night. They were bound to look different than they did during the day, and if Izuku was actually planning on being a vigilante long term, it'd be best if he didn't get lost just because it was dark. At least the little listeners being smart about it. Like comforts, Izuku slipped on his shoes and made sure they were tied tightly before slipping out the front door and locking it behind him. Then he started to wander. Without the goggles, he just looked like a normal, if slightly idiotic, teen on a midnight walk. He figured he could always slip the goggles on if he ran into any trouble, but until then they would just look suspicious. The city looked strange at night. During the day, the streets were crowded and Izuku was constantly being distracted by the sheer variety of quirks he saw. But at night, the streets were practically deserted. Most of the people he saw were either homeless or drunk or both, but they weren't really harming anyone, so Izuku didn't need to get involved. He made mental notes of where the darkest alleys were or where the street lamps were burned out so that he could disappear quickly into the dark if he needed to. But there didn't seem to be any danger yet. Seeing his observational mind at work is quite exciting. Nedzu chirps. Izuku had been walking for 20 minutes and was starting to wonder if he'd even run into any crime tonight when he heard it. This can't be all you've got on you. What kind of guy doesn't even carry a cell phone? I swear, that's all I have. Izuku ran to the mouth of an alley and saw a group of 3 large thugs ganging up on a smaller teen. He grabbed his goggles from his hoodie pocket and was about to run in when one of the thugs hit the brick wall with his fist and noticeably cracked it. Oh no, that guy was strong. Okay, here's what you do, Minda said to the screen. Back away slowly and run. Coward. Who said that? Whatever keeps you alive, I guess, Shigaraki says sarcastically. But Izuku couldn't just do nothing. The kid was probably really scared, and he was starting to plead with the thugs, so Izuku couldn't just leave him. He needed to be saved. But Izuku couldn't do that, could he? He really was a useless Deku, wasn't he? What was he even good at? You can't do anything, Deku, Kaken had said a couple weeks ago. Well, he said that all the time, but that was the particular instance that came to mind. The only thing you're good at is running away. You've gotta be fucking kidding me. Bakugo mumbles in disbelief. I can see that happening, Sadu comments. But if he was going after Izuku himself, he was usually able to run fast enough to avoid a beating. Izuku stood and ran, unnoticed by the thugs or their victim. It was a crazy plan and might very well get him caught on his first day as a vigilante, but he had to try. Problem child, what are you planning? Aizawa sounds at this Midoriya. Well, if I had to guess. The blue light interrupts, no spoilers, to which Aizawa grumbles. Oh, I'm in this one. Amplifier cheers. Did you really do this? Todoroki asks. Izuku answers a little red-faced. Yeah, an impressive feat to be sure. Ida compliments. Still, there are only a few heroes that were active at night, but Amplifier was one of them, mostly because she fit well into the bar and nightlife scene and was able to control most of the drunks. She was also the closest to the mugging Izuku had witnessed, making sure his goggles were secure and his hood was up. Izuku grabbed a medium-sized rock and chucked it at Amplifier, wincing when it hit her on the arm. He hoped he hadn't hurt her. I just threw a rock at a hero. No, Deku, he did, you didn't. What? Who did that? Izuku waited until Amplifier saw him, then gave her a shaky smile so that she knew his attack had been intentional. Then he ran. That little brat. Amplifier laughs. Hey, kid, get back here. He glanced behind him and smiled in triumph when he saw that she was following him. He didn't really know how fast Amplifier could run, but she had to be in shape if she was a pro. Izuku sped up both so that they could get to the mugging faster and so that she wouldn't catch him. The alley was just around the next corner. Kid, stop. Help. Shut up. Not a bad plan. My compliments. Don't encourage him. Aizawa warns. Can you imagine how annoyed you be? Ashido asks. I think frustrated would be a better word from it. Siro replies. Typical. Bakugo snorts while giggles surround him. Izuku ended up watching the entire fight from the roof. His fingers twitched and he decided that he'd have to add a portable notebook to his vigilante outfit. Amplifier's quirk was better for evacuation, since her voice quirk was all volume and very little power, but she was able to imitate some of Present Mike's moves here since it was a small space and her opponents were in very close range. Mostly though, she used some form of mixed martial arts to take down the thugs. Izuku stood and started imitating some of her moves to get them down in his brain. If he ever wanted to actually fight anyone, it'd be good to have at least some ideas of what to do, even if he didn't actually have any formal training. He'd have to set aside some time to practice every day if he wanted to get better, but well, watch and learn, right? That kid of yours is a quick study, Toshinori. Gran Torino says that version is gonna be very effective. All Might smiles. Izuku smiled as Amplifier finished fighting the last thug and went to comfort the victim. He'd done it. He'd saved that kid. Well, he hadn't actually done it, but he'd led Amplifier to the fight. After the thugs had all been subdued, Izuku climbed back down to the street and ran off to find another crime to stop. He may not be as strong as Kaken, but he could still save people by playing to his strengths. And what was a useless Deku like him good at? Running away. The screen fades as people scatter for more food, coffee, and to use the bathrooms as others theorized about what's to come. As the theater settles once again, the screen begins to play. Now playing, Cheat Codes, Support Strategist, A New Dream. Let's do something at school. Alright students, remember that your finalized high school application plans need to be turned into the guidance counselor by the end of the week, the teacher said boredly. So if you want to make any changes, they need to be done by then. The bell rang and Izuku hurried to put the away rest of his books and get out of the room before Kaken could corner him. Things had been kinda weird since the sludge villain incident a few days ago, and it seemed like Kaken was constantly 2 seconds away from exploding. Even more so than he usually was, at least. It probably had something to do with the fact that he had to be saved. And he was probably thinking that their classmates were looking down on him for being weak. So Izuku just thought it would be smarter to avoid him until things calmed down a little bit. That's not a healthy mindset. Hound Dog mentions. You do anger management courses, right? Aizawa states. I'll add him to them. Leave him alone, goddammit. Uraraka aims at the screen. Izuku had barely managed to get out the front gates of the school when he found himself being slammed into the wall. He coughed as he struggled to catch his breath again, clutching his backpack to his chest so Kaken couldn't steal it. He had just finished transferring all his hero analysis notes into a fresh notebook. He couldn't let it get destroyed again. You heard what Teach said. Kaken scowled as he held Izuku against the wall. It's your last chance to change your fucking mind about going to UA, you damn nerd. You'd better take it because there's no chance a worthless nobody like you is ever gonna be a hero. Shouts of he could've and back off ring out. I know, Izuku muttered. Kaken froze. What did you just say? Izuku took a deep breath. I said I know, Kaken. I can't even defend myself from villains. How could I ever hope to defend other people? You were right. I'm never going to be a hero. Bro, you good? Kirishima asks. Bakugo turns to him with a sad frown as opposed to an angry one. I don't know what I'd do if he actually gave up. Can we go to the other worlds? Hagakure posits, asking for a friend. The glowing entity answers with an unamused frown no. Silent disagreements leave the room solemn. Our school's other courses are just as competitive as the hero course. Nedzu states, no matter which he chooses, it will take him far. Signing up for other schools is only logical. Aizawa affirms. Izuku ran a hand through his curls, wincing as his fingers caught in the tangles, and sighed. He needed to do a little more research before he made a decision. He sat down at his computer as soon as he got home and pulled up UAS website, navigating to the application page. He'd never actually read through the information about all the different courses since he'd been too fixated on the hero course, but better late than never, right? Thankfully, there was a page on UAS website explaining each of the different courses and how to apply. Izuku started off by reading about general studies, obviously, since that was most likely where he'd end up. It seemed pretty standard, honestly. They would teach him the basic subjects, but Izuku didn't know how to feel about the fact that it didn't have any particular focus. General studies would look good on his resume, but that seemed to be all it would do for him. He didn't want to get bored. Mood slips from many people. Izuku bit his lip and clicked on the business course. There seemed to be a lot of money management involved in that one, which didn't really appeal to him. The heroic analytics classes sounded slightly better, but they mostly approached things from a marketing standpoint, rather than focusing on quirks like Izuku did. He decided to put a pin in that one. If he didn't find anything better, business might be a decent option, but it wasn't going to be his first choice. He almost just closed his browser instead of reading the page on the support course. He wasn't an engineer. He didn't have any experience in mechanics or fixing things, and while he found the way support items interacted with quirks interesting, he wasn't really interested in making them. But he'd looked through all the other courses, so he may as well glance at support if only to complete the set. Can you imagine? Powerloader asks me getting your problem child. He did use air quotes. Oh, you poor fool. Aizawa grins, you just jinxed it. To which Powerloader swallows nervously. At first, the support course looked exactly like what Izuku expected. There were pictures of students standing with their inventions and groups of kids with grease-covered cheeks smiling at the camera, a wide variety of power tools, and other things he couldn't name in the background. Try as he might, Izuku just couldn't see himself there. But then he noticed the different tracks. The business course obviously had different areas of emphasis, like marketing or economics, but Izuku had just assumed that support was like heroics or general studies, where all the students were grouped together and had similar goals. But about halfway down the support course information page, there was an explanation of different tracks within the support course. The first was invention, which the website said was obviously the most popular option. It focused on being able to create and maintain support items, specifically for heroes. Izuku had just kind of assumed that was what the entire support course did. What else could there be? Support items for civilians. But UA was a hero school. He scrolled past the invention track down to the next option. Design. It focused entirely on the aesthetics of hero costumes, something that Izuku hadn't even thought about as being part of support. It was a decently popular emphasis, and the students worked frequently with the business school to make sure they were designing looks that could sell, and with the invention track to make sure any support items visually matched the rest of the hero's costume. Izuku didn't think he was really artistic enough to enjoy that, though. That brought him to the final track, which almost seemed like it had been added to the list as an afterthought. Intelligence and analytics. Unlike the other two tracks, there weren't any pictures advertising that emphasis, and it didn't seem like it was chosen very often, but as he read the short paragraph, Izuku gradually became so excited he could hardly breathe. Oh my, Nedzu exclaimed. Oh no, Powerloader whispered. That seems perfect for you, Deku. Uraraka says very excitedly. He's gonna do it. Mike Whisper shouts he's actually gonna do it. It was perfect. Izuku glanced over at his collection of hero analysis for the future. All these years, he'd assumed that the future he was preparing for was his career as a hero, but maybe this whole time, he'd really been preparing for a career in hero support. His cheeks were starting to hurt from how widely he was smiling, and he was vaguely aware of the fact that he was mumbling as his brain spun with plans and possibilities. He would have to work hard for the next 10 months if he had any chance of passing the entrance exam. But rather than being intimidated by the challenge, Izuku just felt invigorated. He grabbed a brand new notebook from his desk and wrote support course preparation on the cover. Izuku Midoriya had found a new dream, and this time it was attainable. As the screen fades, everyone becomes aware of the panic overtaking the teachers. God, please no. Lord, why have you forsaken me? Not another one. 2 of them. There's gonna be 2 of them. Sensei, Midoriya calls, what's wrong? I'd love to tell you. Nenzu's smile sharpens, but I believe Headcase asked for no spoilers. Grumbling as they turned back to the screen, everyone was just a little more nervous. Now playing. Deku, I think he's some pro. Meeting the pros. Isn't this the world where he's sending us analysis? Mr. Brave asks. Oh yeah. Ms. Joke wonders what's gonna happen when they find out he's a kid. Okay, baby. His mom smiled with tears in her eyes. I'm so glad you have friends. You've seemed so much happier lately. Tell them I said hi and invite them to dinner sometime. I want to meet these friends you're always talking about. Izuku hummed noncommittally as his mom pulled him in for one last kiss on the cheek before he ran out the door. We should plan weekend trips to meet each other's families. Uraraka suggests. My siblings would like that, Kiro. We'd have to wait for Endeavor to be on a mission. I'll call my brother to see when he's home as well. I bet my mom is gonna go overboard for you guys. Izuku beams. Waiting is always the worst part of planning a raid. Aizawa gripes. The meeting wasn't in an area Izuku was highly familiar with, but since he'd gotten involved with the underground, he'd spent a lot of time studying maps to create better location analyses and plans for the heroes he helped. So when he exited the train, he confidently followed the mental map he'd memorized before he left. The rundown apartment complex didn't look like much, but it was typical of the areas his friends worked in. He climbed the stairs to the 2nd floor, found the correct apartment, and took a deep breath. Then he knocked. I know the types of places you undergrounds have your meetings. Mike begins, you lot better get the little listener home safe. If other me doesn't, Mr. Brave adds, I'll find a way to get to him. No, you won't. Headcase pops in. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? When did you get here? Headcase cackled. Your first appearance. All Might says to Tsukachi. Let's hope it isn't a disaster. He should be here soon, Eraserhead replied flatly. There was a knock on the door, and there he is now. Sir Night-Eye rose and called through the door, how are things in Tokyo? The group had chosen a question answer password system to ensure that no uninvited guests crashed the party. You think we could use these to get some info? Toga whispers. I doubt they'll use them since, I don't know, they know we've seen them. Shigaraki snaps. Oh, right. Everyone inside waited with bated breath, prepared to attack or evade should the answer be incorrect. The weather was terrible, but the food was great. The heroes exchanged shocked glances. The password was correct, but the voice was that of a teenager, not an old man like they had been expecting. They waited 1 second longer. Then Night-Eye asked, who is this? They look so confused. Kaminari chuckles. Wouldn't you? Zero asks. Well yeah, Kaminari replies, but I'm me. True. Of course, my voice would crack at that exact moment. Izuku whines. The Deku squad can only pat his back in comfort. The audience bursts into laughter, some suppressed chuckles, others loud and boisterous. Shouts of does he really dress like that? And I can give you some pointers ring out as Izuku's face burns. It seemed that the rest of the heroes were just as shocked as Shoto was because the whole ensemble sat there silently staring at the kid until he started to awkwardly shuffle his weight between his feet. Finally, Mr. Brave broke the silence. You're Deku. The kid flinched and showed aside. Mr. Brave was more brasher than most heroes, but he did get the point across. You're so confused. Ms. Joke laughs. So are you. Mr. Brave counters. I know, and it's amazing. Yes, again with answering as if it were a question. Every head turned to Detective Tsukachi, who just nodded, confirming that the kid was telling the truth, but he looked just as shocked as everyone else. Everyone turned back to look at the kid, who apparently really was Deku, who was still standing awkwardly in front of the open door. I guess, Ms. Joke started slowly. We were expecting someone older. No shit. You don't say. Who'da thunk it? The kid just shrugged. Well, Shota thought. That's that. He sighed. Come in and let's get started. It's illogical for you to just stand there all night and close the door behind you. The kid nodded frantically and practically tripped over himself in his hurry to close the door and sit down. Just who was this kid? A problem child. Aizawa answered. Midnight and Mike snored in response. Well, Detective Tsukachi started. Now that we're all here, I guess we can get started on the mission. Wait, Ms. Joke leaned forward in her seat. Most of us haven't worked together before, so wouldn't it be a good idea to get to know each other a little more before we get down to business? Wouldn't it be good to get to know Deku? Our curiosity will distract us otherwise. Was implied. She has a point. Ashido says. That's a concerning reaction. Midnight says. Does the little listener stop himself like that in our world? Mike asks. It's usually Bakugo snapping at him that stops him. Aizawa remembers. When we return, please keep an eye out for such behavior. Nanzu requests. The teachers are quick to agree. Tact, brave, Aizawa warns Yusid. Sorry, why are you apologizing? Joke asks, because that's totally something I would just blurt without thinking. Hardly, Gran huffs. When have I ever been impolite? Nedzu wonders aloud. No one dares to answer. I'm still in middle school, actually. I go to Aldera Junior High. I don't know where I'll be going to high school yet, but I think I'm going to apply for UA's General Education Department. Well, at least Nezu wasn't going to burn any bridges, but why not the hero course? From the way the kid hunched his shoulders, Shota could tell he was trying to appear smaller than he was, which was already pretty darn small. Interesting. Yes, Shota, Midnight teases, so interesting. That don't mean shit. Uraraka shouts. Uraraka, calm down. No, Deku, even if you didn't have a quirk you would kick ass. She's right, Kiro. You always do well in quirkless sparring. Todoroki insists. Not to mention your clearly effective analysis. Ida adds. The words seemed to echo in the small room despite the fact that Deku hardly whispered them. How? He had to have an analysis quirk or at least one that altered his intelligence. He couldn't be quirkless, could he? Though it would make some of his behavior make a lot more sense. We brought some footage of known drug ring members for you to analyze. Deku, apparently Tsukachi didn't know how to deal with the metaphorical bomb Deku just dropped either, if you're ready. At least someone's doing something other than gaping at the kid. Dabai snarks. The kid reached into the yellow backpack he'd brought with him and pulled out a standard notebook and a few pens before nodding. The detective turned on the small TV that had been set up at one end of the room, and it started to play footage that a security camera had caught of the drug ring they were tracking. Almost instantly Deku started muttering while his pen started flying across the page. Obvious mutant-type quirk, most likely some kind of fish. No aquatic mammal. No scales. Most likely can't breathe underwater, then, but probably still weak to fire quirks or dry environments, kind of like Gang Orca. Then some kind of darkness manipulation quirk. Does it allow him to make solid objects or just shadows? Could it be used to make someone effectively blind? How bright does light have to be to cancel out the ability? Most effective to corner in an enclosed space with bright light, or with other allies to make him hesitant to completely black out the area. Wow, now that I can understand one of his mutter storms, it's really impressive. Midnight remarks. I wish I'd paid closer attention. All Might began, who knows how much farther he'd be by now. All we can do now is give him the support he clearly deserves. Mike comforts. Once you get started, it's hard to look away. Uraraka comments. Watching myself do this is kinda trippy. Izuku admits. Understandable. Todoroki deadpans. I wonder what that would feel like without a quirk. Kaminari remarks. Ashido bounces up. Maybe we could track down a quirkless person to test it. Or, just hear me out. Bakugo begins sarcastically. You could shut up and pay attention since, I don't know, they are literally about to do that. Oh, they say sheepishly, right. See, okay, we get it. Ashido replies. No need to rub it in. Kaminari whines. Mood. Izuku deadpans, making Uraraka snort. Okay, I think I have a good idea of what we're up against. This is a lot more footage than I usually have to work with, so that's nice. I'd never thought about that. Mr. Brave said, I guess we all guessed you were older, so we weren't worried about how dangerous it must be for you to go out and supplement the videos we send. I am so sorry. Deku looked confused. What do you mean supplement? Sir Night-Eye spoke this time. You know, hitting the streets, finding the villains in the videos, and making your own observations. If I'd known Deku was a kid, I'd never have let you do that. I wouldn't do that. Midoriya panicked. Thank God for that. Aizawa seems relieved. You mean all the analyses you've sent us are based only on the videos we've sent you? Shota said incredulously. He remembered a few times he had only been able to find a minute or so of footage, but Deku had still provided a high-quality analysis. From the faces around the table, he wasn't the only one. The Shirakawa murders. Ms. Joke sounded numb. I only sent you 15 seconds of video. Deku gave a shaky smile and rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, that one was kind of difficult. I couldn't really find anything else in the news or online either. But the mission worked out okay and you caught the guy, so it wasn't that bad. Ms. Joke looked slightly nauseous. Perhaps we should add lessons on analysis to the curriculum. Nedzu pounders. Okay, good, someone brought that up. Mirko comments. Kid, do you have someone coming to pick you up? Deku shook his head. We don't have a car. I just took the train here. You don't have to worry about me. Somehow that just made Shota more worried. Why am I not surprised? Aizawa gripes. Tsukachi seemed to agree with him. I'll take him home. You don't have to do that, detective. I'm fine, really. This isn't for you, Deku. I, as a cop, don't feel comfortable letting a 12-year-old walk home alone at 2 in the morning. I'm 14. Not helping your case, problem child. Aizawa says in unison with his counterpart, causing suppressed laughter from the other teachers. And we all know how Sho feels about potential. Mike teases. Tsukachi was already grabbing his keys and heading for the door. If I'm taking you home, I'll probably need a real name. I already told you that you don't need to do that, the kid muttered, but he gave a blinding smile anyway. I'm Izuku Midori. Too bright. I'm blind. It's like looking at the sun. My eyes are melting. Guys, Midoriya whines with a huge grin. As soon as the door was closed, all semblance of professionalism disappeared and Ms. Joke squealed, "He's so adorable. Did you know he was so adorable, Eraser? Why didn't anyone warn me?" Maybe because that adorable kid is a good enough analyst to take down a serial killer with only 15 seconds of video. Nine-eyed deadpan. Ms. Joke at least had the good grace to look embarrassed. Seriously, Joke. Aizawa asks, do you ever take the time to think? Ouch, Eraser. Joke begins, if I didn't know any better I'd say you didn't like me. Aizawa growls in annoyance as she starts laughing. What does it say about us that we legit thought that a 14-year-old was a retired pro for 7 months? Mr. Brave laughed, causing a chain reaction as each of the pros in the room started to chuckle. Eraser raised one eyebrow. I think that says more about him than it does about us, but he still couldn't stop his smile. Oh, Ashido starts. Mr. Aizawa does have a heart. I heard that, Ashido. Aizawa replies, it's a good thing. Ashido defends. And for the record, we actually like having you as our teacher. Agreements ring out from most of 1A, causing the gruff teacher to hide his blush in his capture weapon. I don't care. He replies, no one really believes him. Unless he's on an internship. Mike suggests. Called it. I call dibs. Ms. Joke yelled. Mr. Brave scowled. You can't just call dibs, Joke. He's not even part of a hero course yet. But he will be. Shota said, I have a hard time believing Nedzu would ever pass up a chance to teach someone like Deku, even if he had to get in through the sports festival. Though that wouldn't stop Shota from putting his name in for the recommendation exam. That kid needed every advantage he could get. The screen fades, and the excitement spreads through the theater at the prospect of the Deku on screen becoming a recommendation student. The teachers plan lectures as the screen loads the next chapter. The pros added their suggestions. All the while the villains impatiently bicker, waiting for what they know might come to be a villainous version of UA. As Golden Boy, now playing Mastermind, strategist for hire. The job search, very responsible behavior, and one so young, is quite rare. Nedzu comments, shame this is the world where he basically killed someone. Mike reminds, hey, Midnight cuts and remember he's trying to find a job so he won't need to do it again. A small comfort. Mr. Lady complains. I know, Midnight ensures, but it's a better one than 100. Mount Lady sighs, yeah, you're right. Doesn't mean we have to like it. Kamui grumbles. Oh, he's in for a rude awakening. Dabai says knowingly, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Wait, did you actually try to get a legal job? Shigaraki asks in disbelief. Believe it or not, I didn't just snap and suddenly start burning everyone who crossed me. Dabai replied. Shigaraki scoffed. He hadn't even been all that tempted to log into his villain account since he decided to find other employment. He smiled as he walked in the door of the McDonald's he was applying for and was promptly knocked down. What are you doing here, you useless Deku? Hey Deku. Yes, you're Uraraka. Do you know that guy? Vaguely. Was he like this in our world? Pretty much, yeah. Cool. Uraraka begins. What's his name? I don't remember. Why? No reason. She turns back to the screen, ignoring his confused concern. Izuku looked up to see one of Bakugo's followers, the one who could stretch out his fingers. What was his name? Bakugo always just called him Fingers. He caught sight of the crinkled application in Izuku's hand and laughed. Oh, you're applying here too. Why would they hire a quirkless idiot like you when they could have someone normal like me who actually has a quirk? Maybe because you're a fucking idiot. Bakugo snipes. Oh, snap. Get him. Go off. Since when was he sassy? I happen to know for a fact you've got a few marks on yours from getting into fights with kids from other schools. Izuku didn't say that out loud. Instead, well, there's no harm in trying. Fingers just smirked. We'll see. May the best man win. He brushed past Izuku, letting his knee hit Izuku's head on his way out. Izuku scowled as he watched him leave, then took a deep breath and got up, brushing himself off. He unwrinkled his application as much as possible by rubbing it flat on the edge of one of the tables before heading toward the office to turn it in. Oi, nerd. Yeah, Kaken. If you think this shit, why don't you fucking say it? Because I have a functioning brain-to-mouth filter. The fuck's that supposed to mean? Nothing, Kaken. I'm just stating objective facts. He replies with fake innocence as those in the theater desperately hold back their laughs. I don't understand why you're upset. Bakugo screams unintelligently as Kirishima pulls him back to his seat and the others calm themselves. Why does that matter anyway? Uraraka asked everyone, standing and turning to make sure everybody knew she wanted to have this conversation now. Seriously, why? It doesn't. Aizawa answers. Then why? Todoroki adds, why is he being treated like this? For the same reason mutant quirks are called monstrous. Midnight begins. For the same reason quirks that relate to anything that could be considered creepy or gross are called villainous. Mike adds. And why before quirks even came to be? One's skin tone could mean the difference between life and death. Nedzu finishes. Being different is being wrong in the eyes of the world. But have hope, not because you can change the future, but because you are the future. The students look into themselves as they digest this harsh lesson and slowly return their attention to the screen. Get it? Green bean. Ashido shouts at the screen. Green bean, Midoriya asked. It's what midnight calls you. Do all the teachers have a nickname for me? Probably. Wonderful, he whines. Do it, echoes from the villains. Please, let him get a job. Uraraka begged the screen. I'm heading out, Mom. He yelled back into the house. Okay, honey, she yelled back. Be home for dinner. Be safe. Don't go chasing too many hero fights. He chuckled and locked the door behind him. Revelry in the dark. Talk about a fucking asshole. Jiru snarked. Because that's the way the world works. Shigaraki rasps. Yeah, it's shit, Twice agrees. Sure is a nice place. Years of abuse, leading to being passed over for work given to someone far less qualified. Nedzu remarks to say this was the straw that broke the camel's back is frighteningly appropriate. All right, Dabai cheers. Welcome to the club. Twice shouts. We don't want you here. When does other me get to meet him? Toga whines. Be quiet and maybe we'll find out. Shigaraki snaps. Pro hero Stretch found dead near favorite cafe. Sidekick at Edshot Agency killed in villain fight. Suspect still at large. Tokyo Gold Bank down 10 billion yen after bank robbery. Thank goodness. All Might breathes, at least it didn't show the plans and endanger more heroes. Right you are. Nedzu replies, as much as I like counter-strategizing, having safe heroes is far more important. Oh, come on, show us the plans. Shigaraki shouts at the screen. Izuku tried to bury his guilt as he read the headlines. After all, the world had put him through hell his whole life. It was about time he returned the favor. The screen fades as the students reflect on their earlier lessons. Some are stuck in what they themselves had to go through. Others try desperately to come up with ways to help. Suddenly Ashido stands up and runs to the bookshelf, taking a notepad and some pens back to her seat with her. Okay, listen up, she shouts for everyone's attention. Here's the plan. If you have any ideas on how to help with the whole, she waves a hand in the air, discrimination situation at any time while we're here, just tell me and I'll write it down. Mandatory psych evaluation for hero hopefuls. Bakugo starts shocking everyone, and investigations into the schools those with toxic mentalities came from. I agree. Midoriya speaks up. I doubt either of us would be as. He tries to find a nice way to say it. Difficult as we are, if not for Aldera. Exactly how bad is your old school problem child? Aizawa asks. I don't know the exact percentage, but most end up in prison. Izuku answers with a shrug. The room is silent for a moment as everyone processes that. When it looks like the teachers are going to ask more questions, their host interrupts. I understand you want more information, but this isn't the time nor the place. Please turn your attention back toward the screen. With a few deep breaths, everyone turns back to the screen. Viridian, the green guide. Burning. Yes, actually, Izuku comments, that's normal. I swear I thought I was gonna die after my first workout. Uraraka adds. It doesn't help that he can't very well pace himself in a life or death situation. Ida informs. Izuku, you're going to be late for school. Izuku groaned and forced himself out of bed. He must be even more out of shape than he'd thought. He'd definitely have to change that if he wanted to keep outrunning heroes. Izuku smiled as he got dressed. He'd saved people last night. He's always happiest when he's helping others. All Might says fondly. He shouldn't have to run away at all. Ashido pouts. Hey, Bakubro, Kirishima whispers, did you ever? Bakugo interrupts. I wasn't as bad as these. He pauses, trying to find the words, and Kirishima waits. Used to be, a bully. He takes a breath as Kirishima sucks in his own. I'm trying, and we are getting better. Kirishima studies his friend and comes to a decision. You ever need any help, even if it's just someone to bitch to, come to me and I'll help. Bakugo looks at him in shock and he adds, I've seen you getting better and I don't want that to end. Bakugo tries to hide his smile, but Kirishima sees it. Whatever, Kirishima. The use of his real name causes Kiri to grin brightly. When in doubt, do research. Kaminari calls out. Maybe take your own advice sometime. Jiru jabs. Hey. Izuku was so distracted planning his new nightly routine that he didn't see one of Kaken's lackeys stick out his foot to trip him until he was already falling. He hit the ground hard and the contents of his backpack scattered all over the hall. The other students simply pretended not to see as they trampled his notes, and Izuku felt his eyes start to water. Look guys, Deku's clumsy and a crybaby. Okay, fuck those kids, and fuck that school. Dabai shouts. Seriously not cute. Toga pouted. Says the chick who covers her boyfriends in their own blood. Shigaraki snarks. That's different. Complete different. Totally the same. Whoever wishes to join me in my investigation into Aldera is welcome to. Nedzu says sharply. Oh sorry, Deku. I didn't see you there. The kid's smile gave away his insincerity. Not that Izuku had been expecting an actual apology anyway. He finished shoving everything back into his bag and stood to get to class, trying to avoid everyone's eyes as he wiped away the tears. He's such a useless weakling. Why does he even exist? No one needs to justify existing you. Uraraka barks. Todoroki clenches his fists. And Ida grinds his teeth. Hey Bakugo, Kaminari started. What? Any guess why the other you is being so quiet? How would I know? Chill dude, just asking. Though, it was strange that Kakin hadn't said a single word to him since he'd stopped him on the street after the sludge villain attack. Normally, if their other classmates tried to do something, Kakin would come along and do it better to prove that he was still the best. So since everyone had decided to be crueler to Izuku well, he just thought it would make a lot of sense for Kakin to use this situation to assert his dominance. So why wasn't he? It is kinda strange he's so quiet. Izuku says, let's just hope it stays that way. Sue remarks. Izuku quickly silenced what he was mentally calling his vigilante alarm and rolled out of bed. His soreness had gradually decreased throughout the day, but it hadn't completely gone away, so he'd probably have to pace himself tonight. Still in his pajamas, Izuku leaned over to touch his toes and grimaced as his legs protested against the stretch. He then moved one foot back so he could stretch his calf better. He'd spent an hour that afternoon just looking up different types of stretches, specifically stretches that were good for people who did a lot of running. He'd never actually realized how important flexibility was to physical activity. If anybody needs some pointers on stretches, just ask. Hagakure pipes up. You do drawings with your analysis. Todoroki turns to Midoriya. Yeah, but it's really bad. Izuku answers. That's what you said for actual analysis, Kiro. Sue points out. Well, yeah. Izuku huffs and accepts defeat. Dead in one world and apparently useless in another. Mount Lady Wine, can I just go home? No can do Han. Headcase informs you want to be here for certain things, I promise you. Which we can probably expect from that Mastermind world. Tsukachi comments. Hell no, Swethard. Amplifier exclaims, I'm happy to help. Must you be so loud? Aizawa grumbles. Sorry, she says, still grinning. We would prefer you didn't fight criminals at all. Aizawa huffs at the screen. Unless you stumble on a crime that needs immediate attention. Ida insists. If that were to happen, you'd run in with barely a second thought. He's not wrong. Todoroki adds. Well, hopefully he doesn't get hurt. Uraraka comments. The students of Wana erupt in assurances that they do indeed care if he gets hurt. That is, until Shigaraki gets impatient and shouts he can't hear you, just sit down and shut up. Knowing the villain was right but hating giving him the satisfaction, the students stare him down as they, as slowly as possible, sit down and turn to the screen. It's an unfortunate lesson to learn. Nedzu comments. Especially how he learned it. Midnight reminds. Oh, he's going to get me. Rocklock comments. Just think of it as practice for your little one's teenage years. Midnight teases. He just never stops, does he? Zero wonders aloud. So manly. So, how's the wife? Amplifier asked. Getting ready to pop. Rocklock shook his head. She's not due for another few months. She's already complaining about how big she is though. I just tell her that means there's more of her to love. Oh, smooth, Romeo, smooth. Damn right I'm smooth. Rocklock says as the others snicker. Remember students, Nedzu informs whichever path you take in heroics, cooperation is essential. Well, there is a reason she fell in love. Oh. Something hit him on his calf and he looked down to see. A rock. He whipped around to see who threw it and caught sight of what looked to be a kid in a green hoodie and goggles smile at him before running away. He's kinda a little shit, ain't he? Dabai comments. Just enjoy watching heroes get hot by rocks while you can. Shigaraki grumbles. Let's go. Amplifier started following the kid, but Rocklock held her back. Why? He's just some hooligan. It's not gonna do any good to run him down. Amplifier shook her head. No, I saw the kid yesterday too, and when I chased him, he led me straight to 2 different muggings. Don't worry, we're not gonna try and catch him, but if that kid throws a rock at you, he wants you to chase him. I'm not sure she should be so comfortable getting hit like that. Ada comments. Well, it's not like he can just be like, hey, something's going down, could you follow me? Uraraka responds, I suppose. God bless the slow night, Mike said dramatically, for they are few and far between. A good chunk of the pros snickering at his antics. Izuku stopped as soon as he realized that Rocklock and Amplifier weren't following him. Had Amplifier decided he wasn't worth her time anymore? He hadn't been trying to get her, but she'd been talking to Rocklock and there wasn't any time to go find another hero. Should he try to go find Death Arms? Probably, but by the time he got to Death Arms' patrol route, the robber would be gone. He really was useless, wasn't he? He couldn't even get a hero correctly. Quiet assurances that he was doing good and they were right behind him ring throughout the room. See, you're doing great. Hurry, Green Bean. Faster. You got this. Do it. You could chuck that soda can at him, Izuku suggested to his counterpart on screen. Really, Deku? Uraraka replies. It is, what do you call it, on brand for him. Todoroki comments. The rest of the squad voice their agreements through their snickering and chuckles. Called it. He only hesitated a moment before he lobbed the ken as hard as he could at the villain's head. Hopefully this wouldn't be the idiot move that killed him. Imagine what the kids at school would say. Did you hear that Deku killed himself by throwing a soda can? Seriously. What a lame way to go. But what else did we expect from someone so worthless? Sounds like those fuckers. Bakugo barks. Was it really that bad? Kaminari asks. That place was a special kind of hell. Bakugo answers. And you? Zero asks as Ashido and Kaminari hold their breaths. I don't know. Bakugo replies evenly. The squad, not sure how to respond to that, turn back to the screen. Do we get to see some heroes get their asses kicked? Dabai asks with a grin. Don't get your hopes up. Shigaraki warns. Hope the little listener did some research on first aid, just in case. Mike mumbled. Unfortunately. He probably has first-hand experience treating his own injuries from bullies. Aizawa growls. Izuku flung open the door and ran to the counter. The guy wasn't standing at the counter like he should be, so where was he? Had he gone to a back room to recover from the stress, or was he? Help. The voice was soft and laced with pain, but a dead person couldn't talk, so that meant the cashier was alive. Izuku nearly panicked when he ran around the counter and saw the man lying on the ground, electrical burns covering most of his face and arms. Izuku was familiar with burns and those looked like they hurt. A lot. I guess that World's Kaken used his quirk directly on me. Izuku comments. Directly. Todoroki turns to him curiously. Well, he is the reason there are scorch marks on my notebook. I see. Todoroki looks at him in suspicion before turning back to the screen. He forced himself to calm down, but wasn't able to force a smile onto his face. Sir, do you have a phone? Oh, on the counter. Izuku hurried and dialed the police. Yes, hello. There's a guy here with electrical burns, at least 2nd or 3rd degree. Yes, it was a villain attack. Somebody robbed the convenience store on Rendamu Street. Yeah, we're still here. Hurry. That's more useful than most calls. Midnight comments. Do we have plans for call-in lessons? Mike asked. If we didn't before, we do now. Aizawa informs. Izuku put the phone down and knelt beside the cashier. Are you okay? Oh wait, obviously you're not okay. You just got robbed and you're hurt. How did you, the man rasped, know about the robbery? Oh, I, brought the heroes. They're fighting the guy outside. Oh, those burns look bad. Let's get ... okay? Yeah. Must have spotted the burn cream. Dabai mumbles. What makes you think that? Toga chirps. Dabai simply turns to her with a deadpan stare and holds up one of his charred hands. Oh, right. She replies, face bright red. No, you damn nerd. Bakugo says in exasperation, do not thank me for hurting you. Izuku shook his head. He needed to focus. He grabbed a rag that was underneath the counter and ran over to the soda fountain to wet it with cold water. Then started dabbing the wet washcloth on the burns, being extra careful not to rub so he didn't do any more damage to the skin. Ice? The man asked as Izuku set to work. It's so hot. Wouldn't ice be better? Izuku shook his head. No, ice can shock your system or make the area so numb you can't tell if further damage is being done. Don't worry, once we get the burn cream on, it'll hurt a little less. And I'm sure the paramedics will be able to give you something for pain when they get here. Case in point. Todoroki gestures towards his scar. Are you ready to tell us that story, Kiro? Sue asks. Not yet. Whenever you're ready. Uraraka assures. The man nodded and closed his eyes and Izuku started to apply the cream. He was just wrapping the burns when the door opened and he heard Amplifier's voice. Kid, are you in here? Is everyone okay? I could have sworn I saw him come in here. I'm here, Amplifier. Izuku yelled. The cashier got burned by that guy's quirk. Amplifier walked around the counter and stopped when she saw Izuku treating the man's wounds. Wow, kid, you look like you know what you're doing. Izuku shrugged. I've had a lot of practice. He finished tying off the final bandage and stood. I'd better leave this to you guys. I already called the ambulance, so they should be here any minute. You should probably stay with him until they get here though. I've heard electrical burns can be tricky. They are. Kaminari comments. Guess you would know. Zero asks. Makes sense. Kirishima adds, I mean, I got this scar. He points to his eyebrow from activating my work while rubbing my eye. My hands are just one big callus at this point. Bakugo adds. That's very responsible on his part. Ida comments. Leaving it to the professionals is wise in any given situation. Kid. Izuku turned back to see Amplifier staring at him. Thanks. Izuku gave her a bright smile before he turned and left. Now to find someone else to save. The screen fades to the chapter select screen. That kid has no right to be that cute. Amplifier says. I can't wait to get to know him vicariously through the other me. If he survives that long. Aizawa growls. What do you mean? What he means, Hound Dog cuts in, is that this version is displaying borderline suicidal behavior. He might not fight as hard as he could and get himself killed. Aizawa states. After a few moments of silence, Tsukachi adds, maybe even on purpose. As the theater settles, the screen loads the next chapter. Now playing. Cheat code, support strategist, preparation. Refining his formatting and taking programming lessons would be a good first step. Nedzu comments. Straight to entrance exam. Uraraka asked quietly. It is certainly quicker than the other worlds. Ada comments. To be fair, Izuku replies watching someone else study for 10 months isn't exactly entertaining. Dude, did you actually destroy his notebooks? Kaminari asks. Hell no. Bakugo snaps, then says more quietly. I may have scorched the cover, but that's it. Have you apologized? Zero asks. Bakugo goes quiet for a moment and replies not yet. He takes a breath. But I will. Serves you right, dipshits. Dabai calls out. The fact that being called useless is an improvement is beyond sad. Ajaru comments. Are you alright, Deku? Uraraka asked, seeing Izuku look at his lap in disappointment. I knew my mom didn't want me to be a hero, but I didn't realize how much it came between us. The Deku squad leaned into him in a silent show of comfort. So not only was he viciously bullied, his own mother didn't support him. Aizawa grumbles. An unfortunate truth. All Might says solemnly. Kid pretty much grew up alone. If not even his mother had his back. Shigaraki growls. Mood Dabai deadpans. Perhaps I should offer hacking lessons to any of the students that would be interested. Nedzu wonders, grinning wildly. The teachers feel shivers roll up their spines. Oh God, Izuku exclaims, I'd die of mortification if any of our teachers saw my notebooks. Do I really? Izuku worries, how do I fix that? Just a friendly suggestion. Todoroki began, but maybe you could trust one of the teachers to grade them. Izuku hesitates, but which one? Who do you trust most, Kiro? Sue asks patiently. Midoriya goes to speak when Uraraka adds, besides All Might. I guess. He takes a moment. I think Aizawa-sensei has earned my trust best. If you'd be more comfortable with one of us helping you, I'd be honored. Ida adds. Izuku beams and enthusiastically says thanks, guys. Consulting with a trusted civilian is excellent practice for such exercises. Nedzu chirps. Oh, now I see where you get it from. Uraraka giggles at Izuku's blush. Oh, I will ask you too. Nedzu grins. Mom sighed in relief. Oh, that's good. I'm just so worried. I know you'll be fine and safe, but a mother worries, you know. Izuku laughed. I know. Don't worry, the support course exam isn't like the hero course one, so I'm not going to get hurt. Just be glad you're not Auntie Mitsuki today. No matter what the hero course practical is, there's bound to be some aspect of combat included. Mom wrung her hands nervously. Oh, I don't think I'd be able to handle it. I know Katsuki can handle himself in a fight. But I'm just so glad you're not trying for the hero course. I'm not sure I'd even be able to let you leave the house without having a heart attack. Exactly how long have you known each other for him to call your mom Auntie? Zero asked. They were friends before we were born. Bakugo rumbles, his mom and mine. Izuku smiled sadly. His grief had long since faded to a dull ache, and he hardly even noticed it anymore most days. But his nervousness about the entrance exam was bringing everything to the surface again. What if he'd made the wrong choice? What if he was meant to be a hero? What if he'd never really be satisfied with the support course? What if Kaken was right and he really was useless and he failed the entrance exam and ended up living under a bridge? Stop that, Izuku. Mom hit him gently on the arm and smiled to pull him from his spiral. I'm the one who's supposed to be worrying, so just leave that to me. And you focus on doing your best. Okay, baby. That was so wholesome. That's right, Green Bean. You're gonna do great. Izuku smiled and nodded in determination. Thanks, Mom. I should get going. Wish me luck. Good luck. Mom started sniffling as he put on his shoes, then started full-on crying as he waved to her when he got down to the street. Izuku gripped the straps of his backpack and took a deep breath as he headed toward the train station. He could do this. The screen fades and many call out with "that's where it ends" and stupid cliffhangers. Eager to continue, everyone quickly settles as the next chapter loads. Now playing. Deku, I think he's some pro. Reactions. You're still getting emails about that. Midnight asks. Unfortunately, Nedzu states. We all recommended him. Mr. Brave groans. Isn't one enough? Unless we didn't tell each other we were each recommending him. Ms. Joke answers, snickering a bit. I can't believe you, of all people, recommended a student. Midnight whispered. It only logical with how effective he's proven himself to be. Aizawa deadpanned. Oh God, Mike began. Nedzu should never look surprised. He's actually shocked. Ashido cried, holding Kaminari tightly. We're all doomed, he added. Yes, who said that? Aizawa called out, to be met with silence. That's what I thought. You seem rather annoyed. All Might mentioned. Probably because I am. Aizawa answered. Didn't Aizawa-sensei think you were Nedzu at one point? Uraraka asked. Yeah, he did at first. I remember you asking if I was the one sending out mysterious analyses, if that's what you mean. Aizawa nodded. Well, he's gotten quite the reputation in the underground, but no one had ever met him face to face before last night. He's part of the group that was invited to raid the Dorago cartel. Nedzu gestured for Aizawa to continue. He's 14. If Nedzu had been drinking tea, he would have been tempted to do a spit take. He had read some of those analyses. A 14-year-old did that. He could see why so many pros had recommended Midoriya. If he had been there, Nedzu would probably have put in a recommendation of his own. He would have recommended me himself. Izuku bursts. I see. I take it he's already planning on attending UA. Yes, he told us he's applying to general education, but I think he'd jump at the hero course if he had the opportunity. I can try to give him a pep talk if he needs more convincing, although maybe Mike or Joke would be better for that job. He doesn't seem to think he can be a hero. Nedzu cocked his head to the side. His analysis is already sought after by working pros. Why wouldn't he think he has what it takes? I get the feeling that he hasn't had a lot of encouragement from ... well, anyone really. He's quirkless. Now Nedzu was really glad he wasn't currently drinking tea. It wasn't often that anyone managed to surprise him, and here this Midoriya had managed to do so 4 times in 1 hour, and he wasn't even here. Nedzu is shook. The world is ending. Mike exclaims dramatically. Are you sure? Nedzu had to ask. Aizawa just looked tired. I activated my quirk while he was analyzing a video, and I honestly think he didn't even notice. He didn't pause, stutter, or even decrease the quality of his analyses, and Tsukachi didn't register anything he said as a lie. He paused. I know that there's never been a quirkless hero before, but if anyone can do it, Deku can. But you and I know just how biased the entrance exam is, and he isn't exactly made of muscle. With his mind, I think he'll have a better chance at passing an obstacle course and interview than an all-out brawl against robots. I agree. I'll send him the invite for the recommendation exam. Does he know you recommended him? No. Well, I guess it'll be a surprise then. Fair warning, the other me is probably gonna freak out. Izuku says to the theater. Calls of Sam and Mood come back at him. It was definitely a surprise. Mom, do you know why I have a letter from UA? Izuku looked at the envelope on the table like it was a bomb, which, for all he knew, it could have been. I'd never. Nedzu chirps. It's sad that I could see some of the other schools doing exactly that. Midnight sighs. Yes, you can. Open it. Don't be hasty. Izuku, what's wrong? What did the letter say? Izuku's voice was choked with tears. I don't know. I haven't opened it yet. You weren't kidding about him freaking out. Uraraka comments. That explains so much. Uraraka exclaims. But how are you focused during stressful situations, Kiro? Sue asks. Rule 1 of anxiety survival. Izuku answers. At his friend's curious stares he adds, survive now, panic later. Breathe with me, Izuku. How about you open the letter before jumping to conclusions about what's inside? Izuku didn't respond, but he did calm down a little. Would you like me to open it for you? This time he took a deep breath and shook his head. He still reached out like he was expecting the letter to bite him, but it was better than him crying over a sealed envelope. Izuku was careful not to tear the envelope as he opened it, and Inko watched his face with concern as his eyes tracked along the paper and gradually grew wider and wider with every line. Hey look, we broke him. Ms. Joke giggles. ... UKU. Izuku, are you okay? They want me to take the recommendation exam. Izuku said numbly. They want me to take the recommendation exam. How? Well, that's ... good. Inko tried to smile through her worries. She had been so happy the last few months since her son had finally seemed to come to terms with the fact that he wouldn't be a hero. It wasn't that she didn't want to support his dreams, but ... she'd sleep a lot easier at night if she at least knew that he was safe. I think so, but Mom, Izuku looked up at her. The recommendation program is based on recommendations. Who would have? He trailed off, but Inko could practically see his brain making some connection or another before he whispered, no, it couldn't have been. But who else? They wouldn't have. Not for someone like me, would they? He seemed to snap out of his reverie. Mom, I need to message some of my friends. I'll be in my room. Okay. You seem overwhelmed. Todoroki comments. Side effect of anxiety is being more prepared for bad news than good news. Izuku starts, although having friends like you guys is helping with that. Soft smiles spread across the faces of the Deku squad in response. Inko just nodded. Oh okay, I'll tell you when dinner's ready. Izuku smiled, but it seemed more like an afterthought. He was still shocked. Thanks, Mom. You're the best. Before heading off to his room, Inko picked up the forgotten letter and read it through. It may not be what she wanted. It definitely wasn't safe, but ... if it was really what Izuku wanted, could she really say no? Supportive Mamadoriya in the house. Kaminari cheers. Chatfic, Ashido and Kaminari cheer. Are you two going to do that every time? Zero asks, and they shrug in response. New group, 12,857. Would anybody care to explain why I got a letter from UA this morning inviting me to take the hero course recommendation exam? His freakouts are kinda cute. Ms. Joke comments. Several users are typing. 58,726. Yeah, I might have had something to do with that. 87,657. Wait, you did. I recommended him. 12,579. We should have discussed it. Nedzu called me into his office and thought it was a prank. It was completely illogical for us all to recommend him. Yet another reason for effective communication. Aizawa grumbles. 12,857. 72,598. I don't think it's that illogical eraser. After all, he's taking the exam. 12,579. While I see your point, he still would have been invited to take the exam if he only had one recommendation. Any more than that is just inefficient. 12,857. Hayuasuk just fact decastes. Typical excited teen keyboard smash. Ashido says fondly. 58,726. Deku sweetie, are you okay? 72,598. 12,579. 87,657. Oh shit guys, I think we might have killed him. That's hilarious. Kaminari chuckles. 12,579. Kid, you're scaring us. We need you to tell us if you're okay. Wait, are they serious? Ashido questions. 72,598. Tsukachi took him home, so he knows where the kid lives, right? Who has his number? Ashido turns to the pros and asks, is this the first time you've seen a keyboard smash? Keyboard smash? Aizawa questions. She looks at them in horror, then explains sometimes the only way we can express how excited we are is by pressing random buttons in a random order and sending the result. That is a keyboard smash. Oh, is said by many pros and teachers. 12,579. I'll call him. 12,857. Sorry guys, my mom came in and I had to calm down and explain to her why I was screaming. Wait, please tell me you didn't call Tsukachi. 72,598. Sorry kid, when you stopped responding we were scared something had happened. 12,857. At 12579. Stop, I'm okay. Please don't call the detective. 12,579. I explained what happened and that it's a false alarm. Sorry for overreacting Deku. 87,657. Yeah, sorry dude. 58,726. Ditto. 87,657. So why were you screaming? Did you see a spider? Aw, is Mr. Brave scared of spiders? Joke teases. Hey, they're creepy little shits. He defends making Joke laugh harder. 12,857. No, it's just, do you guys really think I could be a hero? 12,579. Obviously. Your analysis is better than even most pros are capable of and you choose to use it to help heroes rather than hurt them. You've got more potential than my entire class this year. 58,726. You expelled your entire class this year. 12,579. Exactly. A variety of quick laughs cut through the room. 12,857. Why? What I do really isn't that special. It's just a hobby I've had since I was a kid. 87,657. Deku, you had the entire underground convinced that you were a retired pro for like 7 months. That was the wrong thing to say. Midoriya comments. 12,857. I am so sorry. Did I make it sound like I was a pro? Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna have to read through all my old messages and make sure, and I'm probably gonna get arrested for fraud and impersonating a pro, and I am so sorry. 58,726. OMG. He's freaking out. It's so cute. 87,657. Kahaha. Dude, Deku, stop freaking out. It was our fault for assuming. No one's gonna arrest you over a misunderstanding. Unless Eraser's still on the phone with Tsukachi. 12,579. If I was, I'd have him arrest you, Brave, not Deku. 72,598. I'm more concerned about why you don't believe us. 12,857. It's just, nobody's ever told me I could be a hero before ... It feels ... nice. 58,726. Who do I need to kill? I'm in. Uraraka calls out. Uraraka no. Izuku reacts. Uraraka yes. 12,857. What? 12,579. Joke no. 58,726. Joke yes. A woman after my own heart. Uraraka exaggerates. 87,657. How many pitchforks do I need to bring? 72,598. Guys, if you make Deku scream again, his mom will be the one planning murder. 12,857. Thanks guys. It's been fun, but I need to go reevaluate my life now. 12,857 has left the chat. 72,598. Are you happy now? 58,726. No, because people haven't been giving my son the love and encouragement he deserves. 12,579. He's not your son. 58,726. Does that mean he's yours? 12,579 has left the chat. 72,598. At this point, we can't change how people have treated him. All we can do is make sure he knows we believe in him moving forward. 72,598 has left the chat. 87,657 has left the chat. 58,726 has left the chat. The screen fades out and the crowd shuffles around getting food and taking a bathroom break before the next chapter begins. Now playing, Mastermind, Strategist for Hire, embracing the role. That's gonna be a headache and a half. Aizawa comments, hopefully we'll find a pattern and can set a trap before he switches methods. Tsukachi adds, Shorty's making bank. Dabai snarks, the more things change. Midoriya mumbles to himself. Watching him talk himself into this life is so. Ashido starts. Painful. Kaminari finishes. He's done so much in so little time. I didn't even think about how dangerous my notebooks could be. Izuku stays solemnly. Is there anything you could do about that? Uraraka asks. Like what? He replies. Maybe you could make a code. Todoroki suggested. That might be a fun project. Izuku buzzes with excitement. If he gets to face-to-face meetings, he's gonna skyrocket in reputation all over again. Mike mentions, can you imagine if he starts to participate? Midnight adds and the group shivers. Smart kid. Dabai comments, the cutie's getting buff. Toga exclaims, I wonder if Sensei will hire him. Shigaraki wonders, you mean when? Twice corrects as in never. Something very exciting. Dabai grins. Hey, Toga starts isn't that Jurin? Makes sense. Shigaraki answers he is a broker. If he has notes on villains as well as heroes, he could easily deal with anyone that would try to cross him. Netsu muses. How have we not thought to do that? Tsukachi asks aloud. Reinforced police databases added to the list of things to do when we get home. Netsu mumbles to himself. Well, they're fucked. Bakugo barks. Well, that's one way to deal with it. Izuku mumbles. Haven't we been trying to track down this particular broker for a while now? Aizawa asked. Unfortunately, Tsukachi responds. An evil talent agent. Ashido whispers. This is so bad. Kaminari hisses. Just kill the fuckers, Dabai yelled. Show him who's boss. Things are different now, Izuku mused. Yeah, I'm still a quirkless teenager, but at least I've gotten used to the fact that I'm a villain now. I've got a reputation. A big reputation. If the copycat masterminds popping up to sell inferior plans was anything to go by, a reputation I need to uphold. So far, Izuku had been able to take care of the copycats fairly quickly, using the same methods he used for cheating clients, but one could never be too careful. Maybe it's finally time to start showing a physical presence. And with that, Izuku pulled out a notebook and began to make plans. The screen fades as the groups chatter. A discussion of villain versus heroes marketing schemes can be heard. The teachers seem to be making lesson plans and a security adjustment list. All the while the league is placing bets on which one of them meets him first. As the screen loads, everybody turns back. Now playing, Viridian, the Green Guide. Names, Aizawa Sensei. His class cheered. Doubt that will last long. Aizawa grumbles. Seems like he's doing some good then. Tsukachi looked tired. Yeah, but it turns out that most heroes don't take kindly to having rocks thrown at them. Shota snorted. He throws rocks at them. Did Aizawa just laugh? Kaminari asked. To be fair, Ashido starts anyone would. True. Tsukachi nodded. At least he's not actually hitting them with the rocks anymore. The first week or so, the heroes all came in with mild bruises. A few days ago, he started just tossing the rocks at their feet, though, so that's an improvement. His goal was always to get the heroes' attention. Not hurt them, wasn't it? Shota said. The rocks were just a way to make sure they chased him. He was probably trying to get them angry so they'd pay attention to him. And he stopped, so no harm done in my opinion. Amplifier comments. They like my help. Izuku asks. A lot of little things tend to fall through the cracks. Ida explains my brother always worried about that. What's he look like? Shota asked. In case I come across him. Well, he's kind of plain as far as vigilantes go. Tsukachi said, handing him a sketch of the vigilante. He wears a dark green hoodie with matching goggles, then black jeans. The most flashy thing about him is his red shoes. But even those don't appear to be a statement piece. Shota looked at the sketch. There really wasn't anything that's special or eye-catching about him. It's strange. Most vigilantes I've met try to go for something more distinctive. This guy kinda reminds me of myself. He doesn't care what he looks like, as long as he gets the job done. Helping people is all I really care about. I'd do it even if no one ever knew about it. Izuku comments. That's why you're the best. Uraraka chirps. For now. Aizawa grumbles. You've said kid twice now. Shota looked at the sketch again. Just how old is he? Early 20s. Tsukachi shook his head. Amplifier's the only one that has had any close contact with him, but she said that, based on his voice and the way he held himself, he's a teenager and a young one at that. She pegged him at around 12 or 13 because he was so short and skinny, but I think it's more likely that we're looking in the 16-18 range. Since most vigilantes are failed heroes, he's got to be old enough to have taken and failed the entrance exams. So close, yet so far. Ashido sighs dramatically. But this kid doesn't see himself as a hero the way other vigilantes do. Shoda pointed out. Crawler, Popstep, and even Stendhal all saw themselves as heroes even without licenses. And they each came up with their own particular brand of dress and behavior. This kid doesn't even fight. Has he even given himself a name yet? No, even when he spoke with Amplifier he didn't introduce himself. Tsukachi said. But the heroes who have encountered him so far have taken to calling him the Green Guide. That's not the name Headcase gave us. Todoroki points out. Maybe he'll change it. Kiro. Shoda Senka's, the Green Guide. Seriously? They couldn't think of anything less obvious. Tsukachi shrugged. Well, the kid wears green and leads them to crimes in progress. I don't know, the alliteration is kinda catchy. Shoda rolled his eyes. Yeah, sure, cause that's obviously super important to the kid. He sighed. It's just, I hope he keeps staying out of fights. If he gets in any deeper, he'll only end up getting himself killed. You jinxed it. Mike turns to Aizawa. He hasn't met the problem child yet. Aizawa retorts he couldn't possibly know. Undergrounds try to work with vigilantes unless they cross the line into full-blown villainy. Aizawa comments, which is why so many do. Endeavor gripes. Green beans getting fit. Ashido cheers. Nothing wrong with being cautious. Rocklock commends. Get your hands off her. Rotten scum. You give villains a bad name. He's not wrong. Midnight murmurs. Don't encourage him. Aizawa commands. Hurry. Run. Come on. I believe the term is called it. Ida said. Crap. What was he supposed to do? This guy was so big and Izuku still didn't know how to fight at all. Okay, the mole quirk meant that the guy was mostly blind, but he could still probably smell Izuku if he wasn't careful, so. Izuku glanced around and saw a half-full takeout container on the floor by one of the dumpsters. He picked it up and swallowed down his own disgust. Hey Molman, the nerd needs trash-talking lessons. Akugo grumbles. Ew, gross, I'm gagging. Molman let go of the woman as he pawed desperately at his face to wipe away the stench. But Izuku didn't give him much of a chance as he lunged for his legs. The guy was already off balance, so if Izuku could just trip him. The man fell hard onto his back and Izuku smiled briefly before he realized that down did not mean out. Molman grabbed Izuku's leg and yanked him down as well, then let go as he scrambled to his feet and kicked Izuku in the gut. Izuku grimaced, but he'd been kicked before, so he just shrugged off the pain and got up. Get him. Go for the eyes. Castrate him. Stab the bitch. Punch him out. You better survive this. Worry about yourself, dumbass. Dabai shouted. A hiss of sympathy echoes through the room. Some shake out their hand feeling the phantom pain of the injury on screen. You need to carry some weapons with you if you do this again, Izuku said through gritted teeth. Yes you can. You're a rock a bit. Fuck him up. Ream him. Break his nose. Not bad for a first fight. Mirko comments. Your battle instincts at their finest. Ada commends. Well, that was brutal. Kaminari comments. Are you okay? She looked at him in shock. Am I okay? You just fought a guy twice your size. Izuku looked down at the guy on the floor. Actually, I think he's probably more like 3 times my size. I'm pretty small, but I don't think his size is just because of his quirk. Not important. Shiggy snarks. Earth to kid. Are you actually okay? He looked like he hurt you. Izuku shrugged. It's nothing I'm not used to. Don't worry about it. That just makes us worry more. Aizawa huffs. The woman didn't look any less worried, but Izuku decided that trying to reassure her probably wouldn't do any good. He turned to leave but almost tripped over Molman who was still unconscious on the ground. Oh, almost forgot about him. I should really get some zip ties or something to bring out. I wonder ... do you have any zip ties on you? The woman let out a stressed huff of laughter. No. Are you telling me you ran into the fight without any way to tie the guy up? Izuku shrunk back a little. I normally just run away and get the heroes. I'm sorry, I'm really bad at this. I'm not even a real vigilante. No, you're doing great. The woman tried to reassure him and Izuku gave her a shaky smile. He wasn't doing great. Am I crazy? Hagakure starts or is that weirdly cute? I see it too. Momo replies. There's got to be something around here we can use. He muttered. Maybe if I can find some rope. Oh, I can tear this old t-shirt into strips. Probably won't stop him for long, but hopefully the police will arrive before that'll be a problem. The woman stared at him as he tied up Molman as tightly as he could. Do you need me to do anything? Izuku shook his head. If you could call the cops after I leave, that'd be great. I mean, you should probably stick around so you can explain what happened, cause otherwise they might not actually be able to arrest this guy, but if he starts waking up, you should probably run. The woman nodded and Izuku grabbed the fire escape. He didn't want her to have to wait too long, which she probably would have to if he just walked out onto the street. Wait, hang on. Ashido cried, isn't she one of the reporters that broke into UA before the USJ? She totally is, Kaminari replies. Izuku stopped with his hands still on the fire escape. Yes. Are you hurt? Do you need me to give you first aid? The woman shook her head. No, you just never told me your vigilante name. What am I supposed to call you, green guy? Izuku shrugged. Sure, if that works. I don't really care what people call me. I just want to help people. With that, he turned around and scrambled up the fire escape. He saw the woman getting out her phone as he got to the roof, so that was good. He should probably try to take the rooftops home so he didn't run into any of the cops as they drove to the alley. He'd never hopped from building to building before, but it couldn't be too hard, right? Nope. Aizawa growls, that's something you practice at a safe elevation. Oh right. Kaminari starts sadly. I forgot how depressing this world was for a second there. He gave a determined nod, found another fire escape that led into the next alley over and climbed down. Then he lowered his hood, put away his goggles, and started walking home, grimacing as the adrenaline wore off and he realized how much pain he was in. He should call it a night. He wouldn't be able to run fast enough to help anyone in this state. Good thing he already had practice treating his own injuries. At least he knows when to call it a day. Midnight comforts. Hina-yu smiled as she watched the vigilante disappear and dialed her boss. She'd call the police in a minute, but they would ask her to stay on the line until someone arrived and she didn't want to wait to make this call. Ew, what are you doing calling me at 3 in the morning? I have tomorrow's headline. Called it. Ashido called. What? What happened? She grinned. I was just saved by a new vigilante. I'm fine, don't worry. He seems to just be starting out, so I'm positive no other paper has talked about him yet. He said he often gets heroes to respond to crimes that would otherwise be overlooked and he's super sweet and nervous. I think he might be a teenager. Ah, she's so excited about the adorable green bean. Midnight squeals. Really? Her boss sounded much more awake. That is a headline, maybe not the front page, but there's definitely a story there. Get me a piece by morning and we'll run it on the website. If it gets enough hits, I'll give you the go-ahead to do more research and we'll do a full piece by the end of the week. What's your vigilante's name? Hina frowned. He'd said that green guy was fine, but a name like that wouldn't sell any papers. She needed something flashier, something that would make people curious when they saw it in the headline. Well, he was green, and he didn't seem to care what people called him, so. Viridian, she said. Let's call him Viridian. So a reporter gave this one his name. Todoroki theorizes. Todoroki no. Izuku whines. Todoroki turns to Midoriya, looks him in the eye, and completely straight-faced says Todoroki yes, causing the Deku squad to burst out laughing as he cracks a smile. As the theater settles, the next chapter begins. Now playing. Cheat code, support strategist. Arrival. I remember staring at the gate for so long. Izuku remembered. Right before nearly faceplanting on the steps. Uraraka teased. Uraraka, he whines. The fact that he refers to any potential student as future tormentors is disconcerting at best. Nedzu comments. All we can do is hope our other selves can help him. Midnight grumbles. Good lord. Hagakure starts. I just want to jump through the screen and hug the poor thing. Take Shoji with you. Anjuru suggests. I have been told I give pretty good hugs. Shoji replies. You do have a lot of arms. Dark Shadow squeaks. Dark Shadow. Takoyami whispers, blushing at his quirk's boldness. Is the problem child seriously trying to hack UA out of boredom? Aizawa asks incredulously. It would seem so. Nedzu grins. Meanwhile, really Deku. Uraraka turns to him. That's not me. Izuku defends. But is it something you would do? Todoroki asks to be met with silence. The rumors really hadn't exaggerated UAS security. Anywhere that Izuku would normally look for holes or backdoors were patched up and defended. And he grinned as he had to get more and more creative the more he poked around. Most villains would probably just take one look at the programs and decide to go hack somewhere less secure. Maybe if he were to. What are you doing? Izuku yelped and slammed his laptop shut, leaning back as far as he could to get away from the girl who was suddenly way too close to his face. He glanced around the room to find that most of the seats were filled. How long had he been trying to get past UAS firewalls? And more importantly, how long had this girl been there and how hadn't he noticed when she got in his personal space? It's me, Mei shouts out, scaring the good majority that didn't know she was there. Hatsum, power loader starts. Have you been here the whole time? He narrows his eyes. How have you been so quiet? The living light had blueprint materials on the supply shelf and wouldn't give me any tools. Mei pouts. Once again Mei. Headcase reminds most tools can be used as weapons and there are villains in the room. I can work with a screwdriver. Toga helpfully calls out. Whatever. Mei turns back to the screen. The others follow suit. Small snorts and huffs of laughter can be heard throughout the room. He swallowed nervously, but the girl didn't seem to be backing off anytime soon. Nothing. The girl grinned savagely, her pupils narrowing slightly, something that was made more obvious by the crosshairs in them. If it was nothing, you wouldn't have been doing it. Were the crosshairs a result of her quirk? If so, then what was it? It was obviously something to do with her vision, and she seemed to be able to change her pupil size at will, so maybe it was like a telescope. That would be really cool. What were the limitations and ... Oh, she was still staring at him. Yes, she is. Shigaraki snarks, how observant. Why do you think your quirk questions are so creepy? Todoroki wonders. Maybe I wrote down that a girl's quirk was pretty and everyone decided I was stalking her. Izuku growled. Seriously, Uraraka reacts, that's it. Kids are cruel, that's more than enough. Izuku replies. What was her quirk, Kiro? Sue asks gently. She could make auroras in her hands. Izuku smiles softly. That does sound pretty. Uraraka admits begrudgingly. Shame, one's quirk cannot account for one's personality. Ida says evenly. Ida. Izuku turns to him in shock. If this theater is to be treated as a casual setting, Ida explains, then I am allowed to clap back, I believe the term is. The girl didn't seem put off by it though. In fact, her grin just got bigger. I'll tell you about my quirk if you tell me what you were doing on your computer. Izuku thought for a moment. He really wanted to know more about her quirk, but would she think he was weird? What was he thinking? She already thought he was weird, and he didn't know why. Maybe it was because she had gotten so close to him despite never meeting him before, but she didn't really seem like the type to stop talking to people just because they were weird. Or maybe that was wishful thinking. He smiled sheepishly. I was trying to get past UAS firewalls. Guys, I have an idea. Kaminari whispered. What? Ashido asks. Just watch. He stands and turns toward the Deku squad. Hey, Midoriya. Yeah, Kaminari. If I answer any question you have about my quirk, would you? Yes, Izuku interrupts. But I didn't even. Yes, Izuku replies firmly. Dabai calls out, hey golden boy, maybe we could. No, come on, it would. Nope, fine. The girl blinked at him for a moment, then laughed loudly. That's awesome. Hacking UA before the exam even starts. What a way to make a first impression. Izuku's eyes widened and his stomach dropped. Oh no, what was I thinking? I just wanted something to do and I've probably ruined my chances. They're gonna think I'm some kind of villain and... He was startled from his mumbling by the girl flicking him on the forehead. Did you have any luck? He tilted his head. What? Did you have any luck hacking UA? No. Izuku didn't know why she didn't seem freaked out at all. In fact, she was acting like him hacking UA was a good thing. Because it's so cool. Mei calls out. Too bad. The girl shrugged. That probably would have been a great way to get your foot in the door. Izuku thought about that for a moment, but it made his brain spin, so he just shook his head. Well, I told you what I was doing. What about you? What's your quirk? Zoom. The girl was grinning again, and Izuku would probably have been intimidated if her energy wasn't so contagious. You weren't that far off with your telescope idea. I can see things as far away as 5 kilometers, but I mostly use it to zoom in on tiny things while I make my babies. What the fuck? Babies? Aren't these kids 15? Clearly not everyone has heard how she talks before. Izuku's face went red again and he sputtered, Be babies? She nodded, yep. I make all sorts of cool babies for heroes to use. My favorite baby is the jetpack I design. Oh, Toga starts, she means her inventions. That does make more sense. Twice adds completely irrational. She dug in her bag for a moment before slamming a grease-smeared folder in front of him. Izuku hesitated for a moment, but she looked like she was expecting him to do something. So he opened the folder and looked at the detailed blueprints inside. These are really cool. Is this your portfolio? She nodded. Where's yours? Izuku put his laptop back in his bag and handed her his own portfolio before going back to looking through her blueprints. A lot of it was technical jargon that he didn't understand, but after a minute, he thought he had a good idea of how the jetpack was supposed to work. Is this based on Airjet's backpack? Yep, it's a super cool flying baby. The girl looked to be about halfway through his portfolio. And these are really cool notes, HackerCon, but weren't you supposed to bring blueprints for your babies? Perhaps we should advertise the less popular tracks. Nenzu suggests expand public knowledge, as it were. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. Well, actually, that's only for the invention track. I'm applying for intelligence and analytics, so, yeah. The girl looked back and forth between Izuku and his portfolio, then grinned. That means that we'll have to work together so I can make super awesome babies based on your notes. She stuck her hand out for him to shake. I'm Mei Hatsum, future CEO of Hatsum Industries. What's your name, HackerCon? Izuku grinned and took her hand. Izuku Midoriya. Pleasure to meet you, Hatsum. Oh, just call me Mei, Izuku-kun, Hatsum said dismissively, ignoring the way Izuku's face turned red again at the nickname. We'll be working together a lot once school starts, so there's no point in pretending to be formal, don't you think? Izuku wasn't really sure, but he wasn't about to say otherwise and risk ruining whatever this was. Sure thing, Mei-chan. The Deku squad startled at Mei suddenly plopping down in their area. She turned to the group, seeing their confusion. If those versions of us are gonna be friends, I'm sitting with you, she says matter-of-factly. Ada looks a bit unsettled, but the others turn back to the screen, patting him on the back. It's so cute but so sad. Midnight pouts. The background chatter in the room died down, and Izuku and Mei looked toward the front of the room to see Power Loader standing on the stage holding a mic. Oh my goodness, it's the support hero Power Loader. Izuku couldn't help muttering, but Mei actually didn't seem to mind, something he'd have to unpack later. He's one of only a handful of heroes in Japan that has both a hero license and a support license, which means he can make his own support items, but he normally focuses on making them for welcome everyone to the entrance exam. Power Loader cut off Izuku's muttering, and Izuku slammed his mouth shut so he wouldn't start muttering again as the hero continued. I'm Power Loader, the head of the support course here at UA, which should be the department you applied to. If you didn't apply to the support course, you're in the wrong place, so just leave, and there are staff members at the front office who can help you find where you're supposed to be. There was an awkward shuffling for a moment as everyone looked around, but no one got up to leave, so Izuku assumed they were all in the right place. Considering all those signs, they'd have to be a special kind of idiot to get lost. Shigaraki snipes. Kinda like you. Which one of you hero brats said that? Yeah, sure, shout at them, that'll get them to answer. Dabai drips sarcastically. Shiggy grumbles as he sits back down. What about the intelligence track? Izuku asks in worry. Majima-sensei. Mei turns on the teacher. Why didn't other you mention 10 million's practical? Most likely. Power Loader replies in a calming manner. He just forgot because applicants for intelligence and analytics are so rare. Mei turns toward Izuku. See, other you will be fine. Okay, alright, he'll be fine. That would be a little much for an entrance exam. Nedzu comments, but would make for an interesting final. A vacuum-wrapped packet was placed in front of him, and Izuku forced himself to take a deep breath. It was too late to do anything about it now, and he couldn't afford to be worried about his practical exam when he hadn't even started the written one yet. It'd be fine. He could do this. All right, does everyone have your tests? Power Loader asked. Begin. The screen fades and the theater erupts as people head to the tables for food, take turns using the restrooms, and Headcase directs them to the dorms for a good night's rest. In the morning, everyone, with a mixture of excitement and caution, settles into their seats ready for whatever comes next. Now playing. Deku, I think he's some pro. The recommendation exam. Okay, kid, the recommendation exam is in a little over 2 months. It takes place about a month before the standard exam so that if a student doesn't make the cut for the recommendation spots, they can still try again with the general population. Izuku looked up at Eraserhead from where he was stretching on the floor of the gym. I guess that makes sense. How many spots are open? Normally, 4, although I think Nedzu is looking into making another spot this year due to extenuating circumstances. Izuku frowned. You mean because people would get mad if a quirkless kid took one of the recommendation spots? Quirkist bastards. That's fucked. This is why society should fall. Aizawa sighed, but nodded. It's the world we live in, kid. But we'll deal with it if we have to. For now, we just need to focus on getting you physically ready so you don't die. What training have you done so far? Izuku thought for a moment. Well, I mostly focused on my mental abilities, obviously. Then, when you guys started sending me videos, I realized just how physically fit heroes need to be. Even if I'd kind of given up by that point, it was still inspiring. I started lifting weights and jogging. I've even tried a little parkour and freerunning, even if I'm not very good at that yet. I'm a lot stronger than I used to be, but, he hugged himself, I'm still pretty weak. Sorry, don't worry Deku, that's a great start. Uraraka calls to the screen. Aizawa felt his heart break. This kid was doing amazing when you considered that everyone had told him it was impossible to even try, but he still had a long way to go. All right, I want you to keep doing what you've been doing. We're not going to be able to make a huge difference in strength in just 2 months, but we can improve your speed in parkour as well as get you some combat skills. He gestured for Izuku to stand up. So, Deku, do you know how to fall or how to take a hit? I mean, I've been hit plenty of times before, so I think I know that one. No green bean, that's not what he means. Ashido cringes. Aizawa's expression soured. That is ... not the same thing. I guess that's what we'll start with. When Izuku went home that night, he was sore and covered in bruises, but couldn't keep the smile off his face. He could do it. He could be a hero. He might not be able to be like All Might, but the more he thought about it, being an underground hero sounded like more fun anyway. Oh no, Midnight says dramatically. He said fun, Shota's gonna eat him alive. I'll let it slide just this once. Aizawa informs. Gasp. Mike exclaims, be still my heart, he's going soft. The kid needs a break. He defends, earning teasing smiles from his co-workers. Sports training montage. Kaminari and Ashido sing. I'm so jealous. HeadcaseKiller exclaims. Agreements echo throughout the theater. Snorts and giggles ring through the room. The morning of the recommendation exam. Izuku opened his computer to find dozens of good luck messages. Apparently, word had gotten around that Deku was a lot younger than anyone had thought, and they were all excited for him. It was contagious. Not that he wouldn't have been excited without the messages. He still would have been. It's just ... He'd probably be a lot more nervous than excited. Inko waved to Izuku as he left, then let her hand fall as soon as he was out of sight. Her baby is off to go be a hero. As she wiped the tears from her eyes, even she didn't know if they were happy tears or sad ones. You know, Uraraka starts it's kinda cool your mom's supporting your dream even if she doesn't agree with it. Yeah, I'm really lucky that way. Skip. No one's quite sure who said that. UA has not yet had a single 100% on its written test. Nedzu informs. What was the obstacle course like, Todoroki? Uraraka asks. I'm not sure, I just went over the entire thing. He answers evenly. Oh man, she whines. Oh look, Ashido cheers Todoroki's first appearance. Don't rush it, Green Bean, you're doing great, Midnight assured. Those kids seriously went plus ultra that day. Mike comments. Who would have thought? Midnight asked sarcastically the children and protégés of pro-heroes would be intense. I would hope those exposed to heroics, real heroics, would take it more seriously. Aizawa informs. You have few options here, Dabai starts, voice dripping with sarcasm. You could ignore them. You could appease the little shits. He starts rubbing his hands together, or better yet, you could fuck him up. Yeah, Momo. Her friends cheer. Yeah. Izuku said, I guess I'm just kinda nervous. Everyone here has such amazing quirks. The girl laughed. Yeah, I guess so. My name is Momoge Urazu. You, Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you, Midoriya. My group's next. Wish me luck. The queen has spoken. Ashido calls out. And the cinnamon roll has replied. Hagakure answers back. Oh, Midoriya cried out. He could. Please, Midoriya. Headcase interrupts, no spoilers. Izuku grins brightly as he bounces up and down in his seat in excitement. Golden Boy's practically vibrating in his seat. Shiggy gripes it's distracting. Why would he pick up that board? Uraraka asked, turning to Izuku. Izuku looks at her, goes to answer, changes his mind, and decides to warn the theater instead, stands up and says, I apologize on behalf of my other self for the heart attack you're all about to receive. As the theater erupts, he simply turns back to the screen, shouting no spoilers, much to the dismay of all present. What does that mean? What's he gonna do? Problem child. Young Midoriya. Oh god no, please don't. That's what he meant. He actually did it. Don't fall. Please be okay. Alright, he made it. You got this. Ida echoed through the audience. You never told us you took the recommendation exam. Uraraka turned to him. I didn't think it was relevant. He informed, after all, I didn't get in that way. That's fair. Get it. Slay M. Hell yeah. Is that cheating? No, it's creative. Sharp inhales hiss through the audience. Keep going. Don't slow down. One more. Wiggle, 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 Kaminari sang as quietly as he could, causing Ashido to giggle and Siro to snort. Woo, first place. Almost there. Come on, let's go. You got this. But Mini Ingenium was too fast on a straightaway. And he zoomed past Izuku. Damn it, so close. You were 5 seconds behind someone with a goddamn speed quirk. Uraraka shouted at the screen, you're a certified badass. Izuku covers his face in embarrassment. Hey, Midoriya. Yae Urazu was at his side. That was amazing. I hadn't even considered that anyone else would try to use my grappling hook. I wish I'd thought to bypass an obstacle like that. That was shameful. Mini Ingenium cried, chopping his hands through the air. You are supposed to use your own quirk, not coast by on the work of others. Oh, I see it now. Ida remarks, this is why Bakugo says I have a stick up my ass, isn't it? You've gotten much better. Izuku comforts. No, he was doing so well. You're not worthless. You tell him. Yay, Mike-sensei. Exactly. Mini Ingenium straightened. My apologies. He bowed to Midoriya. I see that I was in the wrong. On further consideration, it really was truly impressive how you managed to get ahead of the other examinees. My name is Tenya Ida. What is yours? Izuku's eyes widened. He didn't think anyone had ever apologized to him before. I, Izuku, am Midoriya. He stuttered out. Nice to meet you. He's never been apologized to. What the fuck? How is this kid so nice? Mini Ingenium. Ida smiled. It is a pleasure to meet you as well. All right, Present Mike yelled. Now don't get too down if you didn't get first in the obstacle courses. We'll be deciding who gets the recommendation spots based on a combination of the written, physical, and interview. So if you did poorly, don't lose hope. And if you did well, don't get too comfortable. Now go. Get to the locker rooms and get cleaned up. Interviews will be in Principal Nedzu's office in 30 minutes. Don't be late. The screen fades as everyone chats excitedly about the races they just saw. Eager to continue and wary of what's to come, the theater settles as the next chapter begins. Now playing Mastermind, Strategist for Hire. First meetings. Jiren is cautious when it comes to vetting talent. Dabai gripes. Seriously, getting into the league was harder than it needed to be. Toga whines. Excuse me for not wanting to get stabbed again. Shigaraki croaks. Toga tried. Dabai smirks. And failed. Shigi snapped. Himeko giggled as the boys continued to bicker. How often do you think about punching people? Todoroki asks. I plead the fifth. Izuku replies evenly. We're Japanese. Izuku turns to him, looks him in the eye, and repeats. I plead the fifth. Damn it. A meeting with a broker is going to give him a greater foothold in the villain world. Tsukachi groans. And another random cafe, making them both hard to track. Aizawa gripes. It didn't take long at all for Jiren to enter the cafe. At least considering how long he'd stubbornly insisted on following Izuku. If he'd taken any longer, Izuku was considering messaging the guy to just come inside. The boy watched the broker wait in line out of the corner of his eye, chuckling when he noticed that Jiren had even put out his ever-present cigarette. He was halfway through his coffee when Jiren slid into the seat across from him. I was wondering if you were ever going to actually talk to me. A look of shock briefly crossed the broker's face before he let out a surprised laugh. You knew I was following you. No shit, Sherlock. Bakugo growled. I make a living being more observant than most people. Of course I knew. Izuku took another sip of his coffee. What I don't know is why you insisted on observing for a full week before coming to talk to me. You must have had pretty good intel on who I was. Watching my daily routine wasn't going to change that. Jiren chuckled and shook his head. Well, it took me a week to be sure I had the right guy, and even now you're sitting here confirming it and I'm still not sure. Izuku hummed. Yeah, I guess my whole weak and innocent act does tend to throw people off. If it almost fooled you, then just imagine what the heroes will be thinking when they have their pride on the line. Midnight cringed. I hate that he's not wrong. Maybe for daylights, but undergrounds know to look deeper. Aizawa corrects. But the bullied, quirkless kid. Mike countered. Let's be honest. Even you are gonna have problems with this one. Jiren smiled. Now there's the ruthless mastermind we know and love. You've been doing pretty well for yourself online from what I've heard. But you know that you're not going to be able to hide in the shadows forever, right? Izuku sighed and put down his cup. Yeah, the copycats are already starting to get on my nerves. He reached into his bag and pulled out a folder, sliding it across the table. That's why I need your help. You are the best at what you do, right? You would show up with a shopping list. Uraraka comments. How else is he supposed to test the broker? Izuku replies. Jiren raised his eyebrows as he took the folder and began looking through it. There was a design for a villain costume and a list of weapons that Izuku thought he'd need, including a lot of knives. The broker looked over the designs silently for a few minutes, then nodded. This should be doable, but I should warn you that this'll cost you a pretty penny, the weapons especially. You know what my rates are, Jiren. I can afford it. Plus I'll even let you introduce me to a few of the contacts you've been hounding me about. Jiren smiled. You sure know how to tell a man what he wants to hear. I'll start calling around, but you'll be packing some serious heat. Jiren pulled out the weapons list and placed it in front of Izuku. Are you sure you know how to use all these? Izuku shook his head. Not yet. That's actually the last thing I need your help with. Jiren cocked his eyebrow, still smiling, and gestured for him to continue. I want to meet Himeko Toga. I get to meet him first. Toga screeched in excitement. Pay up, bitches. The boys grumble as they hand over their pocket change and immediately start betting on who meets him next. That wiped the smile off the broker's face. The serial killer? He asked in shock. Izuku nodded. You've followed me, so I trust you know about my quirk situation. Jiren nodded hesitantly. Well, since I don't have a quirk to fall back on, I'm going to have to rely primarily on weapons. Knives are the best option for both close combat and ranged, once you factor in throwing knives, and there's no one better than Toga when it comes to knives. I want her to teach me how to fight. I'm gonna teach him. Toga bounces in her seat. Your knife skills and his strategies. Shigaraki muses. He gonna fuck shit up. Dabai grins. This is gonna be amazing. We're so fucked. Jiren was solemn now. I hate to ask it, but what if she kills you? Izuku just smiled, wondering if it made him just a little bit crazy that he was asking to be trained by a serial killer. I think I can hold my own. Besides, you won't let her kill me. I'll be making you too much money. He's seriously about to learn from a serial killer. Kaminari squeaked. And he's smiling. Ashido whines. Make it stop. Izuku started to get up to leave, but Jiren grabbed his arm. Before you leave, I have a gift for you. He grabbed a laptop bag from the floor and put it on the table. This is top of the line, virtually untraceable. Internet cafes are great and all, but I think you'll agree this is the easier option. Izuku booted up the computer and looked it over. It was nice and really would make his work much easier. He quickly checked to make sure there weren't any tracking apps or spyware installed before closing it. Meanwhile, Jiren pulled out a simple smartphone. This is also untraceable. I already have the number and put my contact info in as well. I'll text you an address when your gear is ready and you can pick it up. I'll also text you when I manage to get a hold of Toga. She's slippery, but shouldn't be too hard to find. I'll be honest, I really hope you know what you're doing. And there goes the cafe lead. Tsukachi gripes. We will find another way, we always do. Nedzu comforts. Izuku just tucked the phone in his pocket and slung the laptop bag over his shoulder as he stood and grabbed his cup. If I didn't, I wouldn't have chosen to call myself Mastermind. Jiren watched the boy leave. This kid is crazy. His smile turned greedy. Look out, heroes. Mastermind is here to stay. As the screen fades, discussions surrounding Mastermind becoming a knife-wielding maniac can be heard throughout the theater. The villains excitedly bet on when and how they would meet him. The heroes throw out capture methods. The students wonder if they will lose someone close to them in the world they're watching. If only they knew. Now playing Viridian, the Green Guide. Fame. Shota tightened his capture weapon and pushed the villain more firmly against the wall. It's illogical to resist. Just tell me what I need to know. Dude, it's just some drugs. The villain said. If you have a problem with that, then maybe you should get out more. I've got a couple samples that'd be good for a first-timer. How often does that happen? Kaminari asks, turning to the teachers. Every 4 to 6 dealers. Aizawa deadpans. Shota rolled his eyes. Yes, offer to sell drugs to the hero that's arresting you. And honestly, if it were just party drugs, I probably wouldn't care that much. But this is Trigger, so I'll ask you one more time. Where do you get the drugs? Fuck you. Shota sighed. Fine, have it your way. He dialed Tsukachi and waited until the detective's half-awake voice groaned over the line. Could you send a car? I've got a perp to bring in for processing and interrogation. Are we gonna see the cop's side of this one? Kaminari asks. That's the best part of criminal stories. Ashido cheers. Dude, Zero chimes in, that probably means we'll see the cop's side of Mastermind's world. The suspense. Ashido chirps. Tsukachi looked up from his paperwork as Eraser walked in the villain he'd just arrested. The guy was probably a low-level dealer like the others that Eraser had brought in, but there was always the hope that the next villain would know who was behind Trigger. Interrogation room 8 is open. Eraser. You can put him in there. Eraser grunted in acknowledgement and dragged the thug toward the back of the station as Tsukachi poured them both some coffee. He'd have to go interrogate the guy later since he was one of the detectives on the Trigger investigation. But that could wait a bit until this paperwork was done. Leaving the perps to wait for a few minutes helped establish control of the situation anyway. We get to learn some police procedures. Izuku chirps. Why are you excited by that? Todoroki asks. Because his heroes will have to work closely with the police. Midoriya informs. Especially any organized crime cases. Ida adds. Snickers echo through the theater. Aizawa goes to cat cafes. Kaminari wonders aloud. He's grouchy, likes to trick us, and it's constantly taking naps. Bakugo snarks he is a cat. What can I say? The Hata brothers make a mean cup of coffee. Shota shrugged. You got those forms? I want to get this over with as fast as possible. Tsukachi shook his head, but grabbed the villain intake form from the drawer at his right and handed it to Shota, who started to fill it out with both annoyance and boredom. Paperwork wasn't fun by any means, and Shota would rather be patrolling the streets looking for more info for the Trigger investigation, but bureaucracy was a part of life, so he had to put up with it. That's not a part of heroics I'm looking forward to. Kaminari gripes loudly. His fellow students voice their agreement. The teachers and pros go on about necessary evils. They kept working in companionable silence for a few minutes until the doors to the station flew open again and Amplifier came bounding in with a villain in tow and took him straight to the holding cell. Why is she so loud? Shota grumbled. Tsukachi raised an eyebrow. She hasn't even said anything yet. Snort. Exactly. Even her presence is loud enough to draw attention. It's annoying. Oh, don't be a spoilsport, Eraser. Amplifier grinned as she grabbed a chair to sit beside him. You're just mad because you wouldn't be noticed by a rat. That's on purpose. Aizawa grumbles. See, Aizawa snarks as Ms. Joke laughs. Maybe that's why you haven't run into our little vigilante guide yet. Amplifier said. He just doesn't know you exist. Shota rolled his eyes. I think it's much more likely that UA is out of his comfort zone, and since I always stick to that area unless I'm following a lead, we just haven't had a chance to run into each other yet. That makes sense. Uraraka comments. Sure, Amplifier grinned. Whatever you say, Eraser. Was that villain one of the Green Guides? Tsukachi asked. That depends on your definition. Amplifier said. If you mean, did he lead me to the guy, then yes. But if you mean, did he take the guy down himself, then no. Shota frowned. I thought the Green Guy didn't ever take down villains on his own. And yet, he did. Aizawa gripes. Tsukachi sighed. He didn't, at least until last night when we responded to a call about an attempted assault, only to find the perp already knocked out and tied up with pieces of an old t-shirt. The victim said the guy who did it was a kid in a green hoodie and goggles. Shota rubbed his temples to try and ease the coming headache. This problem child was going to be the death of him. How? From what you told me, the kid is skin and bones. How did he take down an actual villain? He hasn't even met Viridian and he's already calling him problem child. Midoriya whines as his friends pat his back in comfort. With a tin can, Shota stopped and stared at Tsukachi. He had to have heard that what? God show. Mike snickers, you look so done. I watched that fight and part of me still can't believe it. Aizawa defends. Can't really blame him. Midnight comments. Tsukachi nodded. You heard me right. According to the victim, the green guide started fighting the guy, but couldn't get the upper hand until he grabbed a can of beans and started beating the guy with it like it was a pair of improvised brass knuckles. It was pretty brutal, but also effective. Shota didn't know whether to be proud of the kid for his quick thinking under pressure or angry because he ran straight into danger. Probably both. Story of my life. Izuku snarks. This wouldn't happen if you didn't jump into fights unprepared. Ada replies, to which Izuku turns to him with a look that says, really? Amplifier squealed. Our little boy is growing up, taking down villains all by himself and everything. Shota scowled. I don't think that's a good thing. Yeah, I think I have to agree with Eraser on this one. Tsukachi said. The victim said that he seemed in over his head. I'd much rather he kept running to get heroes rather than running into fights he's unprepared for. Now that's just wishful thinking. Aizawa remarks. Oh, come on. Amplifier groaned. You guys gotta admit that beating a criminal with nothing more than your wits and a tin can is pretty impressive. Shota just shot her an unimpressed look. Nothing more than wits, a tin can, and a probable speed quirk. That's a theory. Todoroki remarks. You know that's not true. Izuku deadpans. You don't want to know what they think Viridian might have. Izuku pauses for a moment before breaking into a mischievous grin. This is gonna be fun. Come on, Shota sighed. Fine, I'll admit that he's quick-witted and definitely good at using improvised weapons, but the kid obviously lacks the required training. I don't want him getting in fights if he's just gonna get himself killed. Ashido gushes he does care. Well, Crawler and Popstep didn't have any formal training either when they first started out. Tsukachi pointed out. That may be true, but they also had Knuckleduster to mentor them and get them out of any tough scrapes. Shota argued. The green guide doesn't even have that. Well, then maybe you should fill that role. Amplifier grinned. Shota glared at her. I have enough brats to worry about it, Yue. Thanks. I don't need to add teaching a wannabe on top of that. You jinxed it. He's your problem now. Mike comments. Just face it. Midnight teases. Amplifier shrugged. Just a thought, Eraser, considering how protective you are of a kid you've never even met. Oh, and about the kid's name, I don't think he's going by Green Guide anymore. Tsukachi furrowed his brow in keywords. What? Why change it? Amplifier looked between the two of them in shock. Did you guys not see the article this morning? They shook their heads and Amplifier smiled and got out her phone. Apparently the woman he saved last night is a reporter. Since he didn't give her a vigilante name to call him, she's named him Viridian. Kinda catchy, right? Tsukachi frowned. How did I not see this? Screwed up the keywords like the dumbass you are. Dabai snarks. Amplifier shrugged. Probably because the keywords were wrong. You've most likely got your computer set up to ping you if the news mentions a green guide. But because this reporter used a different name, it didn't trip your system. Unlike Viridian better anyway. It is easier to say. Vigilantes gaining public notoriety is never a good thing. Shota grumbled. It goes straight to their heads and they end up putting themselves in even more danger to impress their fans. He sighed. The kid is probably soaking up his fame as we speak. And that's where you're wrong, Eraserhead. Midoriya calls out. What do you mean problem child? Aizawa asks. You'll see. See. Because no one knows you aren't a vigilante. Hagakure giggles. You're good. You didn't trick her. Poor thing. That's right. So good. We love you. At least he's pacing himself. Aizawa sighs. Deku, what are you doing? Uraraka asks, seeing a strange look on Midoriya's face. Izuku blushes and with a sheepish smile replies, trying to come up with a reason to have a bat that he could tell Mom. This causes her to giggle into her hand. Any luck? Not in the slightest. As weapons would need to be small. He needed to be able to fit them in his pockets so he could run easily and so he could go incognito if he needed to. So that meant that anything like a staff was out. Maybe he heard someone calling for help and peeked in on the situation before running off to get a hero. He could worry about what weapons he needed later. For now, though, Izuku had people to save. The screen fades as the groups gather snacks and go over notes on the separate worlds. They must have been taking too long as Mei calls out, sit down and shut up. I'm in the next one. Everyone quickly returns to their seats so as not to anger the crazy support student. Now playing. Cheat code, support strategist. Test-taking skills. He actually enjoys taking tests. Kaminari asks in abject horror. He's a damn nerd, of course he likes taking tests. Bakugo snaps back. Are we really gonna watch him take the whole test? Ashido whines. I mean, Zero starts he is doing intelligent stuff so it makes sense. I guess. She grumbles. The lack of knowledge for one track will not in any way be held against him. Nedzu comments. Nedzu suppresses a chuckle. No spoilers. I want to hug him so bad. Hagakure exclaims. I don't recognize that hero. Izuku says, eyebrows furrowed. Really? Uraraka asks. At his nod she waves down headcase. Our Deku doesn't recognize her. Did she not become a hero in our world? I'm not even sure she exists in your world. If she does, she might be younger or older, maybe even a part of a different generation. That's so cool. Izuku and Ochako cheered together. So she's probably a combat hero with a focus on distraction. Izuku mumbles as he writes in his notebook. That sounds so tricky. Kirishima comments. As someone who has to carefully manage the strength of her acid, I can imagine. Ashido replies offhandedly. Oh god. Izuku jolts. What's wrong? Uraraka turns quickly. I just imagined a life of criticizing heroes. He replies, looking pale. His friends giggle and huff in amusement, turning back to the screen. So how could the quirk go beyond what Glimmer had used it for? Well, she manipulated light energy, right? But Izuku's eyes widened and he started writing the ideas as fast as he could structure them. Not all light was visible, so what if she could manipulate not only the intensity of the lights but also the wavelength? From the footage he'd seen, some of the sparkles Glimmer had used had appeared colorful, especially that one time she'd produced rainbow sparkles during a pride parade. So it was definitely possible for her to shift the wavelength within the visible spectrum. And if she could do that much, she could probably train enough to create ultraviolet light and infrared light, which meant that she could use her quirk to burn rather than blind, and maybe even use it like a black light to find forensic evidence at crime scenes. As the on-screen Midoriya continued his analysis, Netsu's grin widens as the teachers shiver in cautious curiosity as to what this world might hold. 1 million. Mei turns to him. Yes? Izuku questions nervously. You gotta show me your notes on your classmates so I can make them some sweet babies. Maybe. He rubs the back of his neck. I'll think about it. Mei pouts slightly at his hesitance but turns back to the screen regardless. Gran Torino. Izuku calls out as the old man in question smirks. Midoriya turns to Gran, hoping he would finally answer some questions, at which he gets not a chance in response, turning back to the screen in disappointment. Problem child. Aizawa grabs his attention. Do you pit heroes against each other in all your analysis? Not all the time. He smiles sheepishly. Better an ally than an enemy. Netsu comments. And proud of it. Mei cheers. Knowing what a fanboy you are, Uraraka starts really explains some things about the start of the year. Yeah, it was a challenge. As soon as ectoplasm grabbed her test, Mei was immediately back in Izuku's personal space, grinning like a mad woman. How did you do, Izuku? I bet those analysis questions were a piece of cake for you, huh? I could make so many babies to help those heroes. It's amazing. I already have so many ideas. Maybe that's what I'll build in the practical. But I have so many other baby ideas too. This is gonna be so much fun. Izuku couldn't help smiling as Mei cackled, even if the other examinees were shooting them strange looks. But her ramblings reminded him that he still didn't know what his practical exam was going to be. Analysts didn't have anything physical to show off, unlike inventors and designers, so what were they going to ask him to do? And why didn't Powerloader mention it along with the others? After a few minutes, they were excused to make their way to the practical exams, and there was a flurry of movement as all the examinees stretched and gathered their things to leave the room. Izuku turned to Mei and smiled. Good luck with your practical, Mei-chan. I hope you make it in. My babies are amazing. The proctors won't be able to ignore them, Mei declared confidently. And you're not allowed to fail, either, Izuku. You have to make it into UA so we can make awesome babies together. Do you know how that sounds? Ida asks Mei. She turns to him with a subdued smile and confused eyes, saying, what do you mean? He debated explaining it to her before turning back to the screen. And just like that, it's depressing again. Kaminari comments. Come on, my guy. Ashido replies, every good story has its ups and downs. Doesn't mean I have to like the downs. He shoots back. Izuku shook his head and grabbed his bag, then made his way to the front of the room, where Powerloader was sitting at a large desk next to the pro hero Midnight, who must have arrived sometime while they were taking the written exam. Izuku didn't want to interrupt their conversation, but he also didn't want to be late for the practical just because he didn't know where it was. There was a possibility that there were signs outside that he could follow, since that seemed to be the case for the invention and design track. But considering that Powerloader hadn't even mentioned the analysis track since Izuku had arrived, he wasn't willing to bet on that. Izuku hesitated another moment before speaking. He was gonna feel so stupid if they told him to just follow the signs. Excuse me. Midnight stopped halfway through whatever story she had been telling, and both heroes turned to look at Izuku, who fidgeted in place at the sudden attention. Hey, hot stuff. Midnight purred. What can we do for you? Really? Aizawa deadpanned. It's my gimmick and he's so nervous it's cute. Midnight defends. I was just wondering. Izuku grimaced. Way to make a good first impression. Do you know where the intelligence and analytics test will be? I mean, of course, you know, you're in charge. It's just that you didn't say anything about it. Powerloader, sir, so I, just was kinda confused. Izuku trailed off awkwardly. The heroes seemed a little shocked, for some reason. Oh, just wait. Mike shivers. But they didn't seem annoyed by his question, so that was something. Powerloader flipped through some papers on the desk in front of him before looking up at Izuku again. You're Izuku Midoriya, correct? Izuku nodded, and the heroes shared a look that Izuku couldn't read before Powerloader turned back to him. Sorry for the confusion, Midoriya. It's just that most years, we don't actually have any applicants for that emphasis, so it's easy to forget it exists. Since you're the only one applying, it honestly slipped my mind, so I went on autopilot and gave the same spiel I give every year. Sorry. Oh. Izuku swallowed, suddenly even more insecure. I knew it wasn't as popular, but I thought there'd be at least a few others. Oh, you're so cute, I could just eat you up. Midnight cooed. Are you sure you don't want to swap to the Ein track? I'm a lot more fun than that scheming old rat. Rat, she doesn't mean. No way. Is this why the teachers seem so nervous? What? Izuku sputtered. T the rat. Powerloader glared at her. Sorry about her. Midnight teaches art here at UA, which puts her at the head of the design emphasis, which still doesn't give her any right to steal students from the rest of us. Midnight stuck her tongue out at him, but otherwise didn't interrupt. And most students who end up emphasizing intelligence and analytics are recruited by Nedzu after they show potential in other courses. We're not used to people applying for analytics right off the bat. That's kinda cool. Hagakure cheered. Izuku didn't know how to respond to that, so he just nodded. So, about the practical. I'll take him. Midnight squealed. We can get to know each other better. You really gotta stop flirting with the students. Like comments. Never. Don't you have your own practical to run? Powerloader said dryly. You'd better go before your students spread paint everywhere. I'll show Midoriya where to go. Let's be honest. If anyone is going to destroy the room, it's going to be your brats, not mine, but okay. Midnight pouted for a second, then shot Izuku a wink. Good luck, hot stuff. You're gonna need it. Poor thing has no idea. Midnight mumbles. Ignore her, Powerloader said as he stood. She's just a tease. Izuku jogged after Powerloader as they walked through the maze of hallways to wherever they were going. No one had actually said where that was yet. His mind was still reeling from the revelation that he was the only applicant for intelligence and analytics. So, should I be worried? Powerloader shrugged. I honestly don't know. Like I said, most people don't apply to this track, so I don't actually know what the practical consists of, but you wouldn't have made it this far if you didn't have some kind of skill or interest in it, so you'll probably be fine. Do the other applicants usually make it in? Izuku asked. I know there's not many, but Izuku was interrupted when a door in front of them swung open. When he glanced at Powerloader, the man looked tired, but not necessarily surprised, so Izuku turned back to the doorway, his eyes widening as he realized who exactly stood there. Hello, Midoriya. Nedzu's grin was wide enough for it to be slightly unsettling. You must be the one who was poking around my servers this morning. The screen fades. That's it. Ashido cried, I wanna know what happens next. Cliffhangers suck. Kaminari agrees. Many other cries ring out complaining and eager to see Nedzu's test. It took longer than usual to settle the theater as the next chapter starts. Now playing. Deku, I think he's some pro. The interview. Thank God we don't have to deal with that tension anymore. Izuku comments. Todoroki cringes again. I'm sorry about what happened at the provisional license exam. It wasn't entirely your fault. Izuku defends. So, a girl with green hair broke the silence. That physical was something else, right? Yeah. Another examinee laughed. Some serious American ninja warrior stuff. Do you really think we'll have to climb that much as heroes? My arms are still sore. I love that show. Kaminari cheers. Are we gonna have Parker lessons? Kaminari wonders aloud. That'd be kinda cool. Ashido comments. Until you fall off a roof. Kirishima jabs. Izuku's face was hot in embarrassment, and he looked at the floor as the rest of the examinees stared at him. I'd never thought of it that way, Yaoyorozu said, and Izuku shot her a grateful look. I'm planning on being a spotlight hero myself. I never really hear about underground heroes, so I sometimes forget they exist. That's the point. Aizawa grumbles. That's no reason to choose your path. Izuku remarks concerned. Izuku perked up. Your quirk involves disconnecting your limbs, right? I saw you use it a few times during the practical. How much muscle control do you have over a body part when it's disconnected? What would happen if a body part was injured or destroyed when it wasn't connected? Izuku realized he was rambling and quickly slammed his mouth shut. The green-haired girl sat in shock for a moment before responding. Ooh. Yeah, my quirk is called Lizard Tail Splitter and it allows me to disconnect any part of my body at will. I can split into up to 50 pieces at a time. Her right hand disconnected and scuttered toward Izuku and up his arm, poking him in the cheek. I can fully control them, even disconnected, and levitate them. If any are destroyed, I can regenerate them. But it takes a lot of energy, so I prefer to just call them back if I can. That's so cool. Izuku shouts in unison with the screen. That's so cool. Izuku gushed. That would be great for underground work. Most villains wouldn't think to look for an eye or an ear hiding in the corner of a room, so your quirk would be perfect for intelligence gathering. It would also probably be useful for sabotage since a hand could easily fit into small spaces. You'll make a wonderful underground hero if you choose. But don't just do it because you think your quirk is gross. She smiled widely. Thanks. I'd never thought of it like that. I really didn't. Thanks, Green Bean. Setsuna calls out. Analysis mode engaged. Kaminari joked, causing a few snickers. Yaoyorozu smiled. My quirk is called creation. I can transform the lipids in my body into any non-living thing I want, but I have to understand the molecular structure. I've been studying chemistry since I first developed my quirk, so I can produce any element on the periodic table fairly easily as well as most known molecules. It's just a question of how they all come together. Most of the other examinees were paying attention to the conversation now, and they were quick to pipe up with their own observations of Yaoyorozu's quirk. After that, another person piped up, and soon everyone was sharing their quirks. Even Wind and Ice had been roped into the discussion. Yeah, my quirk is Whirlwind. I can control any wind, and I am super passionate about hero work. Izuku was almost physically blown back by the sheer energy that Wind put off. Okay, so being constantly angry like Kaken was out, but if he said passion was so important, it was easy to see why he didn't like Ice, who remained blank-faced and probably didn't express passion for anything. That makes sense, I guess. Todoroki winces. You've gotten a lot better socially. Uraraka pipes. It helps that I live with people who care. Todoroki whispers to himself. Izuku leans over and subtly squeezes his hand as Uraraka turns to him concerned. Noticing her look, Izuku says, let's just watch the screen. Accepting the dismissal for what it was, the squad turns back to the screen. Why didn't your kid use his fire anyway? Hawks asks innocently. Endeavor winces, wondering how to explain his son's rebellious phase. I loathe to admit it. He started seemingly pained by what he's saying, but I have been a terrible father. While the pros and teachers present want to ask questions, they silently agree now is not the time. Well, that's cool then, Yaoyorozu said finally, then turned to Izuku. What about you, Midoriya? What's your quirk? It wasn't really obvious from the physical round. Izuku's stomach sunk. Of course, they were going to ask about his quirk. These were the first people that acted like they could be friends since he'd gotten his quirk. Well, besides the underground heroes, but did they really count since they were all so much older than him? They'd reject him as soon as they knew. Everyone did. How was he going to get out of this? All of a sudden, the door to Nezu's office opened and an examinee walked out, followed by the principal himself, Izuku Midoriya. He timed that. Bet. Nezu to the rescue. Izuku nodded in relief and practically ran into the office. Nezu smiled knowingly and shut the door behind him. Have a seat. So you're the famous Deku I've heard so much about. To tell you the truth, I was quite surprised to hear that you were so young. Izuku sat down across from the principal and nodded. I honestly wasn't trying to trick anyone. He laughed. I freaked out when I realized how old Eraser and everyone thought I was. I thought it would be obvious from my analysis that I was just a fanboy. Just a fanboy. Uraraka asks dramatically. Uraraka what? Izuku starts. Try the ultimate fanboy. She cries loudly, much to Izuku's embarrassment. Nezu poured 2 cups of tea and took a sip. I've read some of your analyses. They are extremely impressive. Izuku shook his head quickly. They're really not. They're just a fanboy's rambling, and I have no idea why heroes like them so much. Everyone else seems to think they're creepy. Well, Nezu clapped his hands together. While we're on the subject, perhaps you wouldn't mind giving me a brief analysis of your fellow examinees. Now he's done it. Bakugo grumbles. Izuku's eye met up as he started to wander. Well, there's Yaoyorozu. She's got a creation quirk that is super cool. It wouldn't be easy to use, but she's put in a massive amount of work learning chemistry so that she can create pretty much anything. The only weaknesses I can see are maybe how fast she can think under pressure. Also, if she has to create a lot in a short amount of time, I'm not sure she has the fat stores for that. Then there's the girl with the lizard tail quirk. She can separate her body parts, which would be perfect for intelligence gathering. The interview continued with Izuku rambling as Nezu listened and sipped his tea, occasionally interrupting with an observation or question. Before Izuku knew it, a half hour had passed and there were 2 empty cups of tea sitting on the desk. That sounds like fun, Izuku remarks to the horror of his friends. Well, Deku, thank you. Nezu stood and walked around the desk. You may go rejoin the other applicants outside, or you may go home if you wish. Wait, the interview is over. Izuku looked confused. But I just did some analysis, which I was going to do for fun anyway. Isn't the interview supposed to be difficult? Aren't you supposed to ask why I deserve a place at UA? Why I deserve to be a hero? Nezu looked at him curiously. Your analysis is a valuable skill, and I never doubted that you were deserving as you put it. Would you prefer the interview or more difficult? Izuku waved his hands. Well, no, it's just. He rubbed the back of his neck. This just felt like tea with a friend. It felt like what? Ashido shrieked. Most of the theater couldn't help but agree. Nedzu's eyes brightened and he smiled. Then I hope we can do this again sometime, regardless of your results. Izuku returned the smile and Nedzu led him back out into the lobby and grabbed the next student, and just like that, his entrance exam was over. The screen fades as the theater fills with a mixture of horror and curiosity. Nedzu excitedly planned tea with a certain student. As everyone settles, the screen loads. Now playing, Mastermind, Strategist for Hire. Learning, I'm gonna meet Mastermind. Toga screeches. We'll have to do some background checks on travel agencies to find this one. Tsukachi remarks, Hi, I have an appointment with Jiren. He said he had a package for me. The girl continued staring at him for a minute before she gave up and sighed. If you're sure, squirt. What's the name? Izuku's smile got wider. Mastermind. He almost laughed as she did a double take, suddenly much more awake. Just a moment, sir. Her voice shook slightly. I'll just let him know you've arrived. Talk about appearances can be deceiving. Dabai snarks as he chuckles. It's me, Toga cries. Is it just me or does she look older in this world? Dabai wonders. The game master did say anything could be different. Shigi reminds. This is so cool. Talk about lame. She totally would look even cuter covered in blood. Toga agrees as the boys snicker. Izuku smirked at the cornered look on the receptionist's face as Toga encroached further and further into her personal space. She was saved by Jiren coming out from the back. Mastermind. Pleasure to see you again. Nice to see that the phone I gave you is working well. It's working wonderfully. Thanks, Izuku replied. The laptop as well. If the other gear I've ordered is even half that quality, I don't think I'll ever order from anyone else. Jiren does no quality. Dabai remarks, puffing out his chest as Shigaraki rolls his eyes. That's what I like to hear. Jiren clapped him on the back and turned toward the receptionist and Toga, who was looking at Izuku hungrily. Toga, I'll be with you in just a few minutes. Can you find something to entertain yourself out here in the meantime? The receptionist looked faint as Toga smiled widely at her, her fangs on full display. Your poor receptionist, Izuku said when the two arrived at Jiren's office. Yeah, Jiren replied, but remind me whose fault it is that Toga is here, to begin with. He has a point, Kiro. I doubt Mastermind cares. Izuku replies. Point taken, Izuku chuckled. So, you have my villain outfit. Instead of replying, Jiren just took a large box and put it on the desk. Izuku looked over the contents, inspecting the armored pants, shirt, and jacket before moving on to the gas mask. Overall, it was simple and more than a little plain compared to the flashy hero costumes plastered all over the news, and it was exactly what Izuku wanted. He'll be able to hide better this way. Aizawa grumbles. He just keeps getting harder to find. Tsukachi sighs. It all looks good. And the weapons. In the gym where you'll be training with Toga. Speaking of, I don't really like the idea of having to find a new receptionist. I just barely hired this one. The gym is the last door on the left. I'll go get Toga and meet you there. He isn't really gonna let him just wander around, is he? Ashido asks. The doors are probably all locked and shit. Bakugo snaps. See, good. Jiren's not just a trusting idiot. The gym wasn't huge, but there was enough room to move around comfortably. There were a variety of different sized boxes stacked against the walls so that they could train with obstacles when they were ready. And there was a large display of weapons on the wall beside the door. Izuku guessed that this room was normally used for demonstrations of the most common weapons Jiren sold. He noticed an innocent-looking cardboard box sitting on the ground under the weapons display and was halfway to wondering what was inside before he saw the name Mastermind written in small black letters in one corner. He smiled and opened it. All the weapons he'd ordered were there, as well as a few extra training versions, which were basically the same, except dull instead of sharp. I'm so excited, Toga squealed, bouncing in her seat. Probably, Dabai snarks. Something must have shown on his face because Jiren laughed. I would say she won't bite, but honestly I don't know. Yeah, Toga, this kid is Mastermind. Don't let his size fool you though. He's probably one of the smartest villains I've ever met. Mastermind. I'm sure you already know this is Toga Himiko, considering you're the one that wanted this meeting. Ooh, Himiko squealed. Mastermind knows who I am. And he's so cute. You need a cute nickname to match. Like Staney, Mastermindy, Master-chan, Mind-chan, Mind-chan. That's perfect. Jiren said you asked for me, Mind-chan. Why does a cutie like you want to meet an adorable killer like me? Mind-chan. Toga cheered. Izuku swallowed his doubts and smiled. It was getting easier to understand her the more he listened. Her excitement wasn't too different from his own ramblings after all. And Jiren probably wouldn't let her kill him. Probably. Well, you probably know that not many people have met me, yet. So, I need to learn how to defend myself. And, you're really good at knife combat, so, yeah. He cringed and saw Jiren mirroring the expression. Smooth. Toga, however, didn't really care. On good, that was awkward. Izuku whined. Most of the room cringed along with him. Wow, so you want me to teach you how to fight Mind-chan? That's so cool. I don't really know what I'm doing half the time. I just like to see people in red, so I don't know if I'll be a good teacher, but it'll be lots of fun to try. Despite his common sense screaming at him to get as far away from this girl as possible, her enthusiasm was contagious. Perfect, Toga-sensei. You, Toga cringed. If you'll try to be a good teacher, I'll do my best to be a good student. It was Toga's turn to cringe. Toga-sensei. That's not cute at all. Just call me Himiko, Mine-chan. And then she ran at him with a knife. Just jump right in there. Dabai grumbled. Izuku didn't think he had ever been sore in his life. He was currently stretched out on the couch icing his bruises with bags of frozen peas. Thankfully, the training knives he and Toga had been using only left bruises instead of slashes. Toga wasn't too happy about that. She insisted that red was a much prettier color than purple. That's because it is, Toga called out. Izuku heard the door open but didn't bother moving. He wasn't even sure he could at this point, but maybe he was just being dramatic. Oh, Izuku, sweetie, are you okay? What happened? Hi, Mom. Izuku tried to smile, but it came out as more of a pained grimace. I just spent the afternoon with a few friends. One of them is pretty good at martial arts and she was trying to teach me. She's just, really enthusiastic. That's one way to put it. Todoroki deadpans. His mom didn't seem any less worried, but seemed to decide to take his word for it. Did you learn a lot? What's she like? Izuku lit up. Yeah, I did. We basically spent the whole time going over some basics and getting them into my body. She said I'm a really fast learner. What else? Like I said, she's really enthusiastic and not just about fighting. Himiko just does everything with about twice as much energy as anyone else. So she's actually a lot of fun to be around. It was a little intimidating at first, but I'm getting used to her, so it's not too bad. At least someone appreciates my energy. Toga pouts at the boys. Oh man, can you imagine? Izuku asks in horror. Yeah, no, that would not be happening. You've been so happy these past few months. I was so worried about you after Katsuki was attacked by that awful villain. You were just so quiet for months after, and then that whole thing with trying to find a job. I don't know what changed, but you seem to be thriving now. Izuku thought about it for a minute. It definitely hadn't been a smooth transition from wannabe hero to up-and-coming villain, but was he happier now? He thought of his fight with Toga and how she didn't ever ask about his quirk, just pouted that she wasn't allowed to make him bleed. He thought of Jiren and how he treated him like an equal. He thought about his overflowing inbox, full of people who respected him and wanted to be associated with him, and he felt a small smile tug at the corners of his mouth as he looked up at his mom. Yeah, I guess I am. I've found people who like me and I'm doing something I enjoy. For the first time in a while, I think I'm really happy. As the screen fades, the theater sat in silence. Even the villains were solemn in the fact that he could only find happiness in the pain of others, though they each understood. As the people shook off their melancholy, the next chapter began. Now playing, Viridian, the Green Guide. Trigger. Considering he goes to bed at 8, I wouldn't be surprised. Todoroki comments. Relying on street trash is a good way to get yourself injured. Aizawa grumbles. When she finds out about this, she's gonna lose her mind. Izuku whines. As logical as that is, I'm not sure if I like the problem child using one. Aizawa gripes. I'm sure young Viridian will figure it out. All Might reassures. Let's not forget Mastermind is also planning to wield knives. Nezu chirps. The teachers grumble and gripe at the villain and Vigilante taking to knives. That's a good point. Uraraka murmurs. That's a relatively safe blade to start with. Toga whispered. The boys turned to her with a little confusion. What? She snarks. Everybody's got to start somewhere. Midnight snorts. Now I'm just imagining running into a teenager late at night and asking why they have soup in their pocket. It'd be fun trying to watch him explain it. Mike chuckles. Those are going to snap in his first fight. Aizawa complains. Let's just hope he'll be okay. All Might comforts. He grinned when he saw the dowels standing up against the wall. He grabbed 2 of the shorter pieces, each about 20 centimeters long and 3 around, but one was slightly shorter than the other. Izuku hoped that the difference wouldn't throw him too off balance if he had to use them in a fight. Now that he finally felt armed enough, Izuku turned off his flashlight and walked out the front door. He was ready. No, he definitely isn't. Aizawa is getting a little frazzled. Then walk away, problem child. Aizawa remarks to the screen. When did your friend say she was coming? One of the thugs asked. And why did we have to meet her here? There are flies everywhere, man. Oh, stop being such a baby. That guy seemed to be the leader. He had green skin and what looked like thorns on his face, which made Izuku wonder what his quirk was. She'll be here soon. Izuku shook his head and turned away. There were other people who needed his help. There was no point in waiting around here. He was just about to leave when the first thug cried out in pain and Izuku whipped around to see him clutching a hand to his neck. Damn fly bit me. Man, I hate fly bites. Uraraka scratches her neck in sympathy. If flies are bugging you, just let me know, Kiro. Uraraka barked a laugh at the implication. Thanks, Sue, you're the best. Within a few seconds, each of the thugs slapped a hand to their necks and cried out. Those must be some vicious flies if they bit all of them, but why bite all of them at once? Izuku should run. Those bites looked painful and he didn't necessarily want to have to explain to his mom how he got an insect bite when he was supposedly at home in bed. He turned to leave again. You bitch, I'll kill you. Izuku watched in shock as the thugs all started powering up and attacking each other. What? And they all had such powerful quirks too. He thought quirks this powerful were rare. And the more powerful your quirk, the more likely you would be encouraged to be a hero, so a group of thugs all with powerful quirks was unheard of. But they were going crazy like they were on drugs or something, but they hadn't even been smoking. Oh, shit, Aizawa whispered. All the teachers turned to him. He wants to tell them, but one look at Headcase says he shouldn't. Resigned, he remarks, I'm sure it'll be explained eventually. Understanding his predicament, they settled down. Just then, one of the thugs caught sight of him. Boys, look, we've got a toothpick to crush. Izuku froze and swallowed thickly as every one of the thugs turned toward him. Time to run. Run, get away. Fucking book it. Aizawa-sensei and Viridian are gonna meet. Kaminari cheers as the rest of the room chatter excitedly. That sounds like human experimentation. Ida remarks. Who needs drugs when you could have my babies? Mei exclaims loudly. Phrasing. Todoroki deadpans. Was that a reference? Izuku asks. To what? Todoroki wonders innocently. Never mind. That's gonna be frustrating. Ashido whines. I don't think daylights really deal with organized crime. So comments. But you might be called in for raids that can take weeks to plan and waiting is painful. Kirishima reminds and then more quietly adds, especially when you know someone's in danger. The rest of the squad comfort him quickly. Even Bakugo adding in his gruff, you saved her, didn't you? And don't say that was Deku, cause you know he couldn't have done it alone. Plans never survive contact with the enemy, was echoed by many pros, to which the students took note. Really show. Mike tusked. To be fair, he doesn't know how this happened. Midnight remarks. Aizawa just growls to himself. As did a few others. Stay away from the fight, kid, he said. I'll handle this. He cancelled the villain's quirks, then started to wrap as many as he could in his capture weapon, knocking them into each other and into the walls to disorient them. He couldn't see Viridian anymore, so hopefully the kid had enough sense to run away. If only. Aizawa grumbles. Oh my god, Shota. Midnight squealed. We got to see his analysis of you. She gasped. Do you think we'll see mine? Maybe. He shrugs. Right now I'm just trying to answer those questions. We can run some tests when we return. Nedzu pipes in. Pay attention. Get away. Don't hurt the bean. That doesn't matter right now. Focus. Keep it up. Get up. Hurry. Don't hurt him. Well, he didn't have any ranged weapons, but his best option was the dowels, probably since he'd lost his knife. Izuku's heart sank as he grabbed the wooden sticks from his hoodie pocket. They didn't look like they'd do a lot of good against a strength quirk. The man lunged for him again and Izuku dodged around him, then brought both sticks down on the back of the man's skull. They broke. Shit. Fuck. Damn it. Oh no. Izuku gulped as the man slowly turned around and glared at him. This was it. This was how he died. Wait. Was he deflating? I thought I told you to get away, kid. Cheers rang out at the teacher's rescue. Snort. Talk about dramatic. Valid. Sorry, Eraserhead, sir. just. A movement behind Eraserhead caught Izuku's eye and he realized that the tentacle villain hadn't been taken down yet and was going to grab Eraserhead. Izuku didn't even have time to think before he was rushing forward. His dowels may be broken, but they had splintered when they broke, which made them more like stakes. He didn't need to completely defeat the villain. He just needed to immobilize him for long enough for Eraserhead to erase his quirk. Get him. Let's go. Don't encourage him. He can't hear us. He ducked beneath Eraserhead's arm and brought his stakes down on two of the tentacles, pinning them to the ground and making the villain cry out in pain. A few seconds later, the man was dragged toward him as his tentacles retracted back into his head. Izuku looked up behind him and could barely see a glint of red behind the gold goggles. Eraserhead waited a few seconds to make sure that the villain wasn't getting up. He must have passed out from the pain once his quirk was erased, then turned his glare toward Izuku. You must be Viridian. Izuku winced. I didn't ask for that article, I swear. I'm so sorry, Eraserhead. I was going to get Amplifier when these guys just started going crazy all of a sudden, but then one of them saw me, and then I. Wait, did you say they went crazy all of a sudden? Izuku nodded and shrunk a little when he saw the scowl deepen on Eraserhead's face. He watched as Eraserhead knelt down and turned the tentacle villain over onto his back, then opened his mouth and took out his tongue. Black. Figures. Why is the color of his tongue important, Eraserhead? Izuku asked hesitantly. Couldn't it just be a part of his quirk? Don't some species of squid naturally have black tongues? Children. Nedzu calls out, please take note of any investigative procedures these stories show. I imagine it will be quite useful in your careers. Eraserhead looked up at him appraisingly. True, but why don't you check one of the other villains? I doubt you can justify them all having black tongues naturally. Izuku slowly made his way over to one of the unconscious villains and looked at his tongue. Sure enough, it was black, but the color's fading. So if a villain is all jacked up and acting off their rocker, check the tongue. Ashido says, rubbing her chin. Good to know. Izuku mumbles. But they didn't shoot up. Izuku said. Eraserhead froze. What? Izuku fidgeted under his stare. I was watching them. They weren't using needles or anything before they went crazy. They weren't even smoking. Eraserhead frowned. Strange. Eraserhead, sir. Izuku fidgeted again. I'm sorry for getting in your way. Eraserhead sighed. Just call me Eraser, kid. And while I wish you hadn't gotten involved, you managed to hold your own. Stay out of fights, kid. You don't want to die. Izuku waited for probably a moment too long before nodding and running away. Pick up on the hint, please. Midnight whines at the screen. I'm sure I will, Aizawa says confidently. Izuku tucked himself back into bed after tending to his injuries for the night and thought about those weird thugs. Eraser said it was some kind of a drug. But how did they get exposed to it? Izuku shook his head. He should leave the investigation to Eraser and the police. He would just get in the way. Right as he was falling asleep, he remembered what one of the thugs had said right before going crazy. There are flies everywhere. Weren't flies supposed to be asleep at night? Huh, weird. Put it together, kid. Aizawa grumbles. The screen fades as the student discusses what flies had to do with drugs while their teacher silently screams to himself, no spoilers. Now playing. Cheat code, support strategist. Practical. Cue the freakout. Izuku huffs in resignation. Nenzu tries to suppress his chuckles. Uraraka starts he did hack into the school. Izuku lowered himself into a deep bow. I am so sorry, Principal Nenzu, sir. What I did was see completely uncalled for and inappropriate. I, wasn't thinking see clearly and obviously. That's no excuse, but, there's no need for that, Midoriya. Nenzu chirped. In fact, what you did was quite impressive. Impressive? Izuku asks. Are you really surprised? Ada remarks. Nenzu is rather chaotic. Todoroki comments. Izuku straightened up in shock. The principal's expression was hard to read, on account of his face not being human, but he couldn't see any anger or malice. What? You're not a mad. Oh no. Nenzu stepped aside and gestured for Izuku to come in. In fact, I was quite delighted. It's not often that people are brave enough to try, so it's quite fun to test my defenses against new faces. That makes too much sense. They comments. And it's sad again. Kaminari whines while Ashido pats him on the back. Nenzu carefully poured the tea and set a cup down in front of Izuku. So, how long have you been hacking? I think about 8 months. Izuku took the cup and held it while he waited for it to cool. I only picked it up after I decided to apply to the support course. I thought it'd be useful for information gathering. Quite astute. Nenzu chirps. You could say that. Dabai snarks. Izuku chuckled awkwardly. I thought that hero support was just inventing stuff. I didn't think to look into the analysis track until ... Sorry, I'm rambling. But since I really enjoy analyzing heroes and quirks, it just seemed perfect, I guess. Nenzu smiled knowingly. It's not often that we get young people applying to be analysts. Most people assume that support is simply the invention of support items like you did. And while analysis is an important part of creating those support items, many people overlook its potential in strategy and intelligence gathering. Speaking of your analysis, may I see your portfolio? The moment of truth. Mike comments. I'm both excited and terrified at the thought of him being Nenzu's student. Midnight chimes. All these questions I didn't even know to ask. Aizawa comments in well-hidden awe. I'm not as fast as all that, Midoriya. Nenzu chuckled. I still have to wait for my brain to catch up before I can turn the page. And while my quirk definitely helps, most of my speed reading is actually a skill I've cultivated. Izuku flushed red and slammed his mouth shut. Sorry, I know my muttering is creepy. On the contrary, it was a wonderful demonstration of your real-time analysis skills, Nenzu said simply, turning back to the portfolio. And while it will most likely be useful to learn to be aware of when you are muttering, there is nothing inherently wrong with the habit. As Izuku looks at the screen with all his friends take the opportunity to encourage him to speak up during his mutter storms. Izuku's eyes widened and he stared at Nenzu silently while he finished the portfolio. His muttering ... wasn't bad. That just seemed so weird to him. Kaken had always said that it was annoying and creepy, but then again, he'd said the same things about Izuku's notebooks. Maybe it was creepy if a hero did it, but was simply an eccentricity when an analyst did? That would make sense. Yeah, an eccentricity, not an annoying habit that he had to get rid of. Izuku liked that. HeadcaseKiller starts. I'm all warm and fuzzy now. Nenzu finally turned the final page of his portfolio and set it aside. This is quite impressive. I am assuming that you have been analyzing heroes for much longer than you've been hacking. Yes, sir, Izuku said. I started analyzing heroes as a hobby when I was 4. I just didn't realize it was a marketable skill. Would it be alright if I held onto this so I can peruse it more thoroughly at a later date? Nezu asked. Izuku nodded, a weird sense of pride growing in his chest the more the principal praised him. I already assumed that I wasn't going to be getting it back since it's part of my application. Maybe I should share my notebooks after all. Izuku whispers to himself. His friends brighten but leave him be so as to not overwhelm him. Excellent. Nezu clapped his paws together. Now, you have your laptop with you, correct? Yes. Izuku dug out his laptop and set it on the desk in front of him. Perfect, Nezu said. Now onto the practical portion of your exam. Izuku swallowed nervously, thinking of all the ominous good luck wishes from Midnight and Powerloader. What will I be doing exactly? As I said, I was very impressed with your efforts this morning, so I simply want you to continue what you were doing then. Nezu's eyes twinkled with mischief. I want you to hack into UA. That's just mean. Is that really his test? Rip. Poor baby. You probably did better than you think. Don't be sad. He's spiraling. HeadcaseKiller warns. Quick, someone comfort him. Ashido cheers. Good lord dude. Zero turns to Bakugo. That world's version of you did a number on that kid. I've noticed. He snaps back. Whoa, Izuku, are you okay? What's wrong? Izuku jolted from his spiraling thoughts and looked around, but the only person near him was Mei, who currently had one hand resting on his shoulder. Oh, Mei running into him was actually completely in character, probably. It was just Mei, not Kaken, and Mei wasn't anything like Kaken, so she wasn't going to beat him up. Probably. I'd never. Mei yells. Izuku forced a smile onto his face. Nothing. You just startled me, is all. Mei frowned like she didn't believe him. Then what's with the tears? Now she's done it. Bakugo and Midoriya say in unison. It's okay, Deku. Uraraka comforts. Tears are manly. Kirishima adds. We've never thought any less of you for crying and we never will. Todoroki affirms. You'd never beat someone up, huh? Uraraka jabs in amusement. Unless someone deserves it. Mei snarks back. No one hurt me, Mei-chan. Izuku finally got out between the tears. It's my own fault anyway. Mei looked at him skeptically. Then what happened? That set off the tears again. But thankfully he could speak through them this time. And Nezu wanted me to hack UA for my practical B, but I couldn't do it. I failed. Oh, Mei sat down on the sidewalk and pulled him down next to her, ignoring the weird looks from the people passing by. Are you sure they didn't just want you to try? Blah. Izuku starts, but it's interrupted by the screen. That made Izuku pause. What? Well, every failure is just a stepping stone to success, right? Mei said excitedly. And you said yourself that UAS cybersecurity is absolutely insane, so what if he was planning on you failing? Izuku just stared at her. If he wanted me to fail, then why did he tell me to succeed? Mei flicked him on the forehead, which was apparently her way of getting him out of his head and telling him that he was being an idiot. A lot of inventions are just about learning the process. Even if they don't work, they still weren't a waste of time because they make the next invention faster. UAS security wouldn't be the best in the business if a first year could ram through it, right? They probably just wanted to see how you approached a problem that you couldn't solve. They wanted to see your process. That makes a lot of sense, Kiro. Sue comments. Cautious optimism is still optimism. Ashido cheers. If you say so. He said slowly, but what about you? How did your practical go? Mei grinned and immediately launched into a story that involved blowing up her workspace 3 times until she finally got a working prototype of hover boots 20 minutes before the end of the exam. Izuku listened and laughed with her until his tears dried and Mom started frantically texting him wondering when he was going to be home. By the time he started walking home, his heart was a little lighter than it had been, and his phone was a little heavier. It had a new number in it, after all. As the screen fades, Uraraka cheers all in favor of Mei being an official member of the Deku squad. I'm not against it, Kiro. Sue agrees. If Midoriya is fine with it, Todoroki informs. I'll try not to hold the sports festival against her. Ida remarks. Welcome to the squad, Mei-chan. Izuku cheers. Great to be here, Izuku. Mei laughs. Now playing. Deku, I think he's some pro. Acceptance. Story of my life. Izuku grumbles. You're way too hard on yourself, Izuku. Mei comments. Please tell us if you ever feel this way. Ida chops. No reason to do it alone. Uraraka chimes. Thanks guys. You're awesome. Be patient. We believe in you. There was a knock at the door. Izuku, as Mom called out, could you get the door? My hands are full making dinner. Okay, Mom. He got up from the couch and opened the door, only to do a double take when he saw who it was. They're delivering the news in person. Ashido cheers. That's so awesome. Kaminari cries. Hey kid, Eraser said. We brought you something. Can we come in? Izuku stood aside in shock, allowing Eraser, Ms. Joke, and Mr. Brave, all in civilian garb, to come inside. Sorry Night I couldn't come, Ms. Joke said. He's in the middle of a major case right now. Yeah, right, Brave laughed. The old man's just a spoilsport. Mom, Izuku said as he walked into the kitchen, the 3 pro heroes trailing close behind. These are my friends. This is Eraserhead, Ms. Joke, and Mr. Brave. Yup, just some friends. Midnight teases. Nothing special about this at all. Mike adds sarcastically. It's concerning that we are all his friends at this point. Mr. Brave comments. That'll change when he starts school. Ms. Joke waves him off. Nope echoes through the theater. He's a great kid, Midoriya-san. Ms. Joke laughed. We're lucky to have met him. By the way, since I'm not in costume right now, you can just call me Emi Fukukato. Nice to meet you, Fukukato-san. Yeah, me too, Mr. Brave said. My name is Haruto Nakamura. The other two looked at Eraser, who stared back for a minute before sighing. I'm Shota Aizawa. Deku's a smart kid. You must be proud of him. So enthusiastic. Midnight drones as Mike and Joke snicker. Damn, well fuck me, I guess. Yeesh. Izuku looked like he wanted to sink into the floor as the room went cold. Fix this. So why are you guys here? Not that you're not welcome. You totally are. It's just that you've never come over before and you guys sounded like you planned it, but I didn't know about it unless I forgot. Oh no, did I forget? Mr. Brave. Nakamura laughed. No, Deku, you didn't forget. We wanted to surprise you. Show him Eraser. Aizawa rolled his eyes but had a small smile as he reached into his pocket and took out an envelope. My UA letter. No shit, Sherlock. Dabai snarked. Aizawa-sensei's a surprisingly good friend. Kaminari comments. Dude, Zero chastises. What was that, Kaminari? Aizawa calls out. Nothing, sir. He squeaks back. Izuku looked to his mother, who smiled sadly. You and your friends go open it in the living room. I'll keep working on dinner and you all can come eat after, okay? Izuku nodded and went back to sit on the couch. Aizawa sat beside him, while Nakamura sat on the chair and Fukukato made her home on the floor. All three looked at Izuku in anticipation and he took a deep breath before tearing open the envelope. He then promptly started crying. Typical, Uraraka, Bakugo, and All Might said in unison. Don't do that. They're happy tears. That's just how he is. Aizawa looked slightly panicked. It is good news. I don't know why he's crying, I swear. I am just so happy. Izuku choked out, saving Aizawa from being physically wrestled to the floor. I made it. I'm going to UA. I'm gonna be a hero. Little Green does that a lot, I take it. Brave remarks. That'd take some getting used to. Joke giggled. Congratulations, Deku. Nakamura said, you deserve it. Fukukato gave him a big hug. Oh, I'm so excited for you. I kinda wish you were coming to Ketsubutsu with me, but you're gonna need Nedzu to help you with that big brain of yours. She sighed. Oh well, there's still internships, and I'm sure you'll hear about me all the time since Eraser's madly in love with me. One does their best to suppress their laughter as the other students whisper in confusion. The villains are just as confused, looking back at Eraserhead, noting the mix of confusion and amusement as the man in question seethes in his seat. No, I'm not. Aizawa denied. Stop telling people that. Joke. It's not a joke, I am. Fukukato laughed loudly and tried to mess up Aizawa's hair, but he dodged and scowled at her. She responded by sticking out her tongue. I ship it. Ashido whispers conspiratorially. I swear even Deku is more mature than you. Maturity is overrated, Nakamura said. Then crossed his eyes and pulled a face, making Izuku giggle. The theater starts to crack, much to Aizawa's dismay. Aizawa looked dead inside. You're all impossible. I hate all of you, except for Joke. Nakamura said, you love her. Izuku laughed even harder. So this is what having friends really felt like. Somehow when Joke teased, it didn't feel the same as when Kaken did it. It wasn't hurtful at all. It was just friends giving each other a hard time. It was nice. Hell yeah it is. Uraraka cheered as the theater reins themselves in. Oof. Ouch. Geez. Thanks, Mom. Izuku led his friends back to the kitchen and they all sat down. Thanks for the food, Midoriya-san. Fukukato said as they dug in. Yeah, this tastes amazing. Nakamura added. Of course it does, my mom made it. Izuku mumbled and then turned red at the realization he said that aloud. I'd rather face 1,000 villains than an angry mother. Mike shivers. You're just saying that because you can punch a villain. Midnight teases. So you'd rather willingly fail a student in some way than face a villain? Aizawa asked, efficiently shutting her up. Aizawa nodded solemnly. Of course, Midoriya-san, I would never send Deku into a situation he wasn't prepared for. When we take him along on internships, we'll always be with him to protect him if things get dangerous. Deku may be smarter than most pros, but he's still a student, and he'll be treated accordingly. Good, Inko sighed. I'll hold you to that, Aizawa-san. So Eraser, I guess you can't expel your whole class this semester. Brave smiled, because that would mean expelling Deku too. Wait, that actually happened? Kaminari asked in horror. Many others did the same, albeit quietly and to themselves. You expelled a whole class. Inko was wide-eyed. Aizawa put down his fork. I only expel kids who have no potential. It's cruel to let them continue when they'll only end up getting themselves or others killed. I won't expel Deku because he has potential. I wouldn't have recommended him otherwise. Guys, Hagakure cried out in excitement, we all have potential. The rest of the class preened at that revelation. I find it hard to believe that an entire class was completely devoid of potential. Izuku insisted. They must have had strong quirks. You're living proof that quirks aren't everything, Aizawa said. They might have had strong quirks, but their personalities convinced me they didn't have what it takes. Spoiled brats, every single one of them. No one had ever told them no and let them get away with murder just because of their quirks. That's not how you raise a hero. Heroes have to be willing to protect people and give their all, not just coast by or be the best. By the sounds of it, Mainta and Bakugo seem most likely to get expelled. Shoji comments. Indeed, though Bakugo has improved since the year began. Takoyami retorts. If one were to look at the Baka squad, one might notice how unusually quiet they were. Most teachers aren't as strict on expulsions as Eraser here, Midoriya-san, Fukukato explained. I teach at another hero school and I probably expel maybe one student a year. Sometimes I don't expel any at all. It all depends on the class. But then again, Ketsubutsu isn't as competitive as UA. Oh, that's good, I guess. One of Izuku's oldest friends is going to be applying to UA as well. And I wouldn't want to have to deal with Mitsuki if her son gets expelled. Izuku shivers violently at the thought. Don't worry about Kaken, Mom. I'm sure he won't have any problem getting in, and I know he'll be the best hero. Inko smiled. You're right. It's silly to worry. Who knows, maybe you two will be in the same class. Aizawa hoped he was imagining the tension that came into Deku's shoulders at that. Maybe. Have we been misreading their relationship all year? Aizawa asks. Sometimes things slip through the cracks, like comforts. Though that does beg the question, how much of this did our Bakugo do? Midnight posits. And I have. Izuku beams, making his friends swell in joy. Maybe you'll find someone you have instant chemistry with, like me and Eraser. Fukukato said while Aizawa rolled his eyes. Oh, are you together? Inko asked. How did you two meet? We're not. Aizawa started, but Fukukato interrupted him. Our agencies were nearby when we were first starting out. In between missions and drama, a mutual love blossomed. No, it didn't, Aizawa muttered. Nakamura and Izuku snickered, as did much of the audience. That sounds so romantic. Inko sighed. We aren't dating, Midoriya-san. Aizawa said. Not yet, Fukukato said. But don't worry, Midoriya-san. I'll win him over eventually. A mischievous glint came into Inko's eye as she looked between the two, and Aizawa gulped. The poor thing. Izuku whispers. It's all right, Fukukato-san. I understand completely, Inko said. Did you know that I had known Izuku's father for almost a year by the time he realized I was flirting with him? Mom, Izuku cried out in betrayal. Fukukato just laughed, and the theater erupted in laughter. Well, at least we've passed that stage of the courtship. I doubt Eraser could ignore my flirting. Neither can anyone else, that's the problem, Aizawa said. Oh, snap. Ashido cried with her laughter. Oh, so you want me to be more subtle in my affections? I can do that. Aizawa just sighed as everyone laughed at him. Deku, don't encourage her. Why not? Izuku said innocently. You two are so cute together. Izuku promptly smacked his hands over his mouth to muffle his laughter as Aizawa called out a gruff, that little shit. God, it's too much. Kaminari chuckles. That was amazing, Deku. Fukukato held out her hand for a fist bump, which Izuku took her up on. And don't be so dramatic, Eraser. I'll win you over eventually and you know it. Aizawa just sighed and shook his head. More like you'll wear me down. Your way of flirting is like a war of attrition. He turned to look at Izuku as he pointedly changed the subject. So Deku, we need to talk about internship options. The room starts to settle at that. Don't internships happen after school starts? Inko asked. Normally, yes. Your son, however, is a special case. He's been working with us in an advisory role for several months at this point, and there is a raid coming up that we invited him on before knowing how young he is. We still think that his input will be essential, but he'll need to be part of an official internship in order to come. Inko looked worried. We will make sure he stays safe while still allowing him to contribute to the mission. This is gonna be so cool. Izuku enthuses. Multiple internships. Izuku cries excitedly for his counterpart. Izuku's eyes went wide. That sounds amazing. Can I, Mom? Please? Inko looked at him for a long moment before caving. You're sure that these internships will help him be safe? The three heroes nodded. Then okay. But don't put yourself in any more danger than you need to and listen to the heroes, okay? Duh. Izuku snarks. His friends pointedly remained silent at that. Okay. He hugged her tightly. Thank you so much, Mom. Thanks for dinner, Midoriya-san. Congratulations, Deku. Fukukato said as the heroes left. See you for training and internships. And don't forget there's a planning meeting, Nakamura said. Detective Tsukachi will be picking you up. I still don't understand why I can't just walk, Izuku said sullenly. It's because you're still a kid. Aizawa ruffled Izuku's hair. Problem child. As the screen fades, teasing and excitement rose through most of the room. It took some time for everything to calm down, but once it did, many remembered what story came next, and all but the villains, who were eager, became greatly on edge. Now playing Mastermind, Strategist for Hire. face to face. A secondary location will make him even harder to track. Tsukachi sighs. People will get over that real quick. Dabai snarks. Talk about armed to the teeth. Uraraka comments. Plus ultra. Izuku grins. She gasps Deku no. I'm sorry. He laughs back. You don't sound sorry. Todoroki deadpans. Anyone else feels that chill crawling up their spine? Shiro asks around. Many raise their hands or nod in reply. Great, he gonna gain even more traction. Aizawa deadpans, looking pretty snazzy. Jiren was leaning against the doorframe, smoking his ever-present cigarette. I'd say knock him dead, but that'd be bad for business. Izuku rolled his eyes, again marveling at how they stood out against his outfit. Let's go. The sooner we get this over with, the sooner I can pretend I'm not nervous. Mood, Izuku says. You can tell us if and when you feel that way, Kiro. Stuff like that's what friends are for. Uraraka cheers. I think we should all keep that in mind. Ida informs. Jiren chuckled, but grabbed his keys. You're such a smart kid, I keep forgetting how new to the game you are. Normally it takes years for small fry like you to get to this point in their careers. Yeah well, normally small fry don't make a living killing heroes. Since when was Golden Boy sassy? Dabai smirks. Mind-chan's first meeting. Toga bounces so exciting. Oh, he's gonna get it. Dabai grins and rubs his hands together, leaning forward in anticipation. And he about to prove it. Shigi grins menacingly. Izuku's nervousness was slowly morphing into anger and determination. If there was anything he was used to from his life before villainy, it was jerks who thought it was their right to look down on him. The head honcho had gone on a rant about Jiren not taking him seriously and how he was powerful and blah, blah, blah. Izuku just sat down on the chair provided for him and spoke quietly, the determination in his voice and eyes passing for confidence in his words. Takumi Fujito, age 42. Quirk, spines. You convert the fat in your body into spines that can be detached. However, they have a tendency to bleed when you do that, so you avoid detaching them if at all possible. Family. You have a wife that you married 10 years ago and 4 kids, all under the age of 15. Your youngest just turned 6 last Wednesday. Congratulations, by the way. Weaknesses. Your family, the dependence of your quirk on your previous fat stores, and the risk of blood loss if forced to use it in the wrong way. You also have a severe allergy to shellfish. Did I get anything wrong? Oh snap. Twice calls out that was nothing. Can you imagine being on the receiving end of that? Dabai asks, still grinning. I'd prefer not to. Shigi snaps. Did we get all that? Aizawa asks, word for word. Nedzu chirps happily. I'll add it to the files when we return. Tsukachi sighs. Now we get to see how the cops and heroes are handling Mastermind. Ashido grins. Best part of crime shows. Kaminari replies. So it took a long time to figure out he even existed because they didn't have anything in common. Shiro concludes. So not manly. Kirishima agrees. This version of me seems rather crass. Nedzu remarks. I'd hope you wouldn't track down a career criminal for a simple game of chess. Tsukachi adds. Such a thing would be little more than icing on the cake. He replies. The theater cringes at that. So who wants to tell him? Jiru snarks. So close. Anjuru stressed. In short, they still had nothing. But were tracking any suspicious activity at dozens of internet cafes in the city. And then he stopped using them. The villains have started laughing at this point. Cause that's an amazing comfort for the poor little heroes. Dabai smirked sarcastically. A slight movement in the corner of his eye made Tsukachi reflexively drop the file and reach for his gun. Hey now, I didn't think I was being that quiet. Tsukachi curbed his panic for long enough to recognize the long white scarf, tangled hair, and tired eyes of the hero in front of him. He sighed in relief. The downside of stealth. Hagakure giggles. Eraser. Sorry I didn't hear you coming. He looked at the papers spread all over the floor, got lost in thought, I guess. Eraser grunted in response. I guess I should apologize for sneaking up on you. Stealth is just kind of a reflex for underground heroes. It takes too much work to turn it off. That's something to look forward to. Shoji comments. Once one is swallowed by darkness, it becomes hard to find the light. Takoyami adds. No, Tsukachi shook his head. It's not a problem. So, why are you here, Eraser? Normally you go straight to sleep after patrols. Eraserhead's expression, minute as the change was, turned grim. I heard something concerning from one of my informants and needed to let you know as soon as possible. He glanced down at the file that was still lying in disarray at their feet. I have something else to add to your file. Tsukachi perked up half in excitement and half in dread. While he hoped Eraser was bringing good news, his grim attitude made that much less likely. Please tell me that you have some sort of lead on how to find him. Even as he said it, he knew it was a useless hope. If Eraser was bringing something like that, he'd be smiling, as unhinged as the hero's smile was. Unhinged? Dabai asks as the villains turned to wanted to notice their shivers, wisely leaving that alone. As expected, Eraser shook his head and frowned. Much worse. According to my contact, Over the past week, Mastermind has met with the leaders of several minor gangs. In person, Eraser waited a moment for his news to sink in, watching as all the overworked cogs in Tsukacha's brain finished turning to the correct positions. And when they did, as the screen fades, theories of what's to come next are discussed. Internships, plans, gear, weapons, and anything in between until the screen loads. Now playing, Viridian, the Green Guide. Weapons. Where is your father anyway? Ochako turned to Izuku. America, as far as I know. Izuku comments offhandedly. How have we not killed this kid? Dabai wonders aloud. He has a quirk for one. Shigaraki gripes. And he's like never alone. Toga chirps. Awa, he's such a good son. Midnight coos, except for the sneaking out and risking his life without her knowledge. Eraser reminds. Killjoy. She mumbles back. On occasion, Sue remarks, then again we all have our moments. Her lips curl slightly as those around her agree and argue all at once. He turned down the aisle and started looking around while desperately trying to pretend he knew what he was doing. Why were there so many pipes? And why were they all so long? He wasn't looking for a quarterstaff. He wanted something he could fit in his pocket. Finally, he found some copper pipe that looked short enough to be promising. He picked up a piece and started passing it between his hands. It was light, but felt comfortable enough. Is there anything I can help you with? Wait a minute. No way. Is it really? Izuku yelped and dropped the pipe, which made a series of loud clanging sounds as it bounced on the floor. Izuku felt his face heat up and turned to the employee who was looking at him apologetically. The kid was around his own age and had yellow hair that was almost as bright as the red apron of his store uniform. Sorry about that, dude, the employee said. We're just supposed to offer help and expertise to the people who come in. Not that I actually have much expertise. I'm just a part-timer, but I could help you find someone who's an expert if you want. Holy shit, it's me, Kaminari exclaimed. We can see that. Bakugo deadpans. You worked at a hardware store? Zero asked. Until I got into UA, yeah, Kaminari replied. Can you imagine? Uraraka snorts. If you tell me what your project is, I could probably point you in the right direction. The kid offered. It's just a hobby. Izuku glanced down at the copper pipe, which was still sitting forgotten on the floor. It seemed too conspicuous, like it was a physical reminder of how useless he was. He not only didn't know what kind of pipe to buy, but he'd also managed to loudly drop one within minutes of arriving at the store. He really was such an idiot, wasn't he? This is emotionally exhausting. Monoma whispers. None of us are even in the story yet. Kendo comments. The employee followed his gaze downward and smiled sheepishly. Sorry, dude, normally I'd grab that and put it back for you. But, he chuckled awkwardly, I'm not really supposed to handle any conductive materials. For the first time, Izuku noticed the black lightning bolt pattern in the employee's hair. Oh, you have an electricity quirk. Your observational skills are always quite impressive, Midoriya. Ida insists. Okay, you have to admit Kaminari's quirks is easy to guess. Izuku defends, I mean he has a lightning bolt in his hair. We will concede to that. Todoroki confirms as the others begrudgingly agree. Yeah, the employee smiled brightly. My name's Kaminari, by the way. Nice to meet you. Izuku leaned down and picked up the pipe. It's really smart of you to work here with your quirk. I'm sure you're learning all sorts of stuff about circuits and electricity. A loud smack echoes through the theater, causing everyone to turn just in time to see Kaminari pull his hand away from a very red forehead and glare at the screen as if it had insulted the very core of his being. Kaminari's eyes widened. Whoa, I hadn't even thought of that, dude. I just wanted to save some extra money for high school. I wonder if some of the guys in the electronics section would be willing to teach me. I'm sure they would. Izuku smiled. Good luck. Thanks, dude. Kaminari smiled. And good luck on your project. Izuku nodded and watched Kaminari leave before turning back to the pipe in his hands. He looked it over and frowned when he saw some small dents from where he'd dropped it. Copper was probably really good for traditional pipes, but it seemed like it was too soft for what Izuku had in mind. It would be really inconvenient to have to fix dents in his weapons every night. No point in using inferior materials. May mumbles softly. Snickers and whispers about what they would do in such a situation rumble quietly through the room. Famous last words. Chorus most of the girls and a few of the boys, all of who could be considered impulse buyers. Everyone should have a knife or two as a backup. Aizawa agreed. I mean, you're not wrong. Mike comments, though some of us can't carry knives. Endeavor comments absent-mindedly, causing a few raised eyebrows. Fire and metal doesn't typically mix well, he says in a way of explanation. Get a bunch. Knives are so pretty, especially covered in blood. Toga shouts at the screen. Amplifier snickers, I can see it now. Just chasing after this green guide, probably expecting a mugging. And this fool stops to pick up a can that fell out of his pocket. I might have an aneurysm just thinking about it. Rocklock grumbles. It's sad that our resident fanboy isn't drowning in merch. Hagakure bemoans. At least he can better protect himself. Ajaru comforts, and won't drop his can. Sato adds. Good. Aizawa comments less likely to get himself injured. One can only hope. Recovery Girl comments. He gave into temptation and read the packaging. Slingshots, a fun, effective tool perfect for hunting and survival. Simply put your preferred ammunition in the leather pouch and fire. There were some packages of steel shot in the same display, which basically looked like metal marbles, but Izuku didn't grab any. Firing metal at someone sounded really serious, like firing a bullet, and he really wasn't a serious vigilante. Besides, other people were probably a lot better at slingshots than he was. And if they were planning on using them for hunting or survival, then they needed the professional ammunition much more than he did. Of course, you're worried about the villains, Uraraka says fondly. Not all of them are bad people. Midoriya starts, some of them are just in bad situations. We're totally gonna use those as souvenirs, Amplifier exclaimed. It'll become a competition, I'm calling it now. Rocklock added. His classmates chime in with variations of poor baby and it'll be okay, much to Izuku's embarrassment. It took him a few minutes to find the marbles, but when he did, he was glad he'd come here rather than a smaller store. There were a lot of marbles that were sold in small net bags that had 10 or so normal marbles and a larger one, but what made Izuku grin was the large dispensers that sold marbles in bulk. He grabbed one of the canvas bags and looked at the different colors. Whoever was in charge of naming marble colors should help students come up with their hero names, because they were obviously having way too much fun with their job if the crazy names like Tsunami or Wild Tiger were any indication. Can we? Midnight wonders. It would certainly be interesting. Nedzu comments. Aizawa just groans. Izuku finally settled on a color called Enchanted Forest, which was a swirling mix of dark green and black, because it matched his vigilante outfit, and he bought about 2 pounds worth of marbles. Hopefully, that would be enough to last him at least a couple of weeks, and there are a few pockets on his new tool belt that would be perfect for them. For the first time since he'd met All Might, Izuku walked home smiling. When the screen fades out, a pop-up appears. Shadows, the horror movie heroes. Accept, download, cancel. Headcase squeals and immediately accepts, turning to their audience. It seems a 5th story will be added to the rotation. So what should we call this one? Midoriya asks. Shadows for now at least. Let's continue while the new story downloads. Headcase turns to the screen, ignoring the call for discussions. Now playing. Cheat code, support strategist. Acceptance. God, this kid is dramatic. Shigaraki whines. It's not just in your head, it really is that heavy. Izuku comments, causing Uraraka to snort. Wow, Midoriya breathes, I had to watch mine alone. Ada turns to him in concern. Why is that? My mom doesn't want me to be a hero. He paused. Whether I passed or failed, I couldn't deal with her reaction. His friends, not knowing what else to do, simply leaned into him in silent comfort. Izuku, Mom said finally, it's not going to get any easier if you wait. Izuku nodded and took a deep breath, then closed his eyes and ripped the envelope open like he was taking off a band-aid. There was a metallic thud that made Izuku open his eyes as something inside fell out and hit the coffee table. Is that a hologram projector? Ibrat seriously had holograms as acceptance letters. Shiggy exclaims incredulously. Oh yeah, Gyro snarks, very plus ultra. Man, I do not envy the teachers that have to do that every year. Kaminari comments, especially if they sent out rejection videos too. Zero adds, see, now I'm curious. Ashido remarks, Izuku, Midoriya. Powerloader began. You passed the written exam with flying colors and turned in an impressive portfolio. However, I have been told that during the practical exam, you did not succeed in hacking UA. Tears pricked at the corners of his eyes, and he could feel Mom looking at him with pity as he stared at the ground. Of course, he knew that he'd failed the exam. As much as he wanted to believe that May had been right about them not expecting him to succeed, he hadn't been able to push away the dread whenever he thought about the test. He really was a failure. He was a quirkless nobody, just like Kaken always said. I'm glad. Majima, Aizawa starts. In my defense, I don't know about his anxiety in that world. Not an excuse. Izuku whipped his head up fast enough to almost give him whiplash. Was Powerloader ... glad he didn't make it into UA? Was he rubbing it in? That didn't seem like appropriate behavior for a pro hero. If you had succeeded, I would honestly be concerned about the quality of our school's defenses. Powerloader chucked. Thankfully, Nedzu didn't actually expect you to succeed. He simply set the task as a way to gauge your skill and drive, even though your portfolio was impressive enough to guarantee your admittance without any need for a practical. Take it from someone who has been working under him for quite a while now. Impressing Nedzu like that is no easy feat. He seems to have. Powerloader shivered almost imperceptibly. Special plans to help you realize your potential. It's the end of the world as we know it, Ashido and Kaminari sang. Izuku held his breath as Powerloader gave a tired smile. As the head of the support course at UA, welcome, Izuku Midoriya. This is your support academia. Izuku's jaw dropped and he kept staring at the screen as Mom cried and hugged him tightly. He made it. He made it. He was going to UA. He did it. Oh, wait, Powerloader was still talking. Now that we've gotten that out of the way, there's a few housekeeping items I need to tell you about. There are 3 first-year support classes at UA. Classes 1 Fahrenheit and 1G cater to the invention track, while Class 1H focuses primarily on design. Because of the rarity of students entering the intelligence and analytics track, you have been assigned to Class 1 Fahrenheit with the invention students. May begins vibrating in her seat, desperate to keep quiet. No spoilers. No spoilers. No spoilers on loop in her head. And his friends and classmates cheer happily for the accomplishment of another version of their friend. Will you all just shut up? Dabai snaps after a few minutes of celebration. Too many. Fuck you, you crispy bitch. Bakugo stands to flip him off. Make me diarrhea, boy. He snarks back. What's that supposed to mean? You're an explosive piece of shit. That's what it means. Enough. Headcase interrupts, their light dimmed to almost black. If you want to have a pissing contest, wait until you're out of my theater. You ain't the boss of me, bitch. Dabai rounds on the entity. Headcase somehow darkens even further. Leaning toward Dabai, she whispers just loud enough for him, and him alone, to hear. Do not test me, Tauya Todoroki. You are in my home. Dabai, not being a complete fool, slowly sat down and looked toward the screen. You did it, baby. Mom hadn't stopped hugging him since Powerloader had said he was accepted. You worked so hard. I'm so proud of you. That was what finally pushed Izuku over the edge into tears of his own. He had no idea how much he needed to hear that. All those years of her apologizing for him being quirkless and telling him to choose a different dream were over. His mom believed in him now. She was proud of him. That felt almost as good as being told he actually got accepted into UA. I'm so happy she's proud of him, but so sad it took so long. Hagakure complains. That's pretty much the definition of bittersweet. Anjuru adds, do you think anyone told him how proud they were in our world? Sato wonders. Momo stands and turns to Izuku Midoriya. When he turns to her, a soft smile spreads across her face. I am proud to count you among my friends, and it is an honor to be one of yours. As he starts to tear up, the rest of his class jumps to add their enthusiastic agreement. Izuku, Mom said, I think your phone is vibrating. Izuku listened, and sure enough, there was a faint vibrating noise. He looked around to see that his phone had fallen out of his pocket and was sitting on the couch beside him. Who would even be calling him? Kaken was the only one at school who had his number. But Izuku was half convinced he had deleted it as soon as Auntie Mitsuki had forced him to put it in his phone. A loud groan comes from the blonde. No, I did not delete the stupid phone number, causing his friends to giggle at his apparent misfortune. Hesitantly, Izuku answered the call. I got in. He didn't even get a chance to say hello before Mei was shouting in his ear. I got in, Izuku-kun, I'm going to UA. Izuku couldn't help the grin that spread across his face. Congratulations, Mei-chan. I knew you could do it. Well duh, I'm me. Mei comments, making her new squad giggle, snicker, and smirk in amusement. Did you tell your mom anything about our entrance exam? Uraraka asks. Honestly, I kind of dissociated most of the time between the exam and getting the letter. Izuku replied. Dissociated, Todoroki remarks. Numb, empty, static in my mind. Izuku takes a moment. I didn't get a single villain point in our exam, and I didn't know about rescue points, so I thought I failed. That sounds tiring. Ida replies softly. It was. He pulled the phone away from his mouth and spoke quietly. Mei-chan is. Well, Mei was acting like they were friends. But he still didn't want to assume anything. We met at the entrance exam. Mom nodded in understanding, but still seemed a little nervous. What about you, Izuku-kun? The question made Izuku tune back into Mei's ramblings. Did you pass? Because if you didn't, I'm gonna march straight into UA and tell them that. No, Izuku screamed, but then realized that could be taken the wrong way. I mean, no, please don't do that, Mei-chan. I got in. Apparently, my final was just a formality and they didn't actually expect me to succeed. I told you so. Mei cackled. You dare doubt me? Mei exclaims with joy, causing laughter to surround her. I knew they wouldn't fail you. That would be like ignoring my perfect babies. So what class are you gonna be in? Are you gonna be with all the other analysis students? Actually, I'm the only one, so they put me in an invention class. Izuku said nervously. I'm in 1 Fahrenheit. There was a beat of silence, and Izuku was just starting to wonder if he'd somehow said something wrong when Hatsum squealed so loud that he had to hold the phone at arm's length just to avoid going deaf. A real concern when you grow up with a living bomb. Izuku says under his breath, just loud enough for his friends to have to hide their laughter. Mom kept looking between him and the phone, obviously concerned. Is she okay? Izuku shrugged helplessly. I think she might just be excited. I'm in 1 Fahrenheit too. Mei screamed. We're in the same class. What? No way. Awesome. All the while Mei is squealing. Oh my god. Mei shouts at the screen. We are friends. Don't you doubt me on that. We should do something to celebrate, Mei declared. Oh. Izuku held the phone away from his mouth again and glanced at Mom. Would you mind if I went to hang out with Mei-chan? She wants to celebrate us getting in. Mom frowned for a moment. Does she want to come over for dinner? If she's your friend, I want to meet her. I could make your favorites. Izuku hesitated. Was inviting her over weird? He couldn't imagine inviting anyone from his middle school over. And Kaken would probably laugh at Mom insisting she meets his new friend. But Mei didn't seem like the type to get embarrassed by societal norms like that, so she probably wouldn't care. I guess I can ask her. I can't wait to meet your mom, and I bet the rest of your friends agree. Mei is quick to inform, and the rest eagerly agree. Izu-kun, I can call you that now, right? Of course, I can. Mei enthuses. Your overthinking is both adorable and concerning. Yeah, Izuku sighs. They both ran to answer the door, but before Mom could open it, Izuku suddenly grabbed her hand. Before you meet Mei, I kinda need to warn you about something. Mom looked worried. Does she have tattoos or something? No, nothing like that, Izuku said frantically. It's just she calls her inventions her babies. He's just mentioning that now. Twice wonders should have kept it to himself. Would have been so funny. Toga giggles. Why would you need to warn me about? Izuku opened the door before she could finish and immediately got an armful of excitable Mei-chan. Izu-kun, this year is gonna be so much fun. Izuku willed his face to go back to a normal color as he pried her away from him. Mei, this is my mom. Mom, this is Mei-chan. Mei's eyes lit up and she ran up to Mom, practically vibrating with excitement. It's awesome to meet you, Midoriya-san. Your son and I are gonna make so many beautiful babies together. Oh God, Mei phrasing. Izuku chokes out as Uraraka tries not to laugh. I'd have to agree. Ida comments as Tsu and Todoroki hold back mirthful smiles, and all the while their Mei cackles at her other self. Damn, Midoriya's pretty chill. Hiroshima comments. Auntie's always been that way. Bakugo informs I don't think I've ever seen her angry either. So manly. Kiri grins back at him. Good. Mei grinned. I'm so excited to see what babies I can make with your son's awesome brains. Did you teach him how to do that? Mom still seemed a little overwhelmed by Mei's energy. What? I think she means my analysis, Mom. Izuku came to her rescue. Or did you mean the hacking? Both. Oh, analysis has always been Izuku's hobby, really. Even as a kid, he was looking at quirks and writing notes about them. I didn't even know what he was doing until he showed me his first notebook. Mom said, and besides buying him notebooks and computer classes, it's all him. It's good to hear the green bean getting the praise and recognition he deserves. Midnight coos. Even if he's Nedzu's second coming in that world. Mike mumbles. Wow, Mei said. I knew you were smart, Izu-kun, but that's something else. You really taught yourself how to make your notebooks. Izuku nodded. I, just always loved heroes, so it just kinda made sense. I've been doing them forever, so the first ones are really stupid and I think they're probably written in crayon. Cool, my first blueprints were the same. I knew they were blueprints, so I was very particular that I had to draw them with a blue crayon. Mei grinned and Izuku was pleased to realize that Mom looked more at ease now that she'd had a chance to adjust to Mei's energy. So what's for dinner? Okay, Headcase calls for attention before I start the next chapter. I'm afraid the new story won't be in rotation until after the 15th set of chapters. As everyone starts asking questions and complaining, she raised her hand to silence them. I know you want to get to it right away, but it's just not possible. Though put out at having to wait, the group settled to watch again. Now playing. Deku, I think he's some pro. Is this supposed to be a joke? My internship with the green bean. This joke squeals. Now playing. Deku, I think he's some pro. Is this supposed to be a joke? My internship with the green bean. Ms. Joke squeals. So, Deku, you ready for your first internship? Izuku nodded as Ms. Joke led the way into the agency she shared with several other underground pros. He couldn't believe he was actually going to be staying the week, learning how to be a hero. Yeah, he knew he'd made it into UA, but this just felt more real, somehow. I react that way to everything. Izuku realizes. So do I. Uraraka comments. It's probably because each milestone means we're that much closer to being heroes, Kira. Sue affirms. Okay, we'll drop your bag off in your room, then our support department wants to meet you. Support department? Like the people who make your weapons. Joke nodded. That's part of what they do, but there's more too. The support department of a hero agency provides us with costumes, gear, and weapons, but they also do analysis, help us track down villains, and gather evidence to turn into the police. Basically, kind of what you've been doing so far. That's why they're so eager to meet you. Just like cheat code. Mei exclaims. Oh okay. Joke led him up several floors to where they had several small rooms for internship purposes and let him drop off all his stuff before going to another floor and leading him down a long hallway to a dark room filled with various monitors and a team of people Izuku had never seen before. Hey everyone. Hey Joke. Who's the kid? Oh him. Joke smiled and pulled him out from where he had been trying to hide behind her. This is Deku. Izuku gave a hesitant wave as the team stared at him. That's Deku. I heard Deku was young. It's just he's tiny. Izuku shrunk in on himself as the whispers continued. Of course, even Deku was cooler than him. He shouldn't have come. Maybe it wasn't too late to tell Joke he wanted to go home. He felt Joke put a hand on his shoulder and he looked up at her. No green bean, Ms. Joke, 'cause you're gonna do so good. She was smiling. Why don't you go show him what you got? She said softly. Hey, you got any videos Deku here can analyze? One of the support team pulled up a video from earlier that day and pressed play before Izuku could even get out his notebook. A bullet quirk ... But why are the bullets ricocheting like that? They seem to be breaking the laws of physics. Maybe a telekinesis quirk. Is that her quirk or does she have a partner? She doesn't look betrayed when she's arrested, so probably no partner then. Most likely she brings along a limited number of bullets, then pretends to have a bullet quirk so people are more wary of her. Still, the speed she's able to move them are really impressive. Wow. Izuku stopped and tried to stomp down his embarrassment at being caught muttering, it really is Deku. No shit, Sherlock. Dabai snarks. What? Did you think I'd lie to you? Joke laughed. I mean, you do have a tendency to pull pranks, so. That's fair. But I'm telling you, the kid's the real deal. Nearly gave us all a heart attack the first time we saw him though. We were expecting some gray beard. Then in walks a baby. He's 14, Izuku exclaims, causing many to giggle or chuckle. Mastermind would beg to differ. Shigaraki huffs. Cheat code too. Shoji adds offhandedly. So, Deku's here on an internship and he's not cleared for combat yet. But I'd like him to have an earpiece so I can talk to him during patrols. One of the support team members nodded and fiddled with something for a minute before handing it to Izuku. That's a standard hero commission earpiece, plus some. It will allow you to talk to the rest of the team. Mostly just Joke and then probably one of us, and it will allow us to see your location at all times. What a great way not to get separated from your internship host. Izuku comments. If only it was commonplace. Todoroki laments, turning toward Ida. Yes, Izuku pointedly stares at Ida, such a shame. Ida refuses to look at either of them. The girls are very confused. Izuku put it in his ear and smiled at Joke, who laughed and put an arm around his shoulder, looking good, kid. You're all official now. So Deku, someone asked, I have to ask, when and how did you get started on analysis? Who taught you? Well, Izuku replied, I first started when I was about 4. He was about to say he thought it would help make up for his quirklessness, but he wasn't quite ready to have all that out in the open yet. I thought it might help me become a hero. I had my heart set on it even back then. I guess it worked. That made everyone laugh. To answer your other question, no one taught me. I just watched the news and started making notes on what I saw. He shrugged. I don't even want to look back at my first one. I've still got it, but I'm fairly certain I wrote at least half of it in crayon. When we get back, can we at least see that first notebook? Uraraka begs. I don't know, Izuku says warily. What if the rest of us track down some childhood art projects? Kiro. Sue proposes. I didn't do art when I was younger. Todoroki informs. Perhaps your first theory then. Ida offers. That actually sounds fun. Izuku replies with a warm smile. They all smile back at him. Mei promises to bring her first blueprints along. There was complete silence and Izuku turned to see every member of the support team staring at him with open mouths, while Joke simply smiled proudly. What happened? Did he say something wrong? Oh my goodness. One of them grabbed a notebook and pen that had been sitting on the desk. Deku, I need your autograph. I don't care that you're going to be an underground hero. That's amazing. Oh, wow, my first autograph and I'm not even the one signing it. Izuku chuckles to himself. Oh, okay. Izuku looked up at Joke, who nodded. Then took the paper. Do I sign as Deku or my real name? You go by Deku professionally, so I'd probably use that one. Joke said, I sign everything as Ms. Joke because no one knows who Emi Fukukato is. She laughed. Izuku smiled. I did. Dude, you're like the god of forbidden knowledge at this point. Kaminari calls out. How'd you know that old nickname? Izuku says a little too quickly. What? Denki replies. While Izuku pretends not to hear him, Bakugo gets him to pay attention again. You don't count. She ruffled his hair as he signed the notebook and gave it back. I'd actually like to ask you guys a few questions while we're here, he said. The head of the support team nodded. That's what we're here for. Shoot. Not again. Bakugo huffs. So about Ms. Joke's laugh mask. Did you design it or did a support firm? Does it work by focusing her quirk like Present Mike's directional speaker or does it completely neutralize the quirk? If it doesn't, can it? How do you? They stayed for another hour or so while Izuku asked dozens of questions and the support team asked a few of their own. Ms. Joke just smiled proudly the whole time. She was thrilled to have gotten Deku first for internships, but the other heroes couldn't argue. She had called dibs, after all. Ah yes, the almighty dibs. Ashido speaks with fake seriousness, rivaled only by the sacred pinky promise. Zero adds in the same tone. Deku just looked so happy. In moments like this, it was hard to remember that no one had ever encouraged him, that he curled in on himself to make himself a smaller target, or that he stuttered and flinched whenever he realized he'd been rambling. By the time they left the support room, Izuku had filled up half a notebook. In his arms, he held the earpiece as well as a plain black jumpsuit they'd given him. He didn't have a hero costume yet, so he'd just have to make do with that until he figured out what he wanted. Izuku didn't even know what he wanted for his hero costume. All his old designs had been heavily inspired by All Might. But that was too painful now, and besides, he wasn't going to be a hero like All Might. Oof, my heart. Hagakure strains dramatically. Ms. Joke, he asked hesitantly, how did you decide on your hero costume? Joke hummed and brought a finger to her chin as she thought. Well, it wasn't simple, and my first costume looked almost nothing like this. At first, I thought I wanted something like a clown, but I just couldn't get it to work. Honestly, I don't know exactly what started me on the pirate motif. I just kinda stumbled on the stripes and it kinda grew from there. Besides that, some of it's functional, like I didn't start with a bandana, but my hair kept falling in my face during spars and hero training. Same with my gloves. I didn't think I'd ever use brass knuckles, but the support department at my school suggested them and I found that they really gave me an edge, especially since I had boxing training. She shrugged. I guess you just start with something that sounds cool. Then it grows from there as you get more experience and figure out what you need. Why? You thinking about what you want. It hasn't even been a year yet and I've changed my costume so much. Izuku comments. Remember Todoroki's first costume? Uraraka asks. Please don't remind me of my failures. Shoto sighs. Unfortunately, Mei picked this moment to ask what it looked like, and upon hearing the description immediately began cackling. Izuku nodded. I had some ideas when I was a kid, but my goals are different now. I don't need to be flashy, I just want to make people feel safe. Except for the villains, Ms. Joke teased. Except for the villains. Izuku agreed. He hummed, I wonder, would it be better to have an intimidating costume to scare villains? Or something cuter to comfort victims? It's about finding a balance between the two really. Midnight comments. Though that's easier said than done. Mike adds, well, for underground heroes, it's often better to scare the villains. You won't be doing as much rescue work as heroes like the Pussycats or 13. But that doesn't mean you can completely ignore how the victims see you, either. I don't mean to say your costume has to be cute. Heroes like Edshot can be comforting to civilians while still looking cool. She shrugged. I don't know what to tell you, kid. You kind of have to find a balance. What's going to look intimidating to villains while comforting civilians? Izuku thought for a moment. If I had to say, I'd almost want to say epic. Good luck with that, brat. Shiggy snarks. Joke laughed. Well, when you figure out how to transfer that into visuals, let me know. Izuku smiled. Yeah, epic seemed like a good start. Divided by. Should we make bets on how long it takes for him to break one of these rules? Midnight teases. That's a sucker's bet. No point to it. Aizawa grumbles. Please just follow the rules. Izuku whines at his on-screen counterpart. Izuku nodded, but hesitated. What if you're in trouble and need help? Then you run and contact the support team. They'll send another pro to assist me, but you stay away. She sighed. I know it sounds harsh, but even if you don't have a quirk, you could still get in trouble if you step in. The only times you're allowed to fight are if your life is in danger or I give you explicit permission in an emergency. Even if it weren't the law, your mom would kill me if you got hurt. She laughed, and then Eraser would find some way to bring me back from the dead just so he could kill me again. But joking aside, do you understand? I don't think Sensei would settle for doing that only once. Koda quietly mentions. You're not wrong. Shoji says back. Yes, if you are in trouble, another pro will be much more help than I would be and I won't have to worry about getting hurt or in trouble. He pouted. Doesn't mean I have to like it. Joke laughed again and ruffled his hair. Don't worry, kiddo, you'll have your license soon enough. Izuku looked up at her. So what other rules are there? Joke's eyes lit up with mischief. Keep up. With that, she ran up the nearest fire escape and onto the rooftops while Izuku scrambled to catch up. No fair. On instinct 1A chorus's life's not fair. Startling the rest of the theater besides Eraser. Shota, what the fuck? Midnight asks. It's true. Aizawa defends and then adds I didn't teach them to do that. Oh, that was close. Izuku mumbled. Oi, shut the fuck up. Bakugo seems incensed by the villain's words. Deku, Ms. Joke cried, but the muggers on the street below came at her and wouldn't let her leave. Izuku flinched, knowing that the punch would hurt, maybe even worse than Kaken's. When he opened his eyes again, he was staring at the sky. He brought a hand up to his face, expecting blood and pain, but to his surprise he was fine. What happened? Hey there, handsome. What were you doing up here in the middle of the night? Midnight squeals, it's me. In excitement. Midnight, he said in shock. Did you knock out that guy? The heroine nodded. Sorry it knocked you out too, but unfortunately my quirk just kinda goes everywhere. But that brings us back to what you're doing on a rooftop in the middle of the night. Is it just me or are you older in that world? Mike asks. Midnight takes a closer look at her other self and realizes he's right. How interesting. She comments. Kiddo, are you okay? Did he hurt you? I am so sorry. Ms. Joke climbed up onto the rooftop, having finally knocked out all the villains she'd been fighting. She was nearly frantic with worry when she finally saw Deku and Midnight. It's okay, Ms. Joke. Midnight saved me just in time. Oh, thank goodness. She turned to Midnight. Thank you so much. I told him to stay on the rooftops while I fought the villains so that he'd be safe. I wasn't expecting a villain to attack him. I don't know what I would have done if he'd gotten hurt. It's really no problem. I only regret that I had to knock him out too. Midnight looked between the two and her eyes widened. Joke, you didn't tell me you had a son. Both parties sputtered, turning red as their friends teased them, and the audience breaks into laughter. That's a great question. Ms. Joke laughs. That's a good point. Todoroki comments. No, it's really not. Izuku huffs at his friend. Joke turned red and smacked Midnight in the arm. Shut up, you tease. Ah, but teasing is so exciting. Midnight purred. But aren't you going to introduce me to this strapping young hero? Joke put her arm around Izuku's shoulders. Of course. Midnight, this is Deku, my intern for this week. Deku, this is the R-rated hero Midnight. Deku, Midnight was shocked, like the analyst. Izuku nodded. It's nice to finally meet you in person. Midnight, did you catch the blood villain from the last analysis I sent you? Midnight shook her head. You said the villain was probably a woman, so I handed the case off to Vlad King since my quirk wouldn't work as well. She squealed. You're Deku. Oh, you're so cute. That's me. Toga shouted. It is me, right? Who else could it be? I don't know, but could you stop shrieking in my ear? Whoops, she says with fake guilt. I know, he's adorable, right? Joke said. Adorable doesn't even cut it. I don't think I've ever seen anyone so small and cute. I'm right here. Izuku grumbled. All right. Joke held up her hands in surrender. We'll stop. She paused. But you are adorable. Izuku groaned and Midnight laughed. Well then, I'll let you get back to your patrol. Actually, I think we're gonna head home. That was enough excitement for one night. Thank you very much. Joke said. Thanks again for saving him. You're welcome. Midnight waved to them as she left. See you at UA, Deku. The two watched her leave before Deku couldn't contain himself anymore. That was Midnight. She's so cool and her quirk is super useful. She uses her theme well too, even if it was controversial when she first came on the scene. Ms. Joke smiled and shook her head as Deku rambled the whole way back. Aw, it cut off his analysis of me. Midnight complained as Mike pat her on the back in sympathy. The chatter quickly subsided as the next chapter began. Now playing Mastermind, Strategist for Hire. Entrance exam. Are you sure you're ready for this, Mind-chan? Izuku just rolled his eyes, ignoring the lump of guilt, excitement, and doubt that had been steadily growing in his gut all day. Himiko, you do realize I have killed people before, right? I know that, silly, it's just. She looked at him softly. It's just you've never taken a life with your own hands. It's different than just making murder plans and letting other people act them out. The blood will be on your hands, no one else's. There's no coming back from this. I think he's already pretty far gone. Dabai snarks. She has a point though. Twice replies so ridiculous. Real-time strategy is a lot different from a first-person RPG. Shigaraki adds. The fact he's had to go to this extreme to prove himself is horrible. Ida comments. Seeing someone we know go through all this makes me appreciate the version I got to know. Uraraka adds, leaning into Izuku's side. I hate that makes sense. Hagakure huffs. Izuku laughed. That really shouldn't have been as comforting as it is. Thanks, Himiko, you're a great friend. She smiled, her fangs glinting in the dim light of a nearby street lamp before her eyes brightened in excitement. She grabbed Izuku's shoulder and shook him roughly. Mind-chan, she whispered, somehow still managing to convey mania as if she were yelling at the top of her lungs. She's here. This is gonna be good. Dabai grins. Mind-chan's first blood. Toga cheers. Isn't that the retired chick from Cheat Code? Ashido asks. Hey, yeah, that's her. Kaminari's grin quickly dropped and we're about to watch her fight for her life. I hope she survives, but I don't have a good feeling about this. Siro replies sadly. That poor girl won't ever know what's happened to her. Mount Lady comments. We'll catch him. Kamui Woods comforted. When? How long will that take? Mount Lady tears up. That neck wound is bleeding pretty fast. Ashido whispers. She's not going to make it, is she? Kaminari asks so quietly. No one has the stomach to answer. Despair, hero, you won't be walking out of this alive. Shigaraki grins savagely. Her blood is so pretty. Emiko whispers in infatuation. Not bad for his first time. Dabai compliments. He did it. Izuku states quietly. He isn't you. Todoroki comforts, please remember that. Izuku doesn't respond as his friends watch teary-eyed in horror. With his eyes closed. Fuck yeah. Dabai shouts, earning him dirty looks and withering glares from most of the room. So, she drawled, that looked like fun. How do you feel? Izuku knew that the him of 10 months ago would have probably thrown up at the realization of what he had just done. But all he felt was a sick sense of pride, just like he'd felt that first time that a villain had honestly thanked him for coming up with a plan to kill Mount Lady. I feel good. He smiled at Himiko as he retrieved whatever knives were still stuck in the hero, cleaning them off and putting them away. I think I told you when we were planning this that today was the UA entrance exam. Himiko nodded. Well, I've just been thinking about how proud my bully was when I saw him walking home this afternoon, and honestly, I think I've got him beat. This was like his own personal entrance exam, his own proof that he was a real villain. Izuku liked the poetic irony. It was just as ironic as a hero fanboy growing up to kill heroes because of the words of the #1 hero in Japan. Even now he can't help comparing himself to those responsible for his pain. Nedzu speaks solemnly. This mindset lends itself to him seeking vengeance. All Might warms. Hopefully our other selves catch him before then. Tsukachi comments. Sirens were starting to grow closer, most likely drawn by the bright light of Glimmer's final stand, but it wasn't important. Izuku and Himiko had plenty of time to get out of there before anyone else showed up. Come on, Himiko, he said, let's go celebrate. While the villains chatter away, the rest take a moment to mourn for this hero that none of them knew or could hope to save. When the theater settles and steeled itself for the borderline suicidal vigilante in the next chapter, an error code flashed on the screen. The entity frantically began searching for a solution. Call out to those gathered to talk amongst yourselves in the meantime. Aizawa, of course, something like this would happen. Mike, well, it's not like we can do anything about this. Nedzu, I propose we take this opportunity to review what we've learned so far. Endeavor, one thing each of these worlds have in common is that child's quirk status, and I'd bet the fifth will be the same. Hawk, on top of that, the catalyst for his different motivations seems to center on the day of that slime incident. Midnight, and that's when we see the differences. Hound Dog, Deku took time away from anything heroes and preserved his love for them. Tsukachi, Mastermind tried to force himself to keep going and wound up drowning in his bitterness. Aizawa, Viridian let every negative word he's been told echo on a loop. Nedzu, and Cheat Code took the time to mourn one dream and search for another. Mike, then there's the implication that Bakugo was Midoriya's bully during middle school. Midnight, Headcase specifically asked us not to blame our people for what we've seen on screen. Recovery Girl, I can at least confirm Midoriya doesn't have any burn scars. Nedzu, regardless, unless one of those boys tells us that such things have happened, there is nothing to be done. Hound Dog, except for setting up counseling for Midoriya's anxiety that should have been in his file so I could help him from the beginning. All Might, I'll ask his mother, but I suspect it was a resource issue. Biz Joke, they did admit their middle school was a toxic environment. Tsukachi, which leads to my need to investigate Aldera and follow the leads concerning Jurin. Nedzu, and I will lend a paw whilst I improve the police cybersecurity. Mount Lady, hopefully before some mastermind rises up in our world. Kamui Woods, if that were to happen we would hunt him down. Mount Lady, I don't even know why I'm still here. I'm dead in one world and unimportant in the others. Headcase, I would have thought you wanted to see the fate of Mastermind. Mount Lady, when did you get here? Did you fix the problem already? Headcase, you were shouting dear, and I'm running a diagnostic scan so I can only sit and wait. Death Arms, can any of us leave? Headcase, if you leave early your memories of this place won't stick. Death Arms, fine by me. Death Arms has left the theater. Backdraft has left the theater. Mount Lady, ugh. I just, sigh, fine, I'll stay, but that kid better rot for this. Headcase, wonderful, I'll be on my way then. Toga, Mine-chan did so good on his first kill. Dabai, yeah he did, and that bitch didn't lay a finger on him. Twice, that last strike was a work of art. Anybody could have pulled that off. Shigaraki, the first of many no doubt. With those blasted entrance exams done, with the new school year is about to start. Toga, and with the school year comes the USJ attack. Dabai, damn, it looks like Dusty really is gonna meet him next. Shigaraki, but did Sensei hire him for information gathering or just the USJ? Twice, good question. Does it matter? Dabai, speaking of information gathering, how do you think we get our hands on those precious notebooks? Toga, we should get our hands on one of his classmates' blood. Shigaraki, the electric dolt seems the type to lose his ID, so he'd be our best bet. And so the scheming continues. Kaminari, that was so disturbing. Ashido, yeah, he's not even trying to be a hero anymore, but he's still competing with his Bakugo. Zero, speaking of which, bro, you good? Bakugo? Fuck no. I'm an ass. Used to be an even bigger ass, and apparently in another life was, or am, bad enough to fucking scar someone I've known most of my life. Hiroshima, but you didn't. We'd have noticed any scars by now, sharing the same changing room and all that. Zero, yeah man. It's not like he could hide something like that. Kaminari, besides it's not like you'd actually tell him to take a swan dive off the roof. Ashido, yeah, and you've been getting better. I mean, you guys can have an actual conversation now. Bakugo, huff, I'm not that much better. Hiri, Madabro said your middle school was practically hell, so UA can help you unlearn all their toxic ideals, right? Bakugo, yeah, enough with the sappy shit. Don't you have anything better to talk about? Kami, nothing more important than a friend, but we'll move on anyway. Ashido, we're not far enough in to do any real shipping. Zero, what about Aizawa and MS? Joke, Ashido, there's a funny pairing, I'll give you that, but it's coming off as a joke so far. Kami doesn't mean it'll stay a joke. Kiri, should we really be debating our teachers' love lives? Zero, we aren't. We're debating the love life of someone from another world, totally different. Bakugo, sure, keep telling yourself that. Ida, I propose a discussion surrounding how to best help and support one another, not as fellow heroes in training, but as friends. Though I admit I'm not the best at asking for help. Uraraka, that's okay, Ada. I don't think any of you boys are. Midoriya, and putting on a fake smile instead of telling us you were disappointed in losing your match with Kaken was what exactly? Sue, first thing we should all understand is that it's okay not to be okay. Kiro, I know I've had my fair share of nightmares about the USJ, the camp, and the raid. Todoroki, Hasu wasn't any better. Midoriya, but the NDA we signed means we talk to you girls about it. May, then talk to each other. I rarely sleep 8 hours straight, so don't be afraid to call me if you need to chat after a nightmare. Uraraka, in the meantime, Deku, you have an anxiety disorder. How can we help with that? Midoriya, I'm not sure what you could do. I've memorized a bunch of breathing exercises and some grounding techniques, and then there's the physical stuff. Ada, then teach us. It will be easier with assistance than alone, correct? Uraraka, isn't one of the most effective exercises putting their hand on your chest and exaggerating your breathing? Midoriya, if the touch doesn't cause them to flinch and panic more, just remember to telegraph your movements and talk through everything you do. It won't guarantee anything, but it's your best bet. Todoroki, what about grounding techniques? Midoriya, a pretty simple one would be the 5 senses, 5 of one, 4 of another, 3 of next, and so on. Sue, and the physical things. Midoriya, physical pressure helps calm anyone. Weighted blankets, pressure clothing, and Uraraka, hugs. It's hugs, right? Midoriya, laughing yes, Uraraka, hugs. Just not surprise hugs. Uraraka, right. Todoroki, of course. Ada, understood. Sue, got it. Kiro, me, gonna be honest, I might forget that. Headcase cheers and calls attention back to the screen, ready to continue. Debates peter out as everyone settles readily to continue. And the next chapter plays. Now playing. Viridian, the Green Guide. Looking ahead. The more I watch of this, the angrier I get. Mike growls. I know what you mean. Midnight adds no child should have to escape from their teachers and peers. At least you're not terrorizing him in that world. Zero pats Bakugo's back. Anymore. Bakugo grumbles back. Hey, better late than never, bro. Kirishima tries, but it doesn't seem to help. A wise course of action. Nedzu comments. I'll say. Snipe adds, if you're gonna wield summon, you best be knowing how it's done. How is he going to find a place to practice? Achako wonders out loud. He'll figure it out, Kiro. Sue replies. Isn't the trash beach Mastermind cleaned up in that area? Ajiru ponders. Yeah, that'd be a great place to hide. Hagakure agrees. Dagaba Beach definitely wasn't as pretty as it had been a few decades ago. But that wasn't really the beach's fault, just like it wasn't Izuku's fault that he was useless. It was just kinda a fact of life. Izuku had been introduced to it a few years ago when he tagged along with Kaken and his friends for an afternoon and they'd walked by it. Hey, that's where you should live, Deku. You'd feel right at home with all the other trash. How are these kids not considered villains? Shigaraki scowls. Seriously, I've met drug dealers nicer than the cowards. Dabai scoffs. He should not be thinking of such things as positives in his life. Takoyami murmurs. He needs something to keep himself going. Shoji counters. Don't hate on the silver lining. Dark Shadow chuffs at her host. That's a pretty durable material. Majima considers. Thank goodness. Midnight comments, I'd hate for the green bean to have a setback right now. Or ever. Mike adds. You're really resourceful, Izuku. Mei comments, slightly impressed. Izuku rubs the back of his neck, a little embarrassed. Thanks. Mei-chan. She beamed at him, nodding her head in approval. Nah man, that was decent. Keep it up. Kaminari comforts. Great job. You did it. Keep it up. Congratulations. Whoops and cheers joined the cacophony of the cinema at Viridian's success. By the time the sun was setting, Izuku was able to reliably hit his target and the sheet metal was covered in small dents. He was down a few marbles from when his shots had gone wildly off course, but overall, Izuku thought that the afternoon had been a success. He felt all warm and happy. And if he didn't know any better, he'd almost say that he was proud. If this was how Kaken felt every time someone told him how awesome he was, then Izuku could see the appeal. Praise is addictive. Momo states matter-of-factly. Katsuki didn't know how he was supposed to feel. He really shouldn't pity Deku. And he definitely shouldn't feel guilty for how he treated him. The quirkless fucker deserved it for being so weak, right? So then why did Katsuki feel like he was going to throw up every time one of those extras at school told him to jump off a roof? He'd told Deku to jump off a roof. It should be any different if someone else was saying it. Oh my goodness. Ashido squeals, Blasty's getting character development. Shut up, it's not that big a deal. Bakugo shouts defensively. No way, man. Zero grins. We support removing one's head from their ass. With how badly these other versions of you treat Madabro, let us have this. Kirishima pleads. Fine. Bakugo concedes. No, Kaken, neither of us were weak for any of that. Izuku whispers to himself sadly. That sounds like some indoctrination bullshit. Aizawa comments. My investigation of those boys' school cannot come soon enough. Tsukachi replies. Well, that explains why we couldn't turn him. Shigaraki realizes he's not a naturally bad kid. He was raised by bad people. Maybe in that world, but he acts worse than the others. Toga comments. So far, Twice chimes in. They're all the same. So why did he feel so bad? At first, he just thought that sludge must have just been making him nauseous or something because there was no logical reason for him to feel this way. He was strong. He obviously wasn't doing anything wrong. But what if he was? You are in the wrong. Gyro snaps. But he's learning. Momo comforts. Katsuki threw off the covers and went to his computer. He obviously wasn't going to be getting any sleep anytime soon. He might as well do something productive. He found himself looking up how to be a hero. There were obviously the articles that he'd read a million times before about how to apply to hero schools, what it took to get a license, and all that crap, but that wasn't what Katsuki was really looking for. He frowned before typing something else into the search bar. How is a hero supposed to act? Knowing what kind of person you want to be and taking steps to become that person is a feat few can follow through on. Hound Dog informed. With Bakugo's work drive, I'm sure he'll figure it out. Aizawa affirms. He clicked on a video of All Might and rushed to put the headphones in so that he wouldn't wake up his dad. The hag slept like a rock, so he wasn't worried about her. The interview was a few years old, and All Might grinned as he sat across from the host, the couch sagging under the weight of his massive muscles. The host looked like a baby in comparison, but it was always possible they were smaller than normal because of their quirk. So All Might, I know that a lot of kids dream of being a hero like you. The host began. As well they should. All Might laughed. It's a difficult career. And it's definitely not for everyone, but if you have what it takes, it is extremely rewarding. Ain't that the truth? Jelly legs for days. No more noodle arms. Exactly. And we all know how physically grueling heroism can be, but what about emotionally? All Might, what do you think it takes to be a hero at heart, even for those that will never get a license? That's a good question. All Might paused for a moment as if he was thinking. I think a hero is someone who gives others hope. They lift others up at every opportunity and encourage them to be better. The people we heroes defend will almost always be weaker than we are. If this wasn't the case, then everyone would defend themselves and heroes wouldn't be the essential career they are today. But it is our responsibility to make sure they find their inner strength and become the best people they can be. We'll do that. That's the goal. We won't let you down. What about heroes like Endeavor, who have been known to look down on their fans? I can't speak for every hero, of course, but I personally wouldn't have gotten to the #1 spot if I spent my time and energy insulting my fans. Katsuki froze as All Might turned to look at the camera, and it felt like he was staring right into his soul. A hero isn't someone who insults others. A hero is kind and comforts people in the midst of disasters. My mentor once taught me that if a person is in need of saving, that means they are going through the worst day of their lives. If you insult them rather than save them with a smile, are you really, truly saving them? Or are you making the worst day of their lives even worse? That's why I believe a hero should always strive to be kind, make others happy, and give them hope. That is what truly makes a hero. The interviewer laughed and moved on to the next question as the studio audience applauded the nation's symbol of peace, and Katsuki was left to stare at his reflection on the screen as it went dark as the next video in the playlist loaded. Prep. Talk about a rude awakening. Dabai snarks. The rest of the theater rumbles with support and speculation. Happy about this development, it takes some time to quiet the room and begin the next chapter. Now playing. Cheat Code, Support Strategist. Friends, Bakugo Katsuki and Izuku Midoriya. Please report to the principal's office. Bakugo Katsuki and Izuku Midoriya. Izuku froze in his seat as the classroom exploded in whispers at the announcement. He hesitantly looked over at Kaken but whipped his head down to look at the floor the second he saw the death glare that Kaken was leveling at him. Why were they being called down to the office? And together? Was this about? No, it couldn't be about the teasing. They'd never done anything about it before, so there wasn't any reason for them to do something now, especially now that Kaken had gotten into UAS hero course. That investigation into Aldera can't come soon enough. Aizawa growls. If it makes you feel better, I can add you to the arrest team. Tsukachi suggested. Appreciated. Aizawa confirms. So that meant that Izuku was probably in trouble for something. But what? And why would Kaken have to come too? Izuku gathered his things and walked out into the hall, careful to keep a few steps behind Kaken so he didn't think Izuku was trying to get ahead of him. Unfortunately, his efforts to not make Kaken angry were in vain, because as soon as they'd turned the corner, Izuku found himself being slammed against the wall. What is this about, Deku? Kaken growled. What did you do? God damn it. Bakugo complains, watching myself be an asshole is getting old real fast. At least in Viridian's world it looks like you'll be getting better. Kaminari cheers. It'll probably take a bit though. Zero counters a little perturbed. And we're here for it. Ashido insists. I don't know, I swear. Izuku held his bag securely against his chest so Kaken couldn't grab it, his eyes flicking down to the smoke billowing from his hand. Let's just go. We probably shouldn't keep the principal waiting. Kaken clicked his tongue dismissively, but released his hold on Izuku and kept walking toward the principal's office. Izuku took a deep breath to steady himself before hurrying after him, leaving a larger gap between them this time so he'd have a bit more warning if Kaken decided to confront him again. When they got to the office, Kaken knocked on the door and shot a warning glare back at Izuku before the door swung open. Why is he such an ass? Uraraka scowls. Reasons. Izuku dismisses politely. Well, isn't that telling? Dabai snarks. Hey Dabai, Toga sang sweetly, can you burn down a school for us? For the hero kid. No, silly, for mine-chan. That fucking quirkist bitch. Gyro snapped, Yamomo doing her best to calm the girl as others quietly seethed. Izuku gulped as he felt the heat of Kaken's glare on him. Or maybe it was literal heat. Had Kaken activated his quirk. He wouldn't do that in the principal's office, would he? But the principal let him get away with it. He didn't know why he'd assumed he'd be lucky enough to not have anyone at his middle school know he'd made it into UA. It had been so nice these past months with nobody knowing about his new dream, but of course, Aldra had to have been sent their exam results. He'd been even more of an idiot for somehow not preparing for the eventuality of Kaken finding out. They were going to be attending the same high school. They'd run into each other eventually, even if they were in different courses. Well, there was nothing he could do about any of that now. You really just figured you'd pretend you didn't exist for a while, didn't you? Mei asked, snickering. If only it had worked. Izuku sighs in exaggeration. Izuku forced a shaky smile onto his face. Thank you, sir. I hope we'll make you proud. The principal nodded and gestured for them to leave. Izuku stood awkwardly for a second, waiting for Kaken to leave first. But he just kept glaring at him until Izuku finally gave in and scurried toward the door. He just wanted to go back to class and pretend that the principal hadn't known exactly what he was doing by calling both of them into the office at the same time. He wanted to pretend that his new dream was still safe. He wanted to pretend that Kaken was like Mei and was excited that they'd be going to the same school, rather than enraged. Instead, reality grabbed him roughly by the arm and dragged him outside, taking him straight to an alcove behind the locker rooms that didn't have any cameras. At this time of day, even if Kaken let loose explosions, no one would be on the other side to hear them, which also meant that no one would be around to hear Izuku's screams. Not that they'd help him if they did hear, but it was the principle of the thing. Does that school even have security cameras? Midnight asked. Would they even use them if they did? Mike counters. Nedzu will find out as soon as we get back. Howerloader affirms. Izuku couldn't hold back a sharp cry as he was shoved against the wall for the second time in 10 minutes. Kaken glared down at him, and this time Izuku knew that the heat wasn't just from his glare as he felt the skin on his chest blistering where Kaken's hand was holding his shirt. I thought you'd given up on being a hero, nerd. Izuku trembled as he realized he'd never actually seen Kaken this angry before. This was bad. Even worse than usual. What would happen if Kaken killed him? Would they give his place at UA to someone else? Would Mei find someone else to make inventions with? Would anyone even notice he was gone? Stop it. Of course, you'll be missed. I want my other self to meet you. I bet you've had a great time laughing behind my back these past couple of months, haven't you? Kaken sneered, pretending to have given up, when really you were lying to us the whole time. How'd you even pass the exam, you damn nerd? Izuku hissed in pain as Kaken let loose an explosion to his chest. I was supposed to be the first and only student from this crappy school to make it into UA, and you had to go and ruin it. Kaken yelled. Well, I hope your fun was worth it because it's over, Deku. I don't care if you somehow cheated and made it into UA, you're not gonna be a hero. I'm in the support course, Kaken. Izuku yelled. He was trembling from the pain, the anxiety, and now the emotional exertion it took to yell at his oldest friend. I didn't lie to you, Katsuki. I gave up on being a hero months ago. I didn't even try the hero course exam like you did, so don't get angry at me for chasing a dream that doesn't even affect you. You tell him. Way to go. Preach. They care more about their reputation than their students, Hawks asked incredulously. And that, right there, is their rep. Mirko scoffed. Even in this world where their relationship is improved, he hides his injuries. All Might sighs sadly. To his surprise, Izuku's phone rang just as he was about to take off his uniform. He looked at the screen to see Mei's name on the caller ID. Shouldn't you be in class right now? I told the teacher that I'd accidentally added an unstable component to my cell phone battery and it was going to explode if I didn't answer a call right away. Mei said, I've actually done that before, so they didn't question it. You've actually blown up your phone by accident? Izuku asked numbly. More than once. Mei laughs proudly. It wasn't a very large explosion. Mei dismissed. But what's going on? Your text sounded really upset and now your voice is doing that weird choky thing it does when you've been crying. Izuku tried to hold back a sob. But it tore itself out of his chest anyway. Everyone at school found out I'm going to UA. There was a beat of silence at the other end. Isn't that a good thing? Shouldn't they be happy for you? No, you don't understand. I'm quirkless, Izuku yelled, then immediately felt like a bucket of ice water had been dumped over his head as he realized what he'd just said. He hadn't meant for her to know that. He hadn't ... and he'd been looking forward to having a friend. I'm sorry. I'll just let you go. You didn't need to leave class and you don't have to call me again. I'm sorry. Oh hell no. Mei and you rock a chorus and then grin at each other. Oh no. Izuku hacker Midoriya, don't you dare hang up on me. Izuku stopped with his thumb halfway to the end call button. Did ... did you just use hacker as my middle name? Well, I don't know your real one, and I needed a placeholder to get the full effect. Mei explained. So, Izuku hacker Midoriya, don't you dare think that I'm gonna abandon all the amazing babies we're gonna make together just because you have some extra toe joint or whatever. I know for a fact that you're smarter than that, so I don't want to hear it. And this is why you're in the Deku squad. Uraraka comments with pride. The others smile and agree readily. Izuku's jaw dropped and he gaped at his reflection in the mirror. What? You ... you're still talking to me? Obviously. Mei huffed. So did one of your bullies get mad because you made it in? Izuku put his phone on speaker so he could focus on treating his burn. I don't know if bully is the right word. We used to be best friends, so it sounds so wrong to call him anything other than that. But ... well, we haven't really hung out since his quirk came in, so... That was 10 years ago, Izuku-kun, Mei said bluntly. What? That was 10 years ago, Mei repeated. If you haven't hung out in 10 years, you're not still friends. Izuku sucks in a harsh breath and swallows thickly. His friends go to comfort him or figure out what's wrong, but he can only shake his head silently. Did he hurt you? Izuku hissed in pain as his shirt pulled away from the burned skin. Today. Mei made a little exasperated noise. Ever. Izuku looked at the angry red burn in the mirror. Define hurt. Mei groaned. For someone who is so smart, you really are an idiot. Are you in pain right now? Don't you lie to her. Mei scolds at the screen. If I say no, are you going to believe me? Not a chance in hell, Izuku-kun. Izuku grimaced. Then yes. Mei sighed. I'm gonna kill him. He did that just because you got into UA and he didn't. If only. Todoroki murmurs quietly. Though the squad hears him anyway. Oh no, he got in too. Izuku ran a washcloth under cold water. He's in the hero course. That's part of why he's so angry. They let your bully into the hero course. Mei yelled so loudly that the audio on the phone crackled. Like I said, bully isn't really the right word. Yes, it is. Aojiru huffs in exasperation. Just because you were friends once doesn't mean he's not a bully, Izuku-kun, Mei said, then continued more quietly. It also doesn't mean you deserved it. Izuku's hands stuttered to a stop from where he'd been gently patting the washcloth to his chest. What? You don't deserve the way he treats you, Izuku-kun, Mei said. What's his excuse? That you don't have a quirk. Not your fault. Try again. Sing it. What she said. Listen to her. Izuku thought for a moment. Until about a year ago, I still wanted to be a hero despite that. Not a crime, Mei said. Tons of kids want to be heroes. Try again. Damn straight. Hell yeah. You tell him. Izuku was starting to smile in spite of himself. I kept complimenting his quirk, which he somehow interpreted as me thinking I was better than him. I'm not even gonna try. This guy's an idiot. Next. Whoops of agreement continued to call out as Bakugo goes red at being thoroughly roasted. Izuku laughed. I kept following him around like a lost puppy. Anyone would be lucky to have your brilliant mind behind them. Mei said. Any other complaints? So true. I know I'd be happy with that. Couldn't agree more. And the room explodes in cheers and laughter supporting Cheat Code's assessment of his old friend. Ding, 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 Mei cackled. We have a winner. For real, though, Izuku-kun, that guy is a jerk and if he ever comes to me for babies I'll ... I'll. Izuku wasn't sure he actually wanted to know. You'll what? I'll use cheap materials. Mei blurted. No, I can't do that. My babies deserve only the best. Ugh, I'll figure it out, but it won't be pretty. Izuku laughs as he thanks Mei for her support. Izuku laughed. Thanks, Mei, that means a lot. So, are you feeling any better? Izuku shrugged as he spread burn cream on his chest. It was definitely going to scar, I don't know. I just wish he hadn't taken it so personally. You know, I wasn't even trying to get into the hero course. Izuku's sadness had slowly been pushed away by Mei's enthusiasm. And it was quickly being replaced by something he wasn't used to letting himself feel. Anger. Couldn't he just let me have this one thing without ruining it? Izuku ranted. I mean, he already made sure I knew my last dream was a big fat pile of nothing, so couldn't he just be happy with that? No, he has to ruin my new one too. What is wrong with me? Bakugo grumbles to himself low enough for no one else to hear. Then don't let him, Mei said. It's your dream, not his, so that bully doesn't get any say. You're gonna be an amazing support analyst, Izuku-kun, and he can't do a thing about it. Izuku finished wrapping the bandages around his chest and grabbed the phone as he headed to his room to pick out a t-shirt. I don't know. It feels like he can. I know, Mei said. But, hey, now you have me, and we're friends, and I'm not gonna let you give up. We're gonna take UA by storm, and that guy is gonna regret ever hurting you, okay? Izuku chucked. Okay, good, Mei said resolutely. Now, did you find anything else out about that jet quirk from the exam? My hover boot babies are having problems staying in the air. As the screen fades out, Headcase calls for a good night's rest. After a calm night in comfy beds returning to the theater in soft pajamas, everyone settles in for another session of chapters. Once all are still and ready, the next chapter begins to play. Now playing, Deku. I think he's some pro. What's in a name? Come on, kiddo, we're gonna be late. Ms. Joke called behind her as Izuku scrambled to catch up. If you want me to keep up, maybe you could take some of my bags. Joke just laughed but grabbed the duffel bag from Izuku's outstretched hand. To celebrate the end of Izuku's first preschool internship, they were going to dinner with Eraserhead, Mr. Brave, and even Sir Nighthigh. Izuku was having trouble wrapping his head around the fact that the heroes wanted to hang out with him. They seemed to genuinely enjoy his company, which was strange. Even before Kakin had gotten his quirk, hanging out with him had required a fair bit of posturing, walking on eggshells, and telling Kakin how amazing he was. Bakugo groans at the reminder of his childhood self's actions. Izuku's eyes sparkle at the thought, and his friends make a mental note to themselves to do the very same. On the one hand, Izuku was the happiest he'd ever been, but however much he tried to ignore it, fear was bubbling just beneath the surface. It won't last. They'll grow tired of you soon enough. They'll realize how weak you are, and then they'll hate you just like everybody else. Izuku shook his head and followed Joke into the 24-hour diner they were meeting. Eraser insisted they go there because of everyone's patrol schedules, but Izuku knew that he probably just wanted to avoid being around a lot of people. But it worked out with everyone's schedules, so they were going to dinner at 10 at night. And then Ms. Joke would take Izuku back home, and he'd spend a week with his mom before his next internship with Mr. Brave. It might give him weapons, Brave claims enthusiastically. Please don't give him knives. Aizawa sighs. I have no control over what he's given, Mr. Brave says innocently, earning himself a cold glare. Aw, that's the softest he's ever looked. Hagakure quietly celebrates. Yeah, just don't let him hear you say that. Ajaru warns. Hey everyone. Joke said loudly as she pushed Izuku into the booth and slid in after him. How was your week? The same as every week, Joke, Eraser grumbled. You were the only one with anything interesting happening. Joke laughed loudly. That's fair. I guess I am really spoiled. After all, I had Deku all week long. She bragged. It's so surreal to watch heroes compete over me. Izuku mentions. It's good to see the kid loosening up a bit. Ms. Joke grinned. I know, it's so refreshing. Midnight agrees. So how was the internship, problem child? Eraser asked. Izuku beamed. It was amazing. I got to watch Ms. Joke fight and see how she used her quirk to take down the villains. I even got to meet Midnight. Eraser gave Joke a look. You took a 14-year-old to meet the R-rated heroine. She ran into us while on patrol, and besides you know she isn't that bad. They do let her teach at UA, don't they? Eraser sighed and Izuku continued. I got to hang out with the support department too. They were a lot of fun and they gave me a real hero commission earpiece too. Oh my god. Ashido cheers, he's so excited it's adorable. I'm excited just watching it. Kaminari adds. Then maybe you should pipe down so we can keep watching. Bakugo growled sardonically. You should have seen them when I told them he was Deku. Joke smiled proudly. They couldn't take their jaws off the floor after they saw his skills in person. One guy even asked him for an autograph. Izuku turned a bright red while the others laughed and Eraser patted his shoulder consolingly. That's tough, kid. You're already famous enough to sign autographs and you're not even in high school yet. I'm not famous, Izuku grumbled. Only heroes really know I exist. That's more than some can say. Monoma grumbled. Mr. Brave shrugged. Maybe not, but among heroes, you've got quite the reputation. We're all waiting with bated breath the day that Deku becomes an official hero. Their food had arrived by that point since the others had ordered for Joke and Izuku before they arrived. And they all started to eat. Night-Eye looked at Izuku. That reminds me, why did you choose the name Deku as your hero name? Izuku looked surprised. Deku's going to be my hero name. Izuku snorts yep. He chirps laughing a bit. The others just looked at him and Eraser sighed. Yes, problem child. It's kinda too late to change it now since you've made all your connections with the name Deku and everyone knows who you are. That's how I got stuck with Eraserhead. I honestly didn't really care what I was called. So when we had to choose at the beginning of internships our first year, I just went with the first thing out of Present Mike's mouth. Then I got a reputation during my internship and the name stuck. Sorry if you wanted something else, kid. But that's the way the world works. Izuku nodded. I guess that makes sense. I just hadn't thought of it like that. You definitely chose an interesting name. Night, I said. It means useless, doesn't it? I thought it was like Deku. Joke said. You know, I can do it. Because if anyone can do it, Deku can. Izuku blushed. Okay, Ms. Joke is my spirit animal in this story. Uraraka comments offhandedly. Waltzu and Mei laugh a little. Ada and Todoroki are very confused, and Midoriya facepalms at the similarities. I thought it was supposed to be ironic. Brave spoke up, like it's useless to resist or something like that. Izuku laughed. Not really, I'd never thought of it like that. So, Eraserhead prompted. Why did you choose the name Deku? It's what my bullies called me because I was quirkless. Izuku was busy taking a drink, and so was oblivious to the looks of shocked horror on his friends' faces. I agree with your looks of abject horror. Aizawa deadpans, causing Mike and Midnight to snort. Brave was the first to speak up. Deku is an insult. Izuku nodded. My best friend gave me the nickname when we were 4 because it's an alternate reading of Izuku, and I was useless now because I didn't have a quirk. Pretty much everybody calls me that now, even the teachers. We've been calling you by an insult all this time. Eraser said angrily. Why didn't you say anything? Why did you tell us to call you that? Izuku played with his food for a minute before responding. The day you asked if I had a code name was a really bad day. I'm usually okay at ignoring all the voices that say I'm not good enough, but he shrugged. At the time, I thought you guys deserved to know exactly who you were working with, that I was just a worthless Deku who would never be of any use to anyone. The heroes stared at him for a moment. It had never crossed their minds that Deku was using the name literally. They had never thought that maybe Deku called himself that because that's what he thought. Eraser wanted to find everyone who had ever heard him and make them undergo the same psychological torture that Deku had been subjected to for years. Ah yes, psychological warfare. A personal favorite of mine. Nezu grins sharply. Shivers are commonplace among the teachers and pros around him for a moment. We can change it. Joke said. The others nodded. It would take a lot of work, and normally I'd say it's more trouble than it's worth, but if it's an insult. Yeah, Mr. Brave added. You shouldn't have to go by such a hurtful nickname for the rest of your career. Izuku shook his head. Thanks guys, but really, it's okay. He sipped his drink thoughtfully. I don't think I mind it as much anymore. At first, it was really hurtful, but people have been calling me Deku since I was 4 and I've gotten used to it. You shouldn't have to be used to it, Eraser said angrily. We've been insulting you for months. Intention makes all the difference between a nickname and an insult. Izuku states firmly before Uraraka can question herself again. Izuku looked at him in confusion. But it's not an insult when you guys say it. They stared at him for a moment and he sighed. You guys don't say Deku like it's an insult. I can't explain it, but it's something in your tone of voice when you talk to me. To you guys, it's just a name. I know that you guys respect me, so I don't feel useless when you say it. I feel. He hesitated. Appreciated. I feel like you guys have taken something I hated for years and turned it on its head so that it means something completely different than it was meant to be. It makes me feel powerful to know that I've taken even my old insults and made them my own. Does that make any sense? You got one tough kid there. Gran Torino comments gruffly. I'm lucky to have met him. All Might pauses and thought I hope my other selves learn that. He takes a second before adding except Mastermind. There was a long moment of silence before Izuku yelped as Joke enveloped him in a hug. Brave and Night-Eye didn't hesitate, standing up and moving around the table to hug him as well. Get in here, Eraser. Joke glared at him and Izuku started laughing and crying at the same time. Eraser just returned a glare of his own. No, just get in here and join the hug. Night-Eye said. Eraser sighed heavily and rolled his eyes in defeat, but wrapped his arms around Izuku and the others. They stayed there for a few minutes until Izuku managed to stop crying. Could anyone blame him, though? Izuku beamed and wrapped his arms tighter around the heroes he was proud to call his friends. As many coo and tease at the sappy scene, the next chapter begins to load, quickly quieting and going tense as the villains grow excited. Now playing, Mastermind, Strategist for Hire. Caught. Thank goodness. Sukachi sighs in relief. Sukachi checked his gun one last time and radioed the heroes who were coming on the raid. Everyone in position. Ready. Eraserhead responded. He was waiting in the rafters of the warehouse, hidden in the shadows. The current theory was that Mastermind had some sort of analysis quirk. But there was always the possibility he could have something more offensive, so they couldn't be too careful. Boy, are they in for a sweet surprise. Dabai grinned maniacally. Thanks, Kamui. Mount Lady smiled sadly. What did I tell you? We got this, Kamui says proudly. Ready. Nezu stood beside Sukachi. It wasn't often that he physically came on missions, but he was the only one that could match Mastermind in intellect, just in case it wasn't something Eraserhead could erase. Eraserhead's informants had caught wind of the deal a few days ago, and plainclothes officers on the scene had confirmed that Mastermind had entered the warehouse 20 minutes ago. Sukachi took a deep breath to calm his nerves. It'd be over soon. Move in. Why do I have the feeling he just jinxed us? Aizawa deadpans. The chapter is called Caught. It's a safe bet. Mike defended. And when is anything that straightforward? I guess you have a point. Midnight replies a little more worried. Endeavor snorted. Most criminals are. All of a sudden, the warehouse exploded in movement as dozens of cops came pouring in and restraining the drug dealers. Izuku cried out as he was wrapped in branches. He swore. Heroes. A loud voice came from a megaphone outside. Mastermind. This is Detective Tsukachi from the Japanese police force. You are under arrest for accessory to multiple murders and other crimes. Do not resist. Izuku chuckled desperately as his mind raced for a way out of this situation. The heroes had gotten the drop on him, but he knew better than anyone that every hero has a weakness. He slumped and bowed his head, hiding his smile as he felt Kamui Wood's lacquered chain prison loosen slightly. He silently thanked his bullies for teaching him how to pretend he'd given up, all while reaching in his pocket. His knives wouldn't do much good against this current opponent. Kamui would be able to grow his branches much faster than Izuku would be able to cut through them, but he had a lot more tricks up his sleeve. He grinned as his hand finally grasped what he was looking for. Good thing his costume was flameproof. Gasps ring out as the theater takes in a collective harsh breath. Fuck yeah, Dabai cheered. Go Mine-chan, Toga shouted. Shit. He took out Kamui and blew out the back wall. Head him off, quickly, before he gets away. Izuku vaulted over the rubble into the back alley behind the warehouse and looked around to decide which direction to run. If he went left, he'd run right into the arms of the police. He turned right but felt his body wrapped up for the second time that night. Fuck, he swore under his breath. Of course this was how he got caught. What would his mom think? He supposed he should have expected something like this after how quickly he'd risen through the villain ranks. How did the phrase go? The faster they rise, the quicker they fall. Something like that. Get him, sensei. Don't let him go. You're done for, Mastermind. Well, that's not creepy. Gyro comments sarcastically. What's so funny? You can't use your quirk and you can't get away. Just give yourself up. This just made Izuku laugh harder because now he knew how to escape. Eraserhead wasn't used to people fighting back after their quirks were taken away. And unlike with Kamui's branches, Eraser's scarf was easy to cut through. Eraserhead reared back at the manic look in the villain's eyes as he looked up and didn't see how he grasped a knife in each hand. He made quick work of the capture weapon and threw one of his knives at Eraserhead. The hero managed to dodge only to be blinded by a bright flash as soon as he turned back to look at his opponent. By the time he could open his eyes again, Mastermind was nowhere to be seen. No, damn it, Kamui better be okay. Mount Lady cries out, beginning to sob at her murderer's escape and her friend's peril. Kamui puts his hand on her shoulder to remind her he's still there. He's right there, someone see him. Tsukachi growls in frustration. He looks like some stupid kid. Izuku sighs. I think that's the point. Todoroki agrees. And they were so close too. Uraraka adds, Hey, kid, you're not supposed to be back here. An officer rushed to him and grabbed him roughly by the arm. Sorry, oh officer, but I heard there were heroes, and my friends dared me in. Izuku lifted his phone helplessly as the officer rolled his eyes. Don't be stupid, kid. There's a dangerous villain out tonight. The police line is there to protect you. You and your friends can get autographs at HeroCon. And with that, Izuku was escorted outside the police line with firm instructions to never do something like that again. Izuku stayed with the crowd for a few minutes, watching Nezu talk to Tsukachi, who looked more tired with every officer or hero who came to talk to him. Please tell me someone has the foresight to record the crowd. Tsukachi hoped. Oh, Mine-chan. Toga whined in sympathy. That had been too close. If he hadn't had his flamethrower, or if they'd sent different heroes. Izuku cut off that train of thought before it could paralyze him. He still needed to lock away his villain gear and shower away the dust and soot that was sticking to him from the fire. And the explosion, most importantly. He needed to find a way to make sure this never happened again. Headcase lets the break go on a little longer to ensure everyone is calm enough to pay attention to the next chapter. The villains theorize about counter methods for Mastermind to use while others simply refill their food and drink. By the time she calls for everyone's attention, all are prepared for what comes next. Now playing, Viridian, the Green Guide. Parker, you really think about him a lot, don't you, Sho? Mike asks sadly. You say that like you're any different. Aizawa replies ruefully. Yet, Aizawa huffs. Cue the problem child. Eraser sighs. She'd be really helpful for stealth and distraction tactics for team-ups. Izuku comments excitedly. A touching compliment from someone such as our teacher. Takoyami nods sagely. He decided he'd watched long enough. He should get Viridian to give him an overview of the situation since he'd most likely been the one to lead Amplifier to the fight in the first place. Does she need any help? Viridian yelped and clutched his notebook to his chest as he turned around with panic in his eyes. Shouta snorted. Seriously, kid. I would think a vigilante would have more situational awareness. How do you manage to sniff out crimes as well as you do if you couldn't even tell I was behind you? Really, Shao? Midnight scolds. Well, Eraserhead sir. You are one of the most stealth-based heroes out there, and Amplifier's quirk is based on volume. So you probably used her quirk to cover your own approach, unless that's not what you were trying to do. But then again, I guess I was kinda distracted watching the fight. Shouter rolled his eyes as he went to the edge of the roof and looked down. Amplifier had stopped yelling and seemed to be comforting the victim as a group of thugs struggled weakly on the ground. You lead her to this one. Viridian nodded frantically. The guys were drunk and I didn't want them to hurt that girl because she was alone and I really didn't like the way they were looking at her. Shouta cut off the kids rambling. Good work, kid. Class 1A smile at the rare compliment their teacher gave out to the little vigilante. Viridian gave him a bright smile, like Shouta had congratulated him on saving the world rather than just one girl, and practically started vibrating with excitement. Thank you, Eraserhead sir. Like I said before, kid, it's just Eraser. Oh, Viridian's face fell and Shouta hoped he was imagining the glimmer of tears behind his goggles. I am sorry, Eraser. And the smiles fell to worry, knowing how much worse this version of their friend sees himself. Come on, you have enough context clues, figure it out. Aizawa tells his other self in frustration. Maybe he should change the subject. So, what were you writing? Viridian quickly hid the notebook in one of the pouches on his belt. Oh, nothing. Shouta shot him an unimpressed look. Really, kid? If you're going to lie, at least come up with a better excuse. Let me see. It's really nothing. Shouta raised one eyebrow. It's just ... My notes are silly and kinda embarrassing. Viridian finally muttered. It's just some thoughts on the fight so I can figure out what Amplifier was doing and maybe do something similar in the future. I mean, it's nothing special. I know it's kinda creepy. Somebody give this boy a hug. HeadcaseKiller cries out. Shouta raised an eyebrow at him. You're learning by example? That's smart. I wish my students had half that drive. Viridian's head snapped up and he looked at Shouta with wide eyes. You're a teacher. Shouta snorted. Yeah, I expel brats at UA. Maybe if you actually stay off the streets, you could actually be in my class in a few years. Viridian looked at the ground and started fidgeting with the sleeves of his hoodie. Do you teach the hero course students? Yes. Shouta looked at Viridian curiously. I teach the first years. Then I won't be in your class. Viridian shook his head. I can't be a hero. Why? That's a loaded question. Dabai huffs a laugh. Bye, Eraser. See you later. Viridian started scrambling down the fire escape even though the roofs were close enough together that it'd be easier for him to park her away. Shouta thought fast and wrapped his capture weapon around one of Viridian's wrists. He stopped and Shouta could feel how hard he was trembling just from the way his capture weapon moved. Kid, do you not know Parker? Parker. Shouta rolled his eyes. Yes, kid, Parker. You know, running across rooftops without dying. It's pretty essential in this line of work. Viridian had started fidgeting with his sleeves again as soon as Shouta released the tension on his weapon. I don't ... I know. I mean, I guess I've considered it, but I've never really learned, so ... I know. Shouta sighed. Follow me. Is Sensei about to teach this random vigilante Parker? Zero asks rhetorically. That's what it looks like. Kaminari answers anyway. Oh no, Midnight exaggerates. How could nobody help the adorable little lawbreaker? It didn't take them long to reach a skate park a few streets over. It was practically abandoned at this time of night except for a few homeless people and drug dealers, but as long as they left each other alone, Shouta wasn't going to worry about them. He turned around, forcing Viridian to stop quickly to avoid running into him. All right, first things first, you have to learn how to fall. That always sounds so bad. Sato comment, but it's so important. Tota agrees. I thought the point of Parker was to not fall. Shouta gave him a deadpan glare. No, the point is to not get hurt when you fall. You're always going to fall, especially early on, and that's why you have to start small. He gestured to the park. Places like this are a good place to practice early on because you don't have that far to fall. Tonight, though, I'm just gonna teach you how to roll. You ... You're going to teach me? He's just too cute. Amplifier coos. I know, it's hilarious. Joke adds. Shouta rolled his eyes. Yes, kid, I'm going to teach you. Why else would I have led you here? Viridian shrugged. Catch me. I mean, fair. Ajaru comments. Shouta sighed again. Not tonight, kid. Little known fact is that we heroes, especially underground heroes like me, often prefer to work with vigilantes than against them. If you get overly violent or turn to villainy, that'll change pretty quickly, but for right now, we're good. Just don't tell the cops. They're a little more uptight about the whole thing. Alright, now like I said, you're always going to fall. Rolling is a good way to make sure that your momentum gets dissipated gradually so that it doesn't hurt your body. You don't get hurt by moving fast. You get hurt when you suddenly stop moving. That made Viridian chuckle, which Shouta decided to count as a win considering he'd made the kid cry earlier. We're not going to start from on top of a wall. You're not ready for that right now, but just watch me. Viridian cried out as Shouta dove toward the ground, tucking his arm under him so that he rolled over his shoulder and landed back on his feet. That's a basic roll. Now let's go slow and I'll talk you through it. You kids better be paying attention to this. Aizawa reminds the students. Yes, sensei. They chorus all together. That's good considering it's not even close to nothing. Gyro snarks. You should take notes on villains too, Shouda said as Viridian reached for his notebook yet again after Shouda had taught him a new movement. Taking notes on heroes is good, so you can learn what they do, but knowing what villains do is arguably more important. Viridian finished writing what he was going to and put the notebook back in his belt. But you don't fight repeat villains all the time, and everyone has unique quirks. Why does it matter how a particular villain fights? Think about it, kid. Shouda sat down on one of the low walls and gestured for Viridian to sit next to him. Yeah, you might not ever come across that exact quirk again, but take present mic and amplifier. Their quirks might not be identical, but they're similar enough that what works against one might work against another, Viridian said slowly. So the more I understand different villains' quirks, the more strategies I'll be prepared to fight with. I've never thought about that. Izuku comments a little excited about the new possible project. Yep, already on it, Izuku says, noting the advice in his notebook. Viridian had pulled his notebook back out and was apparently taking notes on everything Shouda said. Now he really wished the kid was one of his students. Shouda glanced at his watch and stood. You'd probably better get to bed, kid, don't you have school tomorrow? Whatever eagerness Viridian had been showing only moments before disappeared as the kid seemed to shrink in on himself, almost like he was trying to make himself a smaller target. Why? The people could only cringe at the knowledge they can't share with the on-screen Eraserhead. Good night, Eraser. Thank you for your help. Sorry for bothering you. He almost stopped the kid from running off again, but by the time he realized Viridian was going to run, he was already around the corner. Damn, he knew the kid was fast, but seriously? He sighed and made his way back to the rooftops. He'd wasted some time, but he couldn't bring himself to regret it. After all, an extra set of boots on the ground couldn't hurt, right? The crowd settles pretty quickly for the next chapter, hopeful for Cheat Code's progress. Now playing. Cheat Code, Support Strategist, Katsuki. I can't wait to be done with this stupid school. Gyro snaps. I wonder if the teachers will let us help take it down. Momo ponders aloud, side-eyeing the girl with a mischievous smile. Gyro responds with a menacing smirk. One can only hope. Worthless Deku. He's just gonna drag UA down. Do you actually think he got in? Someone in my science class said it'd be possible to forge an acceptance letter if you were stupid enough to try. Even if he did get in, it's not like he's gonna stay there, right? UA is for the best and the brightest, so I bet they'll expel Deku on the first day. That's only a risk in the hero course, Powerloader says, absolutely scandalized, earning a glare for the resident expulsion expert. Definitely, May corrects. Freedom. Cheers Toga, much to the dismay of the others. Good, at this point he doesn't deserve you. Zero comments. Bakugo tenses but doesn't say anything. Katsuki pushed himself off the wall and glowered at Izuku. Where the fuck did you go yesterday, you damn nerd? Izuku did his best to channel his inner Mei as he responded, I went home, Katsuki. That tends to happen after one gets cornered behind the school, but of course, you wouldn't know a thing about that, would you? He was prepared to dart away the moment Katsuki's cronies gave him an opening. But they were flanking him on either side and Katsuki himself was blocking his way forward. Izuku had been expecting him to explode at his last comment, but to his surprise, Katsuki was quiet. It was terrifying. Izuku knew how to deal with a screaming Katsuki. He even knew how to deal with an exploding Katsuki, even if that almost always ended up with him getting hurt, but this was new. Bro, do you know what's going on? Kirishima turns to Bakugo. Katsuki replies with his eyes glued to the screen, he didn't call me Kachin. It wasn't that Katsuki wasn't angry, but that anger was simmering beneath the surface in a type of cold rage and some other emotion Izuku couldn't place. Maybe confusion. Was Katsuki confused about Izuku talking back to him? Or maybe he didn't understand why he'd gone home yesterday. There wasn't much point in thinking about it right now, because ultimately, it didn't matter. What mattered was that Izuku got away from here before he got hurt again. Well, Izuku forced a wobbly smile onto his face, trying his best to imitate Mei's confidence. If that's all you wanted to ask me, then we should all probably be getting home. Katsuki looked at him intensely for a moment before scoffing. So, are you some sort of shitty inventor now or something? It took Izuku a moment to realize that Katsuki was talking about the support course. Of course, he'd made the same assumption that Izuku had at first, but he didn't really know if it was smart to let Katsuki know anything more than he had to about his new dream. What's it to you? You're going to be a hero, Katsuki, I'm not. Isn't that good enough for you? I told you not to apply. Katsuki growled. Selfish bitch. Dabai snarks. And that's coming from us. Shigaraki agrees. You tell him. Stand your ground. That's right. Hell yeah. Mei cheers excited by the thought. Izuku squared his shoulders. Katsuki. What the fuck is up with that, Deku? Katsuki interrupted. Why the hell are you calling me Katsuki all of a sudden? I thought you were still using that stupid nickname. Izuku took a step back. For some reason, he hadn't realized that Katsuki would even notice the change. He was just a pebble on the side of Katsuki's road to greatness. So what did it even matter what Izuku called him? But apparently, nothing that Katsuki did made any sense. He was angry when Izuku called him Kaken, and he was angry when he didn't. There was no way for Izuku to win, and honestly, he was sick of trying. People have nicknames for their friends, Katsuki. Izuku said lowly, and we're not friends anymore. Finally he said it. Monoma sneers. Katsuki glared at him, but Izuku held his ground. He wasn't going to look away first. He wasn't going to let Katsuki win this one. Eventually, Katsuki scoffed and stepped aside. Whatever, Deku. Like I care what you do. Izuku gripped the straps of his backpack and walked past him, tense as he anticipated an attack from behind. Katsuki, however, seemed just as tense. He might be pretending like he didn't care and that was why he was letting this go, but Izuku knew the truth. He had won. It filled him with an unfamiliar sense of victory and accomplishment that he'd only ever experienced when analyzing or hacking. It gave him the confidence to stop walking a few steps past Katsuki and turn around. Maybe it was petty and more than a little stupid, but Izuku wanted the last word. Oh, and Katsuki. Izuku smiled slightly as they made direct eye contact. I'm not going to be a shitty inventor. I'm going to be a shitty analyst. Turns out, some people actually like my creepy stalker notebooks. He turned and started walking away, promising himself that he'd have a panic attack when he got home. See you at UA, Katsuki. Katsuki didn't follow him. The theater claps and cheers at Cheat Code's success, looking forward to the analyst's journey as they prepare to watch the quirkless hero-to-be. Now playing. Deku. I think he's some pro. The baby has acquired a knife somehow. God damn it, Brave. Eraser shouts as Brave and Joke just laugh. Izuku groaned as Mr. Brave used his hair like a whip to flip him onto his back. Again. Ugh. This just isn't working. Izuku stared up at the ceiling piteously. I'm pretty good at hand-to-hand combat if I can get in close, but your quirk allows you to keep me at a distance. The way you can use your hair as a weapon even when it's detached means I can never get close to your actual body. The only way I could plausibly defeat you would be to completely destroy all your hair and then attack you, but I'd be exhausted long before that'd be a possibility. He rolled over and propped himself up on his elbows. What do you think I should do, Brave? Flamethrower. Mei cheers. Mei-chan no. Izuku responds horrified as the villains laugh. Mr. Brave ran his hand through his hair. Well, I haven't ever run into that problem because my quirk is good for both ranged and close combat, but maybe it's time you start learning weapons. Izuku's eyes widened. Really? Brave shrugged. I don't see any reason why not. You were gonna have to learn how to use weapons and support items eventually anyway because you don't have a quirk, so we may as well start now. Let's talk to the support department, see what they've got lying around for you to try. You're a weapons specialist. What doesn't your support department have? Aizawa deadpans. Good question. Brave replies curiously, making it obvious he doesn't often practice without his quirk. Do you think UA has weapons classes? Kaminari asks. Probably. Zero comments. I think I heard a rumor it's part of our second year. Ashido gossips. Yeah, but what would we even do? Kirishima wonders. I'm gonna add brass knuckles to my gauntlets. Bakugo comments. Hey yeah, since you already fight with your hands they'll be perfect for you. Kaminari compliments, especially when there's something like a gas leak that would make your quirk extra dangerous. Zero considers. Now you'll probably want something for ranged combat and something for close combat, Mr. Brave said. Izuku nodded. Like how Eraser has his capture weapon to keep people with mutant quirks at a distance but also has a knife if he needs it. I think he mostly uses his knife to cut his capture weapon if it gets caught, Mr. Brave said thoughtfully. But you've got the right idea. The goal is just to be safe and to make sure you have options for every situation. It'd probably also be good for you to learn how to use things like flash grenades and smoke bombs as well so that you can run away from fights you're not ready for, especially while you're on your internships. He looked at Izuku. So Deku, are you ready to try some of these babies out? No, Izuku shook his head and sighed, but I want to do it anyway. Story of my life. Mood. Same. Ditto. Brave laughed. That's the spirit. What do you want to try first? Izuku awkwardly picked up the quarterstaff and gave it a few experimental twirls. Nice pick. Brave yanked a few strands of hair from the back of his head and grew, twisted, and hardened them until he was holding a black quarterstaff about the same size as the one Izuku had chosen. Izuku stared wide-eyed at the process. Do you know how to use it? Brave nodded, at least a little. Back when I was in school, I realized that I could use my hair to make basically any melee weapon I wanted, within reason, so I learned the basics of as many as I could. I prefer swords, myself, but, he shrugged, what can you do? Then he charged. When getting the opportunity to wield weapons ourselves, we should take the time to ensure they fit us well. Ida chops. Whatever I get it will need to be temperature resistant. Todoroki mentions hesitantly. Izuku winces right. I'd be hard to use weapons that shatter in one use. Chuckle and laughter fill the theater. Brave just held up a finger as he took a few minutes to compose himself. After a minute or so he sighed. Okay, I'm done. But really, you can't expect to be amazing at a weapon the first time you hold it. Weapons mastery takes time, just like other skills, and it's always going to be painful at the beginning. That being said, you want to enjoy the feeling of the weapon you choose because otherwise you won't want to practice it and you'll never learn. Izuku sighed. I think I want to try something else if that's okay. Brave nodded and helped him up from the floor. They ended up spending the next few hours with Izuku trying all the weapons available with varying levels of success and Brave using his hair to make weapons of his own to fight back. By the time they were almost finished with the close combat weapon options, Izuku was frustrated, tired, and sore. Understandable. Ajaru nods. I know, right? HeadcaseKiller adds. All right, Deku, this is the last one. Brave said, tired himself. Knives. Izuku groaned tiredly but took the knife from the table. Brave made his own and taught Izuku how to hold it before stepping back. You ready? He waited for Izuku to nod before running at him. Izuku pivoted out of the way and slashed, using his dull blade to land a hit on Brave's arm right where he knew there was a ligament that would make it difficult for his opponent to use that arm if this was a real fight. He smiled at Brave, who used his distraction to knock him on his back again. Dang, the little listener has a knack for this. Mike comments, leaning toward Eraser. I suppose. He agrees begrudgingly. That felt different, Brave observed, holding out a hand to help Izuku up. You liked that one, didn't you? Izuku nodded. I think knives will mesh well with the hand-to-hand I've learned from Eraser and will help me target the weak points I see in my analysis. I could have easily cut your hair with a strong enough knife or given you shallow cuts on your fingers to make it more difficult for you to pull out your hair. I'll have to be careful and study some anatomy so I know what cuts I can make without seriously injuring my opponent, but he smiled brightly. I think I'm up to the challenge. Writing that down, Izuku says to himself. That's my boy. Brave clapped Izuku heavily on the back, almost knocking him over. Okay, let's go on a short patrol. We can work on ranged weapons tomorrow. How does that sound? Izuku nodded and they both went to go change for patrol. The next day, Izuku and Mr. Brave were back in the training gym at his agency trying to choose a ranged weapon in case Izuku couldn't get close to his target. Midnight uses a whip, right? Brave asked as Izuku picked one up. Izuku nodded. I think she chose it because it fits with her theme, but it would be useful to be able to grab opponents and bring them closer, although I think I'd prefer something like Eraser's capture weapon if that were my goal. He tried to crack the whip, but just gave himself a welt on the cheek. Maybe I'll come back to this one if I don't find another weapon I like better, he said sheepishly. Midnight giggled. Yeah, that'll happen the first few times. He ended up liking the bow and arrow decently well, but quickly realized that his hand-to-hand would suffer if he had to carry such a large weapon on his back. I think I'll leave that weapon to Native, he said as he gingerly placed it back on the table. What else have we got? Brave looked over his shoulder. It looks like we've got some blow darts and shuriken as well as some guns. What do you want to try? Izuku thought for a moment. Well, Snipe uses guns and he varies the kind of bullet he uses based on how much damage he wants to do. He mostly uses rubber bullets and beanbag rounds, but he's also been known to use live ammo and tranq darts. You are not about to give the kid I call problem child a gun. Aizawa growls in Brave's direction. Brave responds with a smile saying he seems like a responsible kid. Okay, we don't have a shooting range in this building, but the police station does and it's just a few blocks away. Is that all right? It didn't take them long to arrive, especially since Mr. Brave was in his civilian garb and not many people would have recognized him anyway, so they didn't have to worry about being stopped for autographs like a daylight hero would. Detective Tsukachi was standing by the front desk when they arrived and he waved when he saw them. Hello, Mr. Brave, Deku. How's the internship going? Izuku smiled. It's going really well, Detective. Mr. Brave thinks it's time I start learning weapons so I can make up for everything. Guns seem like a nice option if Deku can't get close to his opponent for any reason. Brave said, we were wondering if we could use the shooting range here, see if he likes them. Tsukachi nodded. That'll be fine. You'll just need to sign some waivers and I'll take you right back. Really, Tsukachi, you're helping them? Aizawa asks incredulously. Better in a range than that dump Viridian is practicing in. He replies, causing Eraser to huff in defeat. Meanwhile, is it just me or is Sensei about to have a conniption? Gyro jokes. He does appear rather perturbed. Momo agrees. After they read through the required paperwork, Tsukachi handed them both earmuffs and led them into the basement where a few officers were already practicing their marksmanship. Tsukachi grabbed some paper targets from a bin by the door and sent one out about 3 meters to start, then handed Izuku a pistol. Okay, so the first rule of gun safety is to always treat a gun as if it's loaded, even when you know it's not. Basically, don't point the gun at someone unless you're actually ready to shoot them. Izuku nodded and Tsukachi taught him how to load it and where to put his hands while Brave looked on proudly. Okay, now this little piece on the top is what's called a sight. You aim by lining it up with your target, which will become second nature the more you practice. Now Deku, just try to hit the bullseye. Izuku nodded and took a deep breath, trying to remember everything Tsukachi had told him as he aimed, then pulled the trigger. He looked at the detective who nodded and gestured for him to fire again. Once he'd emptied his cartridge, Tsukachi called back the target and Izuku smiled. None of the bullets had hit the bullseye, but none of them had completely missed the target either. Brave whistled and Tsukachi smiled. That's a pretty nice grouping for your first time holding a gun. Would you like to try again? The pros murmur excitedly about the boy's natural aptitude with the firearm. Aizawa, though still apprehensive, is silently proud of his student as well. Izuku nodded enthusiastically and reloaded the gun as Tsukachi changed the target. By the time they left 2 hours later, Izuku had gotten lucky and hit the bullseye twice and set up appointments to come practice twice a week. He massaged the soreness out of his hand as Brave gave the earmuffs back. Good work, Deku, Tsukachi said. You'll need to have an official firearms certification before you're allowed to carry a gun in the field. But as long as you keep practicing, you should be able to get certified right before school starts in a few months. Either way, you should include the gun in your costume design and the support company will just add it when you're ready. Izuku nodded and followed Mr. Brave out the door. Thanks, detective. Brave chucked as they left. Everybody's gonna be so jealous I got to teach you weapons. Not everybody. Aizawa gripes. Group chat, 12,579. At 87657 you gave him a gun. Although, Sensei is upset. Kaminari teases. 87,657. Well, 12,579. Of all the irresponsible things you could have done this week, you gave him a gun. He brought him to a police shooting range. How is that irresponsible? Dabai snarks. 87,657. Calm down, Eraser. It's not like I let him keep it. I took him down to the police station shooting range and Tsukachi was there the whole time. He's gonna help the kid get a certification so he doesn't shoot his eye out. He won't be able to carry it in the field for months, so stop being such a dad. Snorts and fake coughing scatter throughout the room. 12,579. I'm just concerned and I am not acting like a dad. Keep telling yourself that show. Mike teases. 58,726. Actually, you kinda are. 72,598. I'm on Eraserhead's side. I support the idea of Deku having weapons, but are you sure it had to be a gun, Brave? 87,657. Hey, we tried a bunch of different ones and Deku liked the gun best. He took to it like a duck to water too. It's not that different from the knives he chose for close combat. 12,579. You gave him knives. Once again, aborted laughter can be heard all around. 58,726. This just in. Eraserhead strives to baby-proof the hero industry to protect one small green bean. 12,579. Shut up, joke. 58,726. Not until you stop acting like a dad. He couldn't stop it if he tried. Midnight informs playfully, earning herself another glare. 72,598. As long as he learns how to use the weapons safely, I suppose it'll be all right. There are a lot of quirks that are more dangerous than guns. 12,579. Fine, you win. Deku's got a gun and I'm going back to bed. 58,726. Just wait. The kiddo will show up to class the first day with a gun strapped to his hip and Eraser will have to choose between being a proud papa and a sour grumpus. Is that any different than he normally is? All Might asks, genuinely confused. 12,579. You do realize I'm still here, right? 58,726. Obviously, it's no fun to tease you when you're not here. 12,579. You're insufferable. 58,726. But you love me. 12,579. I really don't. 87,657. You two, stop flirting and go to bed. You know what? Ashido asks, absolutely no one. I ship it. 87,657 has left the chat. 72,598 has left the chat. 58,726. You heard the guy. Sleep well, Eraser. Remember, coffee doesn't count as sleep. That's your opinion. Shinsu says off in his own little corner. 58,726 has left the chat. 12,579. We weren't. Whatever, good night. 12,579 has left the chat. Theories and plans for future weapons training start as the screen fades. The teachers come up with the best methods and recommendations as the other pros offer guest lectures and their own take on the best fit for each student. The students themselves compare their current styles to what weapons would best fit what they already are capable. The villains are just messing around waiting for their favorite of these stories to begin once more and paying special attention when it does. Now playing Mastermind, Strategist for Hire. Hostages. Fuck. What is this damn world coming to? Mitsuki exclaimed. Just last night that fucker Mastermind gave the heroes the slip. Put a hero in the hospital too, from what I heard. It's just terrible. I wish that they'd just catch him already. It's nerve-wracking every time I turn the news on now. I'm so worried for Katsuki when he starts UA. Inko fretted. Who wants to tell her? Toga giggles sadistically. Yeah, right. Like some weak fucker like Mastermind could beat me. Katsuki said. They should have sent stronger heroes to the raid. The reason that hero got hurt was because he was weak. Shut up, Brad. Don't go speaking ill of the injured like that. Just shut up. Bakugo sighs at his counterpart. How do you think Kaken is gonna react when he realizes how close to death he's been? Izuku asks with a mix of curiosity and concern. His friends aren't sure they want an answer. Well, I'm just grateful that it didn't end up any worse, Masaru said quietly. Inko looked at him like he'd grown a second head. He got away and a hero was injured. How could it have gone any worse? Masaru set down his fork and looked at Inko. According to a friend of mine with the police, a huge crowd gathered shortly after the raid began and they were worried Mastermind would take hostages. We're lucky he just disappeared. Izuku's head snapped up as the cogs in his brain started turning. Hostages, he thought. Now there's an idea. Once again, this time with feeling. Fuck. Did you enjoy dinner with Katsuki's family? You're kinda tired tonight. Izuku nodded. Yeah, it was great, as always. It's just, I'm kinda tired. I think I'm just gonna go to bed early. Inko looked at him with concern. Don't you want to watch the news? Izuku just shook his head. Did it all be about the failed raid? Anyway, good night, Mom. Inko looked like she wanted to protest. But pity won out. Okay, Izuku, good night. He shut his door and immediately went to his desk and opened the untraceable laptop he'd gotten from Jurin. Hostages. It was such a simple idea, but it would be extremely effective. Because the first rule of hero work was to prioritize the rescue. Anytime a hostage was in danger, the heroes would have to do whatever was necessary to keep the hostage safe, rather than catch the villain. But who to take? Izuku sighed. Kidnapping civilians and holding them somewhere just wasn't practical. As shitty as his life was outside his villainy, it still existed. He didn't just have an underground bunker somewhere to keep hostages fed and alive for an indeterminate amount of time. If only he could just threaten to kill more heroes if they caught him or something. But then he'd be caught and wouldn't be able to kill them. Shigaraki squinted at the screen trying to come up with his own plan involving Mastermind's skill set. Oh dear, a programmer such as the young lady will be quite the challenge to overcome. Nedzu comments knowing the difficulty cybercrimes had with tracking the girl. Oh, thank God, you're still alive. Mount Lady sobbed, hugging Kamui. Sukachi's thoughts were interrupted by his phone ringing. Hello, detective, are you watching the news? Nedzu's voice sounded worried and alarm bells started ringing in Sukachi's head. He'd heard the principal sound gleeful, sad, even frustrated, but he'd never heard him sound worried before. Turned to Channel 5. I am Fear. Kaminari shivers. Dude, same. Siro agrees. Sukachi grabbed the remote to the small TV by his desk and turned it on to find two terrified-looking news anchors looking into the camera. Left on the desk of the main producer of our station this morning with instructions to air it or our entire production team would be killed. We do not know yet what is on this tape, so we urge viewers to stop watching as there is the possibility that it could contain sensitive information or images that could be triggering to some viewers. He hijacked the media. Hagakure squeaks. I might throw up. Ajiru mumbles. It'll be okay. Eventually. Sato whispers. That's some good branding. Twice nods impressed it so plain. The image faded to reveal Mastermind in a dark room, his toxic green eyes looking directly into the camera. His voice was somewhat distorted, but it still sounded young and male. Hello. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Mastermind. I'm the strategist behind the recent uptick in hero deaths. You're welcome, he said cheerfully. So, some of you may have heard already, but the heroes almost managed to catch me last week. He slowly clapped. Congratulations, heroes, and I'd say better luck next time. But, he turned deadly serious. There won't be a next time. You see, this video is just a courtesy to let you know that this is now a hostage situation. If I am caught or killed, the murder plans for all top 50 heroes will be automatically released to interested buyers. Deku, Uraraka gulped. I had no idea you could be so menacing. Me either, he whispered with a touch of fear. This can't be happening, Sukachi says breathlessly. The fucker's gloating now. Bakugo growls, slowly clenching his fist in frustration. Detective. Sukachi raised his phone to his ear again from where it had fallen on his desk. I'm here. Please tell me this is a bluff. Nedzu pleaded. Tell me that he doesn't actually plan on doing this. Sukachi swallowed. My quirk hasn't registered any lies. Nedzu swore. Another first for the principal. He can't truly think he can do this. Endeavor scowls. It looks like he can. Mirko barks back. May I remind you we are in the top 50. Hawk starts trying to stay at least a little calm. Hell, we're in the top 10. This is so much fun. Dabai says around a mouthful of popcorn, occasionally tossing pieces at the hero students. The villains clap for Mastermind's new rank and achievement, while the rest of the theater watches with bated breath. I'm sorry, Wash. It'll just be for a few days until we can determine Mastermind's threat level. It's okay, Detective. Wash held up his hands placatingly. I understand the need for extra security. Mastermind had Japan on edge even before he announced his plan to take pro-heroes hostage. I just hope everything works out and we can catch him soon. Sakachi sighed and shook his head. You and me both. They were currently in a safe house, which meant that Wash had to take a few days off hero duty, but it wasn't the end of the world. At least this would prove to Japan that the police and heroes were able to protect the top 50 and render Mastermind's hostage situation harmless. It would all be worth it in the end. I have a terrible feeling about this, Aizawa says with strained calm. I think we all do. Mike agrees. An electricity quirk. Kaminari whispers in horror and just a touch of guilt. His friends lean in closer, giving him comforting squeezes. Even Bakugo sat just a little closer than before. Wash, Sakachi cried out. Water's an awesome conductor, isn't it, hero? The lead thug said. Sakachi aimed for him, only to realize that one of their quirks created a bulletproof shield and all his bullets were falling ineffectually on the floor. He grabbed a lamp, the nearest thing he could use as a weapon, and stood in front of the unconscious hero, preparing to make a last stand. One of the thugs rushed him and Tsukachi knocked him aside easily, but the next grabbed his lamp and forced him to grapple. All of a sudden, his opponent let go of him and stood back. But rather than catch his breath, Tsukachi stiffened as he felt electricity run through him and he fell paralyzed against the couch. He's still awake, Koda comments in fear for the man. Make sure you get this on camera. Mastermind wants the world to know what he's capable of. It's the least I can do to rid the world of this scum that arrested my brother. The thug with the camera nodded and Tsukachi watched helplessly as the lead villain took out a gun of his own and shot Wash twice in the chest. He paused a moment, then put another bullet in the hero's head. The fans and co-workers of Wash begin crying for the lost hero, mourning him even from another world. You can never be too sure, he laughed. Roaches like that are tough to kill. Come on boys, let's go. Backup arrived as Tsukachi was finally able to start moving again. He watched as paramedics rushed to Wash first, only to shake their heads and come to help him instead. Are you okay, sir? Can you move? Sakachi nodded and flinched. The paramedics continued asking him questions and he answered numbly. Nedzu arrived as they were leading him to the ambulance with a shock blanket around his shoulders. He must have looked pretty bad because the principal immediately looked at him with concern. Are you okay, detective? Tsukachi shrugged. My entire body hurts like hell, but the paramedics say I'll be okay. You're crying, sweetie. Midnight sniffles herself. Nedzu got a strange look in his eye. No, I mean emotionally. Tsukachi rubbed his eyes in frustration and was surprised when his hand came away wet. When had he started crying? The leader had an electric-type quirk. When Wash got hit with it, I thought he was just unconscious, but it just paralyzed whoever got hit with it. I was awake the whole time. I had to ... oh god. I had to just watch while they killed him and I couldn't do anything about it. He looked at Nedzu helplessly. What are we gonna do? Nedzu just looked to where the media were already starting to gather, despite the fact that Wash's death had been live-streamed. I don't know, he whispered. I really don't know. As the screen fades, tissues and comforting words are exchanged, reminding each other that their own Wash was still alive and well within their home world. All while the villains start placing bets on who the next on-screen death will be. Shigaraki wants it to be All Might, Dabai is cheering for Endeavor, and Toga just wants it to be bloody. Quiet returns to the crowd as the next chapter begins. Now playing, Viridian, the Green Guide. Don't die. How did Shouta get himself into these situations? There had been a trigger-enhanced next-level villain attack earlier that day, so he was doing the rounds, shaking down any trigger dealers he knew to try to get some leads while the police tried to figure out the poor guy's identity. The first few had been just what he expected, but this last one had shot up as soon as Aizawa started asking questions, and now he was trying to figure out how to lead this guy away from populated areas. And he was a mutant type, so there was that. Yikes, this guy pulled out all the stops. Mina comments. And he just made himself look even worse, the fucking dumbass. Bakugo adds. I don't like how tired he's looking. Mike warns. I know, I wish we could do something. Midnight agrees. Just make it out of there first. Sakachi remarks tensely. I know this is really tense and all that, but seeing Eraserhead use his escape method is so cool. Izuku enthuses. It's okay, Deku. We know how much of a fanboy you are. Uraraka teases. Despite the situation, however, many snorts can be heard all around. Get out of here, kid. Shouta yelled. This guy's on trigger, he's out of your league. Izuku knew that he should listen to Eraserhead. This guy was a lot bigger than most of the small fry he'd managed to take down alone. Even Eraser was having trouble with him. But that was exactly why Izuku knew that he couldn't leave. If he left, even if it was to go get another hero, then there was a chance that Eraserhead would be dead by the time he came back and he wouldn't be able to live with himself if that happened. Besides, it's not like he was taking a huge risk fighting this guy. Eraserhead would be able to save so many more people than Izuku could if he survived this fight. And he was a hero that would still be able to fight his way out even if the villain killed Izuku. And I forgot Viridian was suicidal again. Kaminari groaned. To be fair, it's been a bit since he last thought about death. Zero comforts morbidly. No problem, child. Aizawa sighs solemnly. He'd been aiming for the villain's eyes to get him to let go of his victim earlier. But Izuku's aim wasn't very good yet and it had taken a few tries, which was why he'd decided to switch to close range. Besides, he didn't think his marbles would do much good against the villain's shell anyway. He didn't know if his pipes would do much better, but at least they were easier to aim. He tried to review what he knew about crabs as he got closer, but he couldn't think of any obvious weaknesses, except for maybe the joints. Even if the guy's skin was hardened into a shell, there had to be breaks in it so he could move around, and Izuku had had enough action figures break at the joints that he knew how fragile they were. The fanboy speaks. Hagakure giggles quietly. Excellent battle tactics. Nedzu compliments. Eraser, aim for the joints. He heard Eraser yelling something at him again, but focused on running forward again and hitting one of the villain's knees. If he could just decrease his mobility. He rolled away as the villain stumbled, and he looked to see that Eraser had wrapped his capture weapon around one of the villain's arms and used that as leverage to slingshot himself and kick at the villain's hips. So cool. The only problem was that even though the villain had collapsed onto the ground from the combined force of both their attacks, he still had a solid hold on Eraser's capture weapon and was trying to tangle it around Eraser like he had been when Izuku arrived. The little shit isn't so bad in a fight considering he's basically taught himself. Dabai comments. Izuku dodged another hit from the villain's flailing arms and switched to his knife. He was still nervous to really use it, but it's not like he was actually using it on the villain, right? He just needed to cut the capture weapon so that Eraser could get free. He unfolded the blade and ran forward, trying to slash the cloth as close to the villain's arm as he could. It took a few passes since the cloth must be mixed with some kind of metal, but Eraserhead had gotten out his own knife and together they managed to get him free. Izuku hesitated only a moment before tossing his pipes to Eraser, who caught them with a confused look on his face. Your capture weapon isn't a good match for this villain. It's only gonna keep getting tangled. Izuku's eyes widened as he realized he'd just told a hero what to do. Not that you have to use my pipes. I mean, you obviously know a lot better than I do and you've been doing this a lot longer. Viridian, look out. Izuku only caught a glimpse of the freaked out look on Eraser's face before the blunt part of one of the villain's claws hit him in the stomach and threw him hard against one of the walls. Good thing he'd already given Eraser his pipes. No, please be okay. Viridian, get up. Live. Shouta froze as he watched Viridian, a literal child, get batted against the wall and pass out. Or hopefully, pass out. The kid was slumped over and had gone limp, but Shouta didn't know what he'd do if the kid was. He turned back to the villain with rage in his eyes, clutching the pipes Viridian had given him like a lifeline as he practically growled, "Big mistake." Shivers roll through the audience. As gruff as the man is, it is a rare sight for him to be truly enraged. He ducked and dodged every attack the villain threw at him and used the pipes to bludgeon the joints. He wasn't used to fighting with them, but he had to admit that they were much more effective than his capture weapon against this particular villain. Within minutes, the villain collapsed in a pile on the floor and started to shrink down as the trigger finally wore off. Shouta texted Tsukachi to come pick the villain up and ran to help Viridian. Kid, can you hear me? Viridian groaned. Eraserhead, are you okay? Did you win? Shouta looked at the kid in shock. Am I okay? Am I okay? You just got thrown against a wall, problem child. You're lucky you didn't die. Viridian shrugged as he got to his feet. Shrugged. More context clues. Let's hope the other me finally puts it together soon. Eraser says, slightly frustrated. Then he can help the little listener. Mike practically cheers. Well, you beat the villain, didn't you? So it was worth it. Shouta opened and closed his mouth a few times as he tried to figure out how to respond to that. No. Kid, that was stupid and reckless. Don't do that again. ... Okay. He didn't like the fact that he could tell Viridian was lying. If the kid kept putting himself in dangerous situations like this, which it sounded like he was going to, then he was going to get himself killed. Shouta needed to make sure that didn't happen. And he needed to make sure the kid was actually okay after that blow. I hate seeing Midoriya in such a dismal mindset. Momo comments. And it's frustrating knowing what Sensei doesn't and not being able to tell him. Gyro agrees. Come on, kid. I'm taking you to the hospital. The kid shook his head frantically, only to stop with a wince, which meant that the kid most likely had a headache and probably a concussion as well. All the more reason to get him medical attention. He grabbed onto the Viridian's arm, careful not to hold on too tight in case the kid was bruised there. No offense, problem child, but I'm not giving you a choice. You need a doctor. Viridian frowned, but stopped fighting and let Shouta start leading him down the street toward the nearest hospital. shout aside with relief and tore his eyes away from the kid so he could see where they were going, which was why he missed the way the kid's arm wound up for a punch. Note to self: never take your eye off someone you're escorting. Sato comments with agreement and huffs of laughter from those who heard him. The hit was sloppy, but Viridian actually managed to punch him right on the nose with a surprising amount of strength. Instinctively, his hands went to his face as his eyes watered, and by the time he'd recovered enough to see again, Viridian had already disappeared. Damn problem child, Shouta muttered as he made his way back to the downed villain. What am I gonna do? I sucker punched Eraserhead. Izuku states in shock. Deku, Uraraka tries to calm him. I sucker punched our teacher. Izuku groans with pats on the back from his friends. If it makes you feel better, we'll probably be watching me and you have our first day at UA. May comforts, won't that be fun? Yeah, it will. Izuku concedes. Everybody shut up and sit down. Me and Cheat Code gotta make some babies. Now playing. Cheat Code, support strategist. Classroom. Can we go without the bully? Victim confrontation happening every chapter. Ashido whines. Depends on how much of an idiot that version of me decides to be. Bakugo growls, annoyed at his other's actions, even though he'd already been there for the entrance exams. Walking into UA as a student was an overwhelming experience. He hadn't even realized he'd stopped just outside the door until Katsuki roughly shoulder-checked him, knocking him over the threshold. Stay out of my way, Deku. That's kinda tame for him. Izuku comments, weirdly proud. And that's another thing Kaken never did to me. Izuku huffs, frustrated with how much worse his childhood friend had gotten in these other worlds. Nezu said under his breath, both indeed. Why are our teachers so cruel, Izuku-kun? Mei sobbed into his shoulder. Izuku's mind started racing. Were the teachers here going to be like the ones at Aldera? He'd just assumed that they'd be kinder because they were pro-heroes and were supposed to save people. But what if they were just as bad? No, they'd be worse because they had more training. The little listener has been through some kind of hell to assume that. Mike comments, school-related trauma is a challenge to assist with considering we hold the same positions as those responsible. Hound Dog informs, good thing we're always up for a challenge. Powerloader grins. Before his brain could even fully process those thoughts, Mei started speaking again. They locked the lab and won't let us in until the teacher gets here. Why, Izuku-kun? I need to make my babies. Izuku practically melted in relief. Their teachers weren't actually cruel. It was just Mei being Mei. Not that her outrage didn't make sense. It just wasn't as objectively bad as what Izuku had been thinking. The lab being locked might be an inconvenience, but it wouldn't feel like the end of the world to anyone else besides her. Mei-chan. Izuku whines, you can't say things like that. Sorry, Izuku-kun, I couldn't help it. Mei says, grinning like the mad woman she is. Mei, it's the first day. Izuku reminded her gently. And don't pretend that you wouldn't just blow something up if you were allowed in right now. It's part of my process, Izuku-kun. Mei insisted. You can't have success without a little failure. Maybe so, Izuku said patiently. But it still makes sense for them to want to supervise us until they know we can handle ourselves. He's such a mom friend. Himeko giggles. Shigaraki stiffens as Mastermind going to mother hen me. Don't bitch about someone actually caring. We could use some of that. Dabai gripes. She pouted at that but relented and pulled him by the wrist to sit on the hallway floor next to a few other kids who must be their future classmates. They'd been staring, something Izuku was sure he'd get more used to the longer he hung out with Mei, but they quickly looked away when they noticed him glancing their way. Mei pulled out a sketchbook and started sketching out diagrams for her latest invention while Izuku immediately took advantage of the time to analyze their classmates' quirks, or at least those that were obvious from a glance, which surprisingly wasn't that many. There were only 2 students with obvious mutations and the rest looked normal. But Izuku supposed that less obvious mutations, like the crosshairs in Mei's eyes, might not be easy to see unless he actually had a conversation with them and had an opportunity to get up close and personal. Of the 2 with mutation quirks, one had a mutation similar to Gang Orca but with the head of a great white shark rather than a killer whale, and the other had large pointed ears and a bald head. Though Izuku didn't know if the baldness was quirk-related or a stylistic choice. Wait a second, he didn't have eyebrows either, which meant that it was most likely due to his quirk. Do you do this every time you meet someone? Todoroki raises an eyebrow at him. My first thought when I caught sight of you was he has a dual quirk. I was very confused when you only used your ice that first day. Izuku deadpans. Izuku-kun, you're muttering again, Mei said distractedly. Izuku jolted and realized that the kid with the pointed ears was blushing and the rest of the class was looking at him nervously. Oh, Izuku smiled awkwardly at the kid. Sorry, I'm trying to be more aware of when I'm doing that, but I would be interested if you want to tell me. So polite. Ochako teases, causing Izuku to shush her. The kid looked like he really didn't, but also didn't know how to say no. I just have alopecia. I don't think it's linked to my quirk, but it might be, since a couple other people in my family have it too, and we all have similar quirks. He trailed off, and as much as Izuku wanted to ask what his quirk was, he didn't want their classmates to think he was creepy. Actually, it was probably too late for that, since the rest of the students in the hallway already seemed to be avoiding him and Mei. Still, the kid probably didn't feel comfortable telling Izuku his quirk, so he shouldn't press the issue. It would most likely come up eventually anyway, since most classes shared their name and quirk on the first day, something that he wasn't looking forward to at all. At least he wouldn't lose any friends when it came out that he was quirkless. That's such a terrible silver lining. Hagakure squeaks. Izuku, Mei asked suddenly, did you see that Kamui Woods fight yesterday? Izuku nodded eagerly, grateful for the distraction it was against that tortoise villain, right? Yep, Mei confirmed. So, what did you think? He thought for a moment. Well, it wasn't a good matchup, at least not with how the two currently fight. Kamui's strengths are speed and capture, so Shell Shock's natural slowness put him at a huge disadvantage. It could have gone a lot differently though. His shell is hard enough that physical attacks are useless against it. Not that that would have helped against Kamui's lacquered chain prison, but if he had thought to use his shell as a bludgeoning weapon, he probably could have broken out of even that trap fairly easily. One of Kamui's major weaknesses is how soft his wood is since it has to grow so fast. Those are some good observations, Kamui says, stroking his chin in thought. Mei grinned and wrote something down. What do you think of turtle shell armor? Izuku grimaced and shook his head. Too heavy. There's a reason why tortoises are so slow. Turtles, however, can move pretty quickly in water, so the idea might be more practical for a water combat hero like Selkie. And if there are air chambers to help with buoyancy, the armor won't sink even if it's heavy. Mei brainstormed happily. She scribbled out some of the things she'd already written down and turned to a new page of her sketchbook. Mei-chan, already sketching Izuku. Nothing really compares to the companionship brought on by a true honest friend. Takoyami rumbles. It's like a party every day. Dark Shadow agrees. The bell rang right as Powerloader rounded the corner. Mei immediately shoved her sketchbook into Izuku's hands and jumped to her feet, running up to their new homeroom teacher so quickly that she almost ran into him. Are you gonna open the lab now? Can we get straight to work? When can I start making my babies? Powerloader took a step back in shock, but then sighed in resignation, making Izuku giggle softly. He must have gotten a taste of Mei's antics during the invention practical, which must have been a total nightmare because he knew for a fact that Mei had caused at least one explosion during the test. Poor guy, you don't know the half of it, Powerloader says in defeat. Hatsum, please calm down, Powerloader pleaded. And yes, we'll be going in the room in a few minutes, but I have some things to explain first. Mei looked like she was about to argue, so Izuku stood up and tugged on her arm. Come on, just be patient a little longer, okay Mei-chan? Mei pouted and plopped down on the floor again. Okay, but if he takes too long, I'm picking the lock, okay. Powerloader already looked done. It's an electronic lock. You can't get in without a passcode. I'll just have Izuku hack it then. It'll take longer to hack the keypad than to listen to Powerloader. Izuku turned to their teacher. I'm sorry about her. She's just been really looking forward to this. It's fine. Powerloader sighed. Okay, so for the rest of you, thanks for your patience. You all know me from the entrance exam, but I'll go ahead and introduce myself again anyway. I'm Powerloader, your homeroom teacher, and I am also the head of the support department here at UA. Yes, this includes all three emphases, though design and analysis each have a teacher that has responsibility for those students specifically. Who are they? A girl with brown curly hair asked. Midnight's in charge of the design track, Izuku said. He remembered that much from their brief conversation as they were taking him to Nedzu's office. As for analysis, I'm not quite sure, but I'm pretty sure it's Nedzu himself, right? I feel sorry for whoever's in the analysis track. The kid with the shark head shivered. I've heard Nedzu's a total monster. Is he really that bad? Izuku asks confused. Ask Kaminari and Ashido and see what happens, Kiro. Sue jokes. Fair enough. Ah, that explains it. Uraraka says in understanding. What? What explains what? Midoriya asks suddenly confused. I believe Uraraka is referring to you, like Principal Nedzu, being an intelligent individual and thus understanding his boredom. Ida elaborates. Oh, I thought it was obvious. Izuku comments, embarrassed at being compared to Nedzu. Can everyone just shut up so we can get this over with and get into the lab? Mei complained loudly. Powerloader cleared his throat. Yes, of course. I'm sure you remember that we asked each of you what tools and materials you wanted, correct? Well, we've included those items in your personalized workstations. When you enter the lab, find the table with the tools you ordered. There's also a nameplate on each desk to make it easier and prevent confusion. We have to go to the opening ceremony in 20 minutes, but that time is yours to get familiar with the space and set up your station the way you like it. You've all already passed the lab safety test. But please be aware that if you are caught engaging in unsafe lab procedures, you will receive detention and a ban from the lab until you have demonstrated that you are willing to follow the rules. Party pooper, May grumbled, causing snickering or wariness to surround her. I will figure her out eventually, Powerloader claims. Not likely, May cries back. Who would have thought 1AS resident Sunshine was such a pessimist? Monoma snarks. The teachers collectively snort, knowing their boss's penchant for going over the top, which meant that Izuku was looking for a mostly empty workbench. He walked around the room, watching as some of his classmates started finding their assigned areas, but every single one of the tables he could see was cluttered with tools and boxes. Maybe they'd just had too much stuff and had put some boxes on his table to keep them off the floor. That'd make sense. It wasn't as though Izuku needed a lot of space to do his thing anyway, since he was used to doing it running down the street while chasing hero fight. He was just glad to be useful, even if that usefulness was just lending some much-needed table space. So that meant that he'd have to rely on the little nameplates. He didn't want to bother anyone, so he went over to May's table so he knew what the nameplates looked like, since she wouldn't notice him, and if she did, she wouldn't care. They were actually really nice. Not that he expected anything less than the best from UA, but they each looked like engraved brass and had been screwed onto the table so they wouldn't fall off even if there were a strong breeze or, in May's case, an explosion. That was probably smart. You have no idea, May comments, laughing maniacally. Jesus kid, calm the fuck down. Dabai snarks, a mix of annoyance and concern in his voice. Izuku shook his head and forced himself to take a deep breath. If they had decided to rescind his acceptance, the student ID they'd sent him wouldn't have let him pass the gate this morning. So he was still a student of UA and didn't have to worry about that. But he still had to find his desk. Maybe he should ask Powerloader. But he didn't want to bother him, and what if he realized how stupid Izuku was when he realized he couldn't even find his own desk and decided to expel him on the spot? It wouldn't hurt to do one more walk around the room and look at all the name tags again, right? Maybe he'd just missed something, maybe. Who the fuck is Izuku Midoriya, and why does he need a whole ass room? I'm sorry, what? Room? Did I hear that right? That's what we said. Kaminari grins at the screen. Izuku stared at the screen in awe. Is that really mine? His friends chuckle and inform him that yes, that room is in fact his. He heard a whistle behind him, but couldn't pull his eyes away from the setup as May came up to stand beside him. Wow, Hacker-kun, UA doesn't do anything halfway, do they? Please tell me I'm not dreaming, May-chan. Izuku said breathlessly. I didn't even request any of this. Yeah, sorry about that. Nedzu went a little overboard. Understatement much. Gyro snarked. Izuku turned to see Powerloader leaning against the doorframe as the other students either crowded around him or looked in the windows that Izuku hadn't noticed that looked into the rest of the lab. Powerloader was smiling slightly, though it could have been an embarrassment or amusement at Izuku's reaction. Everyone, this is Izuku Midoriya, the only first year in the analysis track and Nedzu's personal student, Powerloader introduced. It's been so long since Nedzu has had an analysis student that he got a little too excited and insisted on designing your workspace himself. This used to be a testing room. There are a few others on either side of you, but this way you won't be distracted by the noise of the lab or worried about lab accidents damaging your computers. Powerloader shot a pointed look at May, who ignored him in favor of grabbing Izuku's arm and jumping up and down. This is awesome, Izuku-kun. Just imagine everything you'll be able to do with all these hacking babies. This is so cool. Congratulations. Have fun. Enjoy it. Izuku nodded, then remembered his manners and bowed to Powerloader. Thank you. I'll do my best to put it to good use. Powerloader nodded and smiled as he left. May gave his arm a reassuring squeeze before running back out of the room to her own workspace, and Izuku noted with relief that he had a clear view of her desk from his windows. He didn't know why that was so reassuring, but it was probably because she was his only friend and he didn't want to feel alone again. The other students each looked at Izuku curiously before they too turned back to their own workspaces, and he hoped that they wouldn't find him quite as creepy as they had before, now that they had a wall separating them and knew that he was supposed to be analyzing everything. Izuku reverently sat down at the desk and started to familiarize himself with the computers. He had a feeling this was going to be a good year. The theater claps as the thought of at least one of these Midoriyas being comfortable where he is such a relief, chattering on about what projects cheat code will take on and how certain events unfold with his absence from the hero course. Once the next clip starts loading, everyone sits turning their attention to the screen. Now playing. Deku, I think he's some pro. Kaken, why? I never. Bakugo huffs in frustration. It never occurred to me to hunt him down after school. He growls. It sounds like that young Bakugo was using young Midoriya as some sort of stress relief. All Might says in disgust. Talk about some common thug. Dabai scoffs. Deku, he growled and shoved the nerd against the wall. Kaken, Deku squeaked out. It's been a while. Tatsuki scoffed. You've been avoiding me, nerd. You think you're better than me. He smiled slightly as Deku's eyes widened in fear. And no, Kaken, that's not it at all. I've just been really busy and busy, as if a nobody like you has places to be. He slammed Deku against the wall again, wincing a little when he heard the nerd's head hit the brick. Admit it. You think you're too good to be around me. That's going to be a concussion. Recovery girl rightfully harps. He's injured. Momo shows concern. Shame that Bakugo's too much of an ass to see it. Gyro growls. Take heart that our own has grown past such vulgar acts. Takoyami comforts in his own way. A human fucking being with a right to defend himself. Bakugo screeched at his idiotic alternative. No one has the heart to disagree or even attempt to calm him. Stop it. So unheroic. Fucking thug. Please, Kaken, stop. It hurts. We're friends. Please, stop. Katsuki snorted. Friends? With a useless loser like you. He kicked him in the gut and then let loose a few quirked punches that Deku tried to block with his arms. Who would be friends with you? Me. Us. Anyone with a brain. As soon as he deemed that Deku had learned his lesson, Katsuki stood up straight and looked down at the cowering nerd. Pathetic. I'm glad you didn't show your worthless face at the entrance exam, Deku, he said. It seems you finally learned your lesson about trying to be a hero. He gave one last kick, then turned to leave the alley. Don't make me teach you again. What's he gonna do on their first day at UA? Hagakure shrieks. Get expelled if he actually tries anything. Aizawa replies before the room can dissolve in panic. Discussion. Get medical attention. They won't that you're late. Hey, Deku. Joke cried out cheerfully when she heard the door open. What took you so long? Deku tried to smile despite the pain in his cheek, but that soon turned into a frown when he saw the horrified looks on his friends' faces. Izuku knew he should know why they were so horrified, but his brain was too foggy to come up with anything. That's really bad, isn't it? Uraraka worries. Head injuries can go downhill so fast. Kiro. Sue adds sadly. They will get him help. Ada comforts. That burn has got to be real bad. Kaminari says concerned. At least he's with Sensei now. Ashido sighs. Yeah, he'll be okay. Zero comforts. Kiri and Bakugo remain silent. Hi, Eraser, he tried to say, but it ended up coming out slurred and Izuku frowned in confusion. Why weren't words working the way they were supposed to? He didn't normally stutter around his friends. Joke. Hold him, make sure he stays awake. I'm calling Recovery Girl. Izuku brightened. Recovery Girl is such a great hero, he slurred, but I'm not that injured. I've had worse. That's bad. That's very, very bad. Ms. Joke growls in worry. Joke looked afraid. Kiddo ... just ramble for me. What do you like about Recovery Girl's quirk? Izuku nodded but stopped when it felt like his head was about to split in two. He wanted to tell Joke about how the healing energy coming from the person's own stamina allowed the heroine to heal for hours with hardly any breaks. But for some reason, his tongue felt really heavy. He was really tired. IDDO. You've TTA IO EKU. Don't fall asleep. Stay awake. Keep talking. You've always been such a dad. Midnight tries to lighten the mood. Not now. He snaps back. The kid's a little badass, that's for sure. Twice compliments so pathetic. He called Ms. Joke over to steady Deku and keep him awake while he called Recovery Girl. He was trying to explain the situation when he heard Joke's panicked voice and he turned around just in time to watch Deku pass out in Joke's arms. That's it, we're taking him to UA now. He really said fuck it, dad mode activated. Hagakure giggled nervously. Sir Night-Eye nodded. You steady him and make sure we won't be worsening any injuries. I'll grab my car. Hang in there, Deku. Please. Shadow whispered. Please. We're gonna get you help. Eraserhead is so cool. Shigaraki comments airily. Yeah, I'll give you that. Dabai concedes with a huff. Okay. Yeah, Momo breathes. He's okay. Relief was palpable throughout the crowd. Don't try to sit up too fast, dearie. An old woman's voice said, you had a bad concussion. I managed to heal most of it, but you still shouldn't move too quickly. Izuku obeyed the voice and moved more slowly. He felt the bed he was on raising up to help him and figured the owner of the voice must be controlling it. He turned to look at her, Recovery Girl. She chuckled and nodded, gesturing for Izuku to look around the rest of the room. Eraser. Joke. Brave. Night-Eye. What are you all doing here? He paused for a moment. What am I doing here? And where is here anyway? You'll get used to it. Izuku comments offhandedly. I should hope not. Ida exclaims horrified. The rest of the squad is quick to agree. You're at UA, Eraser said. We brought you here because you had a concussion, multiple burns, as well as bruising on your face and stomach. You're honestly lucky you didn't have any internal bleeding. Izuku nodded along as he remembered the beating Kaken had given him. That sounded about right. He looked at his friends' faces and was hit by a wave of guilt as he realized he'd made them all worry. He shrank in on himself. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bother you. And it was probably really inconvenient and... He looked up to find his 4 closest friends staring at him with so much concern he wanted to throw up and he started to hyperventilate. Wow, we are gonna have a challenge helping with that anxiety of yours, huh, Izu-kun? Mei winces. Slow down, kid. Mr. Brave was suddenly kneeling at his side. Breath with me. In, out. Okay. After Izuku had managed to calm his breathing, he kept his eyes glued to the covers in embarrassment. He should have just gone home and hidden his injuries before meeting his friends so they wouldn't have to worry about them. Why didn't he do that? How could he have forgotten to do something so basic? Now children, Recovery Girl stood, drawing the attention of all. I need you to understand that I cannot do my job if you hide injuries. And if you're caught doing so, I will bar you from practical lessons. Understood? Yes, ma'am. The students chorus. I would have been fine, guys. Maybe these injuries seem a little bad, but I've always managed pretty well in the past. You didn't need to take me to a doctor. Recovery Girl rapped him lightly on the head with her cane. Don't go saying things like that, dearie. Your injuries were severe and in other circumstances could have been life-threatening. Your friends did the right thing by bringing you here. Deku. Eraser spoke softly as if expecting Izuku to run away if he spoke too loud. Who did this to you? Izuku stared down at his hands. It's not his fault. Yes, the fuck it is. Bakugo gripes. What do you mean, kiddo? It was strange hearing Ms. joke so quiet when normally her very presence was loud enough to take over a room. Izuku took a deep breath and hoped his friends wouldn't judge him. It was my fault. I shouldn't have gotten in his way. He was right. I was avoiding him, which I guess means he thought that I was thinking I was better than him, which I'm not. I know that. I'll never be better than him. But I guess that's how I was acting because that's what he thought, and so it's my fault because he had to teach me a lesson, and he's probably going to be super mad when he finds out that I still want to be a hero, and then, oh no. And then he's gonna do it again and it'll still be all my fault. Oh no, baby, green bean, sweetie, none of that is your fault. Amplifier coos. Another fucking kid apparently. Dabai barks. Deku, who did this? He watched as Deku continued playing with his hands rather than looking up. He didn't want to push the kid, but it was my friend, Kei Kaken, Deku said softly, then hurried on, but like I said, it wasn't his fault. It was mine for thinking I was better than him. Night-Eye raised one eyebrow. First of all, did you actually think that? Deku's eyes widened and he flailed his arms. No, I would never. But he thinks I did, so I must have done something to make him think that, so it's my own fault. I shouldn't have gotten in his way. I should have just. No, this isn't your fault. Gyro snaps. Night-Eye raised a hand to cut him off. If you didn't even do what he was accusing you of, how could it have been your fault? And even if you had thought you were better than him as you put it, it would still have been his fault for lashing out. Does that make any sense? Deku thought for a moment. Kinda. But he's my friend. He wouldn't hurt me if he didn't have a good reason. Sometimes, people don't have to have good reasons to hurt other people, Brave said hesitantly, and sometimes they hurt others because it's what makes sense to them, but that doesn't make it right. It also doesn't make it your fault, Deku. Joke said, if this boy decided to hurt you, it's because he wanted to hurt you, not because of anything you did. Preach, sing it, you tell him. But that doesn't make any sense. Deku sniffled as he started crying again. If he hurt me, it must be because I did something bad. We've been best friends since we were kids. Deku, Eraser looked him in the eye. Friends don't hurt each other. The room was silent for a long time as Deku digested that information. When he spoke again, his voice was fragile. You mean, Kaken's not really my friend? We're your friends, Deku. Joke said, we care about you and would never try to hurt you or teach you your place. Friends help each other, like when you help us with your analysis, or when we help you with your training. Friends tease each other and lift each other up. They don't put each other down or try to crush each other's dreams. Oh, Deku said quietly. I know it probably hurts to hear this, Night-Eye said, but Kaken probably hasn't been your friend in a long time. Deku nodded absently. But that's okay. Brave said cheerfully, you've got us now. Deku gave a weak smile, but Shouta could tell he still didn't really believe them. Not that he could blame the kid. One positive conversation wasn't enough to override a lifetime of conditioning. He didn't know how long it would take before Deku realized what an extraordinary kid he was, but Shouta did know one thing. If he ever met this Kaken, that kid was getting a piece of his mind. The kids immediately began whooping and cheering about justice and vengeance. The excited chatter didn't last long, however, when the villain started griping about getting to Mastermind, reminding the others about what was to come. Now playing, Mastermind, Strategist for Hire. The daily life of Mastermind. Be careful today. I don't want you getting hurt on the way to school. Inko fretted. Izuku rolled his eyes. Mom, I'll be fine. Aldera High School is literally a 10-minute walk. I don't even have to take the train. Inko brushed imaginary dust off the shoulders of his blue uniform. I know, it's just that there's so much more crime nowadays with Mastermind on the loose. I just worry about you, you know that. When she finds out about him, she's going to be devastated. Dabai comments with something akin to regret hidden in his eyes. Izuku sighed internally. Yeah, he knew that Mom was worried. He also knew she'd worry less if he'd been born with a quirk. He hid his frustration behind a smile. I gotta go, Mom. I don't want to be late for the first day of high school. She waved at him with the famous Midoriya tears in her eyes as he shouldered his backpack and walked down the road toward his new school. It had been pretty easy to get into. He'd applied to a few other places, including a few that had a track that specialized in analysis and hero support. All of those had taken one look at the red quirk list written on his ID and promptly let him know that he wasn't the right fit for their schools. Once again, and with feeling, quirkist bastards. Gyro snarks in annoyance. A two-pronged failsafe is going to be a headache to overcome. Sukachi groaned. An ego doesn't suit the green bean. Midnight complains. I don't think we'll have a problem with it in our world. Mike comforts. Hopefully. Aizawa grumbles. Hey Deku, haven't you thrown yourself off a bridge yet? The bully, Makoto Ito, was big, stupid, and obviously trying to fill the void that Katsuki had left by going to UA if the crowd of sycophants surrounding him was any indication. Izuku resisted the urge to glare at him. Hi, Ito. How are you today? It was amazing how quickly people saw weakness when Izuku stuttered. He smirked internally as Ito puffed his chest out and sneered at him. Don't try to be friends, Deku. You're worthless and don't you forget it. With that, Ito shoved him to the ground and turned on his heel to enter the school, followed by his entourage. Izuku stood and brushed himself off. He'd gotten worse from Toga on their first day of training. It's like he's run out of shits to give. Mirko chuckles. He's lived like this so long it's become pedantic. Plus he's secretly a now S-rank supervillain. Kid doesn't need to give a shit anymore. Hawks replies. Toga squeals, that sounds like so much fun. I have a mental picture of fainting and vomiting when Mastermind's identity is revealed. Shigaraki grins menacingly if the fools ever figure it out. Izuku walked around the apartment and checked the security system one more time. From the outside, it just looked like any apartment in the red light district, but the walls were heavily fortified and the security system could probably put UA to shame. And it was all his. Izuku sighed. He could finally stop smuggling his villain outfit out of the house and changing in Jiren's office. Wonderful, he has his own base. Sukachi says in a way that makes it clear it's anything but. Nice digs, kid. Jiren leaned up against the doorway in the kitchen. Thanks for finding this place for me, Jiren. I feel like I've finally made it, you know. Jiren chuckled. Sorry to have to tell you this, but you made it a while ago. I can count on one hand the number of villains that have the balls to threaten a top 50 hero on national television. Not to mention all of them at once. If you're not careful, they'll start calling you the #1 villain in Japan or some other bullshit. Well, it was always my dream to be like All Might. Snort, oh my god. Ha ha ha. That's so fucked up. Terrible joke. You'll need to stop laughing. We can't. Why don't you just live here full time, kid? You don't have to keep living with your mother and doing the whole song and dance routine at school like you're not one of the most powerful villains in Japan right now. Izuku pulled a soda out of the fridge. Disappearing would call too much attention to me right now. Missing posters, the police looking for me, and 2 identities. There would be too many chances for them to connect the two. And it would just be too much work when it's easier to just avoid the whole problem. Plus, I'm not ready to leave Mom yet. Despite how much she worries, I still love her and she's been the only one who ever cared about me until the last year. I don't want to put her through that. And I'd miss her too much. Mama's boy. Dabai snorts. Jiren shrugged. Suit yourself. You ready for your meeting tonight? Izuku nodded. Just need to get dressed and I'll be on my way. I've been going to these meetings for months, Jiren. You don't need to worry about me. Jiren held up his hands in surrender. All right, I get it. You've got your big boy britches on and everything. I'll just be on my way. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Izuku crossed his arms. Jiren, would you have threatened all 50 top heroes? Jiren chuckled. Good point, kid. Have fun. He waved and walked out the front door. Izuku went to the closet and pulled out his villain costume. Time to get back to work. Who's gonna die this time? Toga bounces in excitement. Izuku walked into the Blue Dog's base with his head held high. The gang leader was already waiting for him. Mastermind, pleasure to finally meet you. My name is Tanaka. Please, take a seat. Izuku sat in the offered chair. So, what can I do for you? Tanaka ran his hand through his hair and smiled condescendingly, and Izuku tensed slightly. Something seemed off, but Izuku didn't know if there was something legitimately wrong or if he was just among villains. Nah, I'm getting real weasel vibes from that fucker. Dabai snarks. If he kills Mastermind before I even get to meet him, I will find a way. Shigaraki growls. We want to rob the Arcane Bank. We're looking for a big haul. Izuku nodded. Should be doable. What are your quirks? One of the thugs snarled. What do you need to know our quirks for? Izuku rolled his eyes. Because it's normally advisable to use your quirks when robbing a bank. If you'd like a completely quirkless plan, I can do that. But most people don't go for that option, oddly enough. Shade. Ashido stretches. Once he decided the thug had been sufficiently cowed, he turned back to Tanaka, who was still giving him that same smile that set Izuku's teeth on edge. That's just Takahashi for you. He's got a gas manipulation quirk. Allows him to control any gas, including the air in people's lungs. Tanaka jerked his thumb toward another thug standing in the corner of the room. can see in the dark, and he pointed toward a woman leaning against the wall playing with a knife, can throw any knife with 100% accuracy. I have a strength enhancement quirk and can lift 3 times my own body weight. The heavier I am, the more I can lift. Izuku nodded. This matched up pretty well with the information he'd been able to gather before arriving. At least they weren't trying to lie to him, so why did it feel so off? All right, all that's left is the matter of my fee. Tanaka's smile turned wicked and he pulled out a gun and leveled it at Izuku's head. How's this for a fee, Pipsqueak? You give us the plan and we'll let you walk out of here alive. Dumb Ways to Die. Kaminari starts singing. So many dumb ways to die. Ashido and Siro joins in. As he scanned the room, Izuku weighed his options. He could just fight his way out. He'd escaped pro-heroes before. But then again, the pro-heroes weren't trying to kill him. He eyed the woman with the knives. With her quirk, he'd be walking out of here with at least 1 stab wound. Not the end of the world, but something he'd prefer to avoid if possible. Stabs were harder to hide than bruises and burns, after all, and he'd rather not make his mom more worried. On the other hand, he could just give them the plans. But he didn't want word getting out that you could just threaten Mastermind rather than paying. It was bad for business. Izuku thought for another moment before deciding. It sounds like you have yourself a deal. Tanaka put away his gun and smiled. I knew you'd come around, Pipsqueak. Now, how about you give us those plans? Dumb Ways to Die. I most of 1A sings together. As Izuku wrote, he smiled wickedly beneath his mask. Yes, he'd let them have their plans, but a fat lot of good money would do them with what they had coming. Fun fact, everyone has enemies willing to pay to bring them down. So many dumb ways to die. The League joins in. Detective Tsukachi. There's been an interesting development on the Arcane Bank case. Tsukachi gestured for the officer to continue. They're dead, sir. Called it. Kaminari smirks. Not that difficult to figure out. Zip zap. Dabai snarks. Zip zap. Toga asks. He has an electricity quirk. Dabai shrugs. The detective did a double take. I'm sorry, what did you say? The perpetrators of the robbery are all dead. The officer said. One was found strangled in his home alongside his family. Another seemingly died in a bar fight, although I doubt it's a coincidence. Another was found in a back alley, stabbed through the throat. The leader's body was left in front of the Channel 9 news station. He appeared to have been starved and tortured to death. All the murders were done by different people at different times. The only thing linking them was that they were all members of the Blue Dogs gang that robbed Arcane Bank last week. Shit, he sold each of them out to somebody different. Mirko remarks. Cutthroat. Hawks agrees. Tsukachi looked at the officer. And you think Mastermind is behind it? The officer shrugged. It was pretty obvious he was behind the robbery. But why would he eliminate paying customers? Seems like a pretty bad business choice to me. I brought in a guy that had known dealings with the gang. Do you want to talk to him? Tsukachi nodded absently and grabbed the files on Mastermind and the Arcane Bank robbery. He walked into the interrogation room, set the files on the table, and sat down opposite the twitchy young man waiting for him. He looks so terrified. Momo comments. I don't blame him. Gyro remarks. All right, let's just get straight to the point. What can you tell me about the elimination of the Blue Dogs gang? The man rubbed his fingers together and looked around the room like he was expecting threats to pop out of the walls at any moment. It was their own fault. True. How's Mind-chan gonna handle that quirk? Toga pouts, her boy's not having an answer. Tsukachi tilted his head. What do you mean by that? They screwed over the wrong person. You mean Mastermind? Tsukachi asked. The man nodded. Tanaka wasn't ever the type to play fair. If he could screw you over to get $1, he'd do it every time. Word is he tried that on Mastermind. Held a gun to his head to get the plans for free. He rushed out. He should have just paid. You don't mess with Mastermind. True. This is quite the intimidation tactic. Nedzu comments. You think he killed them to send a message? To his surprise, the man shook his head. Mastermind didn't kill him. True. Technically. Aizawa grumbles as Tsukachi glares at the screen. Tanaka had enemies. They all did. But it wasn't a coincidence that all their enemies suddenly knew their every weakness right after they pulled that shit. True. Tsukachi stood. Thank you. You've been a big help. As soon as the door to the interrogation room closed, he sighed and rubbed his eyes. It took a major idiot to try to screw over someone who had managed to kill a hero while he was in police protection. He put the files back on his desk and stood. Maybe he should call Toshinori and go to dinner. Get away from this case for an hour or two. He nodded and grabbed his coat before calling his friend. At least Mastermind didn't know about Yagi Toshinori. Tsukachi shuddered at what would happen if Mastermind figured out how weak All Might really was right now. But his friend had always been super careful with his identity, so they had nothing to worry about. Right. There was a moment of silence as the heroes and students come to a horrible realization. And then they riot. He knows. At least one of the other stories mentioned his weakness. What's going to happen to All Might? He has a grudge against him. He can't do it. All Might can't die. It takes a terribly long time for the theater to be calm enough to continue. When it does, the crowd can only try to relax. Now playing Viridian, the Green Guide. Anxiety. Izuku had to pause in the middle of putting on his school uniform as the weight of what he'd done last night came crashing down on him. He'd been too tired last night to really process what had happened, but now the panic was back with a vengeance. He'd punched Eraserhead. Forgot about that for a while there. Dabai snorts. I've had worse from closer friends. Aizawa deadpans. I said I was sorry. Mike defended at the same time. Midnight whined it was one time. Bakugo is so done. Nope. No. Fuck no. Don't even. I'm not your responsibility. Bakugo growls at the screen while Kirishima pats him on the shoulder. Bro, you good. Zero turned to Bakugo, who had his fingers pressing on his temples. I can't remember if I ever pushed him off a slide, or if it was an accident. How do you think I'm doing? Fair. Katsuki tuned out the extras that surrounded him as he ate his lunch. The old hag had packed the extra spicy curry today, so he knew it was gonna be good. Look guys, it's Deku. One of the extras at another table called out, and sure enough, Katsuki looked up to see Deku walking into the cafeteria with his shoulders hunched. The extras sitting at his table looked to see how he'd react, but he just scoffed and turned back to his lunch. Heroes didn't pick on their classmates, no matter how much they deserved it, and he was going to be the best hero. He doesn't fucking deserve it. Bakugo is running out of very thin patience. He'll learn, bro. Remember, this is the one who sees the problem. He just has to work on the details. Kirishima manages to calm him slightly. Fucking scumbag. Gyro sneers as Momo lays her hand on the girl's shoulder in an attempt to keep her calm. A small group of their classmates had surrounded Deku by this point, and even some of the extras at Katsuki's table had gotten up to go join the fun. The extras were grinning and laughing like Fingers had just made the funniest joke on earth, but Deku himself was just staring silently at the ground. Why so quiet? Another extra, this one with boulders for hair, asked. Finally realize that no one cares what you have to say. Worthless bully. Iraraka growls. The boy has a long way to go. Gran remarks. Yeah, come on, figure it out. Kaminari murmured with hope. You have no idea. Dabai chuckled. Hey, save some of that air for those who deserve it, nerd. Katsuki looked to some of the teachers who were eating at a small table in the corner. They had to know what was happening. It wasn't like those extras were being quiet. So why weren't they doing anything? Why hadn't they ever done anything? Wasn't it their job to keep kids from getting hurt or something? How illegal is it to burn down a school? Todoroki asks. Ida goes to scold him but stops when Izuku distractedly replies, depends on whether or not you can make it look like an accident. All in favor of tearing down that school. Hagakure cheers. The vast majority raised their hand. Why wasn't he doing anything? The thought made Katsuki stop. Was he supposed to step in? All Might probably would, but that brought him back to the whole hypocrisy thing. What gave him the right to step in and protect Deku when just a month ago he was one of the ones ... Well, maybe attacking him wasn't the right way to phrase it, but still, even if he were to step in, Deku probably wouldn't trust him at all, and all the useless extras might think that Katsuki was admitting that Deku was better than him, or that he was weak. Frustration is palpable throughout the crowd, reminding themselves that change takes time and he is still learning. The curry turned to sawdust in his mouth, spicy sawdust, but still flavorless as Deku silently picked the remains of his lunch off the floor and threw them away after one of the extras had knocked it out of his hands. He didn't really know how to describe what he was feeling, he just knew he didn't like it. He was the best, he'd always been the best. And if there was anything the best wasn't, it was a coward, so this annoying feeling couldn't be fear. Could it? Everyone feels fear, All Might included. Midoriya sighs quietly. Am I gonna be there? Kaminari bounces in place, please let me be there. Which meant that the pipes had been left to rot among all the other garbage in that alley and Izuku needed to replace them. He couldn't bring himself to regret giving them to Eraser though. If he'd kept using his capture weapon, there was a good chance he would have gotten hurt, so the pipes were obviously the better option. Not that Eraser's capture weapon was bad. It was actually really cool and worked against a lot of villains so that he didn't hurt them any more than he had to. Oh, right, Izuku was here to get pipes. Your spirals, while inconvenient, are also fascinating. Ida comments. Shame I can never remember my panic analysis. Izuku complains. At least he's improving his gear while replacing some of it. Aizawa grumbles. I wish he would get some armor though. Mike comments. Agreed. Midnight adds. I'm here. Kaminari cheers. Congratulations. Ashido claps. Dude, I can't wait for one of these stories to include us. Zero comments. Careful what you wish for. Bakugo warns. Hey dude. Kaminari smiled as Izuku put his basket down on the counter. Nice to see you back here. Gee, thanks. Izuku said. How is your electricity training coming? Were any of the electricians willing to teach you? Kaminari nodded eagerly. One of them actually offered to make a temporary apprentice. I'm learning all about the basics and how circuits work and stuff. I didn't even realize that my quirk might not be effective against a flying villain. Isn't that insane? Make more flying Namu. Noted, Shigaraki murmurs to himself. Izuku nodded. That was one of the main limitations of electric heroes. They couldn't actually electrocute something that wasn't grounded. But the way that he talked about villains specifically, are you going to be a hero? Kaminari shrugged and smiled. That's the hope. My quirk is flashy enough for it, so it's just a question of if I'm actually smart enough to get in. Cash or card? Izuku smiled encouragingly as he handed over a handful of cash. You can do it. Hell yeah. We got you. You got this. Kaminari blushes, uncertain how to respond to such support. Kaminari put the pipes and zip ties in a plastic bag. Thanks, dude. I'm sure gonna try. Hey, what are you making anyway? You were buying pipes last time. Izuku didn't know how to respond to that, so he just shrugged. Kaminari laughed. All right, keep your secrets, dude. Good luck with whatever it is, though. Izuku nodded. And good luck with your apprenticeship. See you later. Izuku had never really been lucky. In fact, he'd been mostly the opposite, but he was grateful for Kaminari's words anyway. He'd run into Eraserhead eventually, and then he'd need all the luck he could get. As the screen fades, low chatter spreads through the room as people refill snacks and drinks. Some of the students dutifully stick to their diets, while others take this chance for a cheat day. After a few minutes, past Headcase brings their attention back to the screen as the next chapter begins. Now playing, Cheat Code, Support Strategist. Welcome to UA. This version of the kid is becoming a petty little bitch and I'm enjoying every second of it. Dabai smirks. Holy shit, we actually get to see orientation. Kaminari exclaimed in surprise. What, did your whole class miss it? Shigaraki griped. Yup, responds the majority of 1A. Who do not elaborate. To Izuku's surprise, Present Mike's enthusiasm was met with a general non-response. He didn't know why. This was Present Mike, the voice hero. He had his own radio show and everything. Midoriya, one of his classmates, the bald one, said softly, Are you aware that you're mumbling again? Izuku slammed his mouth shut and blushed. Sorry. I'll try to stop. Ugh, you're all idiots. The curly-haired girl leaned over Mei's lap and shoved a pencil in his face. Izuku took it hesitantly, not wanting to be rude. Thank you, but why? She rolled her eyes. Put it in your mouth. If you start talking, it'll fall out. A smack rings out as a palm meets a forehead. We're idiots, Izuku whispers to himself. Whatever. She settled back into her seat and crossed her arms. Just use your chew toy so the rest of us can hear the damn assembly. Izuku nodded frantically and bit down on the pencil as he turned back to the stage. Present Mike, having failed spectacularly at getting a response from the crowd, had apparently just decided to move on to the next order of business. Well, everybody, welcome to UA High, the premier hero school in Japan. To our upperclassmen, welcome back and good luck with your next year of studies. To our brand new first years, congratulations. Not just anybody can walk these halls, and it takes a lot of hard work and dedication to sit where you're sitting. That being said, don't go getting complacent, little listeners. You've each got your own stars that you're reaching for and you're each gonna have to work extra hard. Got it. So you're all gonna have to go beyond. Plus ultra. The cryptid and the newbie. Aoyama snickers. And here we have the elusive fanboy in his natural habitat. Mike jokes. What? Aizawa questions. Seriously, show. Watch some documentaries. Midnight chides, confusing the man more. The Racerhead did what? Shigaraki says very confusedly. Izuku's eyes widened. The underground hero. He couldn't beat All Might as Izuku's favorite hero, because All Might, but he was a close second. He fought practically quirkless and could take away other people's quirks at will. And he was a teacher here. What did Present Mike mean by hazing? Was that where Katsuki was? Izuku felt a brief surge of jealous anger. Katsuki got to learn from one of Izuku's favorite teachers. He wouldn't even appreciate the nuances of Eraserhead's fighting style. Unbidden, an image of Katsuki getting his explosions erased as he was tangled in Eraserhead's capture weapon came to his mind and Izuku snickered quietly. Okay, so maybe Katsuki learning from one of his favorite heroes wouldn't be all bad. Most cathartic moment of my life, one I will always remember fondly. Izuku says airily. But that still leaves one more teacher that you listeners haven't met yet. Present Mike continued. He's a special new addition to our staff this year. You first-year hero students will be in for a real treat because here he is. The #1 hero, the symbol of peace, and the newest member of our staff. All Might. Izuku's jaw dropped and he knew he wasn't the only one as a booming laugh echoed around the auditorium and the #1 hero himself strode out from behind the curtain. I am here ... to help mold the next generation of heroes. The auditorium exploded in applause and Izuku added to it wholeheartedly. He was going to be in the same building as All Might. This must be why he was in town. But ... how was he going to teach classes if he only had 3 hours in his hero form? Did he still have 3 hours? Or had saving Kakin from the sludge villain cut down on that time? What were the repercussions of him going over his limit? He's such a caring boy. I'm lucky to have met him. All Might comments proudly. I'll make it anyway. May cheers excited for yet another new project. Later, he could think about that later. For now, though, All Might had taken a seat in one of the empty chairs that were almost ridiculously too small for him, and Nedzu was climbing a small set of steps up the side of the podium. Hello, students. Am I a mouse? A dog? A bear? What's important is that I'm the principal. Yue has a spectacular legacy, and Nedzu began to talk about the history of the school, and Izuku was on the edge of his seat as he listened. For the first 10 minutes. They had lost interest after 3 and began to sketch out invention ideas again. Izuku really tried to pay attention. This man was going to be his teacher. He couldn't just tune him out. His classmates seemed just as bored as he was, and eventually Izuku decided that he could probably just apologize if he needed to and turn to flesh out his analyses of the staff. Occasionally, May would poke his arm and point to a particular diagram, asking an unspoken question, and he would think for a moment before writing something beside her drawing. It went like that for another 15 minutes before Nedzu finally stopped talking. But I'm getting carried away. Nedzu clapped his paws together, waking up a few of the students that had fallen asleep during his speech. You all have bright futures ahead of you, and we are so excited to help you cultivate that light. So, as the principal of UA, congratulations and welcome to UA High School. I no longer have a problem with missing that. Uraraka comments. Me too, Kiro. There was a hesitant round of applause that got louder as Nedzu descended the steps, and the teachers all left the stage to go retrieve their classes. Within a few minutes, Powerloader was leading them back to the classroom. As they were walking back, the kid in their class with the shark quirk placed his hand on Izuku's shoulder and patted it consolingly. I'm sorry, Midoriya. I don't know how you're gonna survive being Nedzu's personal student if he's really that long-winded all the time. He wasn't that way during the entrance exam. Izuku tried, but maybe that was just because he didn't want to distract me as I was hacking UA. He ended up running into the girl walking in front of him as his classmates stopped walking in shock. You hacked UA during the entrance exam. What the fuck? A few people chuckle in understanding. I didn't get very far, Izuku defended, waving his hand in front of him nervously. I think they just wanted to see how I approached unsolvable problems. That's it. Yeah, May said, and I'm sure it didn't hurt that you'd already gotten a head start before the exam even started. Izuku turned to her in betrayal. May. Traitor. Izuku cries dramatically as May cackles. Their classmates kept their distance from the two for the rest of the way back to the lab. When they got there, everyone sat down at their tables and Izuku went back to his room, noticing for the first time that there was a small school desk that had been placed outside the door, probably for when the class had a lecture instead of lab time. Before he could decide if he was supposed to go into his room or sit at the desk though, Powerloader cleared his throat to get their attention. We have about 20 minutes until class officially ends, he said, so why don't each of you introduce yourselves? I know that the support course has a lot more individual work than the business course or the hero course, but it will still be helpful to get to know your classmate. Who wants to go first? The kid with the shark quirk shrugged and stood up. What do you want to know? Just say your name and quirk, dumbass. The curly-haired girl griped. I like her. Dabai smirks. Izuku felt his stomach sink. Yeah, he knew it was coming, but it still would have been nice if he didn't have to reveal his quirklessness right off the bat. Oh well, they already thought he was creepy, now there'd just be pity mixed in. Also include why you chose support. Powerloader added. It'll be helpful to know each other's motivations. Izuku readies his notebook and pen. Sue perks up at that. If he exists in our world, I'd be a happy test subject. You mean product tester, May corrects. Izuku had never realized that would be an inconvenience to people with amphibious quirks, but he supposed that it made sense. Most technologies were made to be used by people in the air, and even most waterproof technology had a limit of either time or depth. Hanzu would definitely have a niche as an inventor if he could figure out how to move past those limitations. The class's eyes turned to the bald kid with pointed ears, who was sitting next to Hanzu. Oh, I'm next. Okay, my name is Shin Shiguro and my quirk is called Goblin. I, instinctively know the location of any non-living object I've ever touched. The accuracy goes down with time though, so if I haven't touched something for 10 years, I'd be able to tell you the city it's in, but not any more specific than that. I, just like building things. There's nothing wrong with simplicity. Shoji comments. He sat down almost before he'd finished speaking, and the class turned to the next student, which was the girl with curly hair. I'm acting Kohaku in this mess. The girl gestured to her curls, which rattled slightly as they caught the light. Is my quirk. It's called copper wire and it's a total pain to cut. Yes, it conducts electricity. Yes, I use it in my inventions. No, you can't touch it. Got it. Fair. Understandable. You do you, girl. The introductions continued like that for the rest of the class until it got to May. Hi. May Hatsum, future CEO of Hatsum Industries. My quirk is Zoom and it lets me see up to 5 kilometers away. My babies are gonna change the world. Izuku chuckled quietly as he noticed their classmates instinctively lean back from May's enthusiasm. He was finally getting used to it himself, but it was still funny to see how other people reacted to her. Izuku noticed that the class was looking at him and he froze as he realized he was next. In fact, he was the last student to introduce himself. Hesitantly, he stood up. I'm Izuku Midoriya. I like analyzing heroes and quirks, so I want to be a support analyst and help heroes work smarter and be better. Izuku glanced at the clock. Class should be ending any second now. He could do this. Just bite the bullet. And I'm quirkless. The bell rang. Saved by the bell. Izuku sighs. You're not going to bolt out the door, are you? Mei asks, chuckling. Izuku-kun. Oh look, the next chapter is starting. Now playing. Deku. I think he's some pro. Mutations. Before we begin, I ask that all questions be held till the end of the chapter. Headcase smirks ominously. Mirio, is that you? Hado shakes his shoulders. Sounds like it. Tagato laughs. Inko looked at the young man suspiciously. Are you one of his friends? The young man smiled and Inko was reminded of All Might. Yep. She hesitated. What's her hero name? He put both hands on his hips and struck his chest out. Lemillion. Why? Inko gave a tense smile. Most of Izuku's friends are pro-heroes. Someone his own age ... Let's just say kids have pretended to be his friends as pranks before. That sounds awful. Amajiki comments. Lemillion frowned. That sucks. Inko nodded in agreement as Izuku came up behind her carrying his duffel bag. Thanks, Mom. He looked at the newcomer. You must be Mirio Tagata. Night Eye's intern. The boy nodded. That's right. And you're Deku, right? I've heard a lot about you. Don't believe everything you hear, Izuku said, blushing. Night Eye and the others tend to exaggerate. No, they don't. Uraraka teases. Tagata laughed. Sir told me you were too modest for your own good. Here, let me take that for you. He grabbed the duffel out of Izuku's hand. Have fun this week. Inko waved as the boys left. Be safe. We will, Mom. Izuku called back. Bye. She worries a lot, doesn't she? Tagata asked. Yes. Izuku deadpans. Izuku nodded. Her heart's in the right place though. I know she doesn't really want me to be a hero. She's pretty bad at hiding it actually. But she's willing to support me even though it makes her worry. He shrugged. That's more than most people can say, so I count myself pretty lucky. He smiled. So what's it like being Night Eye's intern? Tagata beamed. Super fun. But also really difficult. I didn't have a great handle on my quirk when I was recruited, but he's put me through the ringer the last few months and now I'm one of the best students at UA. He rubbed the back of his neck. But actually, recently my quirk kind of mutated, and I'm basically having to master it all over again. I was hoping you could help me with it this week, if that's okay. Yaga's eyes widen. No. He whispers in understanding. Izuku nodded. I'd love to. Analyzing quirks is really fun for me and I love coming up with ideas to help people improve. Your quirk is some kind of permeation, right? I remember you made a big splash at the sports festival. Tagata went slightly pink. Ooh, yeah. I really should have listened to Sensei when he suggested wearing a uniform infused with my DNA. But I thought that it count as a costume or support item and give me an unfair advantage, so. Izuku nodded. I understand where you're coming from, but that is a pretty big disadvantage. Tagata laughed again. Yeah, you get used to it. I hardly even get embarrassed anymore, except when I'm naked on national television, apparently. The crowd chuckles and giggles at the thought. Izuku pulled out a small notebook as they got on the train. So, you said your quirk had mutated. What's it like now? Well, Tagata paused thoughtfully, like he was trying to be careful about what he said. It's gotten kind of super strength aspect to it now, and some speed. But if I use it for more than a few punches at a time, I get hairline fractures in my bones. Wait, Todoroki squints confused. Izuku gulps. That sounds familiar. Kaminari considers. Tagata chuckled awkwardly. Yeah, we thought it might be something like that. Izuku was already taking notes and jotting down different ideas. I think I'm gonna need to see your quirk in action before I can come up with anything concrete. But it's probably better if we wait until we're at Night Eye's agency before we do that. Public quirk usage and all that. Tagata nodded. So you're gonna be starting UA this year, right? Yep. Izuku practically bounced with excitement. It's seriously a dream come true. I've wanted to be a hero ever since I was a toddler. I just can't believe it's finally happening. Smiles light up with pride for their classmate or student. Do you know what class you're going to be in? Izuku nodded. 1A. Normally, I'm not sure they'd put in a class where I was already friends with the teacher, but I think they knew Eraser would be okay with teaching. Someone like me. Tagata frowned in confusion. Someone like you. You mean someone who's already worked in the field? Izuku sighed. I mean someone quirkless. Tagata's jaw dropped. You're quirkless? Izuku fidgeted uncomfortably. Why do you say that? Why'd he have to go and ruin it? And Tagata had been so nice too. Hey, I don't care about anyone's quirk status. Mirio calls out. See, Tagata grins. Izuku stared at him. You mean, you don't think less of me because I don't have a quirk? You think it's ... cool? Tagata nodded. I guess you probably don't hear that a lot, do you? Izuku shook his head slowly. Well, you should, Tagata said, clapping him on the back. I was made fun of for my quirk too. Pretty much everyone told me it was too weak or had too many drawbacks, that there was no way I could be a hero. I almost believed them for a while. But then Sir took me under his wing and made me into who I am today. So, no, I'm not gonna judge you or tell you that you can't be a hero because I can see you've got what it takes in here. He poked Izuku in the chest. Then his eyes widened. Oh, no, you're crying. What happened? What did I do? Did I say something wrong? They're happy tears. That's normal. You get used to it. Izuku shook his head and wiped his eyes. They're happy tears, I promise. Sorry, he laughed. I've always been kinda a crybaby. No problem, Tagata said. I think you're pretty cool. It wasn't long until they reached their stop and they walked the rest of the way to Sir Night-Eye's agency, chatting about heroes who had recently debuted. They walked in the door and were greeted by a woman with blue skin. Awa, you must Deku. Izuku nodded. You're Bubble Girl. It's nice to meet you. Bubble Girl nodded. Likewise. Sir asked me to show you where you'll be staying this week. Then you'll be meeting him in his office. I think he has some cases he wants you to take a look at. Awa, Tagata sighed. I wanted Deku to help me with my quirk. Wait, you turn Mirio. Hado scolds playfully. I'm sure there'll be time for that later, Lemillion, but Sir takes first priority. It's okay. Tagata smiled. I'll just be practicing in the gym. He turned to Izuku. Come find me when Sir's done with you. Izuku nodded as Tagata left and Bubble Girl led him to Night-Eye's office. When he walked in, Night-Eye was busy scribbling away at his desk, so Izuku took a moment to look around the room. He knew Night-Eye used to be All Might's sidekick, but wow, he was almost a bigger fanboy than Izuku used to be. He shifted uncomfortably under the #1 hero's gaze. Even though the posters, it felt like All Might was judging him. I forgot about his problem with All Might for a while there. Ajaru comments. What's the poor thing going to do during school? Hagakure asks in concern. Let's just hope that World's All Might can keep his opinions to himself. Sato prays. Yeah, that's right. You're going to prove them wrong. Sorry about that, Deku. I had to finish the paperwork from the case we closed yesterday. The kidnapping case. Night-Eye nodded. The leader had a paralyzing quirk, just like you thought. Bubble Girl said you had some other cases for me to look at. Yes, but I don't just want you to analyze while you're here. Night-Eye went over to the cabinet and grabbed a handful of files. I want you to observe how to handle a case from beginning to end. For example, we received a report yesterday of a museum robbery. He opened the paper-thin file in front of Izuku. Here is the evidence we retrieved from the scene and we'll be collaborating with the police. What would you do first? Pay extra attention, students. Nedzu commands. Night-Eye was one of the best, so treat this as a guest lecture. Yes, sensei. Is chorused all around. Izuku looked through the file. Mostly a list of what was stolen, the damage done to the doors and display cases, and the data from the security cameras. The cameras were turned off. Yes, Night-Eye said, but none of the cameras were broken. Izuku thought for a moment. We're probably looking for someone with a jamming quirk or some sort of technology manipulation, so I'd ask the police to run a list of those. But there's also the possibility of someone simply hacking into the system, so they should run a list of known hackers as well. If it is a hacker, we should look at the system history because they might have left a trail. With a high-profile robbery like this, there's a strong probability that the culprit has committed smaller crimes in the past, so cross-reference the quirk and hacker lists with small robberies where the cameras were turned off within the past 5 years. Not bad. Endeavor comments. He looked to Night-Eye, who looked a little less stern than usual. Good work. There are a few other possibilities that you could investigate, however. For the next few hours, Night-Eye took Izuku through some of their current cases and educated him on the proper procedures for an investigation and how to work with the police to make sure all the evidence was catalogued and the villains were taken into custody. By the end, Izuku's brain hurt a little, but his cheeks also hurt from smiling too wide, so he figured it was all right. Also, Deku, I think it would be a good idea for you to get a private investigator's license. It will be redundant once you receive your full hero's license, but I believe you would find it useful in the meantime. Izuku nodded. I'll bring it up with Nedzu once school gets started since I think he wants to have private lessons with me. I'm sure he's got some resources I can use to get it quickly. That I do. Nedzu chuckles. Headcase snorts and fails miserably at disguising it as a cough. I'll keep that in mind. Izuku laughed. If we're finished, I promised Tagata I'd help him with his quirk. Night-Eye waved him away and grabbed a few more files to work on. I don't often patrol like the other heroes you've interned with thus far, so I will simply see you tomorrow. Izuku smiled and left, closing the door behind him as he headed down toward where he thought the gym was. It took him a few minutes to find since he took a wrong turn once and had to get directions from Centipter, but soon enough he was peeking through the door to see if Tagata was still there. You'll get it, young Tagata, I know you will. And there's the idiot. Aizawa grumbles. Are you not gonna say anything? Mike questions All Might. I find it best not to. All Might replies. Not so subtly eyeing Torino and Recovery Girl. Oh, Bakugo whispers in realization. Izuku could still hear the conversation filtering through the walls. I know, it's just so hard getting used to this much power. It's so different than my permeation. Tagata sighed. But I've asked Deku to help me out, so hopefully he'll help me work out some of the kinks. Deku. All Might sounded confused. Who's that? Izuku could practically hear Tagata's smile. He's this super awesome quirk analyst that's been helping out in the underground for almost a year now. He doesn't interact with daylight heroes much, so I'm not surprised you haven't heard of him, but Sir talks about him all the time. Ah, All Might said, I suppose that makes sense. When are you supposed to meet him? Actually, I'm supposed to be meeting him right now. Well, as soon as Sir's done with him, but they should have finished by now. I told him to meet me here. He paused. Maybe I should go look for him, make sure he didn't get lost. Not for very long. Izuku says defensively. Very well, young Tagata. All Might said, I need to get to an appointment with Recover Girl, so I'll see you tomorrow. Izuku quickly ran around a corner so he wouldn't be seen and hopefully All Might would walk in the other direction. He almost sighed in relief when Tagata rounded the corner by himself. He really wasn't ready to face All Might today. But will he ever be ready? Todoroki considers. Hey, Deku. Tagata said cheerfully. I was just looking for you. You didn't get lost, did you? Only a little, Izuku said shakily. Centipter helped me out. So, are you ready for me to see your quirk? Yeah, Tagata yelled and led Izuku into the thankfully empty gym. They made their way to the corner where a series of punching bags were set up. So, this is kind of what my quirk started as. Tagata passed a hand through one of the punching bags. I can turn my entire body intangible. But if I do that all at once, I'll just fall straight into the floor, which will spit me back out once I turn tangible again. While I'm intangible, I can't see, hear, or breathe because light, sound, and air just pass right through me. That's inconvenient. Twice comments perfection. Izuku nodded and pulled out a notebook. Okay, so you said you've pretty much mastered this part of your quirk, right? You know how to work around the drawbacks. Tagata nodded. Okay, what about the mutation you mentioned? Tagata nodded and concentrated. His veins started glowing red with power and he passed his hand through the punching bag again. But this time without turning intangible. Izuku shielded his eyes from the flying sand and braced himself to stay on his feet despite the massive wind. What the fuck? Hold up. Izuku nodded, muttering quickly as his hand flew across the page. Okay, he said after about a minute. Do you know yet if you're able to adjust your power output? Tagata shrugged. I've never tried before. Izuku put his notebook away. That's what we'll start with then. Try punching the next punching bag using your strength, but don't break through it. 3 punching bags later, Tagata still hadn't managed to throw a punch without destroying anything. Izuku rubbed the bridge of his nose. Okay, I think we need a new approach. I noticed the last few times, the red veins only appear in the arm you're punching with. Is that where you're focusing your quirk? Tagata nodded. I'm used to only powering parts of my body at a time since that's how I use my intangibility. Okay, well then this is probably going to be counterintuitive, but try using your quirk to power your entire body at the same time. Okay. Tagata said skeptically but shifted into a battle stance. Within a few seconds, red veins had appeared all over his body, but they disappeared a few seconds later, only to be replaced by crackling white lightning. This is not happening. What the? Tagata's eyes widened and he lost control of his quirk, the lightning fizzling out into nothing. What was that? Izuku was smiling widely. That was your quirk. Apparently, spreading out the power allows it to release more energy, almost in a static electricity kind of way. This slight release will probably also adjust to your capacity for your power and how much you're using. It'll be interesting to see once you learn to adjust your power output if the lightning disappears when you're using 100% and increases the lower you go because that would indicate that your quirk can auto-regulate in order to not harm your body. That would be so cool. Am I seeing things? For the next hour, Tagata practiced spreading his quirk through his whole body until he could hold it for a full 5 minutes. He was sweating but smiling, and Izuku felt like he had a pretty good concept of Tagata's quirk now. Your quirk is so cool, Tagata, Izuku said when they decided to call it a day. It's almost like it's 2 separate quirks entirely. Wait, no. Tagata's eyes widened minutely and he laughed nervously. I'm sure it's nothing that's special, right? Izuku raised an eyebrow but brushed off Tagata's weird behavior when he didn't add anything. See you tomorrow, Deku. Izuku smiled and watched Tagata leave. Yeah, see ya. Midoriya. Ashido cries. Hold your questions, please. Headcase reminds, to the annoyance of practically everyone. Izuku couldn't sleep. The more he thought about Tagata's quirk, the more it bugged him. According to everything he'd studied on quirk theory, it was theoretically possible to have an unrelated mutation appear later in life, but it was much more likely for a mutation to happen when the quirk first appeared in childhood. If Tagata's quirk did mutate at his age, it should have just been a more powerful version of permeation or something similar to it, not super strength. The more likely scenario was that someone in Tagada's family had a similar quirk and it just hid in his genes until now, but he'd said no one in his family had a strength quirk of any kind when Izuku had asked, so why had Tagada's quirk mutated in such a weird way? He's not gonna be happy. Izuku mumbles, earning himself even more suspicious glances. Izuku sighed and swung his feet out of bed. If he wasn't going to be able to sleep anyway, he might as well use the time to research similar quirks and see if something like this had ever happened before, even if he didn't find anything to satisfy his curiosity. He'd probably get some creative ideas on how to help Tagada. The first half hour of searching didn't bring up anything too interesting. Most strength quirks function similarly to Death Arms' quirk, simply increasing strength and durability. They also all manifested in childhood, not as a mutation nearly a decade later. He was about to give up and try to go to sleep again when he noticed a promising article on a decades-old hero. Nana Shimura was just beginning her hero career when her quirk underwent a rare mutation, increasing her strength and speed exponentially. This was odd enough on its own, but even more so when taking into account that her quirk, Float, had nothing to do with strength or speed. Izuku looked deeper into Shimura, analyzing her quirk Float, which wasn't anything like permeation, and trying to figure out how hers mutated because maybe that'd tell him something about how Tagada's did. He found an old photo and almost screamed when he saw a younger All Might in his skinny form draping an arm around her. He read the article and ran his hands through his hair. All Might, Aizawa warns. Nana Shimura taught All Might. Now that he thought about it, Tagada's quirk was eerily similar to All Might's and All Might seemed to be teaching him. It was probably that Nine-Eye reached after Tagada's quirk mutated the way it did because that would make sense. But what if it wasn't? This is impossible. Izuku almost didn't want to keep looking because he had to be wrong. What he was thinking just couldn't be possible. He numbly entered more search terms until he tracked down the hero who trained Nana Shimura. Manifested a strength aspect to his quirk in his second year at UA. This is real. No, it couldn't be. It wasn't possible. He looked at who had trained that hero. Took a 3-year break from hero work when her quirk unexpectedly mutated. Fuck, shit, hell. If there had ever been any possibility that Izuku would get to sleep that night, it was long gone. He tracked the line of heroes and their mentors, each suddenly manifesting a strength quirk that inexplicitly got stronger with each hero mentored. When he finally got to the dawn of quirks and the trail went cold, Izuku let out a deep exhale. As impossible as it seemed, as ridiculous as it sounded, he couldn't deny it anymore. There was a quirk that could be passed on. Silence filled the theater as people racked their brains around this new revelation. The quiet was only interrupted by Headcase summoning 2 chairs at the front of the room. She ushers both All Might and Midoriya to the front of the room. Raise your hand if you have a question. The vast majority immediately do. Let's begin. Headcase says, scanning the crowd for the first question. Aizawa, why don't you start us off? She asks with a mischievous smile. I'll cut right to the chase then. When exactly did Midoriya receive this transferable quirk? Aizawa glares at All Might. Well, you see. He pauses, reflecting on the unfortunate timing of the transfer. Noticing his hesitation, Midoriya takes the question nervously. The original plan was for me to get it about a month before the exam. But, Aizawa pushes. But I overworked myself, so we had to push it back to the day, he says very embarrassedly. Aizawa goes to continue but is stopped by Headcase calling on someone else. Does that mean that you first used your quirk to save me from the 0-pointers? Uraraka asks in concern. Yep, Izuku says proudly before his smile dropped as he added, it was a surprise when it broke my limbs though. I'm sure All Might gave you excellent advice in using it, correct? Ida asks. Izuku hesitated as All Might lowered his head to his hands. Aizawa notices right away and growls, what did you tell him? All Might sighs, bracing himself for the inevitable. I told him to clench his butt cheeks and yell smash. There was a moment of silence before nearly every teacher in the room replied. You idiot. What were you thinking? That's terrible advice. No wonder he just let loose. Aizawa waited for the others to quiet down before he himself added, why wasn't I? His homeroom teacher told something about this. This is a 200-year-old secret. The less who know, the better. All Might defended. Then tell me it had specific activation requirements or something. I could have helped him. Aizawa snaps back. Or sent him to general studies and set him back even further. All Might pointed out. Only if he didn't put in the effort, which we both know he would have. Aizawa corrected. I'm his mentor. It's my job to guide him. All Might raises his voice. Wonderful job with that. How many bones has he broken again? Aizawa snarks. Enough. Headcase interrupts. It doesn't matter what's been done, only what will come to be. And he's going to need you both in the near future. They fall quiet, catching on to the entity's warning. They want to ask what she means, but they know by now she doesn't do spoilers. Now any other questions? She glances around, noticing Shigaraki finally pulling himself out of his existential crisis. So you were really quirkless then? Todoroki calls out. Genetically speaking, I still am. Izuku says with a deep breath. and All Might. Todoroki turns to their teacher. Before either of them could reply, Headcase interrupts. That will be revealed in one of these stories, so I'll have to ask you to wait for that answer. Todoroki nods his understanding while others anger and pout at the missing information. Kirishima hesitantly asks, did Bakugo really do all those things? No, not even close. The worlds we're watching are so much worse. I don't have any childhood scars. I don't have a fully stocked first aid kit. And I've certainly never considered what Viridian's going through. Kachin might be an ass, and yes, might have been a bully, but he was never the abuser those other ones have been. Bakugo sits silently in his seat, gripping his armrests tightly. So he never told you to kill yourself. Monoma tactlessly sneers across the room. Both Bakugo and Midoriya tense, scanning the room, already feeling judgment even if it isn't there. Headcase steps between Izuku and the crowd, starting down each person in turn. That is a private matter that neither boy will be pressured into talking about again. Understood? Before anyone can argue, Dabai, who apparently couldn't care less, asks, so what is the damn thing even called? Jumping on the subject change, Izuku answers, it's called One for All. And that's all you get for now. Headcase says cheerfully, the rest is in spoiler territory. Let's have one last question before we move on. Everyone hesitates, not wanting to waste their last question before someone just blurts out who else knew before now. All Might takes the question in stride. Nezu, Recovery Girl, Gran Torino, Tsukachi, and young Bakugo up till now. Why does Bakugo know? Aizawa asks, pinching the bridge of his nose. Cause Deku very suddenly got a shit ton of power just a few months before All Might ran out of his. Bakugo deadpans because he is not an idiot. Right, that's all for now. Headcase dismisses, shooing everyone back to their seats as she sends the chairs away. She waits for the groups to settle before playing the next chapter. Now playing Mastermind, Strategist for Hire, The League of Villains. Shigaraki smirks proudly. He was just considering hacking into the traffic cameras around there to satisfy his curiosity when his phone rang. Jurin, Mom, I'll be in my room. Okay, sweetie, don't stay up all night. Izuku answered the call right as he closed his door. So Jurin, what have you got for me? Anything interesting? On the other end of the line, Jurin chuckled. I'll let you be the judge of that. Have you ever heard of the League of Villains? Izuku frowned slightly. No, but they sound pretentious. He went to sit on the bed. They must not be a very big group if I haven't heard of them yet. How long have they been around? Just wait, Toga sing-songs. Not very long, Jurin said. From what I understand, there are only 2 or 3 real members, but they're backed by the Boogamen of the underground, so I wouldn't underestimate them. They're planning something big and going through massive recruitment. I'm fine on my own, thanks, Izuku drawled. Why would I tie myself down to an organization? That's a shame. Twice comments. We don't want you anyway. A chuckle came from the other end of the line. Calm down, kid, you just be a consultant. He paused. So, will you meet with them? I don't know, Izuku responded. Have they even done anything yet? Or am I supposed to just rely on some Boogeyman's reputation? Jurin paused for a long moment, and Izuku could almost see him taking a long drag of his cigarette like he always did when he was thinking. Well, Shigaraki told me they broke into UA earlier today. I don't know, the news didn't cover a break-in. A slow grin spread across Izuku's face. Because the media took advantage of them destroying the gate and most likely provided the perfect distraction for whatever the League wanted to do. The media didn't report it as a break-in because they'd be the ones blamed for it, so it'll go pretty much under the radar. Brilliant. Shigaraki preens at the praise. The vultures made it too easy. He gloats as Dabai snorts at his antics. So I can tell Shigaraki to expect you tonight. Izuku couldn't wipe the smile off his face. If they want me to plan something as bold as breaking into UA. Definitely. Revelry in the dark. Takoyami rumbles. Agreed. Shoji replies. Age doesn't equal experience. Gran nodded sagely. Izuku sauntered up to the counter. Which of you is Shigaraki? There was no answer for a long moment before the teenager paused his game and set it down on the counter. Had to reach a save point. I'm Shigaraki. Jurin said you'd be interested in joining our party. Izuku tilted his head. That remains to be seen. I'm more of a solo player, to tell you the truth, but I understand teaming up to defeat big bosses. And he's using gamer speak. They're going to get along swimmingly. Tsukachi gripes. Fuck. Shit. Crap. Izuku's eyes widened. That's a pretty lofty quest for a relatively unknown party such as yourselves. The look in Shigaraki's eyes was deranged, but we can do it. Sensei, tell him about the Namu. Izuku turned back to the mist bartender, expecting an explanation, but was met with only silence. Instead, a staticky voice came from the tiny TV set resting in the corner. As you wish, Shigaraki. And may I simply say that it is a pleasure to see you here, Mastermind. I've heard many things about you. He's met All for One now, what they could do together. All Might shivers, unable to finish the thought. Izuku eyed the TV suspiciously. All good, I hope. You must be the Boogaman of the underground that Jurin told me about if you won't even show your face at this meeting. A chuckle cut through the static. I suppose some have called me that, but you can call me All for One. Those with the displeasure of having seen the man in person shiver at the mention of his name. Izuku nodded. The name sounded familiar, but he'd have to look it up later. So, what's this Namu that Shigaraki mentioned? The Namu is a genetically engineered monster with multiple quirks, including strength, regeneration, and shock absorption. I created it to be on par with All Might's strength. We'll have to see that beast in action multiple times while watching these stories. Momo stresses with worry, and we'll cheer them on to victory. Gyro assures firmly before adding tensely, or at least to survival hopefully. Izuku hummed and sat down. Interesting. But the problem with monsters is that they are hard to control. The Namu are practically brain dead, Shigaraki said gleefully, and super obedient. This one will only obey orders from me and will do exactly what I tell it to. And you believe it has the power to defeat All Might? Shigaraki smiled. Of course, Sensei made it. Izuku frowned. Hero worship, even if it was for a villain, was dangerous. He made a mental note to not trust anything Shigaraki said when it came down to All for One's abilities. Hey, Shiggy says, slightly insulted. No, he's right, you can get seriously fucked up whenever someone criticizes your precious sensei. Dabai starts off sounding comforting, slowly becoming more mocking. Fuck off, crispy bitch. Shigaraki snaps, causing Dabai to laugh loudly. Even in the event that it cannot kill All Might, Kurogiri spoke up for the first time, it will most definitely weaken him. I suppose that's true, Izuku said. So what's the plan? Just throw the Namu at All Might when he's on patrol? Or does this have something to do with the break-in at UA? Your intelligence stats are off the charts, Shigaraki said. We broke in to get a class schedule. In a few days, All Might will be teaching a class in a building away from the rest of campus. That's where we'll kill him. Kurogiri will warp us right into the building when they least expect it. The muscle we've recruited will take care of the hero brats and other pros, and Namu will take care of All Might. You know, you kept the USJ event pretty tightly under wraps. Hawk starts turning to the faculty. How bad was it really? It was a nightmare, Aizawa says simply. Well duh, Maruko snarks, but we need some details. And you'll get them. Headcase interrupts when and if these stories tell you their version of events. I didn't expect the League to be this patient. Todoroki comments. It is likely due to Mastermind's own reputation that they behaving in such a manner. Ida posits. They did invite him, Kiro. Sue agrees. All right, sounds like a plan. However, I'd like to make a few changes, if that's all right with you. Shigaraki looked to Kurogiri, who nodded. Shigaraki gestured for Izuku to continue. First, All Might has weaknesses that we can take full advantage of, one of which is that he has a time limit for how long he can be active each day. This is good for us, but could also potentially bite us in the ass if he does too much work in the morning and doesn't show up to class. All Might sinks into his seat, noticing Aizawa and Nedzu both staring him down. All for One said. What do you suggest? Well, Izuku pulled out his notebook. Both of us have significant pull in the underground. Between the two of us, I'm sure we can manipulate the city so that All Might has to interfere in about 2 hours worth of crimes, but no more than that. Last I heard, All Might's limit was around 3 hours, so if we keep him occupied for 2 of them, he'll be as weak as we can get him while still ensuring he shows up to class. From there, we'll need to split up the hero students and get them away from the entrance. It's important that none of them escape to get help from other heroes. We'll also need some way to jam communications so no one can call for help. They already got someone for that. Kaminari winces, remembering his own USJ experience. That's already taken care of, Kurogiri said calmly. One of the villains we recruited has an electric-type quirk perfect for jamming signals. Izuku wrote down what they had so far. Do you know the students' quirks? It'll be better if we know what to look for. Shigaraki shook his head. They're just brats, they can't do much damage. Izuku wasn't so sure. If all the students were as strong as Katsuki, they could do a lot of damage indeed. He looked at Shigaraki coldly. People would probably say the same about you and me. Age isn't a measure of competence. He bit his pencil. Unfortunately, the staff is probably already on guard after today's break-in, and hacking into the records now would tip our hand. It's not ideal, but we'll just have to split them up as soon as we arrive. Thank goodness, Midnight sighs. The others sharing the sentiment. They've gone over that day in their minds so many times, imagining how much worse it could have gone if the villains had the forethought to plan for each student's quirk. Okay, so Izuku starts. When we come back to Mastermind, everyone gets their own box of tissues. He continues with deep breaths and a shaking voice. Some may hesitate, but no one refuses or disagrees. Headcase lets the crowd calm themselves for some time before starting the next chapter. Now playing Viridian, the Green Guide. Analysis. Just take me with you. Aizawa groans. Dang show, the kid got you good. Mike says, hissing at the injury. I noticed. Eraser deadpans back to him. You were injured and he's a hero. It's only logical for him to have been worried. Shinsu snarks. No problem, child. Leave it to me. Aizawa sighs. Wishful thinking. Mike chuckles. Yup. Midnight giggles. Hey, isn't that the guy from Kiri's debut? Kaminari asks. Yeah, it is. Kirishima comes to a horrible realization he must have gotten away with this mugging in our world. Suddenly, the blades disappeared and Izuku glanced behind him to see a racer glaring at his villain, Viridian. You have a slingshot for a reason. Don't just run in recklessly. Izuku's eyes widened. He was right. He'd bought his slingshot so he didn't have to get close to villains if he didn't have to. And Eraserhead had to cancel the knife villain's quirk to remind him of that, which meant that he wasn't able to worry about the others, which meant that Izuku had messed everything up again. Nice going, Deku. He quickly got out of the knife quirk user's range and jumped on top of the dumpster so he had a good view of the fight, then got out his slingshot and a handful of marbles. Yes, child, listen to the grouch. Despite his temperament, he does know what he's doing. Recovery girl comments. Yep, agreed. We know. He's the best. That's an understatement. Eraser is not blushing and you can't prove any differently. Ooh, ouch, hiss, damn. Come on Viridian, you got this. Kaminari cheers in support, the others slowly but surely joining him. Nice catch. Great job. Kick his ass. Excuse the fuck out of me. Bakugo shouts, did I actually do that? Midoriya goes on to answer, don't remember it? You said that like a question. There was a lot of bullshit, but I think I'd remember something like that. Bakugo growls in frustration but sits down anyway. The rest of the theater collectively decided to just let them have their discussions without interference. That's so cool. Badass. Fucking epic. Clapping and cheers fill the room at Viridian's success. Proud grins plastered on his friends' and teachers' faces. Won't he be surprised? Midnight teases. Okay, that was fucking impressive. Dabai says unusually honestly. Can you imagine? So how did you get arrested? And their answer is, I was taken down by a soup can. Toga snickered, the boys joining her in amusement. Duck. Shouta didn't hesitate to comply, and a second later, a marble shot over his head and he heard the final villain swear. He turned and shot his capture weapon out in one fluid movement, catching the still swearing villain by surprise. He wrapped the weapon around the man's ankle and launched him into the wall, then grabbed him by the hair and hit his head against the wall to knock him out. When that was done, Shouta looked around frantically to make sure Viridian was all right, only to find him already comforting the victim. Dad mode has been triggered. HeadcaseKiller giggles. Don't you go snooping. Mike scolds at the same time. Midnight cheers tell us what it says, earning her a betrayed look from the loud blonde. Aw, Sensei looks so proud. Iraraka coos. Only because nobody's looking, Kiro. Sue smirks playfully. I remember that guy. Amplifier complained I never did catch up to him. Had to turn it over to some daylight asshole that wouldn't stop gloating. Viridian's notes were mostly stream of consciousness, and his handwriting got messier the faster he wrote, so it took a few moments for Shouta to get used to the style and figure out what the notes said, but when he did ... well, guy seems to be an emitter type. Always runs away moments before Amplifier finds him, like he already knows she's coming. Some type of premonition quirk. Probably not. Those are super rare and highly regulated. If someone like that were a villain, the government would know and warn the public. That's what they've done before when it's happened. So other possibilities. Maybe he sees her coming. Some remote vision quirk. How did he get caught in a chase then? Limit. He doesn't seem to run until she's right around the corner, so X-ray vision. Then, there must be objects he can't see through ... lead. Impractical. But if he's looking through objects, then he won't think to look up. Thinking back, Amplifier had said she was surprised because Viridian led her over the rooftops to find the peeping Tom. Had he done that specifically to counteract the man's quirk? He'd managed to figure out the villain's quirk and how to work around it just from watching what he did, without knowing anything about him beforehand. That was amazing. Awe spreads through the theater at seeing their resident analyst in action. So the top theories are speed or analysis. Izuku muses, finding more enjoyment than he expected from the theories. Eraserhead, sir. Shouta looked up to see Viridian staring at the notebook in his hands. Well, he may as well let the kid know what he thought, since he'd already been caught. These analyses are pretty impressive, kid. To his surprise, rather than accepting the praise, Viridian shook his head. No, they're not. I just write things down so I don't forget them. It's not like I'm writing anything special. Yes, it is. It's amazing. You're so smart. Shouta's eyebrows shot up. You don't think this is anything special? Kid, you figure out people's quirks and how to beat them within minutes. Viridian shook his head again. Anyone can do that. They're just smart enough that they don't have to write it down to remember it. I'm not smart like them. Shouta frowned. From what he'd read, the kid was probably a genius, so he must be joking when he said he wasn't smart. Unless ... but Viridian's self-esteem couldn't be that bad? Could it? Unfortunately, it is that bad. Aizawa says solemnly. Don't kid yourself. Problem child. He held up the book. I wish my students were half this smart. Viridian fidgeted for a moment before suddenly snatching the notebook out of Shouta's hands and running off. Shouta groaned and considered chasing after him. But some of the villains were already starting to wake up and the police would be arriving any moment. Damn, problem child. Someone give that boy a hug, HeadcaseKiller demands. Izuku was already a few blocks away by the time he stopped to catch his breath. He'd have to be more careful with his notebook. That was so embarrassing. Eraser had to lie and call him smart just to be polite, even though he'd probably been creeped out by Izuku's stupid ramblings just like his classmates were. Because there was obviously no way he actually believed Izuku was smart, right? But Eraserhead also didn't really care about politeness and social norms, so he wouldn't lie just to be polite. But he also hadn't seemed as angry as Izuku expected, considering that he had a bruise from when. Dang it, Izuku muttered. I forgot to apologize. Aborted laughter and suppressed amusement fill the room as the screen fades out and the next chapter begins to load. Now playing. Cheat code, support strategist. People. Damn it, Izuku-kun. Mei scolds. He hadn't even noticed Mei chasing after him until she grabbed him by his arm and spun him around to face her. Izuku hacker Midoriya, just what do you think you're doing? Breaking out the middle name. This must be serious. Izuku chuckled nervously. You do realize I might have a real middle name, right? I don't, but still. Izuku chuckles, earning a slap to his arm. It's too late to change it now. Izuku-kun, your middle name is Hacker. Mei dismissed. Now, why'd you run away like that? Why do you think? Izuku couldn't help snapping, but then forced himself to take a deep breath. He wasn't used to letting himself feel frustrated about things like this, but that still wasn't any reason to take things out on Mei. I'm sorry, Mei-chan, but believe me, it's better if I can just avoid everything that was about to happen. People don't tend to react kindly when they learn I'm quirkless. Either you're made of glass or diseased trash that shouldn't exist. Izuku growled, relieved that he can express his issues freely with his friends. You have to give people a chance to be good. Izuku-kun. Mei stomped her foot. You can't just run away because you assume people are going to hate you. What if I hadn't forced you to listen after you told me? Would you have run away then too? Yes. Izuku was only able to hold himself back from yelling because he remembered they were still in the hallway. Look, you're the exception. All my life, the second anyone has learned that I was less evolved, they've turned on me. Everyone, even my own mother, started seeing me differently. I'm tired, Mei-chan. I just didn't think I wanted to deal with that today. Okay. Pity is so much worse than hatred. Midoriya grumbles. I get that. Uraraka nods. It's like whenever I bring up my family's money troubles, I have to ask myself, are they going to assume they have to pay for everything? I have the #1 hero's credit card and will do anything to spite him. Todoroki deadpans. Or are they going to come up with stupid dares and bets for me to earn my keep? She finishes. That's horrid. Ada exclaims. Is that why getting you to let us pay for anything for you is like pulling teeth, Kiro? Sue asks, concerned. Yeah, she replies, embarrassed. Abandonment issues. Noted. Hound Dog mumbled as he added to his notes. Aggressive friendship for the win. Ashido cheers. A suitable argument. Nedzu comments. You tell him, Mei. Uraraka shouts her support. No, they were so busy with their modified game of tug-of-war that neither of them noticed Nedzu hanging upside down from the ceiling until they were right in front of him. Hello. Izuku yelped and Mei stumbled backward. Without her actively pulling against him, Izuku's own momentum was too much and he fell to the floor, pulling Mei down on top of him. His face grew hot as he realized that not only had the principal of UA, and supposedly his new personal mentor, caught him in the middle of a childish fight, but then Izuku had to make things worse by literally tripping over his own feet. Couldn't he catch a break? Laugh, snort, chuckle, cackle, holy shit, smooth. Oh, don't even. Mike complains. We know you do that sort of thing on purpose. Midnight adds. Why, whatever do you mean? Nedzu asks with a menacing smile. Mei didn't waste any time untangling herself from Izuku, who groaned as she accidentally slapped him in her haste to get to her feet. Well, it was probably accidental, but really, who knew when it came to her? Either way, within seconds she had scrambled to her feet and started shaking Nedzu's paw enthusiastically. I'm Mei Hatsume, future CEO of Hatsume Industries. She grinned. And your principal, Nedzu. Your lack of fear is astonishing. Ada tells Mei. I know, right? Mei laughs. And suddenly I'm no longer a part of negotiations. Izuku sighs, causing his friends to chuckle. Before Izuku could protest being referred to as an object, Mei grinned, of course. She grabbed his arm and yanked him roughly to his feet. Nedzu was no help and simply grinned knowingly as Izuku was manhandled by his best friend. Mei shoved him forward, effectively handing him off to the principal. See if you can get him to stop being an idiot while you're at it. Hey, Izuku yells indignantly as the audience chuckles at his misfortune. Nedzu laughed. I will do my best, Miss Hatsume. You'll have your work cut out for you. He's too stubborn for his own good. She turned on her heel and waved as she started walking away. Good luck, Izuku-kun. See you tomorrow. Izuku gulped and turned back to the principal. Hi. Nedzu simply smiled, seemingly unbothered by his awkwardness as he started leading Izuku down the hall. Hello. How was your first day? Did everything go well? Izuku nodded, pushing the whole situation with his quirk introduction out of his mind. It was really good. I heard that you had a hand in setting up my workstation, so thank you. That shouldn't be a question. Ajuru's eyes. He's probably still overwhelmed. Sato reasons. Oh, Nedzu's smile grew a little more excited. Was everything to your liking? The moment I saw your request form, I thought, this simply won't do at all. You can't learn without the right materials, after all. It just seems like a little much. Izuku said softly. You really didn't need to go to so much trouble for me. I'm sorry. Nedzu waved his paw dismissively. Not at all. In fact, it was rather fun, so you were doing me a favor. Izuku hadn't thought of it that way, but he supposed that Powerloader had said that Nedzu had enjoyed setting up his little room. Oh, then you're welcome, I guess. Sometimes I forget how adorable Midoriya can be and then he does stuff like this. Hagakure-ku's. They had arrived at a door that Izuku recognized from his entrance exam as the principal's office. Nedzu opened the door and gestured for Izuku to go in. Tea. Why yes, please. Nedzu grabbed a kettle from the side table and poured hot water into 2 cups, putting the tea bags in before setting them on the desk and inviting Izuku to sit down. Now, I'm sure you're eager to get home, and you're most likely wondering what this is all about, correct? Izuku nodded hesitantly, just a little, though I'm pretty sure you wanted to talk about my analysis lessons, right? Powerloader said something about me being your personal student, so that is partially correct. Nedzu took a sip of tea. I do want to talk to you about that. However, there is something else. Powerloader mentioned that the support students work on projects over the course of the semester, correct? Oh, what do I get to do? Izuku bounces in his seat. He said something about that in my acceptance letter. Izuku confirmed, but he hasn't said anything else about it. Well, Midoriya, each first-year support student chooses a project to work on every semester and most of your grade is based on your adequate completion of it. Most students in your class will be working on an invention. But I have something a little different in mind for you if you find it agreeable. Just get on with it already. Shigaraki whines. You will now. Koda comments in understanding. That's so cool. We get analysis. We're gonna get so much better. Yes. Izuku sunk back in his chair sheepishly. Yes, that sounds like it will be a good project. It's not bad to be excited. Nedzu chuckled, making Izuku blush. In fact, that enthusiasm is probably a large part of why your analysis is so advanced at such a young age. I wouldn't have chosen this project if I didn't believe that you would enjoy it. And I will. Izuku celebrates so much. Mine-chan would beg to differ. Toga pouted. But of course, Nedzu smiled. This is a school, after all. But that brings me to the next part of our chat. You do realize, of course, that as an analyst, you will often have access to sensitive information. Whether this is given to you so that you can do your job or whether it is something like a hero's weaknesses that you figured out yourself, correct? Izuku nodded, wondering where he was going with this. Well, I was planning on giving you full access to the school's camera system so you can easily observe the first years wherever they happen to be, Nedzu said. But if you are observing correctly, you might become privy to certain circumstances when it comes to one of our faculty. This information cannot be allowed to get out, you understand? He's gonna tell him about Small Might. Izuku realizes. Ada whips around to him Small Might. Izuku looks at him with all the seriousness he can muster. Do not tell him I said that. The girls all laugh at that while Todoroki suppresses a smile and Ada promises to keep it to himself. Izuku nodded anxiously. Was he really being entrusted with big secrets on his first day? What if he somehow messed it up? What if he accidentally posted something that exposed the secret and then the staff would hate him and he'd get kicked out of UA and blacklisted from all the other schools? A knock on the door startled Izuku out of his spiraling thought. Nedzu jumped down from his chair to open the door, and here he is now. Welcome, All Might. Come inside. Izuku practically deflated in relief as he saw All Might in his skinny form hesitantly walk in the door. Oh, you were just talking about All Might's other form. I already knew about that, so you don't have anything to worry about. Snort yeah, kid, because just randomly knowing the #1 hero's greatest secret is no big deal. Dabai snarks. You don't say. Midnight teases. Yes, that's Izuku Midoriya, my personal student, Nedzu said, almost proudly, if that was even possible. I thought it would be best to tell him about your injury before he saw you change forms on the cameras, but it seems I had nothing to worry about. But All Might opened and closed his mouth nervously a few times. How? You forgot. Bakugo screeches at the screen. You. Izuku's stomach dropped slightly. You don't remember me. All Might looked between Izuku and Nedzu, confused, and a wave of disappointment washed over him. He didn't know why he expected All Might to remember him, but for some reason, he'd assumed he would. That short conversation had completely derailed his life and knocked him forcefully onto a new path, so it just seemed so important to Izuku, but to All Might, it was just another conversation with a fan. Of course, he didn't remember every fan he'd talked to. Remembering one person would be completely unreasonable. I mean, I guess. I suppose that makes sense. Doesn't make it better. Still sucks. You're too nice, Deku. Uraraka huffs. I don't like grudges, he replies, then shivers while adding, just look what it's doing to Mastermind. Though, All Might still looked confused, but after a moment, there was a flash of recognition. You were that quirkless boy. Izuku smiled and shrugged. I'm going to be an analyst. If you'd never saved my life that day and taken the time to talk to me, I would probably still be chasing an impossible dream. I'm a lot happier now, though, so, thank you. I don't know how to feel about this. Shoji comments. The saccharine sentiment of his new dream is weighted by the rod of the path not taken. Takoyami agrees. All Might shuffled awkwardly, glancing to Nezu, who was watching the scene with an unreadable expression. I'm, glad I could help. Izuku nodded and turned back to Nezu. Well, I've known for a while now and haven't told anyone yet, so is that all you wanted to talk to me about? For now, Nezu confirmed. Anything else can wait. Now, shouldn't you be getting home? Yes. Izuku bowed to them and grabbed his backpack before running to the door. Thanks. All Might hesitantly started edging for the door as well. I should probably be heading out as well. Izuku was already on his way out, but he could have sworn there was a slight chill in Nezu's voice as he closed the door. Actually, All Might, why don't you stay for a cup of tea? I believe we need to have a little chat. F in the chat for All Might. Kaminari calls out. F Ishido and Siro reply. Rip. Kirishima adds solemnly. F Uraraka continues. F Kiro. Sue agrees. He will be missed. Aoyama sighs. A once great man. Shoji comments. Indeed. Takoyami agrees. So sad. Dark Shadow snickers. These kids. Dabai chuckles. Have teenagers always been this savage? Shigaraki asks. Yup. Toga cheers proudly. Okay. Headcase calls to order before you head to bed. Fair warning, I've been able to prepare the new story sooner than expected, so it will be added to the next rotation. Excitement and dread fill the room as Izuku asks what's it called. Headcase is quick to respond. Shadows, the horror movie heroes, now off to bed with you all. After a nice dinner, a great night's sleep, and a filling breakfast, everyone settled into their seats, now armed with personalized tissues, ready to continue. Now playing. Deku, I think he's some pro. Quirkless, something was different about Deku. Mirio watched as Deku looked through case files with almost robotic precision and gave a few ideas for quirk improvement to him and Sir's sidekick. But the quiet muttering and the bright smiles he'd come to associate with Deku were nowhere to be found. He also kept looking at Mirio oddly. Sometimes it was like he was sad. At other moments, it was almost as if he was angry. But then the looks were gone and Deku was back to being almost normal, except quieter. Mirio couldn't figure it out. Maybe Deku had a bad dream last night. Or maybe he just didn't sleep well. Whatever it was, it had to have been big, but at the same time, how big could it have been if he hadn't even left the agency? Oh, you poor fool, Mirio whispers in sympathy. If other you figures out what happened, do you think he'll he'll feel guilty? Amajiki worries. Maybe. Mirio considers. Mirio thought for a moment. He should probably ask him or something, right? All Might was always telling him how important a smile was to being the next symbol of peace. He said that taking care of people's spirits was just as important as taking care of their bodies, so. Mirio looked at Deku for a minute before walking up to him and clapping him on the back. Hey Deku, why so glum? Deku jumped in surprise and looked at him nervously. Sorry, I was lost in thought. What did you say again? I was just noticing you're a bit off today. Mirio explained sheepishly. Did something happen? Deku's eyes widened slightly before he forced a wobbly smile onto his face. I just didn't get much sleep last night is all. Yep, that's it. Don't know your greatest secret at all. Dabai drawls sarcastically. Nightmares. Research. Deku said. Speaking of, I've got some cases I wanted to go over again. I'll see you later. Mirio watched in confusion as Deku practically ran down the hall. Well, that was weird. I feel so bad. It's not Mirio-senpai's fault I'm acting like that. Izuku whines with guilt. It'll be okay. Uraraka comforts. You always figure it out eventually, Kiro. Sue agrees. Yeah, that might make someone a bit bitter. Siro considers. I'm both dreading and cannot wait for the first day of school. Ishido comments. I'm just annoyed by what I know is going to happen. Bakugo gripes. If it's anything like our own first day. Kirishima winces. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Kaminari dismisses for now. I hope you know how much you screwed up. Aizawa growls. I do now. All Might sighs. That's not a bad idea. Torino muses. That's a good point. What kid is going to refuse something like that? Midnight says worried. I would hope I'd catch on to that kind of hesitance and ensure they actually wanted this. Yagi comments in concern. Are you saying you wouldn't be surprised by a refusal? And by extension overlook any trepidation a child might exhibit? Nedzu offers. Well, you may have a point there. Toshinori concedes before a soft smile spreads about across his face, though I can confidently say that young Midoriya's only reservations regarding One for All were, and sometimes still are, related to the insecurities surrounding his previous quirk status, which we all will be able to assist you with. Hound Dog declares, the rest of the staff eagerly agreeing. He's spiraling. Hagakure cries. Quick text the heroes. Ajaru commands. Group chat. 12,857. Guys, this probably seems like a random question, but would you like me better if I had a quirk? Quirks don't matter. You don't need it. This is so frustrating. 58,726. What's this about? Deku. 87,657. Is Kaken giving you trouble again? Not this time. Bakugo grumbles. 12,857. No, it's just ... You guys are the first people I've ever met who don't judge me because I'm quirkless, and I appreciate that. But I can't help but think if I had a quirk, wouldn't I be more useful? Wouldn't you like me better if I wasn't so useless? You're not useless. Uraraka screeches at the screen. 58,726. You're not useless, Deku. I know you've been told all your life that quirkless and useless are synonymous, but they're not. You have so many useful skills that you've gained because you are smart and work hard, not because of anything you were born with. You don't need a quirk to be useful, and you don't need a quirk for us to like you. Damn straight. Ashido shouts. 12,579. I think what Joke's trying to say is that we would like you exactly the same whether you had a quirk or not. You are the same person with or without extra toe joints, so you don't need to worry that we'd like you better if you woke up tomorrow puking rainbows. Mental picture. Someone calls out, triggering a cascade of laughter around the room. 87,657. Yeah, Deku, you're our friend because of who you are, your personality, and your amazing analysis, all of which would be the same even if you had a quirk, so to us at least, you'd be the same old Deku you are today. 12,579. So, are we gonna talk about what brought this up? 12,857. It's really nothing, guys. I was just thinking about how hard my life's been and about how it'd be so much easier if I just had a quirk. Sorry to bother you guys. 12,579. You're not bothering us, problem child. 58,726. Yeah, we're always here for you because we love you almost as much as Eraser loves me. Really? Aizawa deadpans. 12,579. Joke. Izuku stopped chuckling when he heard a knock at his door. Deku, Night Eye's voice said, is it alright if I come in? Izuku hurriedly wiped away his tears. Yeah. Did he forget that hero was in the chat too? Shigaraki snarks. Dabai snorts, looks like it. Whoops, Izuku snickers. Izuku exhaled heavily. I forgot you could see that. Night Eye came and sat next to him on the bed. So, what's wrong? You don't normally struggle with your quirklessness. For a minute, Izuku considered lying. Considered saying something like that Kaken had reached out or he'd seen an anti-quirkless post or something. Or maybe he should tell the truth. Tell Night Eye he knew about All Might's quirk, assuming Night Eye knew about it, and that it was really unfair that Tagada gets 2 quirks while Izuku has to go without. Instead, he did neither of those things. I guess I'm just jealous, he said softly. Izuku knew All Might's quirk was supposed to be a secret, and he didn't want to deal with the awkwardness if Night Eye and All Might knew he'd figured it out. Tagada's quirk was already powerful before it mutated. A look of guilt flashed across Night Eye's face. So he did know. Cool. I always wanted a quirk so it would help me be a hero. I'm still going to try to be a hero without one, but it'd be so much easier if I just had a superpower, you know. He's already that good at reading people. Hawk's muse is impressed. Night Eye was silent for a long moment, and Izuku was starting to regret ever speaking up. Of course, Night Eye would probably feel guilty about recommending Tagada for All Might's quirk instead of Izuku. He should have thought of that. Stupid. What would you do? Night Eye said slowly, if you got a quirk. The way he phrased it meant it could be interpreted as what would he have done if he had gotten a quirk like he was supposed to. But Izuku knew what Night Eye was actually asking. Should I talk to All Might and Tagada and tell them I was wrong? What the fuck? Izuku whispers with an unreadable expression. Ada is quick to react. Midoriya, are you okay? You don't usually swear even when it's more than understandable. Concern lacing his voice. Izuku replies with an obviously fake smile. Oh, I'm fine. I mean, it's not like the only reason he accepted me as a work-study intern was to prove I didn't deserve one for all. His friends are stunned that any hero would stoop so low, much less one who once worked alongside the symbol of peace. After a few deep breaths, Izuku convinces them to turn back to the screen. Circumstances change by the day, and so one's goals must follow. Takoyami rumbles. It's true, you're right, he's the best. Just because you can't become the first quirkless hero doesn't mean you can't train them in the future. They comment, seeing the disappointment on Izuku's face. After a moment of thought, he breaks into a bright grin, excited at the prospect. Perfect. Amazing. Can't wait to see it. Night Eye smiled and nodded, looking relieved. You're a good kid, Deku. You're going to make an amazing hero. Izuku smiled and let out a breath. Now that that's settled, I have a few ideas on how to help Tagata improve his quirk. Basking in the pride at Deku's self-acceptance, the crowd takes a moment to steel themselves for what's to come. As the next chapter begins, tissue boxes in hand, a heavy atmosphere already permeates the room. Now playing Mastermind, Strategist for Hire, USJ. Oh wow, we really were a wake-up call for you. Kaminari realized. My toxic-ass classmates are half the reason I was like that. Bakugo complained. That almost sounds like thanks. Ashido teased. Whatever helps you sleep at night, raccoon eyes. He dismisses, hiding his smile. It's All Might. Aizawa deadpans, causing Yagi to sputter. Dabai Chalk, the kid wanted to call himself what? Does he not realize how that sounds? Shigaraki snipes. Toga cackles. Is he sure he doesn't want to be a villain? All of a sudden, a purple dot appeared in the center courtyard and 13's voice trailed off as the students started muttering. Is this part of the training? No, Aizawa said as people started pouring out of the strange purple mist. Those are villains. The students fell silent as they watched the crowd grow larger. A guy with a hand on his face seemed to be the leader, but he wasn't the one the students' eyes were drawn to. The students took in a collective breath as they saw a short figure in a green hooded jacket, bright eyes visible as they scanned the students. I thought Mastermind never participated in his crimes, Yaoyorozu said faintly. What's different this time? A personal grudge, Momo whispers solemnly. Aizawa was already running down to meet the villains, trying to keep Mastermind and the hand villain in his sights. Unfortunately, this meant that he didn't notice when the mist villain left his field of vision. Hello students, the mist villain stood in front of the door. We would normally take the time to introduce ourselves, but Mastermind assures us time is of the essence. Bakugo ran forward and saw Shitty Hair doing the same. But before they could reach the guy, the ground beneath their feet had disappeared and they were somewhere else entirely, surrounded by villains on every side. Bakugo grinned. Finally, a good excuse to go all out. Damn it, they didn't get close enough to notice the fucking brace. Bakugo growls. That's really bad. Kirishima worries. Well, that's terrifying. Dabai deadpans. You fiends, what have you done with them? Ha ha ha. Don't worry, All Might, Shigaraki cackled. We're not here for them, we're here for you. Namu, get him. The Namu surged forward and All Might leveled a punch at his gut. Izuku took a sick sort of satisfaction in the look of shock that he saw on All Might's face before Namu returned his punch and he went flying across the courtyard. Shigaraki cackles. Come on, sensei. Please. Win. I'm working on it. Minda cries. I'm already there. Shinsu whispers, questioning his life choices. Go Todoroki. Nice job. Get him. Get the fuck away from sensei, murder me. Izuku growls at the screen. His friends balk in shock either from the sudden swear or the new nickname for his stab-happy counterpoint. Shit. Bakugo shouts. No. This is bad. Please. Oh god, that's disturbing. Kendo whispers in horror. Monoma stares in shocked silence. And he still beat it. Gyro called out. Plus ultra. The students cry out on instinct. Izuku smirked, but Eraser tried to take advantage of his distraction and attack despite the high winds from the fight. Not so fast, Eraserhead. Shigaraki ran up behind the pro and grabbed his elbow right before he had to blink. Eraserhead's elbow began to disintegrate and he cried out in pain. Izuku ran forward and Eraser reared his head back as a blade narrowly missed his eyes, leaving a long jagged cut on his right cheekbone. Shigaraki threw him toward the floor and Izuku kicked him in the head, knocking him unconscious. And I got the same scar in a different way. Aizawa grumbles. At least he doesn't have a skull fracture. Recovery girl sighs, not unkindly. He did it. Yes, go All Might. Izuku used the dust cover to slowly sneak around as All Might began monologuing. You've been bested, villains. Surrender. Izuku smiled as he noticed the steam mixed in with dust. All Might was nearing his limit if he wasn't past it already. Izuku adjusted his grip on the knife in his hand as he snuck up behind the hero. No, behind you. Stop. All Might remained focused on convincing Shigaraki of his bluff. What's wrong? Not attacking me. Didn't you want to clear this level? Come and get me if you dare. Shigaraki smiled. Oh, I fully plan on clearing it, but you don't face the big boss alone. Smooth one, Dusty. Dabai compliments. Shigaraki just grins. All Might. Please, no. Sobs. All Might. Some students cried out and others just wordlessly screamed. What's wrong, All Might? Shigaraki said gleefully. I thought we'd been bested. This is beautiful. Shigaraki sighs airily. Stop it, bastard. Just leave him alone. Congratulations, Shigaraki. You did it. The students cried and screamed, unable to move as Shigaraki laughed. Suddenly a voice raised over the rest of the students. You bastards. Who do you think you are? Shinsu. Yes, catch them. Respond. Please respond. Please fall for it. Shinsu begs. Damn it. We were so close. Damn it. No, DAMNIT. He's really gone. Kurogiri spread out his mists to retrieve the villains as Shigaraki got the last word. Remember the League of Villains, heroes, you'll be facing us again soon enough. He and Izuku disappeared through the warp gate, leaving the students alone. The doors to the USJ opened slowly and Nedzu walked in with several other teachers. Is everything all right? We heard an explosion ... Oh my. The teachers took in the tear-marked faces of the students. 13 lying near the door with a lacerated back, Eraserhead by the fountain bleeding heavily from a head wound, and finally, All Might's skeletal form lying in a pool of his own blood. They were too late. Sobs and cries of grief fill the room as the student mourned their lifelong hero and resent teacher. The man who took down villains with a beaming smile and gave them meat buns on their days off. The man whose first student and successor is their kind and caring classmate. All while the teachers leave their seats to comfort their students. All Might himself flits around the room to remind each student that he is here, right in front of them. Meanwhile, the villains are cheering and celebrating the death of a hero behind a sound barrier preventing them from harassing the mourning crowd, party poppers and all. When the noise level fell and everyone returned to seats with little more than sniffles and whimpers, Headcase hesitantly began the next chapter. Now playing, Viridian, the Green Guide. Problem child. Ask for the impossible. Todoroki deadpans. Hey, I'm getting better. Izuku defends. Slowly, Ida corrects, causing his friend to pout. O-sensei's connecting the dots. Kaminari bounces in his seat. I'm so tempted. Ashido whispers. Mina. Siro warns. But, she whines memes. He's going to be one knockout hero. Midnight grins. Not gonna scold her for that one. Mike asked. The brats have started shipping me. Aizawa deadpans. I consider it revenge. But then he'd seen the notebook. The kid was probably a genius, and Nedzu would be salivating if he'd had a chance to read what Shouda had. And yet the kid insisted he wasn't smart. At first, Shouda had assumed he was joking, but the more he thought about the conversation they'd had earlier, the more he realized that Viridian honestly believed what he'd said. Shouda didn't know if he even wanted to think about what must have happened in Viridian's life to convince the kid that he was an idiot despite his obvious skills, and that was even more true if he had an analysis quirk. I do quite look forward to a discussion with the young man once we've returned home. Nedzu confirms, much to his employees' dismay. Yes, come on sensei. Hagakure hopes. It was like Viridian had decided, at that moment, that it was okay if he died, as long as Shouda lived. He stared at the marble again, seeing how the green and black swirled together. Was the kid. Come on Eraserhead, get to it already. Shigaraki gripes. Oh, you got one too. Shouda flinched as Amplifier's overly peppy voice practically yelled behind him and he almost dropped the marble. As it was, he fumbled it and only just managed to palm it before it rolled onto the floor. Oops, Amplifier winced. He turned to glare at Amplifier, who smiled sheepishly at him. Sorry. What do you guys have? Tsukachi asked as he walked up with paperwork and coffee. Viridian's got a new calling card. Amplifier grinned and dug around in her pockets before triumphantly showing Tsukachi a green marble identical to the one Shouda had almost dropped. He started throwing these instead of rocks so that we know it's him. Tsukachi frowned at the marble, then turned to Shouda. And you have one too. Shouda sighed and showed Tsukachi his marble. Honestly, he wouldn't be surprised if the marble became a badge of honor among the local heroes. He could see them turning into a sort of membership card for an exclusive club of heroes Viridian trusted, even though Viridian went to heroes based on availability, not trust or competence. Still, he wouldn't put it beyond his colleagues to start collecting them. Totally. Joke snickered. Gotta do something on those slow nights. Rocklock confirmed. It'd be nice. Brave smirked. You're all ridiculous. Eraser sighs. It seems he's embracing his popularity then. Tsukachi said bitterly. If he's putting in the extra effort to have a signature, I don't think that's what he had in mind. Shouda said as he put his marble away. I don't know if you've heard, but Viridian somehow got his hands on a slingshot, and the marbles are his primary ammo. As far as I know, he wasn't actually planning on them being a calling card. He has a slingshot. Amplifier bounced up and down in her seat. Have you seen him use it? Is his aim any good? Shouda nodded. He hasn't mastered it by any means, but he's good enough to get the job done. He led me to a group earlier and kept pelting them with marbles to distract them and make them easier for me to take down. And he didn't hit me once. He'll probably get better with it the longer he trains. But for now, he seems to be more comfortable with close-range combat. He has some dual-wielding pipes that he uses as bludgeoning weapons. Pipes? Tsukachi asked. Aren't they considered an improvised weapon? Why didn't he invest in something better, like Tonfa? There are more than enough illegal weapons dealers that he wouldn't have a problem finding something. Except he hasn't actually broken the law and he's not about to start now. Tsukachi sighs. Not the point, but go off. Gyro deadpans, causing Momo to snort and subsequently blush at making such a sound. Not that we're going to bother. Amplifier piped up. He's not hurting anyone. He's a vigilante, Tsukachi said sternly. And we need to be prepared to capture him if he ever crosses the line into villainy. You both know how common that is. They were all silent for a moment as they remembered Stental and the other vigilantes who had turned. Vigilantes tended to make extremely frightening villains. So, since Underground's work with vigilantes, Koda hesitates. Does that mean Sensei has had to bring in his friends? Being a hero will never be easy, Monami. Aoyama says sadly. Viridian's still young, Shouta said finally. There's still time to guide him onto the right path. Yeah, Amplifier agreed. He's just a kid, so go easy on him, Tsuki. Don't call me that, Tsukachi demands. Tsukachi signed heavily. Just keep an eye on him. If he gives any indication that he's going too far, you need to bring him in. If we catch him quickly enough, he might even be a candidate for the Vigilante Rehabilitation Program. That dusty old thing? Amplifier asked. I thought it was just an artifact from the time when hero licenses were still getting started. Has anyone even gone through the program in the last few decades? No, but it's still a useful tool. Nedzu grins. We don't have to worry about that, Uraraka says proudly. Endeavor blinks at that. So you have to let vigilantes gain a reputation before you bring them in. So long as they're not overly violent, yes we do. Aizawa confirms. I guess that makes sense. Amplifier pouted. But I would still love to see Viridian as a legit hero. Can you imagine seeing kids with green hoodies and little marbles on keychains or something? What makes you think he'll even want merch? Shouta said. He might want to stay underground. Don't be ridiculous. Amplifier waved away his concerns. He's a happy young teenager. Of course, he wants to be famous. Not with an anxiety disorder. Izuku laughs. After he sees the concerned looks of his friend, he adds, I will tolerate fame, but it doesn't mean that's my goal. I mean, you know me. Shouta frowned. The kid had only had one article written about him, but even that had seemed to make him uncomfortable. And Shouta was also worried that happy wasn't the right word to describe Viridian's mental state. What's wrong, Eraser? Tsukachi asked. Something's nagging at you. It's just. Shouta dragged a hand down his face, making him look even more exhausted than he actually was. There's a lot of little things that have been adding up and I'm not quite sure what to do about it. Spread the work. Ask for help. You always say how important teamwork is. Sato comments. Maybe we can help. Tsukachi said kindly. What's bothering you? I think Viridian might be depressed. Shouta said. What? Amplifier said. He's a teenage boy. Why would he be depressed? He's a teenage boy. Why wouldn't he be? Shinsu snarks. From what I've gathered, he doesn't have the best life. Shouta started rolling the marble between his fingers again. Last night, he almost died helping me with a fight, but he was out again tonight, fighting like it had never even happened. So he's reckless, Tsukachi said. That's pretty common in teenagers. It doesn't mean he's depressed. Yes, being reckless is normal in teenagers. I'm a teacher, so I know that better than most, but Viridian's recklessness goes beyond what I see in my students. Shouta said. It's almost like he believes that his life isn't worth anything, which isn't an attitude someone develops overnight. I will say this, Aizawa says, turning to All Might, you're probably half the reason Midoriya has recovered as much as he has. Making the man beamed. You think he might be being abused? Tsukachi said in realization. Shouta shook his head. Not at home. Viridian's never mentioned that, but when I mentioned school once, the kid completely shut down. Bullies, Tsukachi said. Shouta nodded. He acts like he's used to hiding injuries and pain, so it's possible he's been trying to hide the bullying from his family. I'm just glad it never got that far for me. Izuku mumbled, glancing over to Bakugo, catching the guilt the boy carefully hides whenever these stories bring up their less than stellar past. That means he's been treating his injuries himself, doesn't it? Amplifier said. Remember that first time I actually talked to him? A store clerk got severe burns during a robbery, and when I went to go check on the victim, Viridian had already given first aid. When I asked him how he knew how to do that, he just said he'd had a lot of practice. I didn't think anything of it at the time, but do you think? Shouta sighed. Unfortunately, yes, he most likely had to practice on himself. I don't think the bullying is entirely physical, though. Psychologically, he trailed off. It was just a hunch, but he hoped he was wrong. He hoped that Viridian was emotionally resilient and had access to the correct resources to deal with the abuse he faced at home. He hoped that the problem child had become a vigilante because he thought they were cool or to annoy the heroes. But he's hiding everything. Ajaru finishes. Say it. Just say it already. Ashido cries on the verge of tears. Shouta rubbed the bridge of his nose in exhaustion and frustration as Amplifier and Tsukachi stared at him with wide eyes. I think Viridian might be suicidal. The screen fades, much to the dismay of the audience. Relieved, the heroes and police are aware, or at least suspect, Viridian's mental state. Now they can only hope he will accept the help they offer. The next chapter loads quickly. Everyone settling in to watch Cheat Code navigate his way through the support course. Now playing. Cheat Code, Support Strategist, Risk and Reward. Is this going to turn into a situation like in Deku? Ashido asks very worriedly. I hope not. Zero comments. It is an experience. Izuku huffs. Alright class, settle down. Powerloader said. welcome to the support course. Today, you're going to be deciding on and starting your semester projects. These have to be approved by me, and I'll also be looking over them as you work to evaluate your progress and help you improve. I would personally recommend choosing a project that you would be able to use in the sports festival, since you're allowed to bring any support items you want, as long as you made them yourself. It's still a ways away, but it can sneak up on you if you're not careful. Izuku thought back to the project that the principal had given him. It wasn't an invention, but knowing all the first-year hero students' quirks would give him an edge that nobody else would have, so maybe that was why Nezu assigned him to analyze their quirks. He should try to give each of the students a few suggestions before the sports festival as well, to help them do well. He glanced over at Mei, who was already messing with the materials on her desk in excitement. Choosing just one project would be difficult for her. You have no idea. Mei pouts. Powerloader called his attention back to the front of the room. You are also allowed to work on other projects for extra credit if you want. These have to be approved by me just the same as if they were official projects. They just don't have to go as in-depth. I will be right up here if you have any questions or want to get your project approved, so don't hesitate to ask. With that, he sat back down and left them to their work. Izuku immediately bolted into his room so Mei couldn't try to force him to make friends and closed the door behind him with a sigh. Immediately, his attention was grabbed by a nondescript post-it note stuck to the central screen of his computer. Izuku approached it hesitantly, fully expecting some hatred-filled death threat. It wouldn't be the first time, though his desk this morning had been notably clear of graffiti, which was a pleasant surprise. Though maybe Mei had just scared them out of doing something that obvious. Izuku hadn't ever had someone willing to protect him like that before. Did that happen in our world? Uraraka asked with a fire in her eyes. Sorta. Izuku answered, the notes I got were insulting, yeah, but I've never gotten a death threat, except from Bakugo. Todoroki deadpans. Yeah, but he says that stuff to everyone and rarely ever means it. Izuku concedes. True, Kiro. Izuku didn't even notice himself clenching his eyes shut as he snatched the note off the screen and had to force himself to take a peek, only for his eyes to widen in shock and relief as he realized that the note was actually from Nezu, not his classmates. Midoriya. Here's the password to the camera systems. Ra+0 Verlord. Burn this note. Nezu. Note to self, change camera password. Nezu sighs. Deep breaths, kid. Dabai chuckles. Mei starts laughing so hard she can barely breathe, laughing somehow even harder after Izuku's comment of ask a stupid question. That's where you're wrong, Mei claims. The noise hit him immediately as soon as he opened the door. Almost everyone was working on something and the happy sounds of drills and power tools seemed to come from every direction as he walked toward Mei's table. Mei-chan, Nezu gave me this note and asked me to burn it. Do you have something that'd be able to take care of it? Mei whipped her head around to face him and he leaned back as the crosshairs in her eyes narrowed before she gave him a manic grin. Ooh, a note burning baby. I can make one. She reached for the note, but Izuku held it out of her reach. Actually, Mei-chan, I was hoping for something a little faster. Mei pouted. You're no fun. Izu-kun. Nope, Izuku agreed. Now, are you gonna help me or not? Mei glared at him for another moment before sighing and turning on her blowtorch. Izuku smiled brightly at her as he lit the corner of the note on fire and let it burn for a few seconds before dropping it onto the floor and stomping out the flames once the note had completely turned to ash. Their classmates seemed to be giving them a wide berth as they watched the exchange. But that was just fine by him. I am a weird kid. Izuku comments. That does explain this friend group. Mei agrees. Not a single member of the squad can come up with an argument for that, so just accept it as fact. Thanks, Mei-chan. Good luck on your project. Izuku started to walk back to his room but was stopped in his tracks by Mei grabbing his arm. Oh no you don't. Mei's grip tightened slightly as she grinned savagely. Izuku hacker Midoriya, you are going to talk to your classmates if it kills you. Izuku was honestly convinced that it might. You're my friend, Mei. Shouldn't you be trying to keep me alive? Oh, shut up, you're not gonna die. Mei waved the hand that wasn't holding Izuku hostage dismissively. Now, everybody, listen up. This idiot thinks that you're all gonna hate him just because he was born with an extra toe joint or whatever, so he needs you to beat it through his thick skull that not everybody is like his old stupid bullies. Izuku hid his face in his hands and groaned as it turned red. It wasn't a safe bet. Well, at least he'd successfully burned the note and he could deal with all of his classmates' rejections at once. Small mercies, right? He prepared himself for the worst when he heard Kohaku scoff. You're fucking kidding, right? Izuku uncovered his face to find her looking extremely unimpressed. If we're gonna hate you, it'll be because of something you did, loser. I like her. Bakugo smirks. Of course you do. Zero rolls his eyes with a huge grin. Preach. Tell him. That's right. Snort. I mean he's not wrong. Definitely. Mei gave a shocked laugh and Izuku's jaw dropped. What? I'm not that scary, am I? Kohaku rolled her eyes. Yeah, and my hair's not a pain to brush. You caught the attention of Principal Nedzu, Midoriya. Of course, you're scary. Powerloader cleared his throat and the class all turned to him. Midoriya, UA has a zero-tolerance policy toward bullying and discrimination. You shouldn't have to worry about that. And if anyone gives you a hard time because of your quirk, you are more than welcome to report that to me or to Nedzu. And I won't get in trouble, Izuku asked, now reeling from shock. This all seemed like a dream. A good dream, but still a dream. The theater suddenly finds itself with a horrifyingly heavy silence as such information is processed. He clamped his mouth shut when he noticed the heavy silence that had blanketed the room in stark contrast to the happy sounds of working that had greeted him when he first left his room. His classmates were staring at him with various expressions of disbelief, shock, and even anger. You used to get in trouble for reporting discrimination? Kohaku asked. What the fuck? Well, it's just that every school has a zero bullying policy, Izuku hurried to explain, but most teachers tend to think that it's not a big deal, or not big enough to get a promising student in trouble for. But then something has to be done about the complaint and someone has to be punished, so yeah. I wonder if Nedzu will let us help with that school's demolition, Toda says uncharacteristically angry. Damn straight, Midnight shouts at the screen, joined by her coworkers in outrage and support. Hell yeah it is. Welcome to UA. We're happy to have you here. After a minute or so, Izuku took a deep breath to steady himself and sat down at his computer. If UA was going to do so much to help him, the least he could do was become an analyst they could be proud of, starting with his assignment from Nedzu. Analyzing the Hero Course first years. As the screen fades, the room fills with debate on which student he'll analyze first. Headcase waits patiently for someone to remember what's coming. It's Kaminari whose attention turns to the screen for just long enough to see the new title. Guys, shut, it's time for the new story. People quickly return to their seats ready and waiting for yet another possibility. Now playing Shadows, the horror movie Heroes. Fear is a weapon. Izuku couldn't breathe. Sorry kid. The sludge villain squeezed a little tighter. I didn't know All Might was in town. I can't afford to stick around. You were attacked by that thing too. Uraraka shrieked. Uraraka, look at me, I'm fine. Izuku comforts. It's okay. We know he survives this. Kaminari comforts himself. Detroit. Smash. Izuku heard a terrified scream from the villain before he passed out, and the next thing he knew he was getting slapped awake by All Might. Wait, slapped awake. Toshinori, you dunce. Grand smacked the man. I know. All Might sighs. All Might. Izuku sat straight up. You saved me. Of course, you saved me. Thank you for saving me. I have a notebook. Will you please? All Might gave a booming laugh and handed him his notebook. Already done, my boy. My apologies for letting you get caught by that villain. Back in the day, he would never have even reached the sewers. Now if you'll excuse me, I must be on my way. Get him medical attention. Recovery girl whacked him with her cane. Wait. Izuku reached toward him. I have so much to ask. Kaken was right. Izuku was an idiot. He'd realized that All Might was about to launch off, but he'd grabbed onto his leg anyway. He knew how far All Might could jump. He knew every statistic there was on him. He knew how dangerous that was. Why in the world had he done that? Izuku buries his head in his hands, avoiding the disbelieving looks of his friends. This just keeps getting worse, and we're not even to the part where you crush his dream. Aizawa snarls. I'm afraid it will get worse still. Yagi warns reluctantly. Izuku clung on even tighter. If I let go now, I'll die. Oh, All Might blinked like he hadn't even thought about that and grabbed Izuku's collar. Right, just close your mouth and eyes, kid. You look gross. The number one hero, everybody. Dabai snarks dramatically. I'd probably be kissing the ground after that. Mind a Snickers. You'd have wet your pants too. Gyro huffs. Okay, I don't remember being that harsh. All Might says confused. Izuku pulled himself to his feet. I needed to ask you a question. Well, kid, out with it. All Might prodded. I don't have all day, you know. Wow, that All Might is being a lot meaner than ours was. Izuku wrinkles his nose. Izuku took a deep breath. It's just ... my whole life, I've wanted to be a hero, but everybody says I can't. So, is it possible ... even though I'm quirkless, can I be a hero like you? Sometime while he was talking, smoke started filling the rooftop, and by the time he gathered his courage to look, All Might was ... gone. Izuku screamed. Snort. Fair. Mood. Same. It's still me, kid. Don't be so dramatic. All Might groaned and lifted up his shirt to show Izuku a large scar. This is a scary career, kid. You fight powerful villains head on long enough and ... well, this injury was just one guy. So can you be a hero, kid? Not without a quirk. All Might kept talking, but Izuku was too focused on holding back his tears to hear any of it. At some point, All Might pushed past him, and after that, there was really no point in staying, so Izuku forced himself to get moving. He'd really just been lying to himself all these years, hadn't he? Wait, you left him there. Midnight rounded on. All Might tell me you didn't leave him there. That was a really bad day. and I regret most of it. All Might confirms. The faculty turned back to the screen fuming. Izuku didn't really know where he was going. Probably home, since there was no point in going to the villain fight he could hear going on in the distance, now that his notes were useless. If even All Might said it was impossible, then it was true. He couldn't be a hero. What was he going to do now? He was so wrapped up in his thoughts that he almost didn't hear the commotion in the alleyway. It wasn't nearly as loud as the fight in the distance, but it was still enough to get his attention. Now that he was paying attention, Izuku could hear punches being landed and someone yelling about a villain, and before he knew it, he was walking toward the fight on autopilot. It must be a minor villain, probably with a weaker quirk. The ones with stronger quirks usually drew a crowd, and most of the heroes were probably at the other fight, so even if he was still going to be a hero, there really wasn't any point in watching. Unless you want to go underground. Shinsu huffs. Oh wonderful, another extra asshole version of me. Bakugo grumbles. So should we be placing bets on which versions get comeuppance and which ones get redemption? Kaminari asks. The Viridian version is definitely going the redemption route. Ashido claims. Mastermind is totally dragging his version down with him eventually. Zero agrees. I hope the other three get better, but I'm not holding my breath. Kirishima huffs while patting Bakugo's shoulder. Meanwhile, oh joy, I'm getting my ass kicked. Shinsu sighs. UA does not discriminate against applicants, Nedzu says with a strange level of calm. I hate it, but I get it. Izuku growls. What do you mean, Kiro? Sue asked, concerned. Sometimes an attempt to help can just make things worse. Todoroki says blankly. This worries their friends, but they know better than to push. Everyone has things they'd rather not say. One of the bullies snarled. What are you looking at, villain? Izuku ducked behind a dumpster as the bully turned his head. The kid obviously didn't want him interfering. Not that Izuku could do much good anyway, but still. After a few seconds, he peeked out but made sure to keep to the shadows as much as he could so he wouldn't be seen. The bullies were looking around nervously, and even though they'd turned back to the kid, they had obviously been thrown off their rhythm. Interesting. I do love some fear tactics. Aizawa nods to himself. Get your asses handed to you like you deserve. Gyro snarks. Yet, Izuku mumbles. Please don't. Shinsu groans. Better to face the enemy you know, than traverse a path through the unknown. Takoyami agrees. One of the bullies glanced around the alley before huffing and shoving the kid to the ground. Whatever, I was getting bored anyway. Don't even bother applying to UA, villain. The kid glared after them, and Izuku ducked back behind the dumpster as they stalked out of the alley. He waited until the last one was gone before running toward the kid. Hey, are you okay? That's a stupid question. Shigaraki gripes. The kid rolled his eyes. Just picky. Oh, I have a first aid kit. Izuku swung his bag off his shoulder and started digging through it. I have badges and burn cream and... Don't bother, I have my own. Why am I surprised? Aizawa complained. I'll be adding Shinsu to the list of students for evaluation. Hound Dog informs. Well, that was blunt. Sato comments. Oh, Izuku's face fell. I'm quirkless. All of a sudden, Izuku's brain felt fuzzy and his arms fell limply at his sides, his fingers barely managing to hang onto the strap of his backpack. The kid refused to look at him as he started bandaging his bruises. Go away. Izuku couldn't say he was very surprised when his body started obeying on its own. Brainwashing would explain why the other kids were calling him a villain and why they were covering his mouth, since it seemed to activate with a question. That was such a cool quirk. He really hoped that kid ignored his bullies and tried for UA anyway, because he would be able to save so many people someday. Wah. Shinsu stares at the screen in disbelief. No, we just didn't know what to do. Mount Lady sighs. How long has that kid been in there? I dunno, but if he's still alive, he hasn't got long. The villain had a hostage. What was the villain's quirk? Was it something with fire or... Izuku finally elbowed his way through enough of the crowd to be able to see the villain, and he gasped. The sludge villain must have escaped the bottles that All Might shoved him in. This was his fault. If he hadn't grabbed onto All Might, he wouldn't have dropped the bottles, and even if for some reason he had, then he would have still had just enough time left to recapture him. Izuku cursed himself and pushed a little closer. Was the hostage even still alive? Izuku had felt like he was going to die after only a few seconds. Attention Hellions, Aizawa called out. I can't believe I have to say this, but plastic bottles are not appropriate restraints or transport. The hostage was struggling weakly at this point, but considering all the fires the heroes were fighting, he must have some sort of fire quirk. Izuku leaned forward as he saw a tiny bit of flame burst from one of the victim's hands. No. It was an explosion. Kakin, Izuku yelled and almost started running before he caught himself. That kid earlier was right. If he went out there right now, he'd just be an extra victim for the heroes to save. But there had to be something he could do. All Might wasn't coming. He was all out of energy for the day. But well, actually the villain didn't know that, did he? What does that matter? Ida asks. Is he going to do what I think he is? Mike asks, turning to see the smile ever so slowly spreading across his friend's face. Is he planning to bluff the slime dude away? Kaminari asks. Hell yeah. Ashido cheers. The crowd started chanting All Might's name and the villain instantly tensed, torn between taking over his hostage, who wouldn't be a very good disguise at this point, and making a run for it. Izuku elbowed his way to the very front of the crowd. He just needed to give one final push. The villain was looking around frantically for All Might, so it didn't take long for his eyes to widen in recognition as he spotted Izuku in the crowd. Izuku gave his best, most confident smile as he called out, Well, do you really think you can escape the #1 hero again? Really? Oh, that's gonna fuck with his head. Dabai smirks. The villain hesitated for one final second before expelling Kakin onto the pavement with a squelch and making a run for it. The heroes rushed him instantly, no longer having to avoid hurting Kakin or risk getting caught in one of his explosions, and it didn't take long before the sludge villain was once again in custody. Izuku weaved his way back through the crowd before Kakin could see him and made his way home deep in thought. He'd asked All Might if a quirkless kid could be a hero like him, and the answer he got was true. Izuku would never be like All Might. He wouldn't be able to bring hope the way the symbol of peace was. But ... he thought back to the way the bullies and the villain had run away. Maybe he could be another kind of hero instead. I'm going to enjoy this one, Aizawa claims with his trademark logical ruse grin. His colleagues chuckle and shiver at his intensity, both dreading and thoroughly enjoying the normally bored and tired friend. It doesn't take long for the crowd to calm down for the next chapter. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.